Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Mountains are visible behind the pagoda. Someone inside says that his interlocutor drank only 1 cup. 2 men are sitting at a tiny table. GWI Raongjia, who is holding a bottle, says that he waited for decades, but his guest drank only 1 cup, and this is the act of a heartless person. Opposite the old man sits a long-haired man. Raongjia, pouring into his cup, says that they first met when they were still young. The old man looks at his interlocutor. He has a deep scar on his cheek. Liquid pours out of the bottle. The hero thinks that he met Raongjia about 40 years ago. The young man enters the door and asks to send him back in time with the help of the Great Regression technique. Young Raongjia looks at the guy in surprise. They stand opposite each other. It turns out that the Great Regression technique is one of the greatest achievements of the GWI family, which has been studied for many centuries and passed down through generations. The library is illuminated by elegant lanterns. Raongjia looks at the unrolled scroll with a smile. He thinks that this technique was almost impossible to use. However, he was close to refining it. However, he eventually had to give up on the idea. The man crumples the pages of the book. He thinks that in order to use the Great Regression technique, 5 materials are needed, and it was impossible to collect them all. Raongjia looks thoughtfully in front of him. Smiling, he says that he will fulfill the young man's request if he brings him all the necessary materials. The first of these items is the Thunder Bell, a sacred artifact of the Heavenly Wind cult. The second is the Divine Incense Brazier, a sacred artifact of the Divine Dragon family. The third artifact is the core essence of the 10,000-year carp. The fourth is the secret demonic soul of the demonic cult. Raongjia thinks that the man in front of him was able to collect all of this in just a few decades, and to get the secret demonic soul, he disappeared for a long time. The old man looks at his reflection in the cup. He says that he thought the man was dead. Raongjia, lifting the cup, asks where his interlocutor got all of these materials. He drinks from his cup and says that he really began to think that the so-called great technique is simply cursed if it needs all of these materials. He says that sometimes he thought about committing suicide. Raongjia looks at the hero. An eye is visible from under the man's blonde hair. Raongjia thinks that he was young when he first met this man, and now he has turned into an old man with gray hair. He realizes that the aura around him has also changed a lot. The old man tries to understand whether these changes are inevitable for all those who want to get the materials for the Great Regression technique. Raongjia drinks from his cup. He says that he can finally ask the interlocutor about why he is trying to return to the past. The cup suddenly falls on the saucer. The hero's eyes light up with a mad fire. He says that he wants revenge. Raongjia looks at the interlocutor in surprise. The men are sitting at a small table. The old man asks if the hero really does not have enough strength to take revenge without returning to the past. He says that this is true. Raongjia asks who in this case the hero hates so much. The man thoughtfully says that it is Wang. The old man is shocked. He remembers 3 dead men. Raongjia thinks that this same Wang killed the leaders of the 3 strongest armies supporting Mirim. He killed the head of the Mirim Alliance, the Unorthodox Alliance, as well as Heavenly Demon, and became considered the strongest fighter of the new era. Mujai rises on a mountain of corpses. The old man says in fear that the hero will hardly be able to defeat him even if he returns to the past. He replies that he must kill this bastard at any cost. Looking sadly at the old man, the man says that the heavenly demon that Wang Mujai killed was his father. Raongjia looks at his interlocutor in amazement. Streams of black energy are visible above the hero. He says that he is not going to take revenge for the fact that Wang Mujai killed his father and even his brother, a cunning bastard, since for people who have gotten involved with demons, death is nothing terrible. The old man, looking at the hero in surprise, asks who he is going to take revenge for in that case. The man replies that that day the bastard killed servants, cooks and even small children who did not know a single martial art. There are many corpses on the ground. The hero says that Mujai even killed cats and dogs. Raongjia, looking at the hero sitting opposite him, says that he cannot believe that Mujai did this. The latter says that he does not care whether they believe him or not. But now he will not be able to kill Mujai, so he must go back in time to do it. The moon is visible behind the doors. The hero promises to ask the scoundrel before he kills him why such a strong man needed to kill even children. Raongjia looks at the hero in shock. There is a bottle and 2 cups on the table. The old man asks if the Great Regression technique really works. To do him one favor, the hero asks what exactly he is talking about. Raongjia, looking at the interlocutor, asks to find him in the past. The hero asks why this is necessary. The man replies that he wants the hero to prevent him from getting married. The interlocutors are sitting at a low table. The left side of the hero's face is illuminated by the sun. He lowers his head and laughs loudly. Raongjia says that he is not joking at all and the hero really should do it, telling him in the past to live the rest of his life alone. The man, smiling, makes a promise to do it. Raongjia offers to go to the place where the Great Regression technique will be used. The hero gets to his feet. It turns out that he can barely hold on in this position. Raongjia picks up the man and asks if he is okay. The hero says that he can still hold on despite the fact that he lost his arm and eye. He states that this was an acceptable price to get the secret demonic soul. We see the artifacts collected by the man. Raungja holds a small box in his hands. It contains a black sphere. The room is filled with streams of black energy. The old man, folding his hands in front of his face, pronounces a spell. The artifacts begin to glow. The words of the spell fly over the black sphere. The sparse-toothed old man continues his magic ritual. The bell in front of him glows brightly. A glowing portal appears in front of the old man. Raungja looks into it in amazement. The old man sits with his hands folded in front of his face. He says that he succeeded. Raungja, turning to the hero, asks if he sees what is happening. He says that he fulfilled his promise. Raungja looks in surprise at the hero sitting nearby. He is breathing heavily. Bewilderment appears on the man's face. He looks into the portal. Raungja looks at the man again. He walks towards the portal and says that he is very sorry, after which he promises to definitely find the hero and tell him about the impending disaster. The hero sits, leaning on a column. Raungja stands in front of the portal. He says that returning to the past is the most cherished desire of his family, as well as his own. Surprise appears on the old man's face. Raungja looks back at the hero and thinks that he can't move his body and his demonic acupuncture point is sealed. The hero appears behind the old man and asks how he can do such a thing. The old man's head is shaking. The hero approaches the old man and asks why he did such a thing. He grabs his neck. Raungja opens his mouth. He looks at the hero with tearful eyes and apologizes, saying that he lost his mind for a moment. He says that he knows how much effort it took the man to get the materials, and admits that he did something completely wrong. The hero frowns at the old man. His one eye is shining. He removes his hand from the old man's neck. Raungja holds his throat. The hero says that he is also selfish and did not care about anyone but himself while collecting all these materials. The man grits his teeth in rage. He says that if he were any other person, he would immediately kill the old man. But since it is GWI Raungja, he forgives him. The old man, with tears in his eyes, looks at the hero. He stretches out his hand. Placing it on Raungja's shoulder, he thanks him for waiting for a lifetime. The old man's mouth falls open in shock. The hero looks at him, smiling. Raungja, sobbing violently, says that he is incredibly sorry. Tears flow from the old man's eyes. The hero notices something. The man looks around. Butterflies are flying around the room. Then the hero notices that the insects are just hanging in the air. He says that time seems to have stopped. The man looks at the motionless old man and asks what the hell is going on. Someone tells him that he has passed all the tests. The hero looks to his right in amazement. He sees an old man with a long white beard. Looking at this man in amazement, the hero asks who is in front of him, who replies that he is the very man who can send him back to the past. The hero looks at the old man in surprise. We see the face of this character up close. He says that a man cannot understand the logic of heaven, after which he asks if the hero really thought that with the help of one mortal and a few consumables it is possible to travel to the past. The artifacts are seen next to the old man. He says that the true value of this technique is not in the materials themselves, but in the effort that was put into collecting them all. The bell emits a bright glow. The old man says that the hero passed the test, as he lived his life with one goal and sacrificed everything he had, and Raungja's forgiveness was the final chord. The old man states that this was the hardest test of all, but the hero passed it with ease. The man, who is missing his left arm, asks to be sent back to the past if all the conditions are met. The old man asks what the hero will do there. He replies that he will kill the one who deserves to die and save those who should not have died. The question is heard if this is all that the man was going to do in his past. The portal emits jets of white energy. The hero says that he wants to live his life meaningfully. He suggests that he wants to go back in time because he regrets how he lived his life, or perhaps that he was so angry at Wamugi. The old man asks the hero to tell him more about his regrets. He, putting his hand to his chest, shouts that since he was born, not a single action of his was done of his own free will, and he was only driven by different circumstances. The hero states that so many events have befallen him that while he was thinking about them, his life came to an end. The old man is silent. His thick eyebrows almost completely cover his eyes. He says that he is very interested in what kind of life the hero will live. The old man, emitting powerful tongues of flame, states that he really wants to see what awaits the hero. The butterflies come to life again. Raungja, sobbing, asks for forgiveness. The hero is silent. The old man, raising his hands, declares that it is of course shameless of him to remind him of this, but the hero must remember the promise he made to prevent him from getting married. The man turns away from the old man. Having said goodbye, he heads towards the portal. Raungja calls out to him, asking the hero to do what he promised. The room is filled with streams of white energy. The hero disappears into the portal. We see the eyes of a young man. He is standing in the arena, next to which many spectators have gathered. The guy is looking at something. He is standing in front of a huge statue. The spectators greet him enthusiastically. The hero is holding a sword in his hands. He says that he really returned to the past. The guy notices something. He looks at someone in surprise. On the platform, towering above the arena, a man is sitting on a throne. He is wearing a white robe. We see the face of this man. The hero understands that this is his father. He looks at his son in surprise. The hero's gaze is sad. Someone asks how long the young master will make everyone wait. The hero looks thoughtfully at the one who asked this question. The sword is thrust into the ground. The young man who holds this weapon suggests starting the fight. The hero stands in the arena opposite his opponent. In front of us is the lower part of the guy's face. He thinks that everything is clear to him, and today is the day of a new fight with demons. The young man looks dreamily ahead. The hero's father looks very serious. The guy remembers that Heavenly Demon declared that he would not limit the circle of contenders for the place of the next leader of the cult to only members of his family, and this caused a storm of indignation within the organization, because anyone with sufficient strength could now become a Heavenly Demon. The spectators standing near the arena are excited. The fighters fight each other. The hero thinks that his father showed the seriousness of his intentions when he arranged a competition between the strongest young fighters of the cult, which was called the New Demon Battle. There is blood splattered around the hand holding the sword. The boy remembers that the winner of this competition got a chance to fight one of the two sons of the head of the cult, and the prize for winning the decisive battle was a wish that was to be granted by the Heavenly Demon. The hero's opponent, smiling, asks if he wants to give up while he has the chance. The boy calmly looks at his opponent. He is silent. His opponent's hand is on the hilt of the weapon. The hero remembers that in his past life he was offended by the fact that this man chose him as an opponent, since this decision meant that he considered him an easier target compared to his older brother. The hero grinds his teeth in anger. Now he understands that this guy could have chosen him for another reason. The cook stands by the dish cooking on the stove. The hero thinks that his opponent bribed the cook in the kitchen and asked him to mix the rice with a poison that dissipates energy. The contents of the measuring cup pour into the brazier. The hero is kneeling, holding his hand. He remembers that he lost that fight because of this dirty trick, and when he told his father about it, his father did not answer. Heavenly Demon calmly looks at his son. We see the man's face up close. The boy thinks that his father looked at him as if he was blaming the young man for falling for such a cheap trick. The hero remembers himself in his past life. He thinks that in order to fix his reputation after today's defeat, he did some not very smart things that led to losing his position in the fight for the inheritance. The hero looks thoughtful. He understands that all his troubles began with this defeat. The opponent asks what the boy is thinking about. The hero is still thoughtful. He does not even look at his opponent. Finally, the boy asks what the fighter's name is. He opens his mouth wide and shouts that his name is Gu Pyung-ho. The boy says that he seems to remember him. The hero remembers the bearded old man. He thinks that Gu Pyung-ho is the fifth disciple of Blood Heaven Sword Demon, Gu Cheon-pa. A huge sword is seen in front of the hero's opponent. The guy says that if the hero is joking with him, it means that he is very confident in his abilities. The young man looks at his father. The young man's eyes are sad. Heavenly Demon looks back. The hero thinks that now he seems to guess that the father at that moment knew that his son was poisoned with a poison that disperses internal energy. The young man stands in the arena. He thinks that his father is simply watching how his son is going to get out of this problematic situation. The hero pays attention to the audience. He thinks that since he learned a lot in his past life, he should be able to defeat Pyung-ho in one move without even using internal energy. However, he should not show his true skills yet. The young man raises his hand. With his mouth wide open, he tells all the fighters gathered there that he will fight Pyung-ho without using his internal energy. The crowd looks at the young man in surprise. Pyung-ho is also shocked. One of the spectators says that this guy has real courage. The huge crowd gathered around the arena calls the hero an unrivaled swordsman over and over again. Pyung-ho, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at the excited crowd. He raises his hand and shouts that in that case, he will not use internal energy either. The crowd behind the guy falls silent. The spectators mutter discontentedly. One of them says that if both opponents are not going to use internal energy, it will be a very boring spectacle. The second calls it all a waste of time. Pyung-ho, cursing, declares that he really will not use internal energy. But the hero must know that his opponent's sword is blind and cuts everything it hits. Pyung-ho pulls his weapon out of the arena surface where it was stuck. The hero stands with his arm slightly raised. He still feels like a stranger in this young body, and tries to figure out if he can move the way he wants. Holding the weapon out in front of him, Pyung-ho demands that the hero draw his sword. He replies that he is not going to use this weapon against his opponent. The spectators standing behind Pyung-ho laugh. They tell the guy that the son of the head of the cult treats him like shit. The guy, gritting his teeth in anger, declares that he will not kill the enemy, because he is the son of the leader of the cult, but nothing will stop him from cutting off the impudent man's hand. Pyung-ho rushes to attack. The blow flies past the dodging hero. The guy thinks that his body is capable of reacting instantly, and everything happens much faster than he thought. Pyung-ho swings again. Traces of a powerful blow are visible in the air. The hero jumps up and flips over his head. He lands on the arena. The boy touches his chest, realizing that at this age his heart beats with great force. Pyung-ho grits his teeth in anger. He raises his weapon above his head, calls the boy a bastard and asks how dare he laugh at him. The hero seems calm. He charges. His elbow hits the opponent in the chest. Pyung-ho cries out in pain. The hero's fist slams into his nose. The boy's face turns into a bloody mess. The hero holds the opponent by the collar. He raises his hand to deliver another blow. The young man brutally beats his opponent. Another blow flies into Pyung-ho's left side. Blood gushes from the boy's mouth. He lowers his head. The hero holds his opponent's hand tightly. Looking angrily at Pyung-ho, he asks if the scoundrel used this hand to pass the poison to the cook. Pyung-ho looks at the hero in amazement. He breaks his opponent's arm with a sharp movement. Pyung-ho lets out a shrill scream. The spectators watch in shock as the hero's opponent hits his nose on the arena surface. The hero stands over his defeated enemy. The boy thinks that now that he has returned to the past, he will no longer allow anyone to influence his life. His hand rises up. The spectators watch attentively. Heavenly Demon declares that, as promised, he will grant the winner's wish. He asks his son what he wants. The hero stands next to Pyung-ho, who is sitting on his knees. Looking at his father, he thinks that usually in such a situation they ask for a rare sword or a secret martial arts manual, and apparently, everyone gathered expects this from him. Heavenly Demon looks at his son, who decides to follow his instincts this time. In front of us is a pagoda. The hero says that he wants to go hunting with his father. Heavenly Demon silently looks at the boy. Pyung-ho is surprised. The father asks if his son really wants to go hunting with him, and the son replies that he knows the man liked to hunt when he was young, and that he wants to learn the art. The father looks at his son. His hand is on the armrest. He stands up and says that they will go hunting tomorrow at dawn. The edge of his white robe is in front of us. The people standing behind Heavenly Demon fold their hands in front of them. The hero looks up, and Pyung-ho calls him an idiot. The boy looks at his opponent. Holding his hand, Pyung-ho says that he can't believe that the boy made such a lousy wish. The hero, smiling, asks the boy to remind him of his name, and the boy becomes furious and shouts that he will kill the hero, demanding that his comrades immediately execute this impudent man. The hero looks at his opponent, thinking that now that he has returned, the reckless life that everyone here leads no longer interests him. Clouds float above the houses. The hero looks at himself in the mirror, realizing that he is young again. He sees his former appearance in the mirror. The hero's face is thoughtful. The guy is trying to understand what Wamu Ji is doing now. He thinks that if he kills this bastard before he gains power, the problem will be easily solved. But the difficulty is that finding Mu Ji is not so easy, since he appeared in Jianghu as if from nowhere. Torn flags are visible above the fighter's head. The hero remembers that after this man destroyed the Murim Alliance, Unorthodox Alliance, and the demonic cult, he hid from the world, so there is practically no information about him now, and organizing a search for him, revealing this name to the whole world, will be incredibly dangerous. The hero stands with his arms crossed over his chest. The guy clenches his fist. He thinks that ultimately his main goal is still to become stronger than Mu Ji. There are bookshelves next to the guy. Someone calls out to him. The hero, whose eye we see, hears that he fought brilliantly today. The young man looks at the man who entered the room. He asks in surprise if it is really Leon. The fat girl, smiling, says that the young master was not mistaken, and in front of him is his bodyguard Leon. Sadness appears in the eyes of the young man. He remembers that this girl was next to him, and in his past life he did not yet know that her impressive size is explained by the martial art that she studied exclusively for him. A pumped-up bald man is surrounded by stones. The hero thinks that the body petrification technique makes the body hard as a rock. This ability is known only to a narrow circle of people who, in fact, taught Leon. But the problem is that this martial art requires the body to be very large. The hero remembers how Leon died. She covered the guy with her body to block the aura of the Mu Ji sword, and that is why the hero remained alive. The girl asks why the guy is looking at her like that. The hero stands with his hands down. He did not even suspect that she had such a pleasant voice. The young man takes a step forward. He thinks that Leon was always ready to sacrifice her life for him, and he treated her like an ordinary bodyguard, and perceived her presence as something self-evident. The guy stands in front of the girl. He understands that he treated her in the same way as other people perceive, for example, the presence of oxygen in the air. The young people look at each other. The hero thinks that in his memories, Leon was not so big at all. The girl cannot understand why her master is looking at her like that. The pretty girl smiles. The hero thinks that Leon, as many said, should have become a stunning beauty, but at some point she began to gain weight. Leon promises to protect the young master. The girl is crying bitterly. In her past life the guy did not know that she cried so often because she had gained weight, and did not pay attention to her eternally swollen eyes. The beauty smiles happily. The hero tries to understand what she felt then. He remembers that the girl, having gained weight, stopped caring about her appearance, although she could have become a stunning beauty. Leon, smiling, holds a plate in his hands. The hero remembers that when she gained weight, he began to treat her more coldly. The young man's eyes are sad. He looks thoughtfully into the distance, and makes a promise to Leon to rid her of the side effects of the body petrification technique. The guy's bodyguard looks at him in surprise. Raising her hands, she asks if everything is okay with her young master. The hero is silent. Then he turns his gaze to the girl and declares that he is completely fine. Leon declares that the guy is acting a little strange today. The hero closes his eyes. He thinks that Leon, as his bodyguard, who protects him every day, immediately noticed that he has changed. Taking the sword in his hands, the hero moves away from the girl. He asks her to go with him and promises to show her something much stranger. Leon asks where they are going. The guy replies that they need to restore order in the food sector. It is night outside. The hero stands in front of the cooks. He frowns and asks why they committed a crime. An old man with a gray beard asks what the young master means. He looks at the cooks with indifference. Leon looks at his master in amazement, who asks the cooks why they poisoned his food with a poison that dissipates energy. The young cook, raising his hands, declares that he did not do it. The hero asks where he spent the 3,000 yang he received. The cook understands that the young man knows everything. He is shaking all over. The hero thinks that this young man got into big debts because he is addicted to gambling. He spent all his family's money and even what he borrowed from his friends, and therefore decided to do such a crazy thing as poisoning his master's food. The cook falls down before the hero and screams that he made a big mistake. He begs for mercy and admits that he was blinded by money. The hero asks him if Gu Pyung-ho personally gave him the money. The kitchen worker admits that this is exactly how it happened. The hero chops off the cook's head. The deceased's colleagues look on in horror at what is happening. The hero contemptuously declares that the last thing he expected was for the cook to poison someone else's food. The gray-haired old man falls to his knees, apologizes and says that he takes full responsibility. The hero, looking at the old man, asks why he is trying to take on the sins of others, since it is the one who poisoned the food who is to blame. The cook replies that he is responsible for everything that happens in this kitchen. The hero is silent. After some time he asks the old man if his words mean that everything bad that happens inside the cult is the fault of Heavenly Demon. The old man asks again in amazement, and then says that this is not so. Leon, visibly worried, clenches his fists. The hero asks the old man why in this case he is trying to take all the responsibility on himself. The cook, closing his eyes, is silent. The hero moves away from the kitchen workers. He demands that the old man stop talking nonsense and cook him chicken noodles for dinner. The guy says that he has not eaten this dish for a long time and has managed to miss it. The cook opens his mouth. Leon, who runs after her master, reminds him that he ate chicken noodles just a few days ago. The boy looks back at the girl. She looks at him with huge eyes. The boy, closing his eyes, thinks that for him all this was several decades ago. Heavenly Demon stands in front of his residence. He looks at his son in bewilderment and asks why he took so many unnecessary things. The hero, holding onto the straps of his backpack, says that he will need all these things in the next few days. The father reminds the boy that he planned to hunt for only one day. The boy says that perhaps the head of the cult will like the hunt and decide to stay for a couple more days. Heavenly Demon looks at his son. The boy looks back at his parent, who says that his son has very bold dreams. Fog floats over the forested mountains. The hero and his father walk between the roots of giant trees. The boy is surprised when his father tells him that he exceeds his expectations. The boy thinks deeply, trying to figure out if Heavenly Demon noticed that he hid the skills he acquired in his past life during the fight with Pyung-ho. In front of Heavenly Demon, there are thick trees. The hero thinks that it is better to tell his father the truth. Leaning on a tree, the boy admits that he hid some of his skills. Heavenly Demon says that he has already noticed this. The hero, smiling, says that he is not a cat that hisses, but a beast that hides its claws. The boy sees the back of his father's head. The man, turning around, asks why such a beast needs to hide its claws. The young man, holding onto the straps of his backpack, says that he did not consider the matter from this point of view. Heavenly Demon says that in this case, his son is still a cat. The trunk of a giant tree is entwined with vines. Heavenly Demon asks his son how well he has mastered the art of soaring sword. The hero remembers himself using the said skill. He thinks that it is passed down only in the family of heavenly demons, and is considered an extremely advanced martial art, similar to those taught to higher demons. The boy claims that he has mastered the art completely. A bright white beam is visible next to his face. The boy looks in shock at the hole that has formed in his luggage. He understands that if he had not instinctively dodged, the blow would have hit him right in the cheek. Heavenly Demon points at his son and says that he really has mastered the art of soaring sword. The hero is surprised to say that his father did not believe that his son really mastered the skill, but still attacked. The boy asks what would have happened if he had not dodged. The father says that his son would have simply paid for his lie. The hero touches his cheek with his fingers. He claims that he looks like his father, and the scar on his face would look very ugly. Heavenly Demon silently looks at his son. The hero realizes that he may have said too much. The cult leader, with his hands clasped behind his back, declares that it is a great achievement to have fully mastered the soaring sword at such a young age, and that his son deserves praise. The hero looks up. Father and son continue walking through the forest. The boy thanks his father for the praise. Heavenly Demon kneels down. The hero asks him who taught him how to hunt. The man replies thoughtfully that it was his older brother. The hero asks in surprise if he really has an uncle. Heavenly Demon replies that his brother died, or rather, he killed him with his own hands when he was about the hero's age. The boy looks at his father in surprise. He declares that Heavenly Demon did everything right. The man looks over his shoulder at his son. The hero declares that otherwise he simply would not have been born. Heavenly Demon is silent. The boy looks at his father. The young man has a thoughtful expression, realizing that even Heavenly Demon is worried about having to fight a member of his family, thinking that the stronger a person appears on the outside, the deeper their internal wounds. Heavenly Demon says that back in his youth, he could not find another solution. The hero realizes that his father could not win the fight for the succession without killing his own brother. Clenching his fist, the young man expresses his hope that the man does not think that his son would do the same. Heavenly Demon looks over his shoulder at his son. His son says that his father probably already knows that his youngest son has no reason to even think about such a thing, since his eldest son is cruel and vicious. The man in question smiles. Heavenly Demon frowns at his offspring. The father and son stand next to a giant tree. Heavenly Demon asks why the hero speaks ill of his brother when he is not around. The strange-looking rocks are overgrown with trees. Heavenly Demon moves forward. His son looks at him. The boy looks up, thinking that in his past life he was not married, and does not know what it is like to have children. The boy's foot pushes off the rock. Heavenly Demon stands with his hands behind his back. The hero tries to understand who he was to his father. He catches up with the man. The hunters are standing at the edge of the forest. The boy asks if there is anyone there. Heavenly Demon replies that their dinner is hiding there. The hero, taking out a bow, says that in this case they must kill this game. The man asks in bewilderment how his son is going to kill something he can't even see. He suggests that he first close his eyes and feel what surrounds him. The boy looks at his father in bewilderment. He squints his eyes, and then closes them completely. Streams of energy appear around the boy. He thinks that when martial artists try to figure out their opponent, they feel vibrations in the air, and most often this is called the energy flow of a creature. The hero closes his eyes. He realizes that he feels only one flow of energy in the surrounding space, and it belongs to his father. Heavenly Demon advises the young man to direct the energy into one line. The hero stands with his eyes closed. He lowers his head a little. His father advises, without destroying this energy, to make it thinner and to think of his body as a ball of yarn. White streams are visible next to the boy's head. Heavenly Demon advises to slowly release the energy, imagining that you are pulling a thread. A bright white stream rushes away from the hero. The young man listens to his feelings. The father asks if his son managed to do what he told him. A bright flash occurs at the end of the white stream. The boy says that he feels this thread. Heavenly Demon asks what, in his opinion, it is. He stands with his eyes closed. He answers that he sees the silhouettes of a tree. The head of the cult tells his son to look around the surroundings, preferably slowly. The white stream again highlights some outlines. The boy's eyes are closed. He continues to monitor his energy. The boy sees a boar. Sharply opening his eyes, he declares that there is a wild boar in front of them. Heavenly Demon looks at his son. He assumes that it could also be a bear. The boy says that this creature has coarse fur and a long body, so most likely it is a wild boar. Heavenly Demon confirms his offspring's guess. The hero raises a clenched fist. The man declares that at first he also could not correctly identify this animal at such a distance. The hero glances sideways at his father. Smiling faintly, he says that he quickly masters any martial arts, so for him it was not a big problem. Heavenly Demon silently looks at his son. The fire is burning. A boar is roasting on a spit. The father asks the hero when he learned to cook the prey. The boy replies that he learned it from books. The man says that he thinks the boy is too skilled at cooking, considering that he has never done it before. A boar's head is visible in front of the boy. The hero says that he is very glad that everything is this way. He himself thinks that he is a good cook, since he roasted countless boars before the regression. Heavenly Demon is sitting on the skin of a tiger. The son tells him that he cooked the prey to win the favor of his parent, and does not regret at all that he carried all this heavy baggage on his back. Heavenly Demon asks if the boy really wanted to hunt with him because he wanted to impress him and become his successor. Leaning over the roasting boar, the hero replies that as far as he knows, his father will not be affected by any of this, and that he can become the successor himself, without any help. Heavenly Demon states that the boy's words indicate that he is incredibly confident in himself. The youth looks at his father. The latter, watching his son twirl the boar over the fire, asks why the boy actually decided to hunt with him. The hero, raising his hands, states that he had two reasons. Firstly, he wants to learn everything he can from his father in order to become stronger, and he seems to have succeeded in achieving this goal. Heavenly Demon asks what will happen after the youth becomes stronger. The latter, sitting down next to the man, states that he wants to explain everything honestly, and that he does not need this in order to become Heavenly Demon, since his father is still healthy and very strong. The hero says that he does not intend to waste his youth in order to compete with his parent. Looking up, the boy says that he would be fine if he could learn the martial arts of the Heavenly Demon. We see the boy's eyes. He admires the starry sky, thinking that he must master the 9 calamities demonic art perfectly, and even rise above this level. The boy closes his eyes. A memory of a man stabbed with many swords appears in his memory. The hero thinks that he must become even stronger, since his father, who mastered the 9 calamities demonic art, lost in a fight with Wa Mu Ji. The boy continues to look at the sky. He thinks that what he just thought about is the minimum. The father asks what is the second reason why his son wants to become stronger. The boy looks at his parent. The father looks at him over his shoulder. A smile appears on the boy's face. The hero tells his father, who is sitting next to him, that he just wanted to spend time alone with him, since they have never done this before. Heavenly Demon replies that it is a useless emotion that only makes a person weaker. The young man spreads his arms out to the sides and declares that it is not useless at all, because he is spending time with the strongest man in the world, and if he sings a song, it will become the most popular, and if he drinks a drink, it will give him incredible publicity. Heavenly Demon looks back at his offspring again. He turns away from his son. The head of the cult is thoughtfully silent. The young man looks at his father. A rather ominous image emerges in his memory. The hero understands that he has no memories of his father left that are not filled with fear of this man. The guy thinks that he really does not want to have only such memories of his father in this life. The guy looks at his parent and mentally asks him not to be happy about this, since all this is not being done for him, but for the hero himself. Clouds float over the rocks. The hero says that it is already dawn, and it is time to go back. Heavenly Demon, with his back to his son, declares that they are not going anywhere, because if the boy went hunting with Heavenly Demon, then they need to kill at least a tiger. The hero asks again in surprise. The father tells his son not to stand still like a fool, but to just follow him. Holding onto the straps of his backpack, the hero readily agrees. Bamboo thickets are visible in front of the hunters. Heavenly Demon tells his son to close his eyes again. He declares that the target is to the right of the boy, 100 yards away, that is, a little further than the previous prey. The man says that the boy should this time feel the breath of the wind and put his energy into it. The young man closes his eyes. He thinks that in all his time studying martial arts, he never even thought about doing something like this. The hero seems to be floating in the air. He thinks that in his past life no one could teach him such things, and none of the martial arts he heard of had anything like this. Heavenly Demon tells the hero to discharge the energy. The guy closes his eyes. The man says that if his son is so slow and careful, he will get a completely insignificant result at the end. But if he is going to use this skill with benefit, he must direct the energy to the target as quickly as possible. The guy's eyes are closed. A white stream wriggles in the air. The hero continues to see it. He feels the wind and his own energy, and tries to understand how to combine these two phenomena. The young man grinds his teeth from tension. Next to the stream, a white cloud is visible. It seems that they are starting to merge with each other. The young man realizes something. The stream of energy merges with the wind completely. The hero understands that he must connect these two elements, and not use one on top of the other. The hero sees leaves and trunks. The white stream makes its way between the plants. Vague black streaks are visible underneath. It turns out that this is a real tiger. The hero looks up in shock. He shouts to his father that there really is a tiger there. Seeing the man's reaction, the boy asks what he is unhappy with. Heavenly Demon silently looks at his son. Turning away from him, he tells the boy not to be lazy in discharging his energy, because the more lines he can maintain, the higher his chances of survival will be. The hero replies that he understands everything. The young man takes out a bottle. He says that this is his strongest trump card. Father and son are sitting in front of the fire. Heavenly Demon looks thoughtfully at his offspring. Looking at the bottle, the man declares that the drink is magnificent. The young man, wincing, wipes his mouth with his sleeve, and realizing that he is lying, says that the drink is too strong for him. Heavenly Demon declares that no demonic person would complain that alcohol is too strong. The man leans back against the tree trunk. The hero declares that being able to drink is not the most important thing, and that it is much more necessary to have a cruel heart. Heavenly Demon asks again in surprise, and then asks if his son can kill him in order to stay alive. The hero, holding a bottle in his hands, asks how a child can kill his parents. He once again realizes that he is lying, and if he had enough reasons to kill his father, he would do it. The hero thinks that this is the first time he has truly talked to his parent, and still has not understood whether he can value his life more than Heavenly Demon's. The hero, looking at his father, asks how he can kill him. The man, looking intently at his son, declares that if he doubts, he should not say that he has a truly cruel heart. Heavenly Demon drinks from the bottle. The hero declares that in this case he must learn to drink strong wine. The guy takes a sip from the vessel. The cult leader looks at his son. Stars are visible above the pagoda. A sword lies next to the hero. The guy exhales heavily. He is very focused. Streams of white energy are visible in front of him. He thinks that after a few days of training he can calmly pour his energy into the wind, as well as maintain 3 to 4 lines. The hero looks at his hand. He did not expect that his father would teach him to discharge energy to explore the surrounding space. The guy thinks that this is equivalent to receiving an extra life, since he will now be able to first detect an enemy trying to attack him. Energy is spilling under the hero. Sitting in the lotus position, he thinks that if he continues to train and learns to release more than 10 energy lines at a time, then perhaps he will be able to neutralize any stealth techniques used by his enemies. The guy clenches his fist. Kneeling down, he reaches for the ball. The young man stands with a sword in his hands. He understands that even his father, who is more skilled than him, lost to Mu Ji because he infiltrated the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. The lights are on in the windows of the majestic building. The hero thinks that the Heavenly Demon Pavilion is a place that is protected by 3 forms, 6 trap-type formations and an elite squad of fighters. In addition, in 8 directions from it are the supreme demons whose subordinates are called to protect the Heavenly Demon. We see 2 groups of fighters. The young man thinks that in the north live the demonic swordsmen of the Northern Heaven Sword family, led by the One-Sword Supreme, and in the south are the demonic blades of the Southern Heavens Blade family, led by Blood Heaven's Blades Man. The fighter puts out his fist. It is reported that in the east are the Iron Fists of the Eastern Fist faction, led by the undefeated Fist Demon. The priest holds an object resembling a toilet plunger. The hero thinks that in the west are the demonic sorcerers from the Western Illusion formation led by the Soul-Stealing Demon. Above the heads of the fighters, a man is seen covering his face with his hand. According to the young man, in the northeast are faceless warriors who want to become the evil Smiling Demon. The smiling man raises his hand. The hero thinks that in the southeast are drunk swordsmen who constantly drink with demonic drunkard. We see a snake and 2 more strange characters. It is reported that in the southwest live poisonous fangs, who, together with the Poison King, study all sorts of poisons. And finally, in the northwest live crazy monks who are crazy about the demonic beliefs of Buddha, misleading the world. The hero closes his eyes. In his past life he thought that the enemy broke in from the outside, but it turned out to be untrue. Later it became clear to him that the outer defense was never broken through. But now the guy is sure that one of the 8 supreme demons let Mu Ji into the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, where the hero's father was. Muddy characters pop up in the guy's imagination. The guy thinks that there could have been several traitors. The hero, looking down, remembers that the traitor was never found. The young man purses his lips in contempt. He thinks that it doesn't matter to him now who the traitor is, since he treats all 8 supreme demons as traitors. Blood flows down the steps. The young man remembers that after his father's death, none of these apostates took revenge. Instead they simply closed the demonic cult. The guy's mouth is slightly open. He thinks that all of this is happening in the distant future, but he knows everything about the 8 supreme demons from what they did to what their last moments of life were like. The young man takes a step forward. He has a sword in his hand. The guy is very serious. He thinks that this time he will use the supreme demons to the maximum. The hero approaches the door. He freezes in place when he hears someone outside calling Leon a fat woman and asking if the heir to the cult leader is still training. A bald guy stands in front of the hero's bodyguard. He says that many days have passed and he can't wait any longer. The young man orders the girl to bring her master here. Leon looks at the guy indignantly and demands that he repeat his words. The hero leaves the training hall and asks Leon what is going on here. The girl turns around in fear. The young man tells his bodyguard, perplexed, that he allowed her to do her own thing while he trained, but instead she waited for him here all this time. The hero is approached by a cheeky guy who was looking for him. He asks why the hero suddenly started training, and has been doing this for several days in a row. The young man recognizes Yangpa, a student of Blood Heaven's Blades Man. He stands with his hands on his hips. The young man thinks that this impudent guy behaves like this only because of Heavenly Demon. The guy remembers his father and the cheering crowd. He thinks that after the head of the cult announced that any member of the organization can become the successor, the position of the Sons of Heavenly Demon ceased to be something special, and even began to kindle the ambitious desires of the cult members, who now want to defeat the Sons of Heavenly Demon in order to rise within the existing hierarchy. The hero asks Yangpa what he wants. The bald guy says that the heir to the head should stop fooling around, since he knows very well that Pyung-ho cannot practice martial arts after being beaten. The hero ironically asks if Yangpa wants the cult leader's son to work as a nurse for Pyung-ho. He says that this is a very serious matter and jokes are inappropriate here. We see the faces of the 2 interlocutors. The hero says that he is not able to talk to Yangpa seriously. He angrily says that the guy must take responsibility for crippling the man, and above all, apologize to him. The hero, looking at Yangpa, understands why he came here to demand forgiveness. The old man's hand is on the sword. The young man thinks that the best student of Blood Heaven's Blades Man has not yet been determined, so they are all trying to impress their mentor. Yangpa frowns at the hero. He thinks that this guy wants to beat an apology out of him in order to then declare to Blood Heaven's Blades Man that he defended his honor and dignity. The hero, smiling faintly, says that Blood Heaven's Blades man will not choose Yangpa as his best disciple after finding out that he is disgracing himself like a fool. The bald guy angrily yells that the hero is talking nonsense and that he is only here for Pyung-ho, who asks Yangpa to shut up. He frowns at the bald guy and says that he should apologize himself. Yangpa, surprised, asks what he should apologize for. Leon looks at the hero in surprise, who says that Yangpa should apologize for being rude to his subordinate. The bald fighter, putting his hands on his hips, asks again in amazement. Leon tells his master that she is fine and that she is fine with it. The fat girl looks at the hero in surprise. The young man approaches Yangpa, who states that he was rude to the girl, so he should kneel down and apologize. Smiling, the young man places his hand on the hilt of his sword. He asks if Yangpa will apologize or prefer to die. Without hearing an answer, he states that he understands everything and will fulfill the villain's last wish. The hero takes the sword out of its sheath. Yangpa looks at the boy in fear. Leon stands with his mouth slightly open. The bald fighter declares that the hero has truly gone mad. The boy raises his sword. He demands that he kneel down and apologize or fight him. The hero warns that Yangpa's mentor will be very unhappy if he decides to simply run away. Yangpa, frowning at the hero, asks why he goes so far. Trees are visible between the buildings. The hero says that he does not care why Yangpa and his comrades came here. He declares that the villain should apologize for insulting his subordinate. Leon is shocked. Not believing her eyes, she looks at the hero. The opponents stare at each other. Yangpa, smiling, asks the hero if he really wants to kill him because of this terrible pig. He replies that this girl really means a lot to him. Yangpa raises his sword. His comrades shout at him not to dare to engage in battle. Leon, to whom the hero hands over the scabbard, warns the boy that he is acting too recklessly. The opponents stand opposite each other. The hero's sword pierces Yangpa's head. The dead man's friends are shocked to the core. Leon covers his mouth with his hands. The young man, peeking out from behind his hand, declares that the cause of this man's death was his filthy mouth. The sword sticks out of Yangpa's head. The hero says that the scoundrel insulted his subordinate with his filthy tongue, and then the same tongue refused to apologize. Leon folds his arms over his chest. The hero pulls the sword out of his opponent's head. The corpse falls to the ground. Blood splashes around the young man. The comrades run up to the dead Yangpa. One of them, looking angrily at the hero, asks if he will be able to answer for his actions. The guy replies that with his dirty mouth the accomplice is similar to the scoundrel who just died. The young men look at the hero with fear. Looking at them menacingly, the young man demands that they convey his words exactly, and if they dare to change anything, then he will find them and punish them. The guys carry away the body of the dead Yangpa. Leon asks the hero why he did it. The young man looks at his bodyguard in surprise. She clarifies the question and asks why it was necessary to do it for her. The hero thinks that the girl suffered herself, but continues to worry about him. Looking at her, the hero says that he did not do it for Leon, but simply killed someone who deserved to die. She replies that Blood Heaven's Blades man will not leave it like that. The hero's eyes are sad. He remembers his father and the people behind him. The boy thinks that it is not surprising that Leon is so scared, because Blood Heaven's Blades man is a combat master of the demonic cult, who has serious influence, and he is not only an excellent warrior, but also leads an entire squad that even the heavenly demon cannot ignore. An old man armed with a sword rushes forward. The boy thinks that he crippled one of the man's students, and killed the second. The hero and Leon look at each other. The boy says that Blood Heaven's Blades man will not do anything, since it is not beneficial for him to interfere, and if he does, he will be criticized for poorly training his fighters. The girl asks if this will hurt the old man's pride. The boy replies that he has no pride. Leon seems to doubt the boy's words. He raises his hand. He puts it on the girl's shoulder and says that she cannot worry about him. Leon looks to the right of you. The hero walks away from her, thinking that he himself can get quite a lot after killing Yangpa. Before us is the eye of the young man. Stars shine above the houses. The hero thinks that he recently defeated Pyung-ho, and now he killed Yangpa, due to which he will attract the attention of the cult members. According to the young man, if points were awarded in the struggle for the inheritance, he would have received at least 1 point. The hero stops, hearing Leon thank him for what he did today. Smiling, the girl declares that she is very happy because her master took her side. She assures that she says this from the bottom of her heart. The hero silently looks at his bodyguard. Walking away from her, he declares that the girl should remember the favor shown to her for the rest of her days. Leon promises to do so. The young man's hair is tied with a red ribbon. Smiling faintly, he mentally asks the girl to continue smiling, since he wants her to always be cheerful. The moon is shining in the sky. The hero is sitting on a huge boulder in front of the house. He is wearing pajamas. The young man looks up. He thinks that he was crushed by defeat when he escaped after the collapse of the demonic cult, and the feeling of despair was so great that he could not live on if he had not set a goal for himself. The young man lowers his gaze. He understands that if he had not learned about the regression technique, then everything would have been completely different. Something makes the guy wary. He sees his reflection in front of him. The hero looks at the object next to his face in bewilderment. It shines brightly. Blood Heaven's Bladesman is standing behind the hero. Fear appears in the young man's eyes. The old man's eyes glow menacingly. The hero recognizes this man. A shiny blade is pressed to the guy's neck. The hero did not even imagine that the old man would appear here so soon. He is trying to understand if he can dodge the sword. Sweat is running down the hero's face. He thinks that he has gained a lot of knowledge in his past life, but now he has very little internal energy to dodge the blow. The young man looks forward. Then he looks to his right. The old man sits down next to him on the boulder. The hero looks at him silently. There is a strange semblance of a smile on Blood Heaven's Bladesman's face. The old man asks the boy why he did this. The hero replies that Yangpa was acting like a real idiot. Blood Heaven's Bladesman closes his eyes. The young man asks if the old man really came to fight Heavenly Demon's youngest son. He continues to squint. He raises his sword again. The blade is pressed to the young man's throat. Blood Heaven's Bladesman asks what will happen if he cuts off the boy's head and takes it to Heavenly Demon. The old man asks if the boy thinks this will upset his father. The hero glances at Blood Heaven's Bladesman and states that if he remembers the look of Heavenly Demon, he will hardly be able to cut off his son's head. The old man squints again. He removes the blade from the boy's throat. Blood Heaven's Bladesman draws his sword along the ground in front of the boulder. The hero looks at the rising cloud of dust in surprise. The boy asks in surprise what it is. There are two intersecting lines on the ground. Blood Heaven's Bladesman explains that this is a diagram of what Heavenly Demon takes care of. The old man states that a small section belongs to the hero, and the rest is his. The youth looks at the old man in confusion. He turns away from him. The boy points his finger at the crosshairs. Smiling, he states that he is Heavenly Demon's son after all, so he should be around 7, while Blood Heaven's Bladesman is unlikely to go past 3. The old man smiles. Standing over the boy, he offers to test his theory. He asks again how, in his opinion, the hero will act if Heavenly Demon receives his severed head. Closing his eyes, the hero states that he thinks Blood Heaven's Bladesman underestimates the love of a father for his son. The old man grips the sword tightly. His eyes emit a red glow. He states that this is why he offers to test everything in practice, since this is the only way to find out the exact answer. Smiling ironically, the hero says that there is no need to check anything, since Heavenly Demon has 2 sons, and Blood Heaven's Bladesman exists only in 1 copy. The old man bares his teeth again. He states that the boy is not at all as stupid as his deceased student. The hero's hand is on his knee. Standing in front of the old man, he states that if the boy were even a little bit like him, he would still be alive. The young man looks at the old man, who asks to listen to his words. Looking sternly down, Blood Heaven's Bladesman states that he has been haunted by misfortune all his life, and he very much hopes that he will see the hero as little as possible. Smiling, the young man states that he has remembered these words. The hero looks at the boulder. Then he looks up. The old man is seen next to the moon. The young man is standing next to the boulder. A bright flash is visible behind his head. The young man crumples his pajamas. 2 red spots stand out on his right side. The boy remembers the old man poking him in the side with the hilt of his sword when he asked why he killed his disciple. The hero thinks about it. Holding his right side, he thinks about how Blood Heaven's Bladesman looks like he can do whatever he wants, but in reality, he carefully thinks through every action. The boy remembers the old man's face, and how he repeated twice that he would take his head to his father. The boy realizes that the old man was seriously thinking about doing so. Leaves are falling near the pagoda. The boy thinks that the old man came here to see him in person. The boy assumes that he left a strong impression on Blood Heaven's Bladesman when he fought his disciple, and perhaps the old man was also interested in the unique request to hunt with his father after his victory. And when he killed Jiangpa, the old man felt the need to test him. The hero realizes that Blood Heaven's Bladesman has most likely come to test whether the second son can become the successor of Heavenly Demon. The young man realizes that most likely his first opponent will be Blood Heaven's Bladesman. The hero's eyes are closed. A white glow spreads around him. A bright stream is visible in the air. The young man opens his eyes and then looks up. He stands on the ridge of the roof. Trees are visible behind him. The hero notices something. His father is standing in front of him. The boy calls out to him. The man looks at his son. Turning to his offspring, Heavenly Demon asks if he really killed Blood Heaven's Bladesman's disciple. The hero remains silent. Opening his mouth, he declares that this boy deserved to die. Heavenly Demon declares that it does not matter at all who deserved to die. What matters is that because of this Blood Heaven's Bladesman came to him. The hero asks again in surprise. The young man hears that the old man asked to punish him. He asks if his father wants to tell him that Blood Heaven's Bladesman himself came to him to ask for punishment for killing his student. The man replies that everything happened exactly like that. Although it was quite unexpected, Heavenly Demon states that the old man is not one of those who often turns to him with any requests. The hero, whose eye we see, understands that Blood Heaven's Bladesman wants to test his relationship with his father in this way. He wonders if Heavenly Demon will punish him, And if so, how exactly? The man's gaze is calm as always. The hero thinks that the old man wants to know if his father considers his second son his successor. Heavenly Demon says that he is going to punish the guy. The hero stands on the ridge of the roof. Looking at his father, he says that he has no reason to do this. The man replies that a reason can always be created. The young man silently looks at Heavenly Demon. He reminds him that during the hunt his son asked him which of the supreme demons he trusted the most. The hero says that he remembers it. Father and son are sitting by the fire. The young man asks the question that was asked just above. Heavenly Demon is silent. The young man thinks that his father did not answer him then. The hero's gaze is thoughtful. The head of the cult tells him that he does not trust not only the supreme demons, but anyone at all. The boy looks at his parent in shock. He, without leaving a very dangerous place on the roof, reminds that the hero also mentioned during the hunt that iron discipline must be maintained within the cult. He suggests putting aside talk about exposing corrupt followers and honestly explaining his thesis. Heavenly Demon waits for an answer. His son sadly lowers his gaze. In front of us is the lower part of his face. Lowering his hands, the hero says that, in his opinion, they forgot about the demonic path at some point. Heavenly Demon, looking at his offspring in surprise, asks him to explain his thought. Light is burning in the windows of the multi-story pagoda. Heavenly Demon asks what meaning the young man puts into his words. The hero declares that for him the right path is the exclusive faith of their cult and the victory over absolute evil. Heavenly Demon asks again in amazement. The interlocutors stand opposite each other on the roof. The hero says that, in his opinion, they should not oppose the orthodox factions. The father asks whom his son sees as his opponents. He answers that absolute evil should be considered as such. Heavenly Demon is surprised. Warlike characters are visible behind the young man's head. He states that he means an evil so vicious, cruel and vile that a person cannot cope with, and from which even demons will turn away in disgust. The guy says that perhaps, guided by justice and the knightly code, the orthodox factions will be able to cope with small evil, but they are unlikely to be able to overcome absolute evil, since their ideology is based on forgiveness. Heavenly Demon is silent. The hero, standing on the roof, says with conviction that, guided by compassion, it is impossible to cope with evil that has rejected everything human. Closing his eyes, the young man declares that they are the only ones in all of Nurim who can cope with vile and vicious evil, becoming an even more vile and vicious force. The boy opens his mouth wide. He declares that the moment the great evil that no orthodox faction can cope with falls to its knees, they will understand the meaning of the demonic path. The boy raises his hand. His father looks at his son in amazement. He confidently declares that if they cannot follow the true path of the demon, their existence will be short-lived, so they must punish themselves in order to have a chance to survive. Heavenly Demon frowns down. The son looks at his father. The head of the cult is lost in thought. The hero thinks that his parent has hardly ever thought about such a thing, and it is unlikely that anyone has ever said anything like that to him. The hero walks, leaving footprints in the snow behind him. He thinks that in his past life, while in the cult, he was never able to comprehend what he just said, and came to these conclusions while wandering the world. Heavenly Demon asks if his offspring has any more daring thoughts. The boy looks at his father. He looks down. Turning away from Heavenly Demon, the boy says that this is all he wanted to say today. His father states that he seems to understand why Blood Heaven's Blades man asked to punish his son. The hero looks at the man in confusion. He states that it seems the old man saw something special in the boy, and wanted to use the head of the cult to test the boy. The hero states that most likely Blood Heaven's Blades man was trying to see if Heavenly Demon's second son had a chance to become the successor. From his extremely dangerous perch on the roof, the man assumes that Blood Heaven's Blades man thought the hero was a danger to the cult. The young man admits that the old man is very wise and smart anyway. Heavenly Demon looks at his son silently. He demands that he follow him. The boy asks in amazement where they are going so late. In front of us is a stone on which the name Minor Heaven Cave is carved. Father and son are standing at the gate. The young man thinks that Heavenly Demon's disciples or children are tested here, wishing to become his successors. The gate is closed. The hero thinks that it is easy to enter there. However, inside the candidate will face many trials, and if he fails them, he may be stuck forever. According to his estimates, the probability of success is 50%, since half of Heavenly Demon's blood relatives who entered this cave never came out. The boy remembers his older brother. He thinks that Minor Heaven Cave is so dangerous that even his vain relative never once mentioned that he wants to go there. The boy looks thoughtfully at the door. He understands perfectly well that in order to become a Heavenly Demon, he will have to pass this test. Raising his hand, the boy asks his father if he really wants him to go in there. Heavenly Demon replies that he himself went through Minor Heaven Cave when he was about the hero's age. The boy asks how long it took his father to come out of there. He replies that it took 2 months. The hero is amazed. He thinks that his father is considered the most talented Heavenly Demon of all time, but even so, it took him 2 months to pass Minor Heaven Cave. The man states that on average, it takes 3 years to pass this test. The gate is still closed. The hero asks if his father really wants him to enter such a place without preparation. Heavenly Demon reminds him that he is going to punish his offspring. The young man looks down. Beads of sweat are running down his cheeks. The boy is trying to understand if his father is sending him to this cave only because Blood Heaven's Blades man asked him to punish his son. Heavenly Demon looks at the hero with a testing gaze. The boy understands that perhaps his father hopes that he will become stronger inside the Minor Heaven cave. In front of us is the lower part of the boy's face. He smiles faintly. Looking at his father, the hero promises to cope with this test faster than his father did it in his time. Heavenly Demon, smiling, asks his son not to die inside there. The hero moves forward. He passes short glowing pillars. The boy looks around, trying to understand what is wrong with this place, and why so many people perished here. The hero sees a black passage not far from him. The boy moves forward. He pays attention to the black pedestal. There are inscriptions on it. The hero learns that he must destroy all enemies without using aura and the enhanced aura of the sword, and if he does not meet the allotted time, the next attempt can be repeated in 10 days. It is reported that if the applicant is ready, he can stand in the red circle. The young man is very confused by the time period after which he can make the next attempt. The guy notices something in front of him. These are jugs filled with grain. The hero understands that for all 10 days, if he stays here, he will have to eat this food. He goes into the red circle, realizing that there is no point in waiting for anything. The hero looks to the right of himself. He is surrounded by many mannequins. The young man notices red lines on them. The targets are in orderly rows. The guy understands that he needs to get into the area highlighted in red. The hero looks thoughtful. He begins to chop up the mannequins. The guy looks down. He swings his weapon tirelessly, destroying countless targets. The dummies fly apart. The young man, looking to his right, realizes that everything is much simpler than he thought. To his surprise, new dummies crawl out from under the floor. Grinding his teeth from the tension, the hero rushes towards the target, realizing that he must not let it hide below again. The guy successfully hits the target. New figures crawl out next to him. The hero jumps. He chops up several more dummies. A white mark from sudden breaking is visible on the floor. The guy grinds his teeth, hoping that he has just destroyed the last target. The floor beneath his feet flies apart. Another head is visible. Black lines are noticeable around it. The hero manages to chop off the head. Breathing heavily, the guy looks at the many destroyed targets. He understands that if he relaxed even for a second, he would have to spend another 10 days here, and that if it were not for the skills acquired in his past life, he would never have passed the first test. The hero sees an open door in front of him. He approaches it. The guy pays attention to the stone slab next to the door. The young man reads the inscriptions. Someone says that he passed the test on the 9th try, someone needed 16 attempts, and someone even 37. One of the subjects complains that he is not succeeding and expresses concern that he will die here. The hero sees 2 more inscriptions. The author of one of them says that he wanted to go back, but there is no way back here. The second candidate writes that he passed the test on the 6th try and this is probably the best result. The hero understands that these are the records of his ancestors. Looking at the stone slab, the young man recognizes a familiar handwriting. Its owner calls everyone idiots. The hero understands that this inscription was left by his father, and that it is very similar to him. The guy, smiling, touches his ear. He understands that Heavenly Demon insulted his ancestors. The young man notices something in front of him. On the walls of the room there is an incredible amount of various weapons. The hero looks at it thoughtfully. He sees swords of different shapes. The young man is immersed in thought. He glances at the swords again, realizing that, judging by the variety of weapons presented here, he will have to pass the test using them. The hero stands in front of a stone slab, which says that in this room you need to cut the stone with one blow using the weapon hanging on the wall. While you can use the aura or enhanced aura of the sword, it is reported that if the applicant does not make it in the allotted time, then you can try again in 20 days. And to start the test you need to enter the red circle. The hero enters the specified area. In front of him on the pedestal is a ball. The boy looks at him silently. The stone sphere emits a slight glow. The boy thinks that this is quite a long time for this task, and if he uses the sword's enhanced aura, the ball can be cut into at least 100 pieces. Then the hero realizes that there is definitely some kind of catch here. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, the hero looks at the stone sphere. He takes the sword in his hands. The boy strikes. He looks at the broken weapon in surprise, thinking that he guessed that this would not be the easiest task. Armed with a new sword, the boy thinks that he needs to use the enhanced aura. He raises the weapon to strike. The boy's eyes widen in amazement. He seems to freeze. The tip of his sword trembles. The boy decides not to strike, realizing that it would be too easy. The boy is lost in thought, trying to understand what others did in his place. He reads the inscriptions. Someone writes that he managed to cut the ball with the sword's enhanced aura. The second author reports that he tried to cut the sphere without the enhanced aura 89 times, but in the end he had to use it. The third writes that he cut the ball without using the aura. The fourth complains that he does not understand what to do, since he cannot use the enhanced aura. The young man tries to find the entry left by his father on the stone slab. He finds it. Heavenly Demon reports that all the previous authors are talking complete nonsense, and if you heat up the ball, it will be impossible to cut it. The hero looks at the stone slab in bewilderment. He thinks that his father would have simply cursed all his predecessors, as he did in the first room. The young man is deep in thought, recalling the conditions of the task. He understands that it was said that the aura or enhanced aura can be used, but it was not said that it is necessary to do so. The hero comes to the conclusion that this test can only be passed if you do not use the enhanced aura. Sweat runs down the young man's cheeks. He thinks that, taking into account the warning from Heavenly Demon, then enhancing the aura is absolutely impossible, because in this case heat is released. The hero hits the ball. He does the same thing using a short axe. Then a hammer appears in his hands. The young man breathes heavily. He realizes that he did not even scratch the sphere, and does not understand how it can be cut at all without using the aura. The guy begins to panic. He realizes that time is almost up, and decides to return to using the aura. The hero grinds his teeth in anger. Putting his hands on his side, he throws his head back. He remembers his father's appearance, and also the fact that the man passed this room without using an improved aura. An idea comes to the guy's head. A bluish glow appears around him. A stream of white energy approaches the ball. It envelopes the sphere. The young man notices something. He sees a barely noticeable white line on the sphere. The guy raises the sword over his head. The hero is sure that he did not imagine it, and the ball is really encircled by a perfectly even line. The young man closes his eyes. A trace of the blow is visible in the air. The ball splits into 2 equal parts. The hero joyfully shouts that he succeeded. He notices a tiny ball inside a large sphere. The guy is amazed. He understands that in front of him is the demonic essence pill. The hero holds the purple demonic essence pill in his hands. He knows that with its help, an adept of the demonic path can significantly increase his strength. The hero looks at the tiny ball. He realizes that if he had cut the stone sphere with a sword, the pill would have evaporated from the heat, and apparently this is a reward for those who did not use the enhanced aura in the test. The young man smiles. He swallows the ball and thanks his father, who gave him very useful advice. The hero sits on the floor, surrounded by a purple glow. His eyes are closed. The glow intensifies. Dark streams curl around the young man. The boy opens his eyes and exhales with relief. He kneels down. The hero clenches his fist. The boy smiles, thinking that the energy filling his body has become much more powerful than before. He experiences a strange feeling, since before, what he lacked most was inner strength. The young man reads the conditions of the next task. It is reported that he must separate life and death, and in case of failure, the next attempt will be given in 5 days. As always, he is offered to stand in the red circle to begin the test. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin, trying to understand what is required of him at all. A rectangular pedestal appears in front of him. The boy looks at it carefully. In front of him are various plants. Having looked closely, the young man understands that these are healing and poisonous herbs. He smiles. The hero remembers the toothless old man. He thinks that he has traveled almost all over the world to get the necessary ingredients for GWI Raongja, and knows very well what poisonous and medicinal plants look like, as well as how they affect a person. The hero collects seaweed. He thinks that he has to pass a fairly simple test. The guy raises his hand. He takes one of the plants, thinking that it is the only one here that is not poisonous. The hero stands in front of a rectangular pedestal. There is surprise on his face. He looks at the plant, thinking that the organizers of the test decided, apparently, to exclude the element of chance, so they offer the participants to pass this peculiar test again. The young man understands that a person unfamiliar with medicinal herbs will have to try all these plants to give the correct answer. The hero looks at the root. The slab goes into the floor. The young man looks at the place where it just was and understands that it no longer rises, which means that the test is over. The guy looks to his left. In front of him is a stone slab with inscriptions. Smiling, the hero reads short messages. Someone complains that at this rate he himself will soon become a source of poison. The second author calls the organizers of this test idiots, since they do not take into account that all participants constantly deal with poisonous plants. The last author complains that he has gone bald, since he made too many mistakes. The hero walks along the corridor. He thinks about the note left by his father, in which he advised not to rely on luck. The young man thinks that Heavenly Demon most likely tried these herbs and remembered how they affect him. The young man is very glad that his father was able to keep his wonderful hair after this nightmare. The hero sees the rules of the last test. It is reported that he must survive, going through the illusion of life and death, and that dying in the illusion, the test subject will die in reality. He realizes that if he fails, he will die. The hero reads the inscriptions on the stone slab. The first author writes that it was a tough fight, and as soon as he becomes a heavenly demon, he will strangle the one who came up with this test with his own hands. The second confirms that it was terribly difficult. The third promises to never enter this illusion again. The hero finds a note left by his father. It demands that he not stop. The guy enters the red circle. He understands that his father left him a hint on how to pass this test, but these words also sound like parting words for his entire future life. The young man looks down thoughtfully. The wall next to him blurs. Some sounds reach the guy's ears. He finds himself in the middle of the desert. The guy sees a lizard. He touches the sand, realizing that everything here seems incredibly real. Sand falls through the hero's fingers. The young man understands that he is dealing with the illusory life and death trap formation, and cannot believe that it can create such high-quality illusions. The hero looks to his left. He is surrounded by monsters on all sides. The zombies are looking at the guy. One of them has an axe in his hand. The young man realizes that it is a mirage, but he experiences real feelings. He calmly stands in place in front of the monsters. We see the lower part of the young man's face. He even feels the thirst for blood that comes from these monsters. A smile appears on the guy's face. He thinks that he has a great chance. The hero takes out his sword. He calmly stands in front of the zombies. They rush at him. The monsters are approaching the young man from all sides. We see the hero's eyes. The sword flies right above his head. The young man thrusts his weapon into the chin of one of the zombies. The monsters are trying to hit the guy. He flies above them. The hero jumps far back and breaks with his feet, leaving a white trail. Streams of energy are visible around the young man. With a powerful blow, he cuts through several enemies at once, thinking that they are not people, so he can destroy them without any doubts. The glow around the boy grows stronger. He thinks that thanks to the demonic essence pill he can easily use his spiritual power. Blades are pointed at the hero from the left and from the right. The boy frowns at his enemies. He is surrounded on all sides. The boy seems very focused. Zombies fly up to attack him from above. The boy's lips are pursed. He exhales sharply. A huge number of blades are pointed at him. A white mark from the blow is visible in the air. Electric discharges sparkle next to the monsters. The zombies look at the boy with completely crazy eyes. The boy sees many terrible faces in front of him. The hero cuts the enemies into pieces. Blood splashes in all directions. The monsters fall to the ground next to the hero. The boy holds a sword in his hand. He looks to the right of himself. A cloud of dust is visible behind him. The hero stands in place with a sword in his hand. He even regrets that the test seems to be over. The boy notices something. A smile appears on his face. He sees a new army of zombies in front of him and understands that before this there was only a warm-up. It seems to him that the energy emanating from this squad is much more powerful than what was before. The hero cuts off the head of one of the zombies. He notices something. An arrow flies past his head. The young man smiles. He bows his head again, letting the blow pass him by. The guy realizes that the enemies are getting stronger. Gritting his teeth from the tension, he remembers his father's advice not to stop and realizes what these words meant. The hero kills 2 zombies, thinking that this is his first real battle after the regression. The young man destroys many enemies. He realizes that he fights without stopping, because hesitation will cost him his life. The hero understands that his consciousness is slowly coming to order and becoming one with his current body. Many shells fly at the hero. Rapidly spinning his weapon, the guy repels them all. The hero frowns at the enemies. He strikes the zombie in the left side, realizing that he must act even faster. The hero kills several more monsters, urging himself to fight with even greater strength. The sword plunges into the chest of one of the enemies. A large zombie stands in front of the guy. The young man cuts its head in half. The enemy falls to his knees. The hero holds the sword in his hand. He thrusts it into the ground. Sweat pours down the guy's face. He tries to understand if this test is over. The hero approaches a stone slab and sees an inscription on it, which contains congratulations on successfully passing the test, and also expresses hope that the power received will be used to develop and revive the heavenly demon cult. The hero thinks he understands that the test is over, but his father spent 2 months to complete Minor Heaven Cave, while he himself needed only a day. The boy looks into space, thinking that if what he did becomes known, the cult will raise a serious fuss, and the result will not be admiration, but mistrust. We see the lower part of the boy's face. The boy is tormented by doubts. He looks at the gate of the cave and decides not to go out, but to train in this place, practicing everything he learned and remembered. White clouds float above the pagoda. Heavenly Demon, sitting on the throne, tells his son that he spent 100 days. The hero, standing on the red carpet, says that he tried his best, but could not surpass the result of his father. Without getting up from his seat, the man asks if the boy cut the sphere correctly. He replies that, given the hint left by his father, he could not fail, but the last test was very difficult. Heavenly Demon looks at his son. A semblance of a smile appears on his face. The boy does not believe what he sees. His father is serious again. The hero realizes that he could have just imagined the smile. Heavenly Demon states that if his son passed Minor Heaven Cave in such a short time, it means that he is not stupid. The hero replies that it is natural, since he is the son of Heavenly Demon. Closing his eyes, the man sighs. The hero silently looks at him. He thinks that before he thought that his father was having fun watching his children fight for the place of the air, risking their lives. Heavenly Demon stands with his hands behind his back. Now the hero realizes that his father is ready to put up with even the death of his children if it will benefit the cult. But he is at least not one of those people who are amused by such things. The young man looks a little surprised at the man who says that conquering Minor Heaven Cave in just 100 days is an amazing result. The man in a robe with very wide sleeves calmly looks at the young man. The guy thinks that in front of him is the only person inside the cult who can advise his father and has his trust. We see the face of this man. It is reported that this is the senior advisor Sima Myung. The guy folds his hands in front of his face and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Sima Myung silently looks at the guy. Going down the stairs, he says that it is very good that the hero returned, since he just wanted to discuss the issue related to the cult. The guy asks in surprise why it is necessary to discuss this with him. The father and son look at each other. The young man understands that if the advisor wants to talk to him about this, then he receives such an order from his father. Folding his hands in front of him, Sima Myung states that they recently received an anonymous letter claiming that corruption is spreading in the demon army. The young man looks at the man in surprise. He looks down thoughtfully. The majestic buildings are illuminated by the sun. The hero thinks that the demon army is one of the military units of the cult, and is led by his brother Blood Heaven's Blades man. The young man tries to understand if this means that he will have to face this old man again. Sima Myung states that a similar message came last year and an investigation was conducted, but it did not yield any results. In addition, the investigator was killed. The hero asks who the killer was. The magnificent black columns in the room attract attention. Sima Myung replies that it was done by a demon warrior, who immediately committed suicide. The young man is silent. Sima Myung, looking at him, expresses hope that he will investigate the message received. The guy is deep in thought. He understands that corruption in the cult is punishable by death, so the culprit will try his best to cover his tracks, and the one who conducts the investigation will not be looked at as the son of Heavenly Demon. The hero, looking at Sima Myung, says that this is a very dangerous task. He says that this is really so, and the person who takes it on will have to put his life on the line. The young man looks at his father. He sits on the throne with an impassive look. The hero understands that this is another test that his father has arranged for him. The man reminds his son that he himself said that he wants to restore order within the cult. The guy replies that he meant the times when he himself becomes Heavenly Demon. The father asks his son if he is afraid. Rubbing his neck thoughtfully, the young man replies that if his father accuses him of cowardice, then he cannot refuse. Touching his temple, the hero says that he will take on this case. Father and son look at each other. The hero closes his eyes. He does not understand what his parents' plan is, but if he orders him to do this, then all that remains is to show what he is capable of. Raising his right hand, the young man says that perhaps they are seeing each other for the last time, and invites his father to drink with him. Heavenly Demon turns away from his son. The hero and Sima Myung look at the head of the cult in bewilderment. The guy says that from the outside the man seems very stern, but he still worries about him. Sima Myung skeptically says that everything looks completely different. In front of us is a one-story building. A young man with books in his hand says that he is pleased to meet you and introduces himself as Special Investigator Seo Dae Ryong from the Nirvana Pavilion. The young man looks at the man with his arms folded across his chest. He states that he asked Sima Myung to send him the prettiest girl. Dae Ryong states that it seems that the advisor considered him to be the most beautiful woman. The hero is irritated. He closes his eyes and suggests that his assistant get to work. Dae Ryong asks the hero, who is walking away from him, if he is really going to leave right now. The young man looks sad. The sun is peeking under the wooden roof of the pavilion. The hero asks what Dae Ryong thinks about the leader of the demon army. Dae Ryong replies that this man's name is Gu Cheon-yang and he is Gu Cheon-pa's younger brother. The guy says that the man took up his position 8 years ago and carried out dangerous missions, as a result of which the demon army was recognized in all corners of the empire. The hero looks thoughtfully into the distance. Without looking at his companion, he states that Cheon-yang did a good job. The guy agrees with this thesis. The hero climbs the stairs. He looks back at Dae Ryong, who asks what's going on. The hero says that the guy doesn't seem to be eager to take on the case. He replies that he wants to investigate. Putting his left hand out to the side, the hero asks why his companion doesn't sound interested. He replies that nothing will change even if the culprit is caught. The boy looks at Dae Ryong in bewilderment. He has a mournful expression on his face, and the hero understands that he is hinting at the need to change something at the level of the cult's leadership. The hero closes his eyes. Continuing to walk forward, he asks if Dae Ryong is afraid, and he replies that he is not. Lowering his head, the hero asks if his companion is really not afraid of anything despite the fact that the previous investigator was killed. Dae Ryong replies that the man was his immediate superior. The hero's eyes fill with amazement. He turns to the boy, who sadly says that his mentor taught him everything he knows now. The hero looks at Dae Ryong in silence. He looks very sad. In front of the demonic dragon council building, there are two fighters. One of them asks where the hero and his companion are heading. Dae Ryong, with his hand outstretched, introduces himself as an investigator for especially important cases and states that he has business with the head of the demon army. The hero, looking at his companion, thinks that he is very patient. The bearded fighter defiantly states that he does not see anything special in the guy. His bald comrade says that the investigator cannot pass without permission from above. Dae Ryong takes a piece of paper out of his book. He shows it to the guards and says that this is an order. He is asked to wait here until the arrival of visitors is reported to the top. Dae Ryong, looking at the two huge fighters, says that there is no need to inform anyone, and they themselves will pass. The bearded man states that, as he warned, no one will enter without permission from above. Dae Ryong asks if he really plans to detain a major investigator here with a warrant. The bald fighter, with a displeased face, asks what kind of nonsense this is and states that everyone here follows the established local rules. Dae Ryong asks again with displeasure. The bearded fighter calls him a weakling who has nothing to his name except his position, and confirms that the guy will have to wait here. Dae Ryong looks at the guards helplessly. The hero states that he has only one question. Looking at the guards, he asks if those in front of them know. One of the fighters states that they can guess. The hero silently looks at the fighters. Then he states that he highly doubts that they know who they are dealing with. He takes a step forward. The guards receive powerful blows. The hero asks why the bastards, if they know who is in front of them, continue to behave so insolently. The bearded man foams at the mouth. Dae Ryong looks at the fighters bent in half in surprise. The hero looks back at him and asks why the guy is not walking ahead as he should. He says in fear that he will overtake the young man right now. The hero and his companion see many unpleasant individuals in front of them. Dae Ryong shows them a paper and shouts that the actions of these people are interfering with the official investigation. He threatens to send them all to rot in prison. The fighters standing in the back rows smirk, hearing these words. A bald man comes forward. He asks what kind of scumbags broke into the council building and are committing real tyranny here. The young man declares that he is the investigator for especially important cases CO Dae Ryong, and demands that the interlocutor identify himself. The man states that he is the captain of the first corps of Go Dang's demon army and asks if the puny son of a bitch is satisfied with this answer. Dae Ryong looks down sadly. He thinks that out of everyone here, Go Dang has the highest rank and is said to have the worst character in the demon army. The captain steps forward and asks why Dae Ryong is silent. Dae Ryong demands that the man watch his words and says that he came here on official orders from the Nirvana Pavilion. Go Dang leans over to the much smaller guy and asks what he will do if he does not watch his words. Dae Ryong states that in that case, everyone here will be arrested for disrespecting the investigator and obstructing the investigation. Go Dang, pursing his lips, asks ironically. Looking down on Dae Ryong, the man giggles. The hero frowns at him. Go Dang, grinning mockingly, declares that he is very afraid of the investigator, and suggests that he try to arrest everyone who is here. Dae Ryong is silent. The hero, standing behind his companion, declares that they have not seen Captain Go Dang for a long time. Stretching out his right hand, the young man says that the last time they saw each other, it seems, was during the reception hosted by Heavenly Demon. Go Dang mumbles something in bewilderment. The young man shakes the man's hand. He grinds his teeth in pain. The hero, resolutely looking at Go Dang, says that he must meet with the head of the demon army as soon as possible, so the man must immediately let them through. He warns that in case of refusal, Go Dang will never be able to use his hand again. The captain looks at the young man with wide eyes. He says that some people are mistaken, thinking that if they have noble blood, then the sword cannot fly into their stomach. The hero asks if Go Dang is sure that he can hold the sword. He suggests checking what will fall out first, the sword from the hand or the intestines from the belly. The hero thanks the assembled people for letting him through together with the investigator. He passes by the fighters and promises to buy them something to drink next time. Dae Ryong, who is following the hero up the stairs, asks how he knows the captain. He replies that he sees this blur for the first time. The young man asks in bewilderment how the guy managed to make this man let them through. The hero says that during the handshake he broke his right hand, so Go Dang will have to use only his left for some time. Voices are heard from the pagoda. Dae Ryong does not believe what his companion said. He suggests stopping the noise and just moving forward. Dae Ryong, looking back at the hero, says that they need to go up to the 7th floor. The man in armor blocks the visitor's path, stating that they cannot enter without an appointment. The hero wearily states that he is starting to get tired of all this. He resolutely steps forward and demands that they get out of the way, giving them the opportunity to conduct an official investigation. The fighter in armor states that he cannot let the hero and his companion through. The guy shows him the order. A piece of paper is visible in front of his face. The hero says that by not letting him through, the fighter is not letting the head of the cult through either. Fear appears on the fighter's face. Resolutely looking at him, the hero asks if the guard can really ignore this paper and whether he is disputing the authority of the one who signed it. Beads of sweat run down the fighter's cheeks. He hears the order to let those who have come through. The guards look around in surprise. The gray-haired old man greets the second son of Heavenly Demon. Smiling, he says that it seems that his guys were very rude to the guy, after which he asks to understand and forgive these uncouth men. The hero, looking at the old man, understands that in front of him is the leader of the demon army, Gu Qionyang. The old man's eyes are shining. The young man feels a huge and unknown to him power in him. He realizes that it is very difficult for his companion to resist such pressure. Dae Ryong is shaking all over. The hero silently looks at the old man. Standing in front of his sitting interlocutor, he says that he did nothing, and simply watched as these men ran into trouble, although he could have taught them something right and good long ago. Qionyang, smiling, says that courage is inversely proportional to education. The hero says that this idea has long been outdated, and now knowledge only makes people braver, and someone who is well versed in military strategy is better informed on how to act in various situations. Qionyang admits that he may be behind the youth in understanding modern trends. Qionyang, without getting up from his seat, asks why the young master decided to take responsibility for this investigation upon himself. The latter replies that it is, in all likelihood, a punishment that Heavenly Demon has given him. Qionyang asks again in surprise. The hero states that he made a mistake during the hunt. The old man's mouth opens wide. The young man looks at his interlocutor, thinking that he must have almost lost his mind when he tried to understand why the son of the head of the cult was appointed to lead this investigation. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Qionyang asks why the Nirvana Pavilion took up the investigation at all. He assumes that they once again received an anonymous letter. Dae Ryong tries to say that this information is confidential, but the hero interrupts him and confirms that the anonymous letter is indeed the reason. Dae Ryong looks at the boy in fear. The old man has hieroglyphs visible behind him, and he states that this is to be expected, since given the ignorant people he leads, it is immediately obvious that his unit is often the target of slander, and the old man states that he is already tired of all of this. Closing his eyes, the hero says that he will try to complete the investigation as soon as possible in this case, and the young man apologizes for the inconvenience, and hopes for understanding. Qionyang leans forward and states that there is no inconvenience, since their relationship is good enough to not even mention it. The hero, looking at the old man, states that everyone knows very well that Blood Heaven's Blades man openly supports his brother, the first son of the cult leader. Qionyang, placing his hand on his chest, swears that he will always support the hero. Smiling, the young man states that the old man has given him hope, and asks him to take care of himself and Dae Ryong over the next few days. Qionyang, raising his right hand, says that they will now be taken to a room where the guests can have a good rest. The hero says that they will then take their leave. The old man asks to wait a little. The hero visibly tenses up when he hears that Qionyang is very worried about him. The guy turns to the old man sitting in his chair. He asks if he is hinting at the investigator for especially important cases who came here before them. Qionyang, smiling happily, answers that he means exactly this person. He states that, at the same time, he doubts that the head of the cult could really send his son to death. Raising his hand, the old man asks the young man not to worry. He answers that he will try. The hero says for the second time that he is ready to take his leave. Qionyang sits in his chair behind the guy. Pressing his lips together, he looks at the young man's back. Beads of sweat are running down Dae Ryong's cheeks. The hero smiles, mentally addressing Qionyang. He states that Heavenly Demon most likely sent him here so that one of them would die. The leader of the cult examines the sword. He hears that it will be very difficult to figure out what happened. Sima Myung tells him that he should have been investigating instead of the hero. Heavenly Demon states that his son himself said that the cult has lost the path of the demon. In front of us is Sima Myung's eye. The old man asks in amazement if his master really sent his son to risk his life just because of some words. He thinks to himself that the guy is very brave if he could say such a thing to his father. The tip of the sword shines dully. Heavenly Demon raises his hand. He runs it along the blade and states that big words should be backed up by actions. Sima Myung looks at his master in amazement. The crow hangs upside down. The demon warriors, gathered in large numbers, look at her. Someone asks what she is doing here, and the question is also heard, why is it a crow? The fighters talk to each other anxiously. One of them curses the bastards from the Nirvana Pavilion. The second says, our investigators really allowed everything in this world. The hero frowns at these people. He thinks that those who stopped him and Dae Ryong at the entrance are complaining the most. One of the guys stands, raising his hand. He declares that all this is already a huge exaggeration. The young man, next to whom Dae Ryong is standing, pays attention to someone else. A huge fighter with a scar all over his face looks at the guy with displeasure. The hero asks the man who he is. He, opening his mouth wide, shouts that he is the commander of the 3rd Corps of the Demon Army, and his name is Jang Ho. Dae Ryong mentally conveys to the hero that Jang Ho is known as the best martial artist among the commanders, but his character is not at all simple. The hero asks the fighter what he is unhappy with. Jang Ho points to a dead crow and asks why it was necessary to hang this abomination where people walk. The hero calmly states that one of the members of the demonic army threw this bird on his bed, so he thought that this was normal here. Jang Ho calmly says that instead of doing something so unpleasant, They could have simply punished the person who threw the crow on the bed. The hero and Jang Ho look at each other. The guy says that in this case he will start with the commander of the Third Corps. He asks again in surprise. The young man clarifies that they are talking about the investigation. Jang Ho asks in bewilderment why they suddenly decided to start with him. The hero turns to Dae Ryong, who is standing next to him, and demands that he be given all the records concerning Commander Jang Ho. Smiling, the boy states that he is interested in the papers related to finances and all of this man's combat missions. The soldier, angrily clenching his fists, shouts that the hero has no right to do such things to him. The young man looks resolutely at the commander. Jang Ho responds with an angry look. The hero states that he has the right to do anything. The big guy stamps his foot, raising a cloud of dust. The hero calmly states that Jang Ho can think whatever he wants, but he should not forget that he can be accused of treason if he tries to obstruct the investigation. The commander's subordinates try to calm him down. The hero, looking at Jang Ho, states that he will begin his investigation with him. Gritting his teeth in anger, Jang Ho states that he really wants to see how all this ends. Clouds float above the high pagoda. Jang Ho sits in front of the hero and Dae Ryong. The young man looks at the commander of the Third Corps. He answers with a frown. The hero asks how much longer Jang Ho is going to test his patience. He asks again, puzzled. The young man states that, as far as he understood, it was Jang Ho who sent the anonymous letter. Dae Ryong looks at his partner in shock, trying to understand if he is bluffing. The hero calmly looks at Jang Ho. He gloomily asks what exactly the young man means. The hero looks at his interlocutor carefully. He lowers his eyes slightly. We see his folded hands. Jang Ho asks how the hero understood this. The guy, sitting in front of the person being interrogated, says that he interfered in the incident that happened yesterday, although he absolutely should not have done this, and this can be explained by the fact that he wanted to avoid suspicion from the commander of the demonic army. Jang Ho admits that this is true. The guy states that, in addition, this commander's squad is the most disciplined, and only its members did not laugh or swear when the young man hung a dead crow under the roof. Jang Ho looks at the guy in surprise. He states that he also noticed that this man's subordinates tried to stop him when he got too angry in a conversation. The young man states that, in his opinion, a person like Jang Ho would have a very hard time watching the corruption inside the organization he is a part of. The squad leader lowers his gaze. The hero, looking at him, thinks that he guessed for a completely different reason. The boy thinks that when Dae Ryong told him that Jang Ho is known as the best martial artist and has a difficult character, he remembered an incident from his previous life, when the strongest commander of the Demon Army Corps died in an incident. A green fighter lies on the ground. The boy remembers that this man was probably killed by someone, since he sent an anonymous letter in which he reported problems within the Demon Army. Jang Ho admits that he wrote this letter, but he did not know whether anyone would react to it, so he did not provide any exact details in it, and even more so, he did not think that the second son of the head of the cult would come to investigate this case. The boy calmly asks Jang Ho what exactly he thought when he found out who was sent to investigate. He states that, to be honest, it seemed to him that the boy, to put it mildly, would fail. The hero, smiling, asks Dae Ryong if it is really popular among young people these days to say everything straight to the point. The investigator for especially important cases reminds the guy that he is the youngest of everyone present. The hero states that his partner seems to be right. Looking at Jang Ho, the hero asks what is happening inside the demonic army. He silently looks at the guy. In front of us is the room in which the interrogation is taking place. Jang Ho answers that the army commander uses his troops for personal purposes. He takes money for performing contract killings and forces subordinates to do this work. The hero asks again in amazement. He suspected that the leadership of the demonic army takes money for promoting the interests of one or more martial arts schools. But what he has just learned goes far beyond this. The hero thinks that a serious problem would already be the fact that the demonic army disposes of fighters at its own discretion, and now it turns out that it makes them bring it financial profit. Dae Ryong is amazed and asks how this is even possible. The hero calmly states that, most likely, the army leadership manipulates the number of fighters, and most of the workload falls on the First Corps. Jang Ho is amazed and asks how the hero could have found out about this. The guy remembers the behavior of the fighters of the First Corps. He says that the members of this unit were the first to try to stop him and Dae Ryong, and besides, they swore the most when they saw the dead crow. Jang Ho looks at the hero sadly, who asks how the commander of the Third Corps realized that his colleagues from the First Corps were doing dark deeds. The man lowers his gaze. Folding his hands in front of him, he states that the fighter who committed suicide after killing the previous investigator was his friend, and it was he who sent the first anonymous letter. The hero asks how close friends that man and Jang Ho were. The commander of the Third Corps clenches his teeth. Looking down, he says that he joined the demonic army precisely because of this man, and he was like a member of his family. The hero asks who, in Jang Ho's opinion, is to blame for the death of this man. The commander of the Third Corps says that, as it seems to him, Cheon-yang gave the order, and the head of the First Corps, Go Dang, carried it out. The boy thinks that if Jang Ho is telling the truth, then this is an outrageous case of corruption involving the leader of the demon army and the entire First Corps, and besides, we must not forget about the murder of the investigator. The boy thinks back to his father and Simamyung. He tries to understand if Heavenly Demon knew about everything from the beginning. Then he begins to suspect that his father guessed what was going on here, and that is why he sent him. The hero looks sadly ahead. He understands that Heavenly Demon wants to test whether his son will be able to resolve the incident, despite the fact that he will be opposed by the commander of the demon army. The hero states that Jang Ho had a very good friend. The commander of the First Corps, looking down sadly, says that he really was a wonderful person, and if he himself was like his deceased comrade, he would have done something when he was killed. The hero and Dae Ryong look down sadly. The boy thanks the commander Jang Ho for being very brave and telling everything. The man looks at the hero in shock. Tears appear in his eyes. Jang Ho is sobbing. Dae Ryong seems ready to cry too. The hero thinks that looking at these people, he realizes that the demonic cult still has hope. Jang Ho is shedding tears. Dae Ryong clearly sympathizes with this man. The young man thinks that in the heavenly demon cult that he wants to build, such people should be given the most important role. The young man looks at the sobbing fighter. He thinks that in his past life, Jang Ho died, but now he is still alive. The hero's hand is lying on the armrest. Looking down mournfully, the guy thinks that saving those who should not die is the purpose of his return to the past. The hero looks back at his companion in surprise, who declares that the guy is not at all like the rumors describe him. Dae Ryong walks next to the heir of the head of the cult. The hero asks what rumors are circulating about him. The investigator, looking down, states that, as they say, the guy is not at all suitable for the position of heavenly demon, after which he apologizes. The hero looks at his companion thoughtfully. Smiling slightly, he says that everything is fine, and this is even a compliment of sorts. Dae Ryong asks again in surprise. Leaves fall on the young man. He states that he would not take it as praise if they said about him that he is now worthy of becoming a heavenly demon. The trees are green. The hero states that he does not think that the cult is currently controlled by fear. He says dreamily that it seems that the time has come to change this situation. Dae Ryong looks at his companion in amazement. The hero closes his eyes. He thinks that the cult must change a lot. There is deep thoughtfulness on the young man's face. He understands that otherwise his family will be destroyed, and the cult will cease to exist. A young man in a yellow cap screams hysterically that a very serious incident has occurred and the hero must take a look at what happened. It is reported that it is happening the next day. The hero runs into the room after the guy. The young man looks at someone in bewilderment. A group of people in yellow coats confront armed warriors. Blood is running down Dae Ryong's face. Another investigator is lying unconscious on the floor. Someone is shouting loudly for everyone to stop. The hero asks Dae Ryong if he is seriously injured. The investigator looks at his colleague lying behind him and says that he is seriously injured, but he himself is relatively okay. The hero examines the victim. He realizes that his ribs are broken and orders him to be taken to a healer. The men in yellow coats carry away their colleague. The hero's gaze is thoughtful. The guy declares that it was probably the head of the First Corps, Go Dang. The latter, smiling, declares that the guy guessed right. The hero asks why Go Dang attacked the investigator. His fighters are standing behind the villain. He explains that the man pushed him with his shoulder in the corridor, and he had to be taught a lesson for not even apologizing. The hero declares that he is sure that it was Go Dang who bumped into the investigator with his shoulder, and did not even give him a chance to apologize. The commander of the First Corps looks at the young man. Smiling impudently, he declares that this may well be true. The hero tells the man that they are poison to him. Go Dang looks at the guy in surprise. He asks what kind of poison are they talking about. The guy explains that the poison for the commander is his subordinates. Go Dang asks what kind of nonsense is this. The hero says that Go Dang killed several cult members in the same way last year, and 2 years ago killed 3 fighters in a bar fight with them. The young man thinks that all of this bastard's opponents were low-level warriors, and the demonic army covered for this scoundrel, not allowing a major scandal to flare up. Go Dang grins cheekily, saying that there really are too many morons in this world who do not respect the demonic army. The hero asks the commander of the First Corps if he knows that his interlocutor has the authority to issue death sentences. Go Dang frowns at the hero. Silence reigns in the room. Go Dang purses his lips. Again pulling an insolent grin onto his face, he asks what the guy is going to do now. He doubts that he has the courage to carry out the death sentence. The hero's eyes glow, thinking that this is the poison he spoke of earlier, and the idiots affected by it behave as expected by those around them. Go Dang looks back at his men. The hero thinks that this fool with his brains up his ass should be nervous in this situation, but in front of the public, he continues to escalate the situation, not realizing that his life is hanging by a thread. The hero takes a step forward. The members of the First Corps frown at him. The men step forward to protect their commander. Hiding behind them, Go Dang declares that if he attacks the First Corps, he will challenge the entire demonic army, and that he really wants to see if the young man is brave enough to do so. The hero declares that at least he is not hiding behind his subordinates. Go Dang raises his hand and states that he was injured because of a coward, and the guy is very lucky that he has not yet received a response for that prank. Mimicking the villain, the hero raises his hand and states that he will not use his right limb. Then he asks if Go Dang is ready to fight him one-on-one under such conditions. The first corps commander looks at the guy with fear. Smirking, he asks if he will complain to his father if he gets injured. The young man, smiling, states that he swears that Go Dang will not bear any responsibility if he injures Heavenly Demon's son or even kills him. Dae Ryong tries to understand what the hell the guy is doing. Go Dang smirks. He holds out his sword, stating that in this case, they will fight. Dae Ryong mentally tells his partner that Go Dang is good with both hands. The hero looks at the enemy thoughtfully, understanding why he is so confident in his abilities. The guy stands with his sword in front of him. Dae Ryong and the fighters of the First Corps look at what is happening in fear. In front of us is the tip of the sword. Go Dang strikes, but the young man dodges it. He jumps, causing the villain to miss and destroy the floor of the room. A blade is visible next to Go Dang's head. The hero somersaults and lands in front of the enemy. He looks resolutely at the villain. The sword in his hand quickly spins. With one powerful blow, the guy cuts off the enemy's hand, who screams deafeningly. Go Dang opens his mouth wide. The hero hits him in the nose with the hilt of the sword. Go Dang falls to the ground, blood splashes upward. His subordinates rush at the hero from behind. An order is heard to protect the squad leader. Dae Ryong tries to shout to his comrade. The hero frowns at his opponents. With quick blows, he pierces the throats of 3 more enemies. The dead fall to the floor. The witnesses of this spectacle are shocked to the depths of their souls. The young man declares that his attackers committed an act of treason and paid for it. Go Dang begs for mercy. The guy frowns at the scoundrel. He lies on the floor with a severed hand. The heroes lower their eyes. He approaches Go Dang and asks if he knows what happened to the families of the people he killed in the tavern. The commander of the First Corps, who has almost all his teeth knocked out, silently looks at the guy. The hero declares that, as far as he understands, Go Dang did not even think about those he left without sons, husbands and fathers. The scoundrel, whose face is filled with animal horror, admits that he is guilty. The hero demands that he shut up. The guy raises his leg. Blood splashes upward. The soldiers of the First Corps look at what is happening to their commander in shock. Dae Ryong covers his face with his hand. The hero asks threateningly who Go Dang is to kill followers of a demonic cult. A girl plays a musical instrument. There is a spiritual expression on her face. 2 more beauties are dancing. Alcohol is poured into a tiny glass. Cheon-yang, pouring alcohol into the hero's glass, says that, as far as he heard, a small incident occurred. The young man replies that it was all unintentional, but a conflict did occur. Cheon-yang, holding a bottle in his hand, states that Go Dang was appointed commander of the First Corps due to a shortage of personnel, and there were many things about this man that confused him. The hero remains silent, mentally calling Cheon-yang a complete scoundrel, since Go Dang faithfully served this man, and the latter, instead of avenging him, makes him a scapegoat. Cheon-yang drinks from his glass. Looking at the hero, he states that Go Dang died during the investigation, while he, with all his sins, was one of the commanders of the demonic army, and if this comes to light, the hero may be in trouble. Cheon-yang, looking at the young man, asks what he thinks about this. The old man, putting his glass down on the table, suggests that this is where they put an end to this whole matter. Not waiting for an answer from the hero, he asks the boy if he thinks that the death of the corps commander and 3 of his subordinates will be enough to close this case. The hero thanks his interlocutor for his foresight. Looking down, the young man says that he wants to end the investigation on a good note, but there is one serious problem. Cheon-yang asks again in surprise. Closing his eyes, the hero says that he does not have a single piece of evidence. According to him, he came here to conduct an official investigation, but at the moment, he has nothing to present to his superiors. The old man, filling his glass once again, declares that evidence can be forged. The hero declares that this is impossible, since the anonymous letter claimed that the demonic army carried out tasks for third parties and took money for it, and it will be very difficult to cover up this case. Cheon-yang looks at the hero with drunken eyes. He declares that evidence will be needed to close this investigation. The old man pours himself another portion of drink. The interlocutors look at each other. The hero thinks that Cheon-yang will have to give him evidence to close this investigation. Dae Ryong, looking at the young man in surprise, asks what he is doing here. The hero, folding his hands behind his back, declares that he came to look at a man who is wounded, and does not understand why the investigator is so surprised. Dae Ryong says that a demonic doctor is currently helping the wounded man. The young man looks at the hero, and thanks him for sending this specialist. The hero goes inside. He says that all this is not worth gratitude, since he is temporarily doing the work of an investigator, and if he has colleagues, he will take care of them. Dae Ryong opens his mouth in surprise. Someone asks if he really hears the voice of the second son of Heavenly Demon. The hero and Dae Ryong look at someone. We see the eye of the young man. In front of him stands an old man in a blue robe. The guy understands that this is a demonic doctor, the most experienced and skilled specialist in his field in their cult, whose services can only be counted on by the most important and influential people of this organization. The investigator's colleagues are sitting next to him. The hero asks the doctor about the condition of the wounded man. He replies that, fortunately, the man's life is not in danger, but he will need a certain period of recovery before he can return to work. The hero, looking at the old man, declares that this man was wounded while conscientiously doing his job for the good of the cult, and asks to use the best medicines for him. The doctor assures that the guy does not have to worry about this. The hero pays attention to something. Looking at the investigators, he tries to understand why they have such faces. The man standing furthest away thanks Heavenly Demon's second son for what he did. The hero coughs into his fist. Dae-ryong, who is following him, asks what the commander of the demon army said. The boy replies that the old man asked to finish the investigation and return, saying that the only culprit was the commander of the First Corps. Dae-ryong, surprised, asks if Cheon-yang is really doing this, despite the fact that the deceased was his most trusted man. The hero, looking down sadly, states that Go-dang was not who the investigator said he was. According to him, Cheon-yang was simply exploiting this stupid bastard, and someone else will soon take his place. Dae-ryong asks what the hero is going to do now. Clouds float above the pagodas. The boy states that he threw out the bait, and now it remains to be seen which fish will bite. Dae-ryong, surprised, asks again. The hero looks down, and says that he will tell the guy when it happens. Dae-ryong looks at the hero with concern and asks what he should do now. The hero says that they can drink together. The investigator looks at the guy with bewilderment. Smiling, he says that he will pay for the drinks himself today. The hero looks at his comrade with a smile. There are scrolls and books on the table. It is said that the event is happening the next day. Dae-ryong stands with his hands behind his back. He says that all these documents were sent by the demon army. The guy says that there are magazines with orders for murders and checks for thousands of niang, and all this was found in the house of the commander of the First Corps. The hero thinks that the fish has swallowed the bait. Looking at Dae-ryong, he says that the investigator must find the smartest person in the First Corps. According to him, you need to look for the one who looks too smart among the scum that is collected there. Dae-ryong makes it clear that he understood the order. Leaning over the table, the hero says that he himself will meet with the commander of the demonic army, as he must buy some time while Dae-ryong searches for the aforementioned guy. The hero, standing on a luxurious carpet, says that he received the evidence found in the house of the commander of the First Corps. Cheon-yang smiles happily, sitting in his chair. He says that this is great news, and now that all the issues are settled, they can celebrate this event by drinking again. The old man says that he has already made reservations at the establishment they visited last time. The hero, closing his eyes, says that there is one small problem. Cheon-yang tiredly asks what happened this time. The hero, standing in front of him, says that the evidence was provided by the demonic army, and ideally all this should have been found by investigators. Propping his head with his hand, the old man asks if the origin of the evidence matters. The hero, looking at his interlocutor, states that the senior advisor is not a fool at all, and if it seems to him that the evidence was provided by the demonic army, he will question the results of the investigation. Sima Myung, whom the hero has just mentioned, is visible above Cheon-yang's head. Without getting up from his chair, the old man asks what the young man proposes to do in this case. The young man answers that they will have to pretend that the investigation is ongoing for some time. The young man promises that it will only take one day, and expresses the hope that the demonic army will provide assistance. Cheon-yang silently looks at the young man. The hero states that he himself does not want to do all this, and the investigative actions will be just a formality, which will require documents of the most ordinary nature. Cheon-yang, raising his hand, states that he agrees, and promises that his subordinates will cooperate with the investigation. The hero looks at his interlocutor. A smile appears on his face. He thinks that he does not need secret documents, but applications for joining the army and wills that fighters left before going on dangerous missions, and all this is necessary in order to compare handwriting and find out who wrote the documents that were delivered to him a little earlier. A tied man is sitting on a chair. It is reported that in front of us is a fighter of the First Corps, Yang-gu. He asks why he was captured and brought here. The hero, folding his arms over his chest, frowns at the man. He tells the tied man that he falsified the murder applications that were brought to the investigators. Yang-gu says that he has no idea what the young man is talking about. Closing his eyes, the hero says that he did not expect Yang-gu to know everything, and that he was simply doing what he was ordered, but even in this case, the man must honestly tell what exactly he did. Yang-gu, looking at the hero, says that he did nothing and did not even receive the orders that the guy is talking about. The young man states that he understands why Yang-gu is behaving this way, because he is very afraid that the commander of the demonic army can kill him. The man remains silent. The hero states that he can go. Yang-gu asks again in surprise. The young man calmly says that he cannot help if the fighter does not want to answer questions, and is not going to torture someone who is just an obedient executor of orders. Yang-gu, still tied to the chair, looks surprised. The hero says that the man should know that the investigators will calmly go home, and he will be killed on Cheon-yang's orders. Yang-gu looks down. Looking at the hero in fear, the man asks what he is talking about. The guy replies that Cheon-yang has probably already found out that Yang-gu is being interrogated, so he will think who knows what if he comes out of here without any physical injuries. Yang-gu looks at the young man in shock. He states that the commander of the demon army will think that the man told everything he knew, and Yang-gu probably knows better than anyone what Cheon-yang will do in this particular case. Beads of sweat roll down the cheeks of the first corps fighter. Dae Ryong says that, as the commander of the 3rd Corps Jang Ho assumed, the leader of the demon army ordered the death of the previous investigator and one of the members of the 3rd Corps. The executor is already dead, and in addition, Cheon-yang gave orders to commit many other crimes. The hero, folding his arms over his chest, remains silent. Dae Ryong states that this criminal killed a lot of people. The investigator warns the hero that Cheon-yang will not let himself be arrested so easily. The young man remains silent. After a while, he states that he does not intend to arrest anyone. Dae Ryong asks again in surprise. The hero states that the leader of the demon army will not be arrested, but killed. The young man opens his mouth in shock. In front of us is an old man with a sword in his hands. The hero says that if Cheon-yang is arrested, Blood Heaven's Blades man will take action, who will not just watch as his brother is put on trial to death, and the situation will become seriously complicated. Raising his left hand, the young man states that a huge amount of fabricated evidence will appear that will exonerate the head of the demonic army, and the second son of the head of the cult will become a scapegoat, and will be slandered. Dae Ryong is standing in front of the table at which the young man is sitting. The hero says that more importantly, if Cheon-yang remains alive, many witnesses will die, including Jang Ho, who wrote an anonymous letter, and it is also possible that members of the 3rd Corps will be killed, who will try to protect their commander. Dae Ryong looks at the hero in shock, who states that the investigator may also die. The young man holds his head. He states that if Cheon-yang is killed during the arrest, the situation will look radically different, because after his death, only evidence of his guilt will remain. The investigator, whose chin we can see, asks if everything will be okay with the hero, because no one knows what will happen if Blood Heaven's Bladesman starts to take revenge. The young man rises from his chair. He says that within the cult, not every person will avenge the death of a family member, and part with his own life to satisfy a less than sensible desire. Dae Ryong, looking at the back of the leaving hero, asks where he is going. Looking over his shoulder, the young man says that he is going to kill the head of the demonic army. The investigator asks in bewilderment why this must be done so urgently. The hero, sitting at the table, says that thanks to Cheon-yang, the situation was successfully resolved. He, sitting relaxed in a chair, says that all's well that ends well. The old man says that he feels relief, as well as sadness from the fact that he has to part with the guy. Putting his hands on the armrests, the young man declares that when he becomes the head of the cult, he will definitely return the debt for the service rendered. Cheon-yang declares that no one forced the guy to say so, but he himself will never forget that the guy completed the investigation in the most favorable way for everyone. The hero looks at the old man. Smiling, he thinks that Cheon-yang will not have time to forget anything, and will suffer because of his greed. The guy lifts the bottle and offers to drink to the end of the investigation. Cheon-yang, smiling happily, agrees. The drink pours into the glass. The hero wonders why the old man did this. He asks in surprise what exactly they are talking about. The hero, looking at Cheon-yang with disdain, declares that he has earned so much money that it would be enough for the rest of his life, after which he asks why the old man continued to kill people, fulfilling other people's orders. Cheon-yang looks at the guy over his glass. He puts it on the table. Closing his eyes, the old man declares that the young man needs to ask the late commander of the 1st Corps about this. The hero, pouring a drink into his glass, declares that the puppet is unlikely to know anything special. The old man's eyes light up with anger. He asks what the young man sitting in front of him wants to say. The interlocutors look into each other's eyes. The hero says that he is interested in knowing what the organizer of all this chaos thinks. The young man declares that, in his opinion, there is only darkness inside Cheon-yang, and the old man is filled with greed that will not allow him to stop on the criminal path. The glass with the drink shatters into many small pieces. Cheon-yang, looking at the guy with crazy eyes, asks if he has gone crazy. The hero, drinking from his glass, declares that the old man who kills people to make money has gone crazy. The table breaks into pieces after the old man's blow. Cheon-yang screams that he will not listen to this nonsense. The hero finishes drinking, despite the fact that food and debris are flying around him. He looks at the old man. The old man answers him with an angry look. Cheon-yang has a sword sticking out of his chest. The young man drinks another glass. It is said that he used the soaring sword and heavenly strike skills. The glass falls from the hero's hands and breaks on the floor. The young man gets up from his chair. Looking at the still living old man, he declares that the leader of the demonic army, Gu Cheon-yang, has been arrested for abuse of power and organizing the murder of more than 20 cult members. The old man looks at the young man. It turns out that the sword has pinned him to the back of the chair. The old man says that this does not look like an arrest at all. The hero says that Cheon-yang will lose his life anyway, so he must leave this world now to save those who can still survive. The young man holds his weapon in his hand. He finishes off the old man. Blood splatters in all directions. Cheon-yang looks at the boy in amazement. He could not even imagine that he had such excellent fighting skills. The old man's head drops. Blood splashes are visible above his crown. The investigators and members of the demonic army are amazed. They see the murdered Cheon-yang in front of them. The hero, standing next to the corpse, says that the leader of the demon army was killed after resisting arrest. Jang Ho is seen behind the other fighters. The hero, looking at Dae-ryong, orders him to expose and arrest everyone involved in the crimes of the leader of the demonic army and take them into custody. The investigator folds his hands in front of his face, indicating that the order has been accepted for execution. Jang Ho looks at the young man in amazement, who orders the commander of the Third Corps to lead the demonic army and help the investigators arrest everyone involved in the crimes. The young man states that he has the authority to execute anyone present, and now his orders are equivalent to the orders of the head of the cult. The young man demands in a stern voice that his orders be carried out immediately. Folding his hands in front of his face, Jang Ho confirms that the order will be carried out. We see the man's eyes. Dae-ryong and Jang Ho look at the hero. He looks very serious. Then a slight smile appears on his face. The hero walks up the stairs. Sima Myung and Cheon-pa are standing next to his father. All three look at the boy approaching them. The hero walks along the red carpet. He frowns at those who meet him. Cheon-pa looks at the boy. In front of us is the left side of the old man's face. The hero looks back at him. The hero stands on the carpet and folds his arms to greet everyone present. Sima Myung looks at the boy. The boy's eyes are serious. The boy turns his attention to Cheon-pa and states that he is very happy to see Blood Heaven's Blades man again. The old man asks if the cult leader's second son is okay. He states that he would like to ask about something that happened just recently. The hero, looking calmly at the old man, states that everything is written in the report and that he can simply read the document. The old man, with a huge sword visible behind him, states that he wants to hear the story from the boy in person. The hero remains silent. He looks slightly to his left. Sima Myung and Heavenly Demon look at the boy. He realizes that they must be evaluating how he will answer the old man. The boy states that during his investigation, he discovered that Cheon-yang committed serious crimes and then attempted to kill the cult leader's second son by resisting arrest. The boy states that he is very sorry that he had to kill Cheon-yang. Cheon-pa looks at the young man. There are columns visible next to the young man. Blood Heaven's Blades man states that he is quite satisfied if Cheon-yang was punished for the crimes he committed. However, there are some things that the old man, according to him, does not understand. Cheon-pa states that his brother may seem pathetic to some, but he is not such a fool as to attack someone in a situation where his crimes came to light. The hero's hair lies on his shoulders. The guy thinks that Cheon-yang, sensing danger, turned to his brother for help, and Cheon-pa, apparently, realized that the leader of the demonic army was simply killed, and is now trying to nip the problem in the bud. Closing his eyes, the hero states that he also does not understand why Cheon-yang began to resist, and that perhaps it is due to the fact that the old man could not stand the fact that he was being arrested by some young man. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at the boy and states that he saw his brother's corpse before he came here and it looked like he was killed with a single blow to the chest. The old man admits that this is evidence of the boy's great fighting skills. The hero looks at the old man, who says that he never would have thought that his brother could be killed with one blow. The boy says that he should thank his father for training him. Sima Myung and Heavenly Demon look at the boy, who says that when Cheon-yang lost his temper, he was unable to use all his strength against the enemy. In front of us is the old man's lush mustache. Cheon-pa thanks the boy for telling him the truth. He admits that he now feels great relief. The hero says that there is no need to thank him and he sincerely feels sorry for his interlocutor. The boy realizes that Cheon-pa has not yet shown even a hint of anger and irritation, despite the fact that he lost both his brother and his student at the hands of the hero. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at the head of the cult. He looks at him with a completely impassive gaze. Cheon-pa is silent. Heavenly Demon says that the old man will need to prepare for his brother's funeral, and he can go and rest a little. He thanks the head of the cult for his concern. Cheon-pa bows, folding his hands in front of his face. He goes down the stairs. Cheon-pa passes by the hero. The guy stands thoughtfully in place. It seems to him that the old man came here to tell his father that he went too far, and the issue with Cheon-yang could have been resolved by less drastic methods. Sima Myung and Heavenly Demon look at the hero. The senior advisor thanks the young man for his excellent work and states that the evidence he collected is irrefutable. He especially notes that this incident was resolved without complications. The young man looks at Sima Myung with some surprise. He, folding his arms on his chest, asks if everything is okay with the guy. Smiling, the hero replies that he is fine, and thanks his father and his advisor for their concern. Sima Myung wants to say something else, but stops abruptly. The boy asks again in surprise. The advisor says that everything is fine. The man brings out a long case. The servant stands with his eyes closed. Sima Myung declares that the head of the cult is rewarding his son for a job well done. In the case lies an amazing black sword. The boy looks at it in shock. Sima Myung solemnly announces that Heavenly Demon is rewarding the boy with a black demonic sword. The young man holds the weapon in his hands. He understands that it is among the precious ones along with the white demonic sword. We see the lower part of the young man's face. The hero tells his father that if he wanted to reward his son, he should have given him a white demonic sword, which is much more suitable for his personality type. Heavenly Demon closes his eyes. He tells his son that, in his opinion, the boy deserves the black demonic sword more. The young man holds the weapon in his hands. He tells his father that he does not know his son well. A glow spreads around the young man. He can't believe that the sword emits such a strong cold energy, despite the fact that he does not transfer any of his energy into this blade. The right side of the hero's face is illuminated. Heavenly Demon silently looks at his son. Sima Myung looks back at his master in surprise. The advisor understands that the head of the cult seems to be proud of himself, seeing how happy his second son is. A small smile appears on Sima Myung's face. Putting his fingers to his face, the hero says that, to be honest, he thinks that this reward is too generous. Sima Myung states that this is not the case at all, and the problem that the commander of the demonic army posed was a very serious one for the entire cult. The advisor says that he did not even expect the young man to cope with this task so cleanly and neatly. Turning to Heavenly Demon, Sima Myung asks if the head of the cult expected such a success. Closing his eyes, the man states that it was unexpected for him, since he would have considered it a success if his son had simply survived while completing this task. The hero, looking at his father, thinks that he is not speaking sincerely, and he sent him on this mission because he believed in him. The young man remembers the blow that flew past his head and the fallen trees in the forest. He thinks that his father knew perfectly well that his son had mastered the art of the soaring sword. The boy also remembers the tiny sphere he found inside the broken ball. He thinks that Heavenly Demon also knew that his son swallowed the demonic essence pill and knew that killing him would not be easy. The boy remembers the murdered Xion Yang and realizes that his father, however, hardly expected that the commander of the demonic army would be killed. The boy looks to his left. Holding the sword in his hands, he understands the reason why he received it from his father. The boy thinks that this is a message for Blood Heaven's Blades man. A red glow is visible behind the cult leader. The boy thinks that Cheon Pa should now understand that no matter what his merits to the cult are, he should not harm the hero because of the incident that happened. The boy folds his arms. Looking down, he thanks his father for giving him this sword. Smiling, the boy adds that he is also grateful for what this weapon means. Heavenly Demon looks at his son and tells him that he can leave. The hero smiles slightly. He leaves the pagoda. Someone says that the son is very nice today and asks the boy to sit with him for a while before leaving. The boy looks to his left. Cheon Pa is sitting on a low parapet. The hero suspected that the old man would not be able to just up and leave after everything that happened. He approaches Blood Heaven's Blades man. The old man notices the sword hanging on the boy's side. Sitting down next to the old man, the hero says that this summer is warmer than usual. The old man's eyes burn with anger. He calls the hero a damned bastard and asks how he dared to frame his brother and then kill him. The boy looks at Cheon Pa in horror. He promises to tear off all of the boy's limbs. The flowers wither. Cheon Pa screams that he will take the boy's legs and arms to his brother's grave. The boy grinds his teeth in tension. Flames can be seen behind the old man. He grinds his teeth in anger. Now Cheon Pa just smiles. The hero glances at the hilt of the sword, which he got hit in the side with last time. The old man, smiling, asks if this is what the hero expected to hear from him. The boy stops the old man's weapon with his hand. With his mouth wide open, he calls Blood Heaven's Blades man a degenerate who only got older but not smarter. The hero asks how dare this old fool destroy the order that exists within their cult for the sake of achieving his own goals. Cheon Pa looks at the boy in horror. The latter asks how dare this fool do something for his corrupt brother, and promises to chop the old man into pieces and scatter the resulting large mincemeat throughout all the dumps of their city. The boy smiles sweetly. He says that if the old man had said what he wanted, he would have answered exactly like this. Cheon Pa looks at the hero in horror. He throws his head back and laughs loudly. The hero feels like his eardrums are about to burst. The soldiers nearby look at what is happening in bewilderment. The old man lifts his head. He tells the hero that no matter how much of a scoundrel his brother was, the young man should have pitied him at least for his sake. Looking down sadly, the boy says that he made every effort to resolve the situation peacefully. The interlocutors sit next to each other. The hero says that Cheon Yang really crossed the permissible line, or rather, it would be more correct to say that no boundaries ever existed for him. Cheon Pa looks up. Lowering his head, he says that now he understands. The hero looks at the old man. He asks Blood Heaven's Blades man why he did nothing, although he probably knew perfectly well about the corruption that was in the demonic army. Cheon Pa is silent. Clouds float above the roof of the pagoda. After a while, the old man declares that his brother did not listen to him, especially since he himself is a rather bad advisor, since his hands are not entirely clean either. Cheon-pa admits that, to be honest, he felt relieved when he learned that his brother died, since he realized that now he would no longer stand in his way. The hero cannot believe that the old man is so honest about his attitude towards his brother. The hero and Blood Heaven's Blades man are sitting on the parapet. The guy says that he understands the feelings of his interlocutor. The old man looks up in surprise. The young man explains that, most likely, he would have experienced the same feeling if he learned that his older brother died, since it would mean that he would not have to kill this scoundrel with his own hands. Cheon-pa looks at the young man in shock. He looks back at him. The hero and Cheon-pa look at each other. The young man is silent. He tries to understand what the old man sees in him. The old man does not take his eyes off the guy. We see his eyes. Finally, Cheon-pa turns away from the hero. Clouds float in the sky. The old man says that it seems like this year will be very hot. He shoulders his sword and walks away. Without turning to face the boy, Cheon-pa says that, fortunately, he is used to any heat. The hero looks at the old man thoughtfully, thinking that he never got to know what was in Blood Heaven's Bladesman's head. The old man walks through the graceful arch. The boy thinks that although Cheon-pa is relieved, he still lost his brother, and perhaps he continues to plot against the one who took the life of this scoundrel. The boy tilts his head slightly to the left, thinking that perhaps the old man's heavy feelings will dissipate like clouds. The hero looks up, thinking that no matter how the situation develops, he does not regret what he did. The boy draws his sword from its sheath. He looks closely at the handle, thinking that the first moments after receiving the sword are the most important. The blade emits barely noticeable streams of white energy. The hero thinks that the sword communicates with its owner, and the black demonic sword, which is among the precious ones, does this on a much deeper level than all the others. The young man raises his weapon. He thinks that if the sword does not reject the warrior, and mutual understanding is established between them, the weapon is able to show all the qualities inherent in it. A smile appears on the young man's face. He mentally greets the sword and declares that from now on he will be its master. The hero puts the weapon forward. He blows out air, thinking that he must try to fill the weapon with energy. The glow around the sword noticeably intensifies. The hero's face is joyful. He understands that this weapon is different from everything he has seen in his life, and he likes it. The tip of the blade shines. The hero holds the sword in one hand and the scabbard in the other. Pushing off the floor, the guy flies up. He moves quickly around the gym, thinking that for now he will not use the most difficult technique, and the most incredible combat skill of the black demonic sword we'll see a little later. We see a one-story building and a young man sitting in it. Evening is coming. The hero continues to practice with his weapon. Leon carries a tray. Next to her, a window is lit. The hero touches the blade. It begins to dawn. It is already morning outside. The hero leaves the training room with a tired look. He notices something in front of him. In front of him is a large crowd. The warriors frown at the guy. He understands that these are the sword demons from Blood Heavens. The hero frowns at the crowd. He does not know whether Blood Heaven's Bladesman asked them to come here or they came on their own initiative. However, it is obvious that they feel great hostility towards him. Streams of orange energy are visible around the fighters. The guy grinds his teeth from tension. He feels the demonic energy coming from the warriors, directed at him, and understands that if he makes a mistake and takes in such a powerful flow, he will receive internal damage. The fighters look at the hero angrily. He answers them with a look. We see the young man's eye. The young man understands that those gathered want to intimidate him and expose him as a coward who does not even dare to leave his home. It seems that some idea comes to the guy's head. He remembers that if he takes in a large amount of demonic energy from so many martial artists, he will receive huge advantages. A source of white glow appears in the lower part of the guy's body. The hero uses the Meridian Strengthening Technique, a secret technique that strengthens the body. The young man stands in front of many opponents. He thinks that the more fighters there are, the more effective this technique will be, and this is a great opportunity to strengthen his body. The fighters gathered in front of the guy grind their teeth from tension. The hero does exactly the same, but demands to be given more energy. The tension on the fighters' faces reaches its limit. The hero takes a step forward. A glowing sphere is visible around him. The sword demons look at the young man in bewilderment. The light source in his stomach becomes brighter. The guy thinks that the Meridian Strengthening Technique level has passed the second stage and is approaching the third. Bright veins appear on the hero's face. He demands to be given even more energy. Orange flashes are visible behind the fighters. Streams of sweat roll down the warriors' faces. The hero continues to walk past them. The air is filled with energy. The hero thinks that the Meridian Strengthening Technique is approaching the fifth, final stage. The young man closes his eyes. Opening them, he sees something unexpected for himself. The hero stands surrounded by fighters who no longer emit any energy. The sword demons look at the guy with fear. The mustachioed fighter is amazed. The same sensations are experienced by the thug with the red headband. The hero seems calm. He sees fear on the face of his opponent. The young man stands silently in front of the sword demons. They look at him with amazement. Before us is the profile of the young man. The hero takes a step forward. Clenching his fists, the hero walks past the gathered people. The guy smiles slightly. He understands that the sword demons have recognized his strength. A throne rises above the red steps. The hero looks at it. Surprise appears on his face when he hears the question of whether he wants to sit on this throne. His father is standing behind the guy. The young man cannot understand when he managed to get there. The hero declares that he does not want to take this place, because he is afraid that he will remain in it forever. Closing his eyes, Heavenly Demon asks why his son is speaking in riddles again. Standing next to the throne, he invites the guy to get up and sit down. The hero approaches the throne. He sits on it. The young man looks ahead. His father asks what feelings he is experiencing. The hero sees a spacious room with graceful black columns in front of him. The boy tilts his head slightly. To his right is a statue of a demon. Turning away from his father, the boy says that he thought he would feel some excitement, but in fact, he feels nothing. Heavenly Demon says that when he first sat here, he felt the same feeling. The hero glances at his parent. He cannot believe that he did not feel excitement, despite the fact that he killed countless people and even his brother to take this place. The man says that the fighters that the boy saw a little earlier came to him on their own, and Blood Heaven's Blades man did not give them any orders. The boy silently looks at his father, then he says that Heavenly Demon knew about everything. The man looks away from his son. The hero states that he pretended as if nothing was happening and simply absorbed the energy that the sword demons emitted. However, when he left them, he began to shake all over. Heavenly Demon asks if these fighters were really that scary. The hero's hand is on the armrest. The guy states that he was afraid not of the sword demons, but that his decision could be wrong, because if one of the fighters got nervous and attacked him, he could die. Heavenly Demon is silent. The guy states that even if he survived, he would not be able to become the heir after that, since he would have to destroy many sword demons. The father stands next to his son sitting on the throne. He says that he was also scared by the fact that perhaps all this will happen again, and he will have to make a choice again, putting everything on the line. The young man states that the moment this thought came to his mind, he suddenly wanted to see his father. Heavenly Demon stands silently next to his son. He tries to understand why he suddenly missed his father. A drop of sweat runs down the boy's cheek. Heavenly Demon says that demonic people are not used to looking back, and strive only forward. The young man looks up at his parent. It seems to him that his father, which is very strange, seems to want to comfort him. There is a black shadow on the man's eyes. The hero looks to his left. Then he looks down. The boy says that another idea has occurred to him. In front of him is a statue of a demon. He suggests replacing it with a sculpture of a girl. The young man imagines 4 beauties. He says that it could be one of the famous Central Plain 4 flowers. The young man, smiling, says that instead of 1 statue, even 4 can be put up. Seeing his father's gaze, he falls silent. The boy gets up from the throne. He says that he started talking nonsense, so he must leave. The hero suggests that his father take his rightful place. The young man moves away from Heavenly Demon. He walks down the stairs. The cult leader looks at his son. His son turns to him and asks if it is possible to kill Blood Heaven's Blades man. The hero turns to his father. His father does not answer his question. A loud laugh is heard in the hall. Heavenly Demon tells his son that even if he was able to kill Cheon Yang, it does not mean that he will have a chance against Cheon Pa. The man has a smile on his face. The boy calmly looks at his father. He asks why in this case Heavenly Demon provoked a conflict between his son and Blood Heaven's Blades man, and whether the man should not take responsibility for this. The man replies that he will do it without a problem, after which he says that he will appoint the hero as the commander of the Nirvana Pavilion. The young man, who is holding the sword, thinks that the said pavilion is an inspection body of the cult. He cannot believe that his father wants to appoint him as the head of this unit. Heavenly Demon asks what the boy is unhappy about and reminds him that he himself wanted to establish discipline and order within the cult. The hero silently looks at his father, trying to understand what all this could mean. It begins to seem to him that Heavenly Demon wants to use him to solve the issues that he has been putting off for later. The young man grinds his teeth in anger. He understands that it is also possible that his father simply does not care about his life. Father and son look at each other. The boy closes his eyes. He thinks that he needs to stop thinking about what Heavenly Demon intends to do and focus on making decisions that follow from the current situation. The hero mentally imagines his father. He understands that this man leaves information on the walls of the cave for his children, but at the same time, he is the one who sends them on dangerous missions if it can be useful to him. The hero clenches his fist. The Heavenly Demon looks at his son standing below him, who states that if his father sends him to kill a bull, he should at least give him a weapon to do it with. The man asks what exactly his son wants. The boy looks at his father and asks for permission to enter the Heavenly Demon's archive. Anger appears in the Heavenly Demon's eyes. In front of us is a library. The boy thinks that the Heavenly Demon's archive is a place where secret manuals collected from all over Murim are stored, and only a few people, including the Heavenly Demon, can enter it. The cult leader states that if the boy thinks that he can learn some great martial arts from the library, then he is deeply mistaken, and the boy will most likely leave the library just by reading the titles of the books. The boy thinks that there are really too many books in this archive, and even if he is lucky enough to find a manual on a great martial art, it will be on the same level as the soaring sword that he already has. Looking at his father, the young man declares that he just wants to try his luck. Heavenly Demon silently looks at his son. A drop of sweat runs down the boy's cheek. The man declares that he has no idea what unclean intentions his offspring has, but he will allow him to enter the Heavenly Demon's archive for 7 days. The hero, of course, is irritated by the fact that he is suspected of something bad. The guy, folding his hands in front of him, thanks his father. In front of us is the Heavenly Demon's archive. The hero walks along the shelves. He thinks that he was returning to the territory of an already closed cult to get the secret demonic soul. The young man looks to his left. He remembers himself in a past life, thinking that then everyone thought he was dead, and he had aged a lot, so he was not afraid of being recognized. The hero stands next to the shelf, raising his hand. He remembers that it took him a long time to grow from an ordinary warrior to one who is allowed to secretly meet with the new leader of the cult, and from this man he heard about a martial art called the 4 Strides of the Wind God. It was based on 4 movements, and was believed to be a supporting technique for the Heavenly Demon's martial art. The moon shines above the gazebo. The hero remembers that at some point, all knowledge of this art was lost, and it stopped being passed down from generation to generation, but nevertheless, Ju Baekdu, who was the leader of the cult at the time, received it. The old man pours a drink into a shot glass, stating that he became the leader of the cult because he found the lost art of the 4 Strides of the Wind God in the archives of the Heavenly Demon. The hero asks the old man why the manual, which was in the library, was considered lost. Baekdu, raising his glass, declares that it was not on the shelves. The hero looks to his right. He is standing next to a bookshelf. He lifts it and takes out a book that was lying under the leg. Baekdu drinks from a glass. The hero asks him where this book was. The old man replies that this priceless guide was propping up the leg of the 19th bookshelf. The hero takes the book in his hand. On its cover, a round mark from the leg is visible. The young man understands that the guide really was where the old man said. The hero examines the pages of the book. He sees words that only 4 steps are enough to walk around the world. The guy smiles. The young man sits with his legs folded under him. He thinks that 4 Strides of the Wind God has only 4 basic moves. Hieroglyphs are visible behind the guy. They say that these moves are Shadow Step, Flicker Step, Death Step and Swift Step. We see warriors and a hero moving next to them. The young man thinks that Shadow Step is used for stealth. At first it is used to avoid the attention of one person, but then the number of people that can be avoided increases and reaches many dozens. Arrows are visible above the hero's head. He thinks that the Flicker Step movement is needed for protection and is able to help out even in the most desperate situation. Projectiles litter the entire space around the hero. The hero fights enemies. He thinks that Death Step teaches an attack, helping to neutralize any defense or maneuvers of the enemy. The hero rushes forward, putting his hand in front of him. He thinks that Swift Step allows you to develop incredible speed. A lantern shines above the guy's head. In front of us is the Heavenly Demon Hall. It is reported that this is happening 7 days later. The hero, folding his hands in front of him, declares that he has returned. His father is sitting on the throne. The man asks what his son learned in the archive of the Heavenly Demon. The guy calmly looks at his father. Standing in front of the stairs, the boy declares that he has learned a movement technique. Heavenly Demon asks to clarify what he is talking about. The boy says that it is 4 Strides of the Wind God. His father is very surprised. He frowns at his son, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking about, and how the boy could have learned something that was lost long ago. The hero, looking at his father, declares that he would not have the courage to lie to his father on such a matter. Heavenly Demon looks at his son. He demands to see what he has learned. The boy asks what he will get in return. Heavenly Demon closes his eyes. Opening them, he says that in return he will spare the boy's life. The hero smiles. He closes his eyes. The space around him is filled with energy. Heavenly Demon looks at what is happening in surprise. A white vortex is visible under the boy's feet. The boy opens his eyes. He moves his legs, using 4 Strides of the Wind God. The first technique shown is Shadow Step. Heavenly Demon is shocked. The man's mouth is wide open. The hero moves around the room like a ghost. Part of his face is invisible. The Heavenly Demon asks where his son learned the 4 Strides of the Wind God. The boy stands at the base of the stairs. He replies that he did so in the Heavenly Demon's archive. The father, looking into his son's eyes, asks how dare he lie to him. The boy silently looks at his parent. The Heavenly Demon, whose eyes glow with anger, says that the 4 Strides of the Wind God is not in the Heavenly Demon's archive. The hero, standing in front of the man, states that he definitely learned the art there. The father asks the boy if he really plans to insist on his lie. The hero says that just because his father did not find the book he needed there, it does not mean that it was not there, since it could have simply been lying where it was not supposed to. The heavenly demon looks at the hero. Giant bookshelves rise up. The man says that if the boy found the manual in the library, then he knew it was there. The boy replies that this is not true and he was going to find something else there, but he accidentally stumbled upon 4 strides of the wind god. Father and son look at each other. Heavenly demon, standing one step above his son, asks where the book was. The boy replies that it was placed under the leg of the shelf and he found it when he was trying to level the cabinet. Heavenly demon closes his eyes. He says that he guesses that the most important part of the manual is no longer inside the book. The boy asks in surprise how his father knew about this. Turning away from his son, he states that he would have done the same. He moves away from his son, walking up the stairs. A pigtail dangling behind his head, Heavenly demon demands that the boy tell him the steps of this technique. The hero lowers his eyes. He thinks that he had no doubt that this is how it would end. The boy looks at the throne. He thinks that he does not want to surpass his father and become the heavenly demon, and his goal is to kill Wamu Ji, save his father and all the members of the cult. The boy remembers the magnificent scenery. He thinks that after he does what he wants, he will live happily, traveling the world until his death. In front of us is the right side of the hero's face. He understands that even if his father learns the 4 strides of the wind god, it will not be a big deal. But he says out loud to his parent that he does not want to teach him. Heavenly demon stands with his hands behind his back. He turns to face his son. The latter says that in this world, nothing comes for free. The man looks at the boy menacingly. Standing half-turned to him, Heavenly demon reminds him that he did not ask for anything in return when he taught his son a secret technique during the hunt. The hero says that it was payment for the alcohol that they drank together there. The man frowns at his son and states that he is shocked that he would bring the conversation to this point, and that he feels like his son is made of iron. The hero smiles. He states that he did not show his full strength until he was strong enough. Heavenly demon asks his son what he wants. The boy looks down. He then looks at his father with determination and states that he wants the heavenly demon defense art. Here we see a fighter raising a fiery fist. The hero thinks that this art allows one to protect the body, and only a heavenly demon can master it, and in fact, learning it is equivalent to getting an extra life. Putting his hand forward, Heavenly demon states that his son cannot even count on this, since only the successor of the clan leader can gain access to the heavenly demon defense art. The young man states that the man can teach him this art in secret from everyone. Heavenly demon asks again in surprise. We see a magnificent sculpture of a demon. The hero says that no external influence is required to activate the heavenly demon defense art, so if his father secretly teaches him this art, no one will notice anything. The man thinks about it. The hero, folding his hands in front of his face, says that heavenly demon can think about it for now, and it is time for him to leave. The clan leader says that first the guy must explain the 4 strides of the wind god to him. The hero stops. He looks back at his father, not believing that he actually agreed. Smiling, the guy asks if his father wants to learn this art now. Heavenly demon says that his son does not seem to doubt his father at all, and does not think that he can simply deceive him and not give him anything in return. The hero says that he believes his parent. Looking at his father, he says that the man is not the type to do this to his own son. Heavenly demon is silent. He asks his son to begin the story. He agrees to do so. Magnificent interior items are visible near the young man. Father and son stand opposite each other. Heavenly demon looks at his son. He closes his eyes. The boy continues to explain to his father what he learned in the library. White lines appear in front of the black columns. The explanation sounds against the backdrop of a multi-story pagoda. Magnificent mountains are visible behind the impressive settlement. A glow appears around Heavenly demon. The man opens his eyes. The hero asks if he needs to tell everything again. His father replies that this is quite enough. He begins to dissolve into thin air. The boy looks to his left. Heavenly demon moves around the huge hall like a ghost. The hero is shocked. He realizes that the 4 strides of the wind god technique that his father uses is different from how it looks in his own performance. The boy tries to understand if his father has adjusted it for himself. The man continues to move. He ends up behind his son. Raising his left hand, Heavenly demon says that this is an amazing technique. The hero looks at his father in silence. He thinks that he has just made the biggest change to reality since his return, and now he wonders if Wamu Ji will be able to defeat his father. Heavenly demon solemnly declares that he will now pass on the heavenly demon defense art to his son. He declares that he will not repeat it, so the boy must remember it properly. The boy solemnly says that he understands everything. There is some kind of imprint on the boy's forehead. Leon indignantly shakes his fists and asks what kind of bastard did this to the boy. He calmly replies that it was his father. The girl falls silent in fear. The hero remembers himself sitting in a bright glow. Looking down, he exhales. The boy understands that he managed to master the heavenly demon defense art. Smiling, the young man tells his father that they now have a secret together, and he is even happier than when he mastered the 4 strides of the wind god technique. The man hits his son on the forehead with his finger. He demands that the young man not get too cocky. The hero, looking at Leon, asks why she does not go and avenge him. The girl replies that her job is to protect, not attack. The young man smiles, realizing that in his past life he never exchanged jokes with this girl. The guy holds his forehead. He calls out to Leon. Turning away from her, he says that he will not succeed yet. Leon looks at her master in surprise. The young man, looking at his bodyguard, says that after some time he will definitely cure her of the side effect that is so disfiguring her body. The young people stand opposite each other. The guy asks the girl to wait just a little longer. She looks at the young man with huge round eyes. The boy looks back at her. The hero says that he told his father that the cult needs to be changed to a place where they don't have to learn body-destroying techniques to protect other people. The boy looks at his bodyguard and says that he wants to change the cult so that no one has to do anything they don't want to do. The boy smiles slightly and looks at Leon. She stands there with her mouth open. There is amazement in the girl's eyes. The hero takes a step forward. He orders the Leon warrior to listen carefully to what he is about to say. The girl folds her hands in front of her face and shouts that she is listening to her commander. The boy declares that from now on she will no longer be guarding him. Leon is amazed. She throws up her hands and asks if the young master is serious. She asks to clarify if he is sending her away. The hero tells the girl that he is appointing her captain of the Phantom Shadow Corps. Leon looks at the boy in bewilderment. She spreads her arms out to the sides and says that she has never heard of the Phantom Shadow Corps. The hero smiles. He closes his eyes and says that the girl is right and that he is currently creating an organization that will report directly to him. Leon asks incredulously how he can transfer to work for a unit that has not even been created yet. The young man looks resolutely at his bodyguard and asks if Leon can become the head of the Phantom Shadow Corps for him. The young people look at each other. The girl folds her hands in front of her face again. She closes her eyes and declares that the warrior Leon will carry out the order. People are walking along the streets of the settlement. The hero stands in the background, leaning against the wall. He folds his arms across his chest and thinks that telling about the creation of an organization and creating it are completely different things, since he will need a lot of money for this. The young man's head is slightly tilted to the right. He thinks that he will earn money using the incident that he remembers from his past life. A man with a sword behind his back, addressing those around him, shouts that he needs people for a mission to accompany two gentlemen. He says that the work is dangerous, but it pays very well, and whoever dares to betray will be executed on the spot personally by him. The fighters frown at the man who makes the announcement. He, looking at the hero, asks if the guy was sent by a warrior named Seo. The hero confirms this information. The man asks if the guy is confident in his abilities. The hero, smiling, offers to pierce the interlocutor with a sword so that he believes. Yang Dong calls the young man impudent, and says that they live in a world where such people disappear like morning dew. The hero, folding his arms on his chest, asks the man not to worry, and assures that he will obey orders, since he is only interested in money. The man says that the guy must be careful, since from now on he is in the zone of special attention. The hero looks to his right. He notices a mother with a small child and remembers that the squad's mission was to escort these two people to Nanping. The little girl looks at the young man with fear. He thinks that in his past life these people died, but now he is going to save them. The guy raises his hand. The girl begins to smile. Her mother looks back sadly. The carriage drives through the forest, accompanied by guards. The sun sets over the horizon. The commander announces that they will stop at this place. He hands out food to the fighters, stating that when they will be able to eat next time is unknown, so everyone should eat as much as possible. The fighters light fires. Someone complains that they were given nothing but dried beef. One of the fighters, eating meat, says that this is quite enough to satisfy his hunger. The hero looks up. As far as he knows, the squad was attacked, and the bodies of the dead were never found. Stars shine in the sky. One of the fighters is coughing up blood, holding his throat. There are corpses on the ground. The hero looks at what is happening in shock and realizes that the beef that everyone ate was poisoned. Clenching his fist, the guy looks at the corpse lying at his feet. He cannot understand why he himself is completely fine. The hero looks at Yang Dong approaching him and realizes that it was he who poisoned the beef that he was distributing to everyone. The young man tells him that he did not eat what everyone ate. The scoundrel takes out his sword. He says that this is very bad, and it would be better if the guy died with everyone. The young man looks at Yang Dong with disdain. He would never have thought that the squad leader poisoned everyone. Looking at the scoundrel, the hero says that he is simply pathetic, and asks what Yang Dong is going to do with the money he received after killing his comrades. The scumbag smirks and says that the money can be spent on anything, like drinks and women. The scumbag stands there, pointing his sword at the boy, who asks if it was really worth killing so many people for. Yang Dong calls the boy an idiot, and urges him to think about his own life. Someone nearby says that it looks like it's all over now. The hero and Yang Dong look in the direction from which these words came. The boy sees people in straw hats in front of him. He sizes them up and realizes that these are clearly not weaklings. The scumbag approaches the arrivals and says that they are just in time. The leader shouts loudly for the passengers of the carriage to get out before he burns it down. The curtain of the carriage opens slightly. A mother and her young daughter come out. The scumbag, who has a black headband on his head, says that the two are hiding like rats, and he was constantly punished for not being able to find them. The woman, sobbing, begs the warrior Kwon to at least spare the child. He looks at her silently. Closing his eyes, he declares that he will do so, remembering their past relationship. The bastard opens his mouth wide and asks the woman if she really thought she would hear these words. The sadist screams that she should kneel down and beg for mercy, and certainly not act as if she is still his mistress. Kwon screams, his mouth wide open. There are tears in the little girl's eyes. The woman shakes with horror. She declares that if her child is spared, she will pay 10 times more than the people who ordered her murder promised. Kwon sullenly declares that he will not buy this senseless nonsense. He reports that the woman's father has already been captured. She looks at the bastard with tears in her eyes. Kwon pays attention to something. The hero steps forward and raises his right hand. Kwon asks Yang Dong who he is. The hero steps forward. He calmly looks at the bastard and states that he received money to deliver the mother and daughter to their destination. Kwon asks Yang Dong if this guy is part of his squad, and Yang Dong states that he will deal with the boy right away. Kwon angrily shouts for the hero to be dealt with immediately, and Yang Dong promises to stab the boy right away. The hero calmly tells the bastard that he has gotten involved with thugs who, as far as he understands, have betrayed their master, and the guy asks if Yang Dong really thinks that he will receive any reward, and he states that they will most likely kill Yang Dong to get rid of an unnecessary witness and take his share. The bastard looks at the hero in fear. Kwon angrily asks who they called traitors and thugs here. The hero, with a mother and daughter visible behind him, says that he wouldn't mince words if there wasn't a child there. Kwon asks why a mercenary would dare to speak to him in such an insolent tone. The hero says that he acts as if he was offended by the truth. Kwon grinds his teeth in anger. He orders the hero to be killed first. His fighters rush to attack. The young man, pointing his finger at Yang Dong, says that he will most likely be the second after the first. The bastard asks again in surprise. He looks back over his shoulder in fear. Yang Dong is stabbed in the neck. He rolls his eyes. There is a dagger sticking out of the back of his head. Kwon, holding out his hand, shouts that this fool was too slow and should not have trusted the cheap mercenaries with his work. A young man stands over the corpse of a man who has just died. He sadly states that this is what happens to those who betray people for money. Kwon orders his subordinates to attack the hero, asking how much longer they will listen to the nonsense that this guy is talking. The hero calmly looks at the enemy. He tells the woman to cover the child's eyes and ears. The woman obediently follows the order. Bright marks from blows are visible near the hero's head. The hero remains completely calm. He uses the skills 4 strides of the wind god and death step. The young man appears right in front of Kwon, who, judging by the look, is very surprised. The bastard asks how the boy managed to get so close. He looks in bewilderment as his dead subordinates fall to the ground. The woman covers her daughter in shock. Kwon's mouth opens wide. He asks who the hell is in front of him. The hero calmly states that he wants to ask this question himself. The woman says that in front of the guy is Kwon one of the vassals who was supposed to protect her family. The guy looks at her carefully. The woman, continuing to cover the baby's face, says that her name is Jiam Sa-yun, and she is the daughter of the owner of Golden Manor. The hero, looking at the woman, thinks that this is why he hid his identity and introduced himself as an ordinary mercenary, because the woman's father is Jiam Ah-su, one of the 10 richest merchants of the Central Plains. A pagoda is visible next to the old man. The hero thinks that he is the richest man in Fujian and the owner of Golden Manor. The young man has sadness on his face. He remembers that in his past life there was an incident as a result of which Jiam Ah-su was betrayed by his closest vassal and died along with his daughter. Kwon looks at the hero. He understands that he has an opportunity to stab him in the back. The bastard stretches out his hand holding a sword. The hero, without looking at him, strikes. Kwon falls down. Trees are visible above the young man. The bastard's head flies off and falls to the ground. Sa-yun covers her mouth with her hand. The young man, looking at the corpse of his fallen enemy, says that these bastards always try to attack him when he turns away. The woman, hugging her daughter, says that she is ready to hire the young man and begs him to help her. The hero declares that now that the situation has changed radically, his services will cost much more. Sa-yun says that everything suits her, and no matter how much the guy's work costs, she will definitely be able to pay for it. The woman begs him to save her father. With a heavy sigh, the hero suggests going on a journey. An unpleasant-looking man opens his mouth. Next to him, there are many fighters. He says that they finally managed to catch both the father and the daughter, and the plan that they had been preparing for 10 years was finally crowned with success. The bastard notices something in front of him. The hero and the woman with the child get out of the carriage. They hear the question of where Kwon went. The young man calmly declares that everyone except himself died. The scoundrel asks in shock at whose hand Kwon died. The young man, looking at his opponents, declares that it was done by a mysterious martial artist, young and very handsome. The scoundrel repeats the guy's phrase in surprise. Opening his mouth wide, He asks why the hero praises his enemy. He remains silent. The scoundrel seems to understand something. He points at the guy and declares that it was he who killed Quan. The hero, closing his eyes, says that it seems that the man is very good at understanding people. The fighters surrounding the hero take out their swords. Their commander, looking at the guy in shock, declares that if he saved the woman and child, he should have tried to run away somewhere far away, but instead he came straight to the tiger's den. The young man mockingly declares that he does not see either a den or a tiger here, and in front of him are only pathetic dogs that bit their master, who raised them. Sa-yun looks at the fighter standing behind her with apprehension. The squad leader looks at the hero in shock. He realizes that this man, after killing Quan, did not run away, but dared to come straight to the enemy base. The man assesses the guy standing in front of him and realizes that he looks confident and quite relaxed, despite being completely surrounded by enemies. The scumbag, looking at the hero, realizes that this is a very unusual person. Folding his hands in front of his face, he asks who the real person is in front of him and offers to go inside and have a drink together. The man says that despite the fact that they met under such circumstances, he will treat the guy to a good drink. The hero, surrounded by enemies, says that there is no need to pretend to be a polite person, since this will not save the bastard. He suggests that the man continue to spew curses and curses. He still holds his hands in front of his face, but gives the order to his subordinates to kill the hero. They rush to the attack. The young man takes out his sword. He quickly rushes forward and strikes one of the enemies. The frightened fighter turns around and screams that this guy is too fast. The next second, the hero cuts his head horizontally into 2 equal parts. The guy quickly destroys the enemies. A bright mark from the blow is visible in front of his face. The hero makes one jump after another. We see his sword and the dying enemies. Sa-yun tries not to look at this nightmare. The leader of the villains looks at the young man with wide eyes of horror. He stands over the corpses with a sword in his hand. The man asks in shock who the hell is in front of him. The guy, putting his left hand on his hip, declares that he is, in fact, nobody, just a mercenary who sensed an opportunity to make big money. The scoundrel, looking at the guy in horror, asks how much he will take to just leave here. The hero ironically declares that in front of him, it seems, a very rich man. The windows of the pagoda are brightly lit. The bastard says that he has enough money to completely change a person's life, and the young man just needs to say how much he needs. The hero asks why his interlocutor continues to commit evil deeds if he is already incredibly rich. He says that if the scoundrel wanted to change his lousy life, he would use his own money and not steal it from his master. The man silently looks at the young man. Someone nearby shouts for the boy to drop his sword. A sword is held to Jia Ma-su's throat. A disgusting-looking fighter is standing next to the old man. Sa-yun tries to shout to his father. A smile appears on the bastard's face. Looking at the young man, he says that he must drop his sword, otherwise the owner of Golden Manor will die. The hero abruptly raises his weapon up. A bright red trail stretches from it to the fighter holding the hostage. It passes between the criminal's legs. It turns out that the hero cut both the scoundrel's sword and himself with one blow. Blood splashes upward, indicating that the hero used the soaring sword and flaming heaven skills. The bastard opens his mouth in horror. The hero asks him to repeat his words with a sad expression. The hero takes a step forward. The bastard looks at him in horror and asks him to wait. He puts his hands out in front of him. The boy says that he doesn't care what the bastard asks for, and that he must come out to him if he doesn't want to die. The bastard silently looks at the boy. He remembers the blow that the hero dealt and realizes that he used a huge amount of the sword's aura, so he most likely simply didn't have any internal energy left. The bastard grabs the sword. He raises it above his head. The boy calmly parries the blow. The boy has to strain himself to parry the next attack. The bastard thinks that he will gather all his energy and finish off the enemy in an instant. The boy parries the blow, and the bastard's sword crashes into the ground. The man's eyes emit a red glow. The hero parries another blow. White marks are visible near the opponents. The bastard opens his mouth wide. The ground beneath his feet cracks. The opponents stand in front of each other. The scoundrel tries to understand whether the guy really used up all his energy before. He swings again, thinking that the boy's hands should have gone numb by now. The hero puts his weapon forward. The bastard thinks that if he adds a little more, he can defeat his enemy. Horror appears on his face. The hero's sword is sticking out of the opponent's chest. The young man, looking at the bastard, says that he is simply pathetic, and should have spent his life training instead of feeding his greedy nature. The bastard is pierced through. The guy declares that the head of security, called to protect the Golden Manor, should not have lived such a shameful life. The bastard's eyes turn white. Blood is visible near the tip of the blade. The hero tells the enemy that if he wants to be rich in the next life, he should become a merchant. The old man, folding his hands in front of him, thanks the young man. He states that he will never forget that the boy saved his entire family from death. Asu asks if the boy can tell his real name. He silently looks at the old man. The young man, closing his eyes, replies that he is just a mercenary who was passing by. Ah Su, spreading his arms out to the sides, says that even the king of mercenaries could not defeat all these scum so easily. The hero admits that the old man is openly flattering him. Sa Yun tells her father that she promised the boy a reward. Ah Su states that his daughter did the right thing, and that they are quite capable of keeping this promise. The hero stands in front of Ah Su, who states that if the guy needs money, then he has come to the right place. The guy smiles slightly, thinking that this is the reason he is pretending to be a mercenary. At the end of the corridor, a massive door is visible. Ah Su, spreading his arms out to the sides, says that the guy saved his family, and he should ideally give everything he has, but doing this in practice will be very difficult. The young man states that he would not ask the old man for something like that. Ah Su, pointing to the door with his hand, states that he could pay the amount voiced by the young man, but suggests that he just take as much as he can carry. Judging by the look on the guy's face, he likes this idea. Ah Su states that the hero cannot use carts or outside help, but he can use internal energy. The young man says in surprise that in this case he will take quite a lot. The old man, with his hands folded in front of his face, states that his family would be dead by now if it weren't for the hero, so he doesn't see a problem with it. The young man looks at Ah Su. With his hands folded in front of his face, he thanks him. The door opens. The hero looks inside. He takes a step forward. White dots are visible inside the room. The young man disappears into the darkness. The father and daughter watch him go. Sa Yun says that given the level of fighting skill this man has, he will take much more than her father can imagine. The woman asks if Ah Su will agree to this. The old man states that there is nothing more valuable in the vault than what they acquired today. Sa Yun looks at her father in shock. The old man places his hands on his daughter's shoulders and states that he does not want anything except for herself and her baby. Sa Yun looks at the old man, touched. The man states that the hero is a very unusual person. The woman replies that the guy carefully hides it, but he has incredible skills despite his very young age. Ah Su states that he did not mean martial arts at all. The vault door is open. The old man says that there is something about the guy that cannot be expressed in words alone. Ah Su imagines the young man, thinking that he has met countless people in his life, but he has never seen anyone who was so young, confident, and exuded such a unique aura around him. The old man tells his daughter that they can always make money, but whether they will ever meet the same person again is a huge question. Ah Su, who is looked at by his daughter in surprise, states that this is why he agrees to any expense. According to him, the larger the amount, the deeper the connection with this guy they will establish. Sa Yun silently looks at his father. The heroes walk forward. He approaches the pagoda. The boy walks up the stairs, thinking about how he sold the gold and treasures he took from Golden Manor in different places. He has a giant bag on his shoulders, and remembers that no store could buy everything at once, so he had to visit different cities and all the establishments in them that bought jewelry, and as a result, he earned 38 million yang. The boy thinks that this money will become the foundation for the well-being of the squad that he is going to create. The hero sees his father sitting on the throne. Sima Myung is standing next to him, and the boy thinks that his parent is receiving reports from the senior advisor at this time of day, and making important decisions that can be a matter of life and death for someone. The boy looks thoughtfully at Heavenly Demon, trying to understand if he is satisfied with the life he leads. The hero walks along the red carpet. Heavenly Demon looks closely at his son, and the boy tries to understand if he feels the desire to give up the place he occupies, and the man says that, as he was told, the hero left the city for some reason. The boy looks at him in surprise. He closes his eyes and says that he went to earn some money. Heavenly Demon asks why the boy needs money. He, standing in front of the base of the stairs, says that he can't continue to spend his father's money, and besides, he will soon have serious expenses. The man asks to clarify the thesis that was voiced last. The hero says that he wants to create his own squad. Heavenly Demon and Sima Myung look at the boy in bewilderment. The father asks his son again. He, standing on the red carpet, says that each supreme demon has his own army, and in order to resist them, he needs his own organization. The head of the clan sternly declares that he will never allow this, since if his youngest son wants to create his own army, his eldest son will try to do the same, and this will lead to a split in the cult. Heavenly Demon forbids the boy to do what he has planned. The hero silently looks at his father. He expected resistance from him, since the man would never agree to this right away. The hero reaches under the hem of his robe. Taking out a scroll, he declares that he brought it to his father. Heavenly Demon and Sima Myung look at the boy in surprise. The man raises his hand. The scroll flies over the boy's hands. Heavenly Demon, unrolling the scroll, asks what kind of money it is. The boy answers that his father can spend it as he sees fit. The man's eyes fill with anger. He asks again in amazement. The hero calmly looks at his father. Sima Myung, in turn, looks at the boy. We see the lower part of the cult leader's face. The man declares that he is incredibly rich. The hero says that he knows perfectly well that his father is the richest man in the world, after which he says that money given to parents for the first time is special for each person. Heavenly Demon looks at his son in shock. He declares that he wants to thank the man for giving him life and raising him. The cult leader and his advisor are silent. The young man, folding his hands in front of his face, declares that he wanted to thank his father in this way at least once in his life. He asks the man to have a good rest. The hero turns around and leaves. Heavenly Demon looks at the scroll he received from his son. He smiles faintly. Sima Myung silently looks at his master. In front of us is the Nirvana Pavilion. Leon is standing next to the hero. The girl looks at her master. Someone says that the time has come. The guy looks around. Dae Ryong is standing in front of him, who declares that everyone is waiting for the young man. We see the lower part of the hero's face. Smiling, he says that he is glad to see Dae Ryong. The young man says that he has volunteered. The hero, next to whom Leon is standing, says that the guy probably did not expect that they would meet in such a situation. He replies that, to be honest, he was very surprised. The hero and Dae Ryong look at each other. The former of them says that it is time to go. Leon looks at the young man in surprise. A smile appears on her face. Dae Ryong, smiling faintly, looks at the girl. The young people follow the hero. They exit the door. In front of them are orderly rows of people in yellow robes. The hero looks at the line, stretching his arms along his body. The subordinates enthusiastically greet the new head of their division. The guy looks at them silently. All eyes are fixed on him. The hero thinks that these people look friendlier than he thought. An idea comes to the guy. He asks Dae Ryong if he told the Nirvana Pavilion employees that their salaries will be reduced if they do not properly greet the new leader, then offendedly says that nothing like that happened. The hero asks why in that case there is such a great atmosphere here. The people in yellow uniforms, smiling, look at the guy. Dae Ryong states that this is because the hero has already proven himself to be an employee of the Nirvana Pavilion. The hero sighs, realizing that this is all related to the incident that killed the commander of the demonic army. The young man recalls the events of the recent past. He thinks that Go Dang, the commander of the First Corps, killed the investigator who was conducting the first investigation, and recently a colleague of the people gathered here was seriously injured, and in this situation, he took care of the injured investigator by sending a demonic physician to him, and then dealt with Go Dang, avenging everyone. Dae Ryong asks the hero to say something to the crowd. The young man looks at his new subordinates. They are standing with their hands behind their backs. The guy has a thoughtful expression. Everyone is waiting for him to say something. The young man, next to whom Dae Ryong and Leon are standing, states that he does not even know whether the people gathered before him will become happier or unhappier under his leadership. Leon and Dae Ryong listen silently to the hero, who says that he is only sure that the hearts of the Nirvana Pavilion workers will beat much faster than before. A source of bright light is visible behind the guy. Dae Ryong looks at something. One of the investigators turns his head to the left. The gathered Nirvana Pavilion workers exchange glances. One of them clenches his fists joyfully. Clouds float above the building where the hero will now work. The young man examines the papers. He declares that the atmosphere was simply magnificent a little while ago, and now they gave him this, probably just to kill him. Dae Ryong states that this is a report of an incident that was investigated in a very dubious manner, and this is what the hero wanted to see. Closing his eyes, the boy asks why all this must be connected with Blood Heaven's Bladesman again. Dae Ryong, standing in front of the table, replies that he himself is not pleased, but this event happened recently, and completely matches the description of what the new head of the department demanded to be reported. Leon tells the boy that he should not take drastic actions this time, since Blood Heaven's Bladesman miraculously held on last time. The hero, handing the girl the document, states that this describes a simply outrageous incident, and they cannot turn a blind eye to it just because some old man is barely holding back his anger. He asks her to read the paper and answer whether she can ignore it. The girl reads it. She states that something must definitely be done about this. People are sitting at the table. It is reported that the incident is taking place in the entertainment pavilion. A shot glass lands on the table with a loud thud. The flushed man looks down. The old man standing next to him asks him to stop drinking. He states that he is familiar with the situation the man is in, but he is already too drunk. The man asks how he cannot drink when the scumbags who put his child in a coma were found innocent. The old man opens his mouth in shock. The man sitting at the table refills his shot glass. The old man says that he cannot believe it, since the Nirvana Pavilion was investigating the case. The man downs the shot glass and states that the investigators said that his son was injured during a training sparring match with his friend, and he simply does not believe it. He sets the glass down again with a thud, then states that as far as he knows, the father of the scumbag who attacked his son is 100-Sword Demon. In front of us is a stern fighter with a sword on his back. It is reported that this is the 100-Sword Demon, who is a subordinate of Blood Heaven's Bladesman and the commander of the squad. The old man asks again in amazement. The customer of the establishment slams his fists on the table. He declares that the investigator from Nirvana Pavilion turned out to be a real bastard, and he is even worse than the one who crippled his son. The old man puts his hand to his face and whispers to the customer to speak more quietly. Because he can be heard, the man replies that everyone should hear this, and the bastards from Nirvana Pavilion can come to cut off his head, or even ask the 100-sword demon to do it for them. The old man says that in such difficult times, you need to control yourself. At the next table, 2 customers are having lunch. The man, bitterly crying, says that his son is in a coma, his wife cannot be resurrected, and therefore he has no choice but to kill this bastard. A drunk man's eyes are streaming with tears. Someone asks if he really thinks he can kill his abuser. The unhappy father turns around. He sees armed men. He asks who is in front of him. The young man approaches the man sitting at the table and asks who he is to say he can kill someone. The inconsolable father jumps to his feet, calls the guy a bastard and demands that he give him his son back. He states that this ghoul did not even apologize for what he did. The guy lowers his eyes and apologizes for committing a truly heinous crime. He promises that it will never happen again. The young man bows before the man. Looking at him insolently, he declares that the apologies have been made, and now no one can reproach him for anything. The man, looking at the scoundrel in amazement, asks again. The bastard's companions, standing behind him, giggle nastily. The man grits his teeth in rage. He grabs his sword and calls the young man a scumbag. The guy's fist comes towards the man's face. It hits him square in the nose. The bastard, pointing to his opponent who has fallen on the table, shouts that everyone saw him draw his sword first. His henchmen, still giggling, say that they saw everything and will be witnesses if necessary. The young man beats the man brutally. He asks how dare the pathetic warehouse manager report him to the Nirvana Pavilion, and shouts that it is all because of his son, who was asked to take some money out of the house, and he said that he would not do it, since it was earned with blood and sweat. The bastard's fist crashes into the jaw. The guy shouts that the man's son made him look like some kind of loser and started acting like a righteous angel, and this would infuriate anyone. The man says that the bastard just confessed to everything himself. The bastard's fist hangs in the air. Sitting on the man, he asks what exactly the confession was. The poor fellow, whose entire face is covered in blood, says that everyone present heard the bastard's words and the reason why he beat up his son, and that the ghoul also stated that it was not a friendly sparring match and that he deliberately attacked the boy. The scoundrel thinks about it. He looks over his shoulder. Looking at the people present in the establishment, he asks if anyone heard him confess to something like that. The people sitting at the table turn away from the bastard. The old man who was comforting the man lowers his gaze. The bastard looks at those around him menacingly. He brazenly states that no one here seems to have heard anything, after which he begins to laugh deafeningly. There are tears in the beaten man's eyes. He closes them. Laughter is heard above his bloody face. The bastard, smiling, declares that before him is a grown man who cries like a woman on her wedding night, and his son is very similar to his parent. The bastard's henchmen laugh. Someone loudly declares that he heard everything that was said here. The villains turn around in fear. In front of them are the hero, Li-an and Dae Ryong. The bastard, turning around, asks who the hell said that. The hero frowns at him. He asks if this fool really dares to answer so rudely. Not even knowing who he is talking to, the hero declares that he has no idea who raised this degenerate. The bastard and his henchmen look at the young man in surprise. The bastard humbly lowers his head and apologizes for being overly emotional. He asks the hero not to be angry. The bastard laughs and calls the hero an idiot, asking if that's what he really thought he was going to hear, stating that he doesn't know who it is, but advises him to make one last wish, since the hero has stuck his nose where it doesn't belong. The hero smiles. He states that if the son of the 100-sword demon can behave in such a disgusting manner in broad daylight, then that means his father is a very influential figure in this area. The bastard cheekily asks who the hero just called someone's child. His face turns surprised when he recognizes the second son of the cult leader. The people present in the establishment also recognize the young man. One of them asks what he's doing here. The bastard, looking at the boy with fear, asks if the boy is really the son of the heavenly demon. The hero states that the bastard can relax, since he came here today as the head of the Nirvana Pavilion. Leon says that this fool should be even more nervous now. The hero replies that it is unlikely that the mention of the organization will scare him. The guy, folding his hands in front of his face, apologizes for not recognizing the young master in time. He says that, it seems, due to his youth and inexperience, he showed the greatest disrespect, and asks to forgive him. The hero, looking at the sweating bastard, says that, judging by his behavior, he does not consider himself a sinless angel at all. He replies that he is truly stupid and does not understand anything about this life. The hero, looking at the bastard, understands that he is very cunning and knows exactly when to bend over to his superiors. Putting his hand on his cheek, the guy says that he needs to go. The hero says that he came here specifically to find him. The bastard asks again in surprise. The hero's face is impassive. He states that he came here to investigate the attack committed by the young man standing in front of him. The man states that Nirvana Pavilion has already investigated him and found him innocent. The hero replies that this is exactly how it was, but he decided to look into the matter again. The beaten man looks at the hero in disbelief. The bastard and his henchmen look at the head of Nirvana Pavilion in fear. He states that he accuses the young man of extortion, incitement to theft, and causing grievous bodily harm. He states that the guy also attacked the victim's father. The man with a bloody face looks at the hero. The hero states that the crimes committed by the young man are simply disgusting, and he will demand that he be imprisoned for at least 20 years. The bastard asks again in surprise. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he states that it was not a deliberate attack, but just sparring. The hero states that the guy seems to have forgotten that he confessed everything just a couple of minutes ago, and this confession was heard by the head of Nirvana Pavilion, who is standing in front of him. The scumbag remembers the boy's words from earlier. He looks at the hero with fear and states that his father will not tolerate his son becoming a defendant. The hero states that the boy does not have to worry about it, as 100 Sword Demon will be too busy to defend his mischievous son. He states that he is going to arrest the boy's father for bribing the Nirvana Pavilion investigator. The scumbag opens his mouth wide and asks if the hero really thinks that his father will allow all this to happen. He promises that after his parent is released from prison, he will take revenge on the boy or maybe even kill him while still in prison. The scumbag screams with his mouth wide open. The hero delivers a powerful punch to the stomach. Tears and possibly drool run down the scumbag's face. He falls face down on the floor, trying to cough up some of his cough. The hero asks if this idiot knows that for threatening the head of Nirvana Pavilion, he just increased his sentence by 30 years. The guy, shedding tears, begs for forgiveness. The hero stares at the villain with an unblinking gaze. Looking down at the bastard, he declares that they can stop talking about 100 Sword Demon if the guy gives at least one reason why he can be forgiven. The bastard, with tears streaming down his cheeks, mumbles something unintelligible. Dae Ryong and Leon look at him with disdain. The hero asks if this ghoul has ever spared anyone in his life or, perhaps, helped anyone. He asks him to remember and tell at least one such incident. The guy's henchmen look at the hero with fear. The hero declares that even if the accused comes up with something completely unbelievable, he is ready to listen. The villain lowers his eyes. The young man contemptuously declares that he can't even come up with anything, since he's never done anything like that before, and can't even imagine what it might look like. Then he asks why he should forgive such scum. The guy looks at the hero with a pleading look. He says that from now on he will behave in the most exemplary manner. The hero gives him a powerful slap. Blood gushes from the scumbag's mouth. The people present in the establishment look at what is happening in amazement. The beaten man is shocked to the depths of his soul. The hero, standing over the unconscious scumbag, declares that he will be able to live an exemplary life immediately after he gets out of prison. His gaze is implacable. The scumbag's henchmen fearfully declare that they did only what the leader ordered them to do. They ask to let them go. The hero, folding his hands behind his back, declares that if they do not tell everything they know, they will also go to court. They declare that they will tell everything they know. The hero orders Dae Ryong to take them to the Nirvana Pavilion. The interrogator makes it clear that he understands the order. The employees in yellow robes escort the arrested men. The beaten man and the employee of the establishment look at the guy in surprise. The latter, addressing everyone present, declares that if anyone feels any injustice, they should immediately report it to the Nirvana Pavilion. Standing in front of the audience, he says that as long as he leads this organization, decisions made in the Nirvana Pavilion will not be subject to any outside influence. The customers of the establishment look at the young man with their mouths open. The guy declares that if anyone dares to threaten their father, as the idiot who was just taken away from here did, he will turn to his father for help. The beaten man and the old man who consoled him silently look at the guy. The young people standing near the railing giggle. The people burst into laughter at the boy's joke. Leon, smiling, tells the man that the demonic physician, on orders from the cult leader's second son, examined his son before they came here. The man asks again, amazed. He approaches the hero and asks if such an important doctor really treated his son. The boy states that the man's son is much more important and that he saw the boy regain consciousness, so the father should go check on him right away. The man's eyes widen in amazement. Crying, he thanks the young master and promises not to forget the kindness he showed him. The boy places his hands on the bowing man's shoulders. Smiling, he states that the man has dedicated his entire life to serving the cult, so it is only natural that the cult, in turn, protects him. The man sheds streams of tears. He grabs the hero's hand. The man thanks his savior over and over again. Leon and Dae Ryong, smiling faintly, watch what is happening. The employee of the establishment wipes away tears. The hero's eyes are shining. He declares that it is the cult that should thank the man for everything he did in his life. The windows of the city houses are lit by dim lights. In front of us is the Nirvana Pavilion. The hero looks ahead gloomily. He sees many people in yellow robes. The guy thought that he would meet resistance from Blood Heaven's Bladesman and the Sword Demons, but it suddenly turned out that it arose inside the Nirvana Pavilion. The chief investigator of the organization named Gak Myung greets his boss. Folding his hands in front of his face, he declares that he wanted to go to his office, but almost all the employees volunteered to go with him. The man apologizes for the fact that all this may not look very polite. The hero, looking at the crowd, asks why they decided to come to him. Gak Myung replies that, as he heard, the guy is going to resume the investigation, which was already completed, and the suspect was found innocent. The hero confirms this. Gok Myung sullenly says that he is worried that this will break the morale of the investigators who work at Nirvana Pavilion. The guy looks at the man silently, then asks the crowd if everyone agrees with Gok Myung. The employees of the organization say that they support the chief investigator. The hero decisively says that he completely disagrees with this point of view, and the incident with Yang Ho destroys the credibility of Nirvana Pavilion, and in the most serious way. Gok Myung, surprised, asks the guy what he means. The hero says that, as everyone probably heard, Yang Ho confessed to his crimes in front of many witnesses, after which he was arrested. Gok Myung, folding his hands in front of himself, says that he knows about it. The hero asks why in that case he came here himself and brought his subordinates along with him. Gok Myung says that they are outraged that a closed case is being sent for further investigation. The young man, looking at the man, asks if this is a matter of principle. The Nirvana Pavilion is shown from a bird's eye view. Gok Myung states that this is exactly how it is, and besides, this is the first time such a case has happened in the history of the organization. The hero closes his eyes. He looks at Gok Myung, and he looks at him. The young man states that the young man was beaten half to death, and the scoundrel who did it confessed to his crime. He asks the man if he does not think that a reinvestigation in this case is simply necessary, and no principles should interfere with it. Gok Myung, looking resolutely at the young man, states that he may think him old-fashioned, but maintaining the principles of the organization, as he thinks, is incredibly important. The guy sighs heavily. Putting his hand aside, he states that he wants to hear the opinions of the other investigators, and invites those who think that a reinvestigation would be right to stand to his left. The men in yellow robes exchange glances. One of them steps forward. The hero looks at this man. Dae Ryong, with his hands at his sides, states that he thinks a reinvestigation is necessary. The hero asks the guy for his reasons for this decision, and he replies that the first investigation was unsatisfactory. His colleagues remain silent. Dae Ryong states that they also cannot rule out the possibility that there was external pressure on the investigator in this case. The hero looks at the guy's colleagues and asks if any of them agree with what he just said, and one of the investigators states that he shares this opinion. Gok Myung frowns at the man standing next to him. The man, with his hands folded in front of his face, states that his name is Ik-ho, and that he has not yet had time to thank the hero for helping him a little earlier. The young man asks if the man's wounds have healed, and he replies that he is fine now, and the hero states that he is very glad to hear this. The remaining investigators silently watch what is happening. The hero calmly looks at them and calls out the investigator Janghwa. The man, looking at the boy in surprise, says that it is he. Putting his hands behind his back, the hero states that it was this man who investigated the incident that is now being discussed. He asks what he thinks about it. Janghwa replies that he conducted the investigation most thoroughly. The hero, frowning at him, asks if he took bribes. The investigator is outraged. Gok Myung angrily asks how the young man can throw such accusations. Streams of white energy begin to rise around the boy. Menacingly looking at the old man, he demands that no one dare to speak without permission. Fear appears in Gok Myung's eyes. The hero, looking intently at Janghwa, asks if he received money from Hundred Sword Demon. The man puts his hand on his chest and swears on his life that he did not take anything, stating that if his boss does not trust him, he can conduct a special investigation. The hero looks at Janghwa. A smile appears on his face. He says that he has already conducted an investigation and found out that the man really did not take the money. Janghwa is surprised. Gok Myung, raising his hands, asks if the young man really conducted an internal investigation into one of the investigators. He states that if he was not given special status, it simply could not have taken place. The hero states that the investigation had such status, and the corresponding permission was received from the head of the cult. Gok Myung is shocked. The hero asks Janghwa why he falsified the results if he did not take the money. The man, looking down, states that he did not falsify anything, and based on the information he received, everything was as stated in the results. The young man asks Janghwa if anyone threatened his sister. Clouds float above the Nirvana Pavilion building. The hero says that the investigation showed that Janghwa is completely incorruptible. According to him, he did not believe this conclusion, so he personally checked everything, because he does not believe that there are people in this world who hate money. Looking at the man, the young man says that, to his surprise, he found out that he really was completely incorruptible. Janghwa silently looks at the young man. The hero says that he became interested in why such a pure man could falsify the results of the investigation, and he found out that he has one huge weakness, namely his younger sister, besides whom Janghwa has no one else in this world. The investigator looks at the young man in shock. Gok Myung asks his subordinate if someone really threatened him. The old man, furious, shouts at Janghwa to tell the truth. The hero looks thoughtfully at what is happening in front of him. He realizes that Gok Myung brought everyone here to protect Janghwa, whom he cares about like a real father. Gok Myung looks angrily at Janghwa, The hero understands that the old man arranged all this so that his subordinate would not have stains in his biography. He loudly declares that a man should not worry about his sister. Gok Myung and Janhwa look at the guy in amazement. He, looking at them, declares that he posted guards near the house where the girl lives, and until the end of the investigation into this case, she will be completely safe. Janhwa, looking at the young man with hope, asks if he really did this. The hero confirms his words. The investigator is ready to burst into tears. He falls to his knees and screams that he committed a heinous crime. The old man, raising his right hand, asks if Janhwa really did this. The hero, looking at the man with sympathy, asks if he knew that he must work honestly, even despite the threats. Janhwa, shedding streams of tears, says that he understands everything and will gladly accept any punishment. The man's colleagues look at him with sympathy. The hero demands that Janhwa get back on his feet. He does so. The guy says that if all this had happened after he became the head of the organization, there would be no forgiveness. But it happened before that, so he will make an exception and forgive Janhwa. Tears roll from the investigator's eyes. He asks if the guy will really forgive him. He sternly states that he will do it only once. But the man must remember that this is happening only because before this he showed himself to be a completely incorruptible person. The young man says that this incident spoiled Janhwa's reputation, but it allows him to start everything from scratch. The investigator sheds streams of tears and sincerely thanks the hero. His colleagues are shocked. Words of gratitude are heard again. Dae-ryong and Ik-ho look at their new boss. He, standing in front of his subordinates, loudly declares that now that he has become the head of Nirvana Pavilion, the family members of his employees have become his own family, and if anyone dares to threaten them, he will personally deal with the bastards. The people in yellow robes listen attentively to the guy. He declares that from now on the organization will not allow any pressure to be exerted on it. The Nirvana Pavilion building is visible behind the hero. He promises everyone present that anyone who dares to threaten them will be severely punished. The guy next to whom Dae-ryong is standing declares that if someone is threatened, they must immediately report it. The guy's mouth is wide open. He shouts that if those gathered believe him, then they should also trust the leader of the cult. A huge pagoda rises above the assembled people. The hero declares that if he has to ask his father to protect the families of those present, he will definitely do it, and any attempt at outside interference must be reported personally to the head of Nirvana Pavilion. Looking at his subordinates, the guy promises that from now on they will do their job with their heads held high. Gok Myung and Janhwa look at the young man in shock. He smiles faintly. The hero sternly says that when people are confident that they and their families are safe, Nirvana Pavilion will begin to work as it should. The assembled people look at the guy. He declares that everyone must be punished for crimes, including the employees of Nirvana Pavilion. We see the building in which the said organization is located. The young man declares that if the head of the cult commits a crime, he will also be called to account. The people in yellow robes look at the guy in shock. He firmly states that he is not afraid of the head of the cult of the 8 supreme demons, but that Nirvana Pavilion will become useless, and they will not be able to protect those they should. The employees of the organization exchange glances. The hero says that he will not be able to stand it if criminals walk and smile at him and his subordinates. Janhwa, who still has tears in his eyes, looks at the young man. Someone says that perhaps this is a belated confession, but she also wants to carry out the orders of the head of Nirvana Pavilion. The gathered people look to their left. A pretty girl stands out in the crowd. Dae-ryong recognizes Jo Hyang. Janhwa and Gok Myung look at the girl in surprise. The other investigators also do not ignore her. Some are very unhappy. The girl stands next to Dae-ryong. A decent number of investigators gather behind the hero. Gok Myung stands in front of him. The young man addresses him and says that he wants to make his wishes come true and that he will need this man's experience and help for that. He extends his hand to the old man and asks for his help. Gok Myung is silent. The hero looks at him without saying anything. The old man takes the boy's hand and thanks the head of the Nirvana Pavilion. He squeezes the boy's hand tightly. The hero looks at Gok Myung. He cannot let go of his hand. The young man orders Dae-ryong and a reinforcement squad to arrest Yang Tae, the 100-sword demon, and Yan Ho's father. Gok Myung says that this man will not let himself be arrested easily as he has 100 warriors under his command. The hero says that Dae-ryong must offer Yang Tae an alternative: either he comes or he will be accused of treason. The people in yellow robes look at the hero. The 100-sword demon, aka Yang Tae, greets the second son of the cult leader. The young man states that he should be called the head of the Nirvana Pavilion. Yang Tae looks at the guy. The interlocutors are sitting at the table. 100-sword demon apologizes and states that when he was called here, they mentioned some kind of betrayal. He asks if it is possible to find out what all this means. The young man says that this was the only way to call him here for a conversation. Yang Tae continues to look at the young man. Surprisedly rubbing his chin, he apologizes for not immediately responding to the call and states that they work for the same organization and must take into account many things. He says that, in addition to this, he must not lose his authority in the eyes of his subordinates. Closing his eyes, the hero replies that he understands everything. Before us is a scene of beating. Yang Tae states that this incident should not have been made public at all, since everything happened because the children were simply playing with each other unsuccessfully. Smiling, 100-Sword Demon states that the boy probably understands everything, and at some point he will need outside help and money to properly manage the Nirvana Pavilion. The hero looks thoughtful. He understands that Yang Tae is taking a roundabout way to try to bribe him. 100-Sword Demon, looking into the boy's eyes, states that this is far from all, and if the boy wants to become the official heir of the cult leader in the future, he will need help again, while right now everyone supports the first son of Heavenly Demon, who is the boy's competitor. The hero states that he would be very grateful if Yang Tae helped him. He folds his hands in front of his face and states that he never doubted the boy's intelligence, and is now ready to serve him faithfully and truly. Rising from his chair, Yang Tae says that he will also arrange a real feast for the hero in the near future. The boy asks in surprise where 100-Sword Demon is going. He says in surprise that he thought that this conversation was over. The hero says that when he heard about help, he thought that it would be provided when Yang Tae gets out of prison. The man looks at the guy in confusion. Smiling, he says that he doesn't take such jokes well. The hero asks if his words could really be taken as humor, since he was talking about threatening to kill a family member of a Nirvana Pavilion investigator. The man, looking at the young man, declares that he did not threaten anyone or anything. The hero, folding his arms over his chest, declares that 100-Sword Demon's words do not matter, since there is testimony from the investigator who received the threats. The man's face is perplexed. The hero tells him that the rules in effect within the cult state that the testimony of any Nirvana Pavilion employee has more weight than anyone else's, and all of this was invented precisely in order to protect the authority of the investigators of this organization. The young man states that Yang Tae probably didn't even know about this rule, since he himself only recently became acquainted with it. Having taken his current position, the hero says that this law was most likely passed to find a way to deal with people like Yang Tae, since too many people think that they can get away with everything if they simply deny all accusations. The man's hair is tied with a red headband. The hero, sitting in front of Yang Tae, states that if he confesses, he will reduce the sentence by 10 years. But if this does not happen, the man will go to prison for 20 years. The young man says that on this wonderful note, the negotiations can be considered closed. The interlocutors look at each other. 100-Sword Demon asks if the head of Nirvana Pavilion has accidentally gone crazy. He replies that even if this happened, he would still do exactly this, since in his right mind it is incredibly difficult to communicate with people like Yang Tae. The man asks to give him a few minutes to think. Standing in front of the guy, he asks why he is doing all this. The hero asks again. Various objects are visible behind the young man. He says that his interlocutor's son beat his friend half to death, and before that, Yang Ho had been tormenting his victim for years. Looking angrily at Yang Tae, the guy says that now the scoundrel's father threatens to kill a member of the investigator's family to cover up his offspring's dark deeds, and then asks why someone is trying to hold him accountable. Raising his left hand, Yang Tae shouts that the warehouse guard cannot be considered the same person as honored warriors who are rightfully proud of themselves. He says that Nirvana Pavilion has always turned a blind eye to incidents of this scale. The hero looks at the man with indifference. He says that he just heard very disappointing and even frightening words. 100-Sword Demon asks again in amazement. The boy folds his arms and declares that everything that was just described must stop. Yang Tae, looking menacingly at the boy, declares that the Supreme Demon will not stand by and watch what is happening to his subordinate. The hero declares that Blood Heaven's Bladesman will do nothing, just like when the commander of the demon army was killed. Yang Tae breaks the table with a powerful blow. He furiously says that the head of the Nirvana Pavilion should listen to him very carefully. The boy calmly asks if 100-Sword Demon is going to threaten to kill the members and his family. Yang Tae falls silent. The hero, getting up from his chair, says that the man only has a few minutes to confess to his crimes. He looks over his shoulder at him. A deafening scream is heard from behind the boy. We see the young man's eye. The boy thinks that perhaps the reason for the fall of the demon cult was not only Wamuji. The hero can see the roofs of the buildings above his head. He thinks that if an ordinary commander dares to threaten the Nirvana Pavilion investigator, then the order within the cult has fallen to an unprecedented level. Clouds are floating in the sky. Now the guy is almost convinced that this is not only about Wamuji's abilities. The hero comes out of the door. He notices someone. Cheon Pa is in front of him with a shot glass in his hand. Behind the old man's back there is a giant sword. Cheon Pa is going to drink. He throws back the contents of the shot glass. Smiling, the old man greets the second son of the head of the cult, after which he asks if he should now address him as the head of Nirvana Pavilion. The hero is silent. The hero approaches Cheon Pa, who offers to drink together. The guy frowns at the old man. He walks forward. The young man sits down next to the old man. The old man, pouring himself a shot, says that he seemed to have warned the guy that nothing good would come of their frequent meetings. The hero smiles and states that it is Cheon Pa who always finds him. The old man looks at the boy closely. The boy looks back at him. Cheon Pa downs his drink. He places it on the ground and states that he recently felt something special when he was thinking about the boy. The old man says that when he made a wish to go hunting with his father after winning the duel, it seemed like that was exactly what he needed. Cheon-pa opens his mouth and states that he thought the boy was very smart to make such wishes. The hero states that he completely agrees that it was the right decision on his part. Cheon-pa picks up the bottle again and says that it all started that day. The drink pours into the glass. Cheon-pa brings it to his lips and states that it was then that his sword began to cry. The boy asks in surprise why the interlocutor thinks that his weapon is crying because of some boy. The hero looks at Cheon-pa and states that the sword will most likely just insult him. The old man asks again in surprise. Lanterns are visible above the interlocutors. The young man states that the old man's disciple used poison against him during a battle, and then another of Cheon-pa's followers began to insult and humiliate his subordinate. In front of us are Cheon-yang and Yang-tae. The hero says that the old man's brother used the demonic army for his own purposes, and his subordinate threatened to kill a family member of the Nirvana Pavilion investigator. So the old man's sword should truly mourn that those around Blood Heaven's Blades man do not live up to his high standards. Cheon-pa looks at the young man carefully. Smiling, he states that the boy does choose his words well, but everything he says is not true. Cheon-pa raises his glass again. The hero, watching him drink from it, asks him to explain what exactly is wrong. The old man puts his glass down and states that, firstly, the guy said that the people around him do not meet some high standards, but in fact they are perfect for him, since the hero thinks too highly of his interlocutor. Cheon-pa looks at the young man carefully. He is silent. We see the young man's eye. The guy thinks that he is a pretty tough nut to crack, and it is much more difficult to deal with him than with those who are filled with pride and strive for glory. The old man's gaze is thoughtful. Resolutely looking at the hero, he demands that he release Hundred Sword Demon, since the morale of his army was undermined by the arrest. The young man calmly replies that he will release the man if the investigation reveals that he is innocent. A bright glow appears behind the old man. The hero, gritting his teeth, tries to withstand the pressure. The old man's eyes are hidden by a black shadow. The boy thinks that the demonic energy he is emitting is incredibly powerful, and now he understands why his father said that the boy should not get involved with Blood Heaven's Bladesman yet. Cheon-pa, gritting his teeth, demands that the hero listen to his advice. The boy, looking straight into the old man's eyes, asks him to stop. He asks again, puzzled. Smiling, the boy says that Cheon-pa came here to ask for a favor and should do just that, since asking for a favor and giving advice at the same time is not very good manners. Cheon-pa grinds his teeth in anger. The interlocutors sit opposite each other. The old man frowns at the hero. Then he lowers his gaze slightly. Touching his beard with his hand, he says that the boy is right, and admits that he rarely gets to communicate with people who honestly say everything they think. The old man refills his glass. The young man says that he should be careful, as stagnant water inevitably blooms. The old man looks at his reflection in the glass. The hero says that no one wants to be in stagnant water, but once someone is in it, they get used to it and lose the ability to get out. Leaves from the trees fly in the air. The young man says that the old man should take the chance to get out of the stagnant water, and the 100-sword demon is not the one he should protect. Cheon-pa looks at the boy over his glass. He throws back the contents. Cheon-pa stares at the hero, asking if he will drink with him. He holds out the glass to the boy. The hero takes it in his hand. The old man fills it from the bottle. Cheon-pa declares that he will follow the boy's advice and get out of the stagnant water. The young man, raising a glass to his lips, declares that this is a very wise decision. The old man immediately says that in exchange he wants the hero to become his new water. The young man looks at his interlocutor in surprise. He is lost in thought. The hero looks at the old man sitting opposite him, mentally repeating the words that he just said. Cheon-pa demands that the boy drink if he is going to become a heavenly demon. He promises that in this case he will become his supporter. These words surprise the young man. The old man frowns at the boy, who thinks that he could not even imagine that he would say something like that, because everyone knows that he openly supports his older brother. The young man reminds the old man that, as far as he knows, he supports his brother. Cheon-pa says that this was before he found out that the youngest son of the head of the cult was so crazy. The hero raises his glass. It seems to him that the old man has gone crazy. The young man thought that Blood Heaven's Blades man would sell out anyone for the sake of his ambitions. The boy remembers that he killed this man's brother, crippled his student and put his subordinate behind bars. But despite all this, Cheon-pa says that he will support him. The murdered Cheon-yang sits in a chair. The young man reminds the old man that he killed his brother. Blood Heaven's Blades man calmly looks at the hero. Folding his arms across his chest, he states that as soon as he and his brother left their parents' house, they became complete strangers to each other. Looking at the young man, the old man states that he is not going to suffer for someone just because they are related by blood, as it is simply ridiculous. Cheon-pa says that a thorn accidentally driven under a fingernail hurts much more than the death of a relative. The young man holds a glass in his hands. The old man tells him that he made no official promise to work only with the young man's brother, and even if he did, he would always have the right to change his mind and take the other side. The hero still holds the glass in his hand. he states that if the old man is on his side, it will mean that he has an entire army at his disposal, but he asks to explain why Cheonpa chose him. The man's hand is on his knee. The stars are shining above the trees. The old man says that he sees the determination with which the young man sweeps away everything in his path, and he feels like he can tie his fate to this bulldozer. The hero replies that it sounds like the old man chose him because he is some kind of crazy. Cheonpa, smirking, declares that he is going to fully enjoy the young man's madness. The hero silently looks at the interlocutor. He continues to smirk. We see the back of the young man's head. The boy thinks that if he were inexperienced and naive, he could have fallen for Blood Heaven's bladesman's words, not realizing that he was just flattering. The young man's hair lies on his back. The boy thinks that he is familiar with the dirty tricks that old people use to manipulate the youth. The hero remembers that Blood Heaven's bladesman asked him if he wanted to become a heavenly demon. The boy sees his past self reflected in the glass, realizing that Cheonpa is trying to make it seem like he can only become a heavenly demon with the help of this man. The hero puts the glass down. He looks at the man and states that he is very grateful for the praise, but now is the time to do what his father entrusted him with. Cheonpa looks at the glass in front of him, and the hero asks the old man what he thinks Heavenly Demon will say if he finds out that his son has agreed to cooperate with Blood Heaven's bladesman. The old man remains silent, and the hero states that his father will probably think that his son is neglecting his duties and playing politics, despite the fact that he has been entrusted with an incredibly important job. Cheonpa asks what he thinks will happen if he works hard at the Nirvana Pavilion. Looking into the eyes of the young man, the old man states that if the cult leader intends to keep him as the head of the Nirvana Pavilion, it will be the hero who will end up in stagnant water, where he will rot forever. Blood Heaven's bladesman says that the boy essentially has no choice, and can either become his father's heir or end up on the sidelines. The hero looks at the old man thoughtfully. Raising his hand, Cheonpa states that the cult leader will pay much more attention to his son if he works together with Blood Heaven's bladesman, and the mere fact that the supreme demon has gone over to his side will make everyone around talk about the hero. The young man thinks about it. He realizes that the old man is basically right, but he is missing one important detail. The boy remembers his father, thinking that it is not only he who wants to restore the strict hierarchy within the cult, but also the heavenly demon. The boy looks at the filled glass. He asks the old man for some time to think, and promises to drink after he makes a decision. Cheonpa looks at the boy. He reaches for the bottle and says that this is an acceptable solution. The old man picks up a sword. He says that if the boy drank right away, like an idiot, it would not suit him at all. Clouds of dust are visible under the blade. The old man strikes with lightning speed. His sword ends up next to the boy's head. The hero blocks the blow with his weapon. Cheonpa, looking sternly at the boy, says that he wants to hear the answer tomorrow. The latter, looking resolutely at his opponent, says that he will give an answer in 5 days. Red veins are visible in the old man's eyes. He says that he gives 3 days. Cheonpa jumps up into the air. The hero holds his black sword in his hands. Holding his hand, he says that this old degenerate almost broke it. Someone is working hard under the walls of Nirvana Pavilion. A puddle of sweat is visible between the fists resting on the ground. The investigators are doing push-ups with a log on their shoulders. It is incredibly difficult for them. A young man with a scar on his face indignantly asks if the officials have already given up. He shouts that this is just a basic exercise for the warriors of the demonic army. The investigators manage to unclench their hands and lift the log. The young man continues to reproach them for their weakness and calls on them to work until they are exhausted. The hero and Dae Ryong, smiling, look at the passionate young man. He shouts that wives, children and friends can betray, but the sweat spilled now will be absorbed into the earth, and the strength that the officials will acquire will remain with them forever. Dae Ryong, smiling happily, declares that this guy is not even married, but he very vividly describes how wives and children behave. The hero, closing his eyes, declares that his comrade is right. The latter, standing behind the guy, asks how he managed to agree on everything. The hero asks again in surprise. Dae Ryong explains that he is referring to the official apology that Southern Blade House has published. The young man states that he could not even imagine that they would publicly admit their guilt. The hero, smiling, says that Dae Ryong can go directly to this unit and ask how its representatives agreed to such a thing. The investigator, whose head is visible behind the young man, asks him not to joke like that, because if he goes there, they will not let him out alive. The hero says that in fact, right now Dae Ryong can go to the training hall of Southern Blade House and dance the most indecent dance there, and at least today no one will say a bad word to him. Dae Ryong looks at the young man in shock. The hero remembers Cheonpa, who says that he is waiting for his answer. The young people approach the gate. The hero says that Yang Tae and his son should be sent to prison, where it will be most difficult to contact them. The young man frowns and says that these bastards should be held accountable for what they did. Dae Ryong bows and says that he understands the order. The hero passes through the gate, thinking that if he had not intervened in time, these bastards could have enjoyed their lives until they died, while Guak Su and his family would have suffered for the rest of their days. The young man's eyes shine, thinking that because of people like Yang Tae and his degenerate, hundreds of families within the cult are suffering that he knows nothing about, and the further they go, the more of them will appear. The roof of the building is visible above the guy's head. He thinks that he simply must prevent the spread of infection, and the actions of bastards like Yang Tae should not go unpunished. People are walking along the streets of Demonic Village. An old man with a sharp mustache looks at something in surprise. Workers are attaching a sign. A man asks if a branch of Nirvana Pavilion is really opening here. The hero approaches the old man and declares that from now on, anyone can come here if the cult followers have committed a crime against them. People look at the guy in surprise. He asks them where they usually go if they have a conflict with martial arts masters. The old man asks in bewilderment what can be done in this case. People look at each other. The hero understands that they have been enduring tyranny for a long time and have already come to terms with it. And even those who knew about the existence of the Nirvana Pavilion did not even think about going there, because in order to get into the cult's territory, you must announce the purpose of your visit at the very first gate. Undergo an identity check and allow yourself to be searched by the guards. We see the palace grounds. The young man looks very unhappy. He remembers that the above procedure will have to be completed several times so that the petitioner can get directly to the Nirvana Pavilion building. The guy puts his hand behind his back and says that Nirvana Pavilion is opening the doors of its branch in Demonic Village specifically for the people living here, and if anyone is subjected to criminal acts by martial artists, they must immediately come here and report everything. The old man asks in bewilderment if this is really happening. Night has fallen on the village. The hero declares that he has spoken the truth, and the respected innkeeper he is talking to must inform the people living in Demonic Village that they can freely contact this department without fear of any consequences. The young man says that if anyone tries to take any action against the complainant, then such a fool will only have one outcome: death. The old man looks at the young master in bewilderment, trying to understand if he is really going to do something for the common people. Bowing, the innkeeper declares that he promises to spread this news. The hero smiles faintly. He passes by a huge tree. Frowning in front of him, the boy thinks that this is just the beginning, and he will protect the common people of Demonic Village, the low-ranking martial artists, and in general everyone who turned out to be weaker and suffers from injustice. The stars shine above the houses. The young man thinks that he will make people understand that life has the same value for everyone. Standing next to the tall trees, the boy makes a promise to himself to stick to this principle until the very end. He approaches the door. The boy notices something in front of him. The hero goes through the door and approaches Cheon Pa, who is sitting on the ground. The old man asks the head of Nirvana Pavilion if he is ready to drink with him. The hero, sitting down on the ground, declares that he is ready. A bottle appears in Blood Heaven's bladesman's hand. He pours the drink into a shot glass. The boy looks at the old man. He looks back at him. There is a filled shot glass in front of the boy. Cheon Pa demands that he drink. The boy does not take his eyes off the old man. Looking him straight in the eyes, he says that in order to drink, he needs a snack. Judging by the expression on his face, Cheon Pa begins to get angry. He asks what exactly the boy wants. The interlocutors look at each other. The boy answers that he needs a demonic army. The old man asks again in amazement. Looking at Blood Heaven's bladesman with determination, the boy demands that a demonic army be placed in his mouth. The old man's eyes are covered with a black shadow. Cheon Pa looks at the boy menacingly. Gritting his teeth in anger, he tells the second son of the cult leader that everything in this world works completely differently than he imagines. The hero declares that having a snack while drinking is the most natural thing that can happen. The old man raises his hand. He covers his face, declaring that he has given the boy 3 days. Fire appears in Blood Heaven's bladesman's eyes. He asks if this brat dares to set such absurd conditions in front of him after being given such a short time to think about it. We see the mark of the blow. The old man shouts that he has had enough, and promises to cut off the boy's head, which he will then take to his father. Holding his sword in front of him, the boy parries the blow. Stones fly out from under his feet. The sword in the boy's hand trembles. Looking at the enemy, the hero says that he is not bad at all. Blood Heaven's bladesman, with clouds of dust rising around him, says that the young man is truly magnificent. He asks if it took a lot of internal energy to do this. Flames are visible around Cheon Pa's head. The old man says that he will most likely have to try very hard to cut off the young impudent man's head. The old man delivers a powerful blow. The hero holds a sword in his hand. He blocks the enemy's attack with great difficulty. Astonishment is read in the eyes of Blood Heaven's bladesman. The hero looks into his eyes. Streams of white energy are visible near the pagoda. Black debris flies upward. The hero fights Cheon Pa. Having received a powerful blow, he flies back. Blood Heaven's bladesman stands with his hand outstretched. The young man lands on his feet, leaving white marks in front of him. The sword in the old man's hand trembles. Cheon Pa grinds his teeth. We see the tip of his weapon. Blood Heaven's bladesman states that this is very interesting. Flames rise around him. The young man silently looks at his opponent. Judging by the expression on his face, the boy is having a hard time and wants to use 4 strides of the wind god, as he wonders if the old man can stop Death's step. Cheon-pa places the sword on his shoulder. The hero looks at the old man. He grits his teeth, thinking that he cannot use the mentioned technique now. The young man holds the sword in his hand. He understands that time is on his side, and there is no reason to risk a dangerous fight, especially since he still seems to have enough internal energy. Lowering the weapon, the boy asks the old man to give him the demonic army. Blood Heaven's Blades man, looking at the young man with hatred, asks who he wants to appoint as the commander of this squad. The old man says that it cannot be the hero himself, since he is already the head of the Nirvana Pavilion. The young man states that Cheon-pa should choose Jang Ho, the commander of the 3rd Corps, for this post. The old man states that this fighter, as far as he knows, is on the hero's side. Streams of fire rise up around Cheon-pa. He shouts that greed will destroy the boy. The hero, with his mouth wide open, shouts that it is Blood Heaven's Blades man who is pretending to be crazy in order to devour everything around him, and it was the old man who suggested that they work together. The boy states that the path that psychos dare to take cannot be trodden like a normal road. Cheon-pa, who is holding a sword, remains silent. Looking at the boy, he asks why he is talking about psychos. The young man, standing in front of his opponent, states that he seems to be right, and it is Blood Heaven's Blades man who has gone crazy if he suggested working together. The old man looks at the hero appraisingly. The young man looks at Cheon-pa calmly, thinking that he has no idea how ambitious this man is, since he died in his past life without having anything to show the world. The guy is surprised that it was Cheon-pa who died first among the 8 supreme demons. There is a bloody and destroyed sword on the ground. The hero really cannot understand why such a cunning and calculating snake managed to die at the very beginning of the conflict. The old man's weapon is visible next to his face. Gritting his teeth in anger, he calls the guy a little brat, whose greed ruined all their negotiations. Blood Heaven's Blades man stomps his foot, destroying the ground beneath him. He jumps high into the air. The hero watches the old man fly away. The young man thinks that this man will not be able to refuse the offer he received, since he knows better than anyone that his competitors are the other 7 supreme demons with whom the hero can make an alliance. We see the dark figures of the people the young man is referring to. Jang Ho asks in amazement what happened. It is said that it is happening 2 days later. He approaches the table where the young man is sitting and states that Blood Heaven's Blades man recommended him for the position of commander of the demonic army. The commander of the 3rd Corps asks if the hero is behind this decision. He thinks that he was right in his assessment of this man. And Jang Ho is very smart and observant if he came to the right conclusion and came here to ask this question. The hero calmly states that he was the one who asked Cheon-pa for this favor. Jang Ho looks at the guy with wide eyes of surprise and states that he is grateful that he thinks so highly of him. After which he says that, nevertheless, he is not worthy of this post. The hero replies that Jang Ho should not be modest, since the previous commander of the demonic army was not some kind of unique person, and in fact died in a fight with him. We see an empty throne. Jang Ho states that the situation was completely different then. The hero says that his interlocutor should simply command the army, just like he did when he led the 3rd Corps, and if he succeeds, he will definitely become the best commander of the demonic army in history. Jang Ho looks at his interlocutor in shock. He says that the young man really overestimates his abilities. The hero states that this is quite possible, but other candidates will be proposed for this position, and therefore suggests simply waiting to see how it all ends. Jang Ho, with his hands at his sides, agrees to this proposal. The hero silently looks at the fighter. He thinks that he lied a little, and will do everything possible to make Jang Ho the commander of the demonic army. The guy looks at someone. It turns out that his father is standing in front of him. The hero continues to look at his parent. He calmly stands in front of him. The young man asks in surprise what heavenly demon is wearing. He calmly explains that it is pajamas. Father and son stand opposite each other. The man asks what the hero is doing here at such a late hour. Lights are on in the pagoda windows. The young man states in surprise that it is only early evening. Standing in front of his father, the hero says that heavenly demon should probably hide the fact that he goes to bed so early, because if the Murim Alliance finds out about this, they can organize an assassination attempt on him. The man demands that the boy get straight to the point. He declares that he wants to use Blood Heaven's Blades man as his sword. The father reminds his son that he was recently going to kill an old man. The hero replies that it would be a waste of a valuable resource. Heavenly demon silently looks at his offspring. He stands with his head down. The guy thinks that his father most likely guesses everything, and when Blood Heaven's Blades man recommended him to appoint Jang Ho as the commander of the demonic army, the man probably guessed that his son was behind this request. Heavenly demon looks at the boy. He states that Blood Heaven's Blades man is not the kind of person who can be easily forced to work for him. The guy states that he is not going to tame anyone, and that he wants to use the old man until he breaks. The boy says that this character is not valuable enough to include in his collection. Heavenly demon asks what will happen if this sword unexpectedly hits his son. Smiling slightly, the hero says that he will let the old man try to do it, and then states that there is a big difference between him and Cheon-pa. According to him, Blood Heaven's Bladesman is already old, and if he breaks once, then that will be his end, but he himself is young and becomes stronger after each blow. Heavenly Demon looks at his son thoughtfully. He closes his eyes and says that words are worthless, then asks why the boy even started this conversation. The hero states that he still receives a salary from his father, so it is only natural that he reports to him about his affairs. Heavenly Demon, looking at his son, asks if he is sure that he is not going to ask his father to accept the appointment that Blood Heaven's Bladesman will make. The boy, smiling, states that his father should do the exact opposite and, no matter how much the old man asks, reject the candidate that Cheon-pa will propose. Heavenly Demon asks if the boy really wants him to reject the old man. The boy states that he wants to take this chance to show Blood Heaven's Bladesman his place. The boy says that Cheon-pa is incredibly proud of himself and pretends to be someone unknown, and sometimes acts as if he is even more powerful than Heavenly Demon. The boy states that he wants to crush this pride and tame his arrogance. The boy's father remains silent. After a while, he states that this is a chance to get his hands on a demonic army, but his son claims that he just wants to put some old man in his place. The man says that he will never believe this nonsense in his life, and must hear what his offspring is really up to. The hero realizes that his father is too smart, and immediately realizes that something is wrong here. Smiling, the boy admits that Heavenly Demon is absolutely right, and in fact, he wants to get something from Blood Heaven's Bladesman, and for this, things need to go completely wrong for the old man. There is an elegant stool behind the open doors. Heavenly Demon asks if this is really more important than having a demonic army. The hero replies that it is somewhat true, although in fact he does not give up on his plans to get a demonic army and much more. Heavenly Demon remains silent. Turning away from his son, he states that this is all just ridiculous. The young man frowns at his father. Looking at his outfit, he mentally tells his parent that today there is nothing more ridiculous here than the pajamas he is wearing. Heavenly Demon looks at his interlocutor. He says that perhaps everything is not going at all as the head of the cult planned. However, the man's second son is slowly attracting more and more attention within the organization. Heavenly Demon asks if Cheon-pa is contributing to this. Blood Heaven's Bladesman stands on the red carpet. The old man folds his hands in front of his face and says that he has nothing to do with it, as the young man is the son of the cult leader, and to his great regret, he only recently realized how remarkable the young man is. Closing his eyes, Heavenly Demon states that his son is still too inexperienced. The old man, looking at the cult leader, states that for this very reason, he wants to suggest something to the boy so that he can become an even greater man. The hero's father looks closely at Cheon-pa. Closing his eyes, he states that if Blood Heaven's Bladesman can help the boy, it will be a great help for him. The old man looks at Heavenly Demon, who is standing on the platform, and thanks him for his permission. Cheon-pa looks down and says that if the cult leader has given his fatherly blessing, then perhaps he can support his humble servant's actions as well. Looking sternly at Cheon-pa, the man asks what he means. The old man states that he wants permission to appoint a new commander for the demon army. Heavenly Demon looks at the old man. He recalls the words of his son, who asked him not to approve the candidate for the commander of the demon army proposed by Cheon-pa under any circumstances. Heavenly Demon, standing in front of his throne, says that it will be difficult for him to agree to this request. The old man states that this decision is in the best interests of the young man. Closing his eyes, the head of the cult states that the old man knows full well that the second son of the head of the cult is already receiving enough support, but a father should not forget about his eldest offspring. The old man states that he learned one simple truth while teaching his students. Looking closely at Heavenly Demon, Cheon-pa says that if someone decides to support someone, then they should put all their energy and resources into this person. He admits that he was often criticized for not being able to do so. The head of the cult calmly says that he does not care at all. Looking down on the old man, he states that he will simply kill those who dare to criticize his teaching methods. Blood Heaven's Bladesman looks at the hero's father. He asks if this was the only matter Cheon-pa wanted to discuss. The old man, folding his hands in front of his face, declares that he has no other questions and asks permission to bow. Heavenly Demon looks at the back of the departing Supreme Demon. Cheon-pa, whose face we see, tries to understand what is really hidden behind this strange indecision. He sincerely believes that if someone decides to support someone, then they should do it to the end. The moon is visible above the old man's head. He tells the hero that Heavenly Demon seems to be patronizing his first son, and not the second. The hero, standing in front of the old man sitting on a boulder, asks if this is really so. The guy looks at his interlocutor doubtfully. He states that it seems that they are unlikely to be able to work together, because he needed an alliance with Cheon-pa in order to compensate for a possible lag behind his brother. The old man glares at the young man and asks him if he thinks his ally is not good enough. Standing in front of Blood Heaven's Bladesman, the boy says that he just wants to say that the old man has his flaws too. Cheon-pa grits his teeth in rage. He puts down his shot glass and states that making Jang Ho the commander of the demon army was simply unrealistic in the first place. The hero asks if the old man has already given up. The man pours himself some more from the bottle and states that he has never seen much point in pursuing impossible goals. The hero asks why Cheon-pa, who has been pretending to be someone unknown all this time, stopped halfway, having failed to do absolutely nothing for his ally. Blood Heaven's Blades man stops pouring the drink into the glass. Glaring at the boy, he asks what his words about someone unknown and absolutely nothing mean. The young man stands before the old man and states that he approached him and offered his support. Cheon-pa replies that the young man pestered him like a small child, begging him to do something that was impossible. The hero states that if this was really the case, the old man should have refused him right away and not agreed to recommend Jang Ho for the post of commander of the demonic army. The old man looks at the young man angrily. He takes up a sword. The young man draws a line in the ground between himself and the old man. Clouds of white smoke rise from the crack. The hero says that Blood Heaven's Blades man had previously stated that there was a high level of trust between him and Heavenly Demon. The boy says that he sincerely believed these words. The young man marks the line drawn in the ground with his sword and states that it seems that Cheon-pa and Heavenly Demon's relationship is at this level. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at the young man's weapon. The hero towers over the old man. Smiling faintly, he thinks that he has nothing more to say. The young man says out loud that if he himself took on the appointment of the commander of the demonic army, the matter would have been settled long ago. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at the boy angrily. He does not look away. The old man says that if the boy is so strong in words, he can try to convince his father. The hero looks at Blood Heaven's Blades man in bewilderment. The old man irritably says that if the boy mocked him, then he must easily do what he just said. Standing in front of Cheon-pa, the young man asks the old man what he will do if he still manages to convince his father to accept Jang Ho's candidacy. Blood Heaven's Blades man says that he is sure that the boy will not succeed. The hero looks at Cheon-pa thoughtfully. He thinks that the old man is sure that Heavenly Demon will reject the second request. If he rejected the first, the guy realizes that Cheon-pa really knows his father's character very well. Looking at Blood Heaven's Blades man, the young man offers to argue. The old man, gritting his teeth in anger, asks again. Looking at the young man in a rage, he declares that he is ready to do this, and if he fails to convince his father, the guy will go over to his side and stop pestering him with his requests and demands. The young man asks what will happen if he wins the argument. The guy stands in front of the old man. He frowns at him. The interlocutors look into each other's eyes. Cheon-pa declares that if the guy wins the argument, he is ready to fulfill one of his wishes. The hero says that he wants to get an elixir, preferably even stronger than the demonic essence pill. The old man looks at the boy in shock. He asks if he knows how difficult it is to do what he wants. Leaves are falling against the moon. The boy says that he is well aware of this, and that is why he is making this a condition of the bet. He states that if he and the old man are in the same boat, then he will only benefit from the fact that his ally will become stronger. The hero and Cheon-pa look at each other. The boy thinks that he has a good reason to get the elixir. The black sphere emits streams of yellow energy. The hero knows for sure that the old man has the potion in question, and it is the heavenly divine pill. Cheon-pa states that the boy will not be able to make Jang Ho the commander of the demonic army. Looking at the old man, the boy says that if he cannot get him the elixir, he will lose all desire to cooperate with Blood Heaven's Blades man. Cheon-pa looks at the boy. We see the man's eye. Blood Heaven's Blades man says that if the boy can make Jang Ho a commander, he will get the elixir. The hero looks at the old man. He takes out his sword from its sheath. Holding his weapon in his hand, the boy states that he is making a promise. The old man's eyes are hidden by a black shadow. He touches the boy's weapon with his sword. Cheon-pa flies high into the air. The boy smiles slightly. He thinks that if he drinks the heavenly divine pill in addition to the demonic essence pill he has already taken, then his level of internal energy will not be inferior to any of the supreme demons. In front of us is the lower part of the hero's face. He thinks that he knows exactly how to win this argument. Sama Myung, sitting at the table, asks the hero if he really wants to know what chances Jang Ho has of becoming the commander of the demonic army. The boy, looking at his father's senior advisor, asks him to answer as honestly as possible. Sima Myung closes his eyes. There is a table between the interlocutors. The advisor says that the chance is 1 in 10 or even lower. The young man asks if even the recommendation from Blood Heaven's Blades man will not be taken into account. Sima Myung folds his hands in front of him and states that the boy knows very well that the heavenly demon rejected this recommendation, and the head of the cult is famous for not canceling decisions made without very good reasons. The hero says that he knows this better than anyone. Standing in front of the advisor, he asks what will happen if another supreme demon gives a recommendation to Jang Ho. Sima Myung asks again in surprise. The hero, looking at the man, says that he heard everything correctly. He imagines a girl with a sword, next to whom rose petals are falling. Sima Myung is sitting at the table. He is looking at a book. The advisor looks concentrated. The hero, calmly looking at Sima Myung, answers affirmatively to the question of whether he is really going to get recommendations from 2 supreme demons. The advisor, putting his hands on the armrests, states that this has never happened before, and if it does happen, then Jang Ho will have a good chance of becoming the commander of the demonic army, since the head of the cult will have every reason to change his mind. Sima Myung, looking at the guy, states that he, however, strongly doubts that he will be able to get a second recommendation. The young man, smiling, says that he will at least try to get it, and sometimes it is easier to deal with 2 tigers than with 1. Sima Myung remains silent. Looking at his book, he expresses hope that the second tiger will not be Sword Supreme. Before us is Bae Jong Tak from Northern Heaven Sword Clan. He asks what rape is involved. The hero sits at the table opposite this man. The man states that the maid slandered him, and asks to confront her. The young man asks why someone would slander a man. Jong Tak, raising his hands, declares that he has no idea about this and suggests that someone could have ordered the girl to do this, or maybe he insulted her in some way. The man assures that he has never raped anyone. The young man looks at Jong Tak intently and declares that he will arrange a confrontation. The hero calls Dae Ryong. The guy brings the girl into the room. Jong Tak, jumping up from his seat, asks the little girl why she is doing this. The hero, folding his arms over his chest, orders her to be quiet. He says that if the man shouts again, he will forbid him to talk to her. Looking at the girl, the hero asks if she recognizes her rapist. The little girl remains silent. Jong Tak opens his mouth wide. The girl covers her face with her fist. The man asks why she is lying. He draws the hero's attention to the fact that the girl is shaking all over and declares that she is nervous because she understands that she is about to be caught in a lie. The hero, looking at Jong Tak, explains that she is shaking because she is afraid. The villain asks again in bewilderment, after which he wants to know why the guy took the side of the deceiver. The hero states that, as far as he knows, Jong Tak threatened his victim that he would go to her hometown and kill her entire family if she dared to inform on him. Jong Tak looks at the guy in fear. He asks if he seriously believed the words of this girl. The hero looks at Jong Tak. So does Dae Ryong. 2 more girls enter the room. Jong Tak is clearly scared. The hero says that he seems to remember his maids who worked for him before. Raising his hands, Jong Tak states that he knows these girls, and they have grown a lot since the last time they saw each other. The girls look at the villain. The young man menacingly states that Jong Tak should not pretend that he does not know anything, since all 3 have already testified. The rapist is scared. The hero tells him that he treated the girls in exactly the same way. The girls stand silently. The hero says that the scoundrel used them for 2 to 3 years, and then exchanged them for younger creatures. In front of us is the lower part of the villain's face. Looking down, he says that he made mistakes when he was drunk, and begs to give him a chance. Jong Tak says that no one from the cult has ever been sent to prison just because they mistreated their servants. The hero, looking at the scoundrel, says that he seems to have conducted his own investigation into this matter. The guy says that, unfortunately, Jong Tak is right. The scoundrel, raising his hand, swears by heaven that all this will never happen again. He promises to write a confession if the hero demands it. The young man says that there is no need to go that far, and Jong Tak will not go to prison. The girls look at the guy in fear. The villain, smiling, thanks the hero, and tries to say that one day he will thank him. The hero strikes with his sword, not letting the bastard finish. The rapist's head flies off. The young man declares that he will go to a place much more terrible than prison. The villain's body falls to the floor. The girls look at the young man in shock. Dae Ryong is also amazed. The guy tells the girls that the man who tortured them is now dead, and no one will threaten their family members anymore, so they can live in peace from now on. The girls, with their mouths open, look at the hero. The young man says that they will probably not be able to forget what happened to them until their death. But now they will also remember what happened to their offender. He expresses hope that the last memory will overshadow the terrible things that happened to them before. The rapist's head lies on the floor. The hero advises the girls to remember the expression on his face for the rest of their lives. The boy looks down, thinking that this is the most he can do for them. The girls look at the hero in shock. One of them, looking down, thanks the boy for helping them carry out their revenge. The girls are silent. Then they begin to sob violently. One of them sincerely thanks the boy. The hero looks at the girls sadly. Dae Ryong lowers his eyes. Closing his eyes, the boy says that the girls should not thank him, and he was able to punish the scoundrel only because they were brave enough to confess everything. The floor is covered in blood. The hero says that he wishes them to be just as brave in the rest of their lives. They bow before him and declare that they will try to do so. Dae Ryong leads the girls away. The hero looks up thoughtfully. He mentally tells his father that if they cannot protect such children, supposedly because in this world the strongest survives, their cult will not withstand the onslaught of enemies. The guy looks down sadly. He thinks that such scoundrels should definitely be exterminated. Leon appears at the door, calling the hero by name for the first time, Geometry Muguk. Looking at the corpse lying on the floor in fear, the girl says that this man was a member of the Northern Heaven Sword Clan, and the Flower Sword Supreme is unlikely to leave this unpunished. She asks if the young man is afraid. The hero, looking at the girl, says that, of course, he is afraid, but only that he will die before he gets rid of such trash. Leon says that after Muguk became the head of the Nirvana Pavilion, their cult began to get better, and if things continue like this, they will have more good people than the Murim Alliance. The guy, closing his eyes, says that not raping children is not something that can be considered a good deed, since it should simply be the norm. Leon looks at the hero in surprise. The young man, with Leon standing behind him, orders Dae Ryong to immediately notify Sword Supreme that there is a problem during the investigation, so he must meet with her to explain everything. In front of us is a settlement that belongs to the Northern Heaven Sword clan. Muguk and Dae Ryong follow the young man. In the bamboo forest there is a building. An announcement sounds that the head of the Nirvana Pavilion has arrived. In front of the guy is a small staircase. A leg is sticking out from under the hem of a long robe. In front of us are details of clothing. A pretty brunette greets the hero. It is announced that in front of us is Flower Sword Supreme, so Yun Rang. Yun Rang looks at the hero over her shoulder. He thinks that Flower Sword Supreme looks about 20 years old. But in fact she is about twice as old, and that is why the cult has a saying that the world can change, but Flower Sword Supreme cannot. We see the woman's face. The hero thinks that in fact she even looks younger every year. Muguk folds his hands in front of his face, and says that he hasn't had the honor of speaking to Madam in a long time. Yun Rang slowly approaches the guy. She says that she is not used to being called Madam, and the guy can just call her Sword Supreme. The hero states that it is quite difficult for him to do this, since they have a fairly significant age difference. Yun Rang, looking at the hero thoughtfully, asks if the respect he feels for her is only related to age. The woman states that she does not think that the year of birth has any meaning, and that respect should only be given to those who truly deserve it, including very young people. Muguk silently looks at Yun Rang. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. The hero says that he will address Sword Supreme as she asks, and in return she should also avoid formalities when communicating with him. The woman agrees. The hero looks to your right. Beside him, Dae Ryong folds his hands in front of his face. Muguk says that he is a special investigator who is investigating the recent incident, and he brought him here so that they can clarify some details. Dae Ryong introduces himself. Yun Rang, closing his eyes, states that there is no need for all this, and if Nirvana Pavilion has decided that a crime has been committed, then so it was. Looking at the hero, Yun Rang states that the rapist deserves to die, and her organization does not mind at all. The hero looks at the Sword Supreme. Muguk and Dae Ryong exchange glances. The investigator leaves the room. Yun Rang smiles. She states that thanks to the hard work of Nirvana Pavilion, a wind of change has begun to be felt within the cult, and that it is simply wonderful. Closing his eyes, Muguk says that this was only possible because Yun Rang is one of the pillars of the cult. Sword Supreme closes her eyes and says that there is no need to flatter an old woman like her. The boy asks Yun Rang not to say such things, as she looks like she is in her 20s and no more. Raising her right hand, the woman says that this is a lie, and that she has long since retired from politics to focus on understanding martial arts. The boy looks at her thoughtfully, thinking that the Flower Sword Supreme in his past life was not like this at all. Blood drips down the steps. Yun Rang remembers that after Wang Mu Ji killed his father, the supreme demons and martial artists began to fight each other to lead the cult. We see a battle scene. There are piles of corpses around Yun Rang. Muguk remembers that Flower Sword Supreme eventually became the leader of the cult after his father. The woman's face is splattered with blood. The hero thinks that the time when she headed the organization was truly bloody, and perhaps all this would not have happened if the woman was more skilled in politics, but she was killed after only 3 years by the man who later headed the organization. The hero states that, to be honest, when the rape incident happened, he found himself in a rather difficult position. Yun Rang asks again in surprise. Muguk says that she probably heard that he has been in conflict with the Southern Blade House lately. We see the young man's back. He thinks that he specifically mentioned the Southern Blade House, which belongs to Blood Heaven's Bladesman, to test the woman's reaction, since everyone knows that among the 8 supreme demons, these two have the worst relations, which is why their wards cannot stand each other and are constantly fighting among themselves. The hero, looking at the woman, says that Blood Heaven's Bladesman used to put a lot of pressure on him, and now it turns out that he has a conflict with the faction led by Yun Rang. The woman says that she is the complete opposite of Blood Heaven's Bladesman. The guy replies that Yun Rang is absolutely right. She looks at him intently. She states that since we're talking about it, from what she heard, Cheon Pa recommended a certain Jang Ho from Southern Blade House for the position of commander of the demonic army. Looking at the interlocutor, Yun Rang asks what's going on there. The young man, glancing at Sword Supreme, says that Jang Ho is an exceptional and very loyal person, and to be honest, he is one of his men. Yun Rang asks how the guy managed to get Blood Heaven's Bladesman to recommend him for the position of commander. Dae Ryong and one of Yun Rang's subordinates are standing outside the house. The hero says that he pressed on the old man's pride, and told him that he should choose in favor of the interests of the cult, instead of thinking only about himself, since he is, after all, one of the supreme demons. The woman, looking down, says that the old man would never succumb to such arguments. The young man states that Pyong Ho agreed because he did not want to lose to him. Yun Rang looks at the boy, slightly surprised. He returns her gaze. He states that Cheonpa said that he cares about the interests of the cult more than any other supreme demon. Yun Rang silently looks at the boy, who states that, as it turned out, even Blood Heaven's Blades man was not influential enough for Jang Ho to become the commander of the demonic army. The boy's hand is next to the sword. He states that his father's senior advisor suggested a way out of the situation. However, this method, too, seems to him to be quite difficult. Yun Rang asks what kind of advice that was. The hero, looking at the woman, states that according to Sima Myung, Jang Ho can become a commander if another great demon gives him a recommendation. But the problem is that no one wants to do it. The woman asks why the guy thinks so. Muguk looks at her in surprise. The hero, whose back of his head we can see, asks Yun Rang to repeat what she said. The woman, as if nothing happened, asks why the boy thinks that Blood Heaven's Blades man is the only one who thinks about the interests of the cult. Muguk firmly states that he did not say that. In front of us is the lower part of Yun Rang's face. She says that the boy came to her today to push her pride and asked her to give her recommendation to Jang Ho. The beauty looks at the hero with her blue eyes. The boy, looking at her, thinks that this woman immediately understood everything, and now it's time to be honest with her. The ceiling of the room is visible above the hero's head. Muguk thinks that at the moment when cunning games are intertwined with the truth so closely that it becomes difficult to distinguish one from another, one can get the greatest satisfaction from the positive result obtained. Looking at Yun Rang, the hero asks if she really noticed everything right away. Yun Rang, lowering her eyes, is silent. It seems to the young man that the woman has doubts, and they can be understood, since Blood Heaven's Blades man is so unprincipled that he easily betrayed his brother, and it is completely unclear why he suddenly took the hero's side. The interlocutors are standing opposite each other. Yun Rang has magnificent earrings in her ears. The beauty's eyes are sad. Lowering her gaze, she says that now she understands why the head of the cult made the guy the head of Nirvana Pavilion. Muguk asks again in surprise. Yun Rang takes a step forward. She comes close to the young man. Their faces almost touch. The woman says that the boy has a special talent, and it is to touch people's hearts. Yun Rang smiles, and declares that she will give her recommendation to Jang Ho. Muguk asks if she will really do that. The woman's dress is visible next to the boy. Looking over her shoulder at the hero, Yun Rang says that she wants to show that Blood Heaven's Blades man is not the only one who cares about the cult's interests. With his hands clasped in front of his face, Muguk says that he will never forget the help Yun Rang gave. Dae Ryong is seen next to the hero. Muguk thinks that he expected Sword Supreme to help him with a recommendation, because she understands that he can eventually become the head of the cult, and cannot allow Blood Heaven's Blades man, having established good relations with him earlier, to enjoy this privilege alone. The young man looks sadly ahead. He thinks that Yun Rang will make every effort to prevent Cheonpa from getting something. Even if it is horse manure lying on the ground, the young man realizes that the woman despises Blood Heaven's Blades man with all her heart. Yun Rang looks at the killed enemy. The hero remembers that the first person she killed in his past life, becoming the leader of the cult, was Blood Heaven's Blades man. Trees are visible behind the tall pagoda. Someone says that he did not expect that the second son of the head of the cult could convince Flower Sword Supreme. Heavenly Demon, closing his eyes, says that most likely his son took advantage of the discord between the two supreme demons. The man asks who this Jang Ho is and if he can be trusted with the post of commander of the demon army. Sima Myung, looking at his master, says that he is an exceptional man. However, he is weak in politics and is only an excellent martial artist. The advisor says that Muguk made a very wise decision in deciding to promote this man to the post of commander. Heavenly Demon sits on the throne. He says that he does not think the guy initially realized how good Jang Ho was, and most likely his decision was dictated by emotions. Sima Myung says that emotions are both strength and weakness. Heavenly Demon, looking thoughtfully ahead, states that this is weakness and nothing more. The senior advisor, looking at the head of the cult, asks if he can decide on the post of commander of the demon army now. The man's gaze is thoughtful, and he says that since two supreme demons have recommended this man, he must accept, as he cannot hurt the pride of both at once. Opening his mouth, Heavenly Demon declares that Jang Ho is appointed commander of the demon army. Sima Myung, with his hands folded in front of his face, replies that this order will be carried out. Someone tells the hero, above whom the clouds are floating, that they do not know how to repay his kindness. Jang Ho stands with his eyes downcast. Muguk looks at the fighter, then lowers his hands to the railing. Looking into the distance, the hero says that from what he knows, his interlocutor will not be able to repay the kindness shown to him. Jang Ho, shocked, asks what this means. The young man, looking thoughtfully into the distance, states that he made him the commander of the demon army for two reasons, the first being that Jang Ho is more suitable for this role than anyone else. The hero says that it was done for the sake of the cult, and nothing else. Jang Ho looks at the boy silently. He states that he does not deserve such compliments. Muguk, smiling, says that the second reason is that he hopes that the demon army will become his strength. Muguk removes his hands from the railing and asks Jang Ho if he does not think that the first and second reasons contradict each other. The young man remains silent. The hero states that it will be difficult for him to maintain a personal relationship with Jang Ho, since he is an incorruptible person. The newly appointed leader of the demon army looks at the young man in surprise. The latter states that he wants to warn him right away that he will not even try to use personal relationships to force the fighter to do something. Jang Ho looks displeased. Muguk looks at the fighter, who says that the boy is mistaken if he thinks that he is able to get rid of all feelings for the sake of the organization. The hero asks again, puzzled. Clenching his fists, Jang Ho asks if Muguk remembers their first meeting, namely, that he wrote an anonymous letter after killing his comrade. Jang Ho, clenching his fist, states that he incredibly wanted revenge. Putting his hand to his chest, the commander of the demonic army states that he is overwhelmed with emotions, and he considers personal relationships to be the most important part of his life. The hero looks at Jang Ho in surprise. Jang Ho, pressing his fist to his chest, says that he would like to faithfully serve the young man. Then he corrects himself and states that he is already doing so. The young man promises that in doing so he will obey the head of the cult, and is ready to sacrifice his life for the good of the demonic army. Muguk looks at Jang Ho in surprise, who declares that he will be most loyal to his benefactor. The fighter looks at the hero. We see the lower part of the guy's face. He thinks that Jang Ho turned out to be much better than he previously thought. Smiling, the hero says that in this case he agrees and will count on the new commander of the demonic army. He, folding his hands in front of his face, says that it will be a great honor for him to work with the young man. Cheon-pa stands with his arms folded across his chest. Muguk tells him that he looks like some kind of statue. The old man looks at the young man. The hero approaches Blood Heaven's Bladesman, who asks if the guy is hinting at his stupidity if he compares him to a stone statue. The young man says that he didn't mean that at all. Muguk bows to the old man, who says that the hero still managed to make Jang Ho the commander of the demonic army. The hero thanks the interlocutor for the high assessment of his work. Muguk looks at the old man. He looks thoughtfully into the distance. The hero is surprised by Cheon-pa's calmness, as he thought that he would be beside himself with the fact that Sword Supreme was involved in this matter. The young man has a thoughtful expression on his face. He understands that he cannot relax yet, as it is still unknown what the old man is going to do. Blood Heaven's Bladesman asks the hero how he managed to convince Flower Sword Supreme. Muguk looks at Cheon-pa and promises to tell him everything if he promises not to get angry. The stars shine above the trees. The old man says that he will listen calmly. Muguk says that he told Yun Rang that the old man considers himself a true supreme demon, and thus hurt the woman's pride. Cheon-pa thoughtfully hums. Folding his arms over his chest, he says that if this is how it happened, then it was Muguk who fell for the trick, and not Yun Rang. He states that this woman could not fall for such a cheap trick. The two men look at each other. Blood Heaven's Bladesman says that he is almost certain that Sword Supreme has tricked the boy and will probably start helping him in order to distance himself from him. The old man looks at the boy angrily and asks what he will do if this is the case. Muguk replies that his priority is to cooperate with Blood Heaven's Bladesman. The old man and the boy stand opposite each other. Cheon-pa says that, nevertheless, Flower Sword Supreme did help appoint Jang Ho as the commander of the demonic army. The hero says that there is nothing wrong with that, since it was Blood Heaven's Bladesman who first helped. We see the old man's hand. He lifts a small, elegant box and says that he will see what Muguk will do when Yun Rang makes him an offer that he cannot refuse, for example, gives him something like what is in this case. The boy looks into the box and asks what it is. Cheon-pa says that he always keeps his promises. The boy's eyes widen in surprise. There is a blue ball in the case. The old man, without looking at the hero, says that this is the heavenly divine pill. Muguk is shocked. He cannot believe that Blood Heaven's Bladesman is so easily parting with this elixir. The boy holds the box in his hands. It seemed to him that the old man would come up with many excuses not to give the heavenly divine pill. Cheon-pa says that this elixir has been in his possession for a long time and is still intact, because he does not have enough health to take this pill into himself. Muguk is shocked and asks if the old man is really giving him this treasure. The old man becomes furious and says that he can take the heavenly divine pill back. The sword plunges into the ground. Cheon-pa drinks from his glass. He places it on the ground. The old man places his hands on his knees and addresses the second son of the cult leader. He looks at him, waiting for him to continue. Cheon-pa declares that he will dedicate the rest of his life to the hero. Muguk is shocked. He stands silently next to Blood Heaven's Bladesman. The boy looks at the old man thoughtfully, thinking that he showed the strongest card that he has in his hand, and without any doubt. The old man looks into the distance. Muguk remembers his conversation with his father, and how he called Cheon-pa a character who does not have much value. The boy clenches his fist, thinking that he was very wrong then. The hero, looking at the old man, thinks that if he is so determined, then he himself should make every effort to keep him by his side. Folding his hands in front of his face, the boy thanks Blood Heaven's Bladesman for his trust. As he is about to refill his glass, the boy says that he wants to swallow the heavenly divine pill right now and asks to provide him with protection for a while. Cheon-pa is shocked. He looks at the boy angrily and asks if he has gone crazy if he is going to swallow the elixir right in front of him. The old man and the boy look at each other. Muguk says that since he received the pill from Blood Heaven's Blades man, it would be right to take it in his presence. We see the eyes of the young man. The young man thinks that guarding the martial artist during the circulation of energy is of special significance and represents the highest level of trust. Blood Heaven's Blades man asks if the young man really trusts him that much. Raising his hands, Muguk says that he trusts the old man as he trusts himself and will swallow the heavenly divine pill right now. He states that it is reasonable at least because Cheon-pa could have poisoned the elixir, and in that case he would have to follow the old man's instructions to get the antidote. Blood Heaven's Blades man, looking closely at the young man, asks why he thinks that the pill is really not poisoned. The sun begins to rise over the pagodas. Muguk says that the old man is not the type to resort to such abomination. Blood Heaven's Blades man reminds him that he can be a very treacherous person at times. The young man replies that there are different types of meanness, and as far as he knows, the old man is not capable of breaking his word. Cheon-pa asks if the boy is afraid that his instincts are deceiving him. Muguk, sitting down on the ground, says that he will think about it when this is over. He brings the blue sphere to his mouth. The old man looks at the boy silently. The boy, closing his eyes, asks for the heavenly divine pill to merge with him. The sphere glows brightly. Cracks appear on its surface. A bright flash occurs. We see the boy's red blood cells and blood vessels. Muguk closes his eyes. A bright vortex swirls inside him. Sweat rolls down the boy's cheeks. The boy is sitting in the lotus position. His eyes are closed. Now he opens them. The hero declares that thanks to the heavenly divine pill, his internal energy has increased many times over. He looks at the old man, who asks what it tasted like. Muguk looks back at Cheon-pa. Smiling, he says that it tasted like honey, and he has never eaten anything so delicious before. Blood Heaven's Blades man grabs his head. He curses everything in the world and screams that he should have swallowed the heavenly divine pill a long time ago. Getting to his feet, the hero asks the old man not to be upset, and says that the pill will give him 10 times more strength than it would have given the old man. The young man's hands emit a blue glow. He understands that now he has so much internal energy that he will not lose to anyone due to a lack of this substance. Cheon-pa looks into the young man's eyes. Without taking his eyes off the guy, he asks who the hell is in front of him. The hero looks up thoughtfully. Blood Heaven's Blades man asks what kind of person could get into his heart and make him give up the heavenly divine pill. The old man's eyes are shining. The young man is still looking somewhere up. A vortex is visible in his eyes. The iris of the old man's eye decreases in size. He sees a bright glow in the young man's eyes. The boy stands in front of Blood Heaven's Blades man, clenching his fists, and declares that he is the one who will guide the old man if he lives long enough. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at the boy carefully. The old man, surrounded by streams of blue energy, looks back at him. The old man puts his hand under his cloak. We see the lower part of the hero's face, and Muguk asks what his interlocutor's ultimate goal is. The man, with his arms folded across his chest, looks at the boy in confusion and asks again. He looks first to his right, and then somewhere up. The stars are shining above the pagoda, and the old man says that he is already old enough and does not have many desires left, admitting that he just wants to live like he did before. Muguk, smiling, asks if there is too much passion in Cheon-pa to live a quiet life. Blood Heaven's Blades man asks what makes the boy think so. He replies that when the old man tried to put pressure on him, he emitted energy like a young man, and he felt a flame raging inside Blood Heaven's Blades man. The old man looks at the young man in surprise. The two stand next to a boulder. Cheon-pa asks if the boy really imagined it as he just described, and he confirms it. Looking down, Blood Heaven's Blades man says that he is very glad to hear this, as he thought that he had grown too old and soft lately. The young man silently looks at the old man. There is thoughtfulness in his eyes, and it seems to the boy that he understands what this man feels. He remembers his path in his past life from childhood to old age, and thinks that no matter how many ambitions and passions there are in this man, time will mercilessly destroy them. The hero turns his head to the left. He turns away from Cheon-pa and picks up a glass. Handing the bottle to the old man, he asks him to pour him some. Cheon-pa is shocked. The old man folds his arms and says that he seems to have lost the bet. The hero smiles and says that the moment the old man gave him the heavenly divine pill, he won the biggest bet. The boy says that he will drink the drink that Cheon-pa offered him. The old man's eyes widen in surprise. The hero stares at him. He doesn't know if it's possible, but he's going to make him his man. Blood Heaven's Blades man picks up the bottle. He pours the drink into a shot glass. The boy looks at Cheon-pa, and Cheon-pa looks at him. Muguk picks up the shot glass. He drinks from it. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at what's happening. A smile appears on the old man's face. He offers the hero to work together from now on. The boy, wiping his lips with his hand, agrees to the offer. He says that the old man can even pull his dirty tricks that he's so used to. Blood Heaven's Blades man becomes furious and threateningly asks again. He grits his teeth in irritation. Suddenly, the supreme demon bursts into laughter. The hero raises the glass and asks for more. The old man says that he will do it with pleasure. The drink pours into the glass. The youth looks at Cheon-pa. He, squinting, smiles. The hero thinks that the old man is laughing heartily now, but he still has not fully opened his heart. The youth drinks the contents of the glass. He thinks that Blood Heaven's Blades man is not the kind of person who can be understood by looking through a small crack in the door of his heart. The hero understands that he still has not figured out this person completely. Cheon-pa drinks straight from the bottle. Muguk thinks that their further relationship will probably decide whether the old man will open his soul to him completely or not. Having handed the glass to the old man, the youth looks into his eyes. Cheon-pa shows off his magnificent teeth. The hero thinks that he will either burn this man to ashes, or pierce him with a sword, or they will become friends until death. The young man looks a little sad. Cheon-pa and Muguk look at each other. The hero thinks that this day will decide everything. In front of us is the tip of the sword. The hero is training hard. Blue streams rise behind his back. The young man thinks that due to the increase in the amount of internal energy, the power of his attacks has increased, and in addition, the speed of movement has increased. The air around the guy is streaked with white threads. Muguk realizes that now he can fight on equal terms with the supreme demons. A bright mark from the blow is visible in front of the guy's face. His foot falls to the ground. The young man thinks that, however, all this is still not enough, and he must accumulate even more internal energy, which is never enough. Someone tells the guy that he has increased the amount of his internal energy again. The young man stops in his tracks. Heavenly Demon enters the door. Smiling, Muguk says that he received the Heavenly Divine Pill from Blood Heaven's Blades man. The father looks at his son in silence. The young man, next to whom a lantern is visible, asks his parent why he is not surprised since he just found out that his son drank the Heavenly Divine Pill. The man reminds him that the boy told him that he wanted to get something from the old man, and he immediately understood that this was the very pill. The father and son stand opposite each other. The young man asks how Heavenly Demon could understand this. He replies that a long time ago he was the one who gave the old man this elixir. The young man asks again in amazement. He remembers the line that Blood Heaven's Blades man drew in front of him not long ago, and realizes that the old man was not lying when he spoke of his special relationship with the head of the cult. Heavenly Demon, looking at his son, asks what he offered for his part in the dispute with Cheon-pa. The boy says that he offered himself. The man closes his eyes and states that Blood Heaven's Blades man seems to have made a very bad deal for himself. The hero looks at his father and states that he has just begun and plans to rob all the other great demons. The father and son look at each other in silence. Muguk thinks that this is all very strange and that in the past, Heavenly Demon would have simply said that his son was talking nonsense. Looking at his father, the boy asks why he remained silent when he heard that his son was going to rob the great demons. The man calmly states that he thinks the boy is actually capable of doing it. The hero says that his father seems to have begun to see the true value of his offspring. Heavenly Demon turns around and says that the boy should continue his training. Muguk smiles and thanks his father for appointing Jang Ho as the commander of the demon army. Heavenly Demon replies that it was not because of his son, but because Jang Ho was recommended by two supreme demons. Muguk tells his father that he will be happier. His head trembles slightly. The boy says that he should be happier because it will be better for the people around him and the cult as a whole. We see the back of the man's head. Heavenly Demon turns to the boy and says that it is useless. Muguk interrupts him and finishes the sentence, saying that it is a useless emotion that will lead to his death. Heavenly Demon looks at the boy in surprise. He says that it is very good that his son realizes this. Holding the door, the man says that if his son wants to go down this path, then he should forget about such trivial things as happiness. Muguk shouts at him that he will not do this, and he wants to be happy, going down this path. The door closes. We see the lower part of the hero's face. Thoughtfully looking ahead, the boy thinks that he will definitely make it happen. In front of us are many flowers. A hand reaches out to them. Yun Rang bends down to the plants. She notices that the flowers are simply magnificent. A woman walks through a sea of flowers. She says that according to the proverb, these plants only become more beautiful with age, but this will not apply to the hero for a very long time. Muguk stands with his hands down. He remembers himself in a past life, thinking that if he had lived longer then, it would be much more difficult for him now. The hero holds a bottle in his hands. He sincerely thanks Yun Rang for the help she provided, and says that he brought a drink. The woman, bending over the flowers, sadly thanks for the gift, and says that she has not drunk for a long time. The young man apologizes. Muguk, looking at her, thinks that he knew perfectly well that she does not drink, and specially brought a drink so that she would think that he does not know anything about her. The young man and the woman stand in the middle of a huge flower meadow. The hero does not know if he is doing the right thing, But it seems to him that if something can be done, then it should be tried, since the relationship is built little by little, step by step. Looking down, the guy says that he should be thankful for the help and asks Yun Rang what exactly she wants. Standing among the flowers, the beauty answers that it would be best if Muguk cut off all relations with Blood Heaven's Blades man. The hero thinks that this is what the old man warned him about. Looking at the woman, he asks if he can find out the reason. Yun Rang looks up. White clouds are visible above the trees. Flower Sword Supreme states that Cheon Pa's ideals are far from those that the hero himself has, and if Muguk wants to return discipline, order and observance of laws to the cult, Blood Heaven's Blades man hates all these frameworks more than anyone else. The hero looks thoughtfully at the interlocutor. The guy is silent. Yun Rang, whose back of his head we see, hears that her interlocutor cannot fulfill this request. Looking back at him, she asks again. The hero, looking sadly at the woman, says that the old man gave him an incredibly valuable gift. Muguk is not going to say what it was, but thinks that Yun Rang should know about it. The boy's gaze is thoughtful. He hopes that both Blood Heaven's Blades man and Flower Sword Supreme will become his loyal allies over time. Yun Rang, looking sadly at the boy, asks what Cheon Pa gave him. The boy, surrounded by a sea of flowers, states that it is a very personal gift, so it is difficult for him to name it. Yun Rang says that she thought that they were close enough for the boy to share such details. Muguk silently looks at the woman. Behind the hero, a bamboo forest is visible. He states that since Yun Rang has been a great help to him, he will tell her what it was, after which he says that the old man gave him the heavenly divine pill. Flower Sword Supreme asks again in amazement. Standing above the beautiful flowers, she asks if Cheon Pa really gave him the heavenly divine pill. She says that she can't believe that such a greedy old man would do something like that. The hero, smiling, says that it seems that the supreme demon decided that he is more valuable to him than this pill. The woman looks at the young man silently. He, bowing, once again thanks the interlocutor for her help, and says that she should definitely let him know if she needs anything, after which he asks for permission to bow. Yun Rang calls out to the guy who is about to leave. She asks him what kind of person Blood Heaven's Blades man seemed to him. The hero looks at the woman. He says that Cheon Pa has a hot temper, he is aggressive and does whatever he wants. The guy admits that at first he did not like him, but the better he gets to know the old man, the more he likes him. Yun Rang asks if the boy is sure that this opinion is not related to the fact that Cheon Pa gave him the heavenly divine pill. The boy closes his eyes and says that he will not deny it. Looking at the boy with concern, Yun Rang states that Blood Heaven's Blades man is not the kind of person the hero should deal with anyway, and if Muguk wants to continue receiving help from her, he should cut off all ties with him. The hero, looking at the woman standing among the flowers, states that in this case, she must prove it to him. Yun Rang asks what exactly she must prove. The interlocutors look at each other. The boy explains that the woman must demonstrate that she can help him more than Blood Heaven's Blades man. The flowers stretch to the horizon. The hero says that Cheon Pa gave him the heavenly divine pill, and he must have an ironclad reason to cut ties with this old man. Yun Rang asks if it will not be enough that she herself will be very useful for building the cult. Muguk, looking down, says that those who try to manipulate their subordinates often use talk of dreams, ideals, and loyalty. The boy declares that he despises all of this. Streams of energy rise around Yun Rang. The flowers turn white. The hero, looking resolutely at the woman, declares that he has no idea what she thinks of him now, but he himself is preparing for something very big and important. White streams reach the guy's head. He declares that from now on he will date a lot of people, and is not at all sure that he will make only the right decisions. He asks Yun Rang to show him something that will convince him of the right choice. The woman frowns at the guy. He holds out his hand and asks her to give him something that would be more valuable than the heavenly divine pill. The woman looks at the hero silently. The guy thinks that he simply needs Blood Heaven's Blades man as an ally, even if Yun Rang objects to it. Flower Sword Supreme's eyes are sad. White energy radiates from her across the flowers. Yun Rang asks the hero what he needs. Muguk holds out his hand. He clenches his fist. The boy states that he doesn't really need anything right now. The woman looks at the hero. He holds his fist in front of his face, thinking that Yun Rang will understand this in the following way: Muguk has Blood Heaven's Blades man, and doesn't need anyone else. The hero lowers his head and says that it's time for him to leave, but he won't forget the help Yun Rang gave him. He turns around and leaves. The boy has a smile on his face. Flower Sword Supreme watches him go. Muguk thinks that since he said he doesn't need anything, the woman will keep thinking about what happened today and what needs to be done next. The stars are shining above the pagoda. Muguk and Cheon Pa are in front of us. The old man asks what the old fox said. Blood Heaven's Blades man is sitting on a boulder. The hero tells him that she asked him to cut all ties with him. The old man states that this is exactly what he warned him about, then asks what reason Flower Sword Supreme gave. The hero says that, according to her, he and the old man have very different ideals, and Cheon Pa is too free-spirited to work within a confined space. Blood Heaven's Blades man says that this is complete nonsense. Looking at the youth, he asks him what he plans to do next. The youth, smiling, states that, of course, he will work with the one who gives him more advantages. Cheonpa asks again in amazement. Muguk, looking slightly upwards, states that he will weigh all the options, and he is sure that the old man would do the same. Cheonpa frowns at his interlocutor. The old man smiles. Looking at Blood Heaven's Bladesman, the boy says that the old man is currently leading this race, and he doubts that Flower Sword Supreme will have anything better than the Heavenly Divine Pill. Crossing his arms, Cheonpa states that Yun Rang will do everything in her power to destroy him. The boy, looking at the other boy with interest, asks him to explain why his relationship with Flower Sword Supreme has deteriorated so much. Cheonpa looks into the distance thoughtfully. The old man remains silent. The boy, looking at him, thinks that he already knows the answer to the question he just asked. Blood Heaven's Bladesman states that there is no need for a special reason to hate someone. Raising his hand, Muguk asks if the old man wants a drink, since if they parted on such a note now, it would leave a bad aftertaste. Looking at the boy, Cheonpa asks what he thinks of him as a person. The hero states that he finds him cool and rational. Although this is not a bad thing, he states that if a person is sad, he should be sad, and if he is in a bad mood, he should talk it out. Cheonpa looks ahead sullenly. The hero offers to go with him and promises to buy him a drink. Here we see the lower part of Blood Heaven's Bladesman's face. He pulls his sword out of the ground. Flying into the air, Cheonpa shouts that he will wait for the guy at Demonic Village. Muguk watches him go. He smiles. Lanterns are shining under the ceiling of the bar. There are customers sitting at a table. They look down, a little scared. An old man sits with his arms folded across his chest. The hero says that he thought he would invite him to a brothel. Cheonpa replies that he hates such establishments. The hero and the old man sit at the table. Muguk says that this is a little unexpected, since his interlocutor's deceased brother loved brothels. The old man, closing his eyes, demands that the young man not mention the deceased, since it spoils his mood. Muguk agrees not to do this. The young man thinks that he specifically mentioned Cheon Yang to stir up his interlocutor's wound. The owner of the tavern approaches them. He says that it is a great honor for him to receive such guests here. The young man smiles and says that they came here because they serve great drinks and food. The old man thanks the boy. He moves away from the table. Cheonpa complains that the boy is being friendly without any need. Muguk replies that friendliness is never unnecessary, and is always useful. Cheonpa sighs heavily and says that if you rely on emotions, sooner or later they will lead to very serious problems. The tavern owner approaches the door. Blood Heaven's Bladesman suggests approaching this issue with the example of this man. He asks the boy in which case the food will taste better after a friendly exchange of remarks, or if you threaten the cook that he will die if he cooks poorly. The interlocutors look at each other. Cheonpa states that in this regard, the boy's older brother has an advantage over him. Muguk, raising his hand, says that life is indeed easier if you approach everything with a cool head, but he is not going to do that. The old man asks what is bothering the boy. The boy smiles slightly. Looking at the old man, he states that it is because he believes that food will taste better if the person who prepares it is happy, and not trembling in fear. Blood Heaven's Bladesman looks at the boy silently. Looking down, he states that one day, someone will try to take advantage of the boy's friendliness, such as asking for some incredible favor, and when he refuses, his former comrade will talk about how he got involved with an unworthy person. Looking at the boy, Cheonpa states that such things are human nature. Muguk, closing his eyes, says that it may also happen that the person who was given a favor will return it tenfold, or perhaps even save a life. Looking at his interlocutor, he states that such actions are also characteristic of human nature. Blood Heaven's Bladesman silently looks at the guy. After a while he says that with time he will see and understand everything. Muguk states that, as it seems to him, the old man is even more emotional in some ways than he is. There is prepared food on the table. The interlocutors begin to eat it. Bringing a glass to his lips, Cheonpa states that Muguk is blind and does not understand people at all. The guy is also going to drink. It seems to him that he still hit the mark. Blood Heaven's Bladesman drinks from his glass. The young man thinks that the old man in all the situations in which he saw him was much more emotional than usual. And even now he speaks with feeling about what he thinks about someone else. The guy remembers that nothing like this was noticed about the old man before. Muguk and Cheonpa are sitting at the table. The hero puts the glass on the table. Looking at the old man, he states that if the conversation has already turned to this, then from now on, as it seems to him, he should start managing the disciples of Blood Heaven's Bladesman, otherwise they will constantly conflict with Nirvana Pavilion. Cheonpa looks at the young man. Gritting his teeth in indignation, he says that the guy is starting to get impudent. The hero replies that it is the old man who is getting impudent. Opening his mouth wide, Cheonpa demands to know what the scoundrel means. The hero says that Blood Heaven's Bladesman looks down on both the cult and the head of this organization. The customers of the establishment look at their loud neighbors in fear. The old man, looking at the young man, says that he is who he is and there is nothing he can do about it. Making a scary face, Muguk asks if Cheon-pa really thinks that no one cares about what his disciples do. The table standing between the drinking buddies flies apart into tiny pieces. Cheon-pa looks at the young man in rage. He looks back at him calmly. Broken dishes fly into the air. The owner of the establishment is horrified, the customers jump up from their seats. Blood Heaven's Blades man shouts in rage that the hero has crossed all boundaries, and now he will beat him to death. He turns to the owner of the establishment and asks what he is looking at. Cheon-pa demands that he immediately bring food and drinks. The hero tells the old man that in such moments you need to behave according to the situation. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at the guy in a little surprise. He puts a stack of coins on the table. Looking at the elderly owner of the establishment, he apologizes and says that this is money for the pogrom he caused. The guy also promises to compensate for all other losses. The man, drawing his head into his shoulders, declares that everything is fine, and the young man should not worry. Muguk hands him a stack of coins and states that everything is not okay and the old man should take the money and then bring them food and drinks. He asks for the table to be laden with food. Cheon-pa, who is still sitting in the chair, asks if he really should do what the boy just did. Muguk, looking at the old man, states that he should not destroy everything around him, even if he really wants to. Leaning his hand on the armrest, the old man asks if the boy is really teaching the great demon kindness. The great demon replies that the demon path he is currently trying to build does not involve people destroying decent restaurants just because they are upset. Cheon-pa, his mouth wide open, asks what kind of nonsense the boy is talking about. The man lowers his hand. The boy is standing next to the table. He demands that Blood Heaven's Blades man stop yelling and come over and sit down. The old man's eyes are burning with anger. He folds his arms over his chest, calling the young man an impudent man and declaring that he has definitely gone crazy. Muguk frowns at the old man. The old man looks up at him and declares that if Muguk dares to betray him, the young man finishes his sentence and says that he will kill him. The owner of the establishment almost drops the tray he is holding. He runs away in horror. The hero, looking at Cheon-pa, asks if this is what he wanted to say. Blood Heaven's Blades man declares that the boy was not mistaken. The old man looks to your right with displeasure. The hero declares that in this case he must also swear allegiance, and very sincerely. The boy raises his hand up. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He declares that if he swears allegiance to the old man, and he betrays him, he will plunge his sword into his heart. Muguk puts his hand to his chest. Blood Heaven's Blades man silently looks at the boy. He pours a drink into a glass and asks him to take it. Cheon-pa looks at the filled vessel. Muguk pours himself one. The old man does not take his eyes off the young man. The boy looks back. He holds the glass in his outstretched hands. Cheon-pa continues to look at the boy. He takes the filled glass. The hero brings the drink to his lips. Muguk drinks, thinking that the supreme demon has already accepted his oath, even though he did not clink glasses with him. The moon shines above Yunrang, standing among the flowers. The woman looks up. Someone tells her that the second son of the clan leader is currently dating Blood Heaven's Blades man, and they are drinking together. The boy standing behind Flower Sword Supreme says that he is a very unpleasant person, and a woman should always remember this. Yunrang, looking at his servant, declares that there is nothing more rude than talking about someone behind their back. The boy, whose face is half covered by his hair, says that he will remember this. We see the faces of the interlocutors. Flower Sword Supreme states that Muguk is now completely different from the one she knew just a short time ago. The young man claims that this is at best a storm in a teacup. Yunrang asks what the boy will say if all of Miram fits in this glass. The boy is surprised. Looking down sadly, the woman says that if the old man gave the boy the heavenly divine pill, then he really decided to bet everything he has on it, which means that he considers him a possible and very likely successor to the cult leader. The young man asks if Flower Sword Supreme sees the same possibility. Yunrang remains silent. Clouds float above the thicket. The woman thinks that Muguk really showed himself from an unexpected side, but not to the extent that she would give him an elixir not inferior to the heavenly divine pill. Yunrang looks up, she thinks, annoyed by the realization that she might have missed something that Blood Heaven's Blades man could notice. The woman looks thoughtfully ahead, trying to figure out if the old man really saw something special in the boy. The servant, with his head bowed respectfully, asks his mistress to rest today. He says that he has prepared a new man. In front of us is the back of the woman's head. She turns to the young man. Flower Sword Supreme walks towards the pagoda with its glowing windows. The servant stays where he is. He looks down sadly. Muguk enters the room. In front of him is a spacious hall. The young man looks around and thinks that he has never been to his father's personal training hall before. In front of him is a stone slab with a depression in the middle. The young man's eyes widen in amazement, and he realizes that he is looking at 10,000-year-cold iron. He also notices the marks on the plate. The hero touches the slab with his hand in amazement, and asks if this is not considered an insult to such a wonderful artifact. Heavenly Demon approaches the boy and tells him to stop talking nonsense. The man demands that his son show him the 4 strides of the wind god. Muguk agrees to do so. He hovers in the air. Heavenly Demon looks at his son. The boy demonstrates various figures. He thinks that the 4 strides of the wind god has 4 basic steps and over 900 different variations, and depending on how you interpret and use them, the power that this art gives out will vary. The boy lands. He looks down. Muguk looks back at his father, trying to figure out what is wrong, and whether he made a mistake somewhere. Heavenly Demon silently looks at the boy, then asks if he has really learned this technique to such a level. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. He thinks that perhaps his parent recognized his skill, since after that they discussed martial arts for a long time. The boy jumps up. He thinks that Heavenly Demon shared his opinion with him, and also calmly listened to objections and answers. Father and son sit opposite each other on the floor. The most surprising thing for the boy was that the head of the clan accepted his arguments. The man closes his eyes. He then opens them and says that he agrees that putting more weight on his right leg is the correct interpretation. Muguk looks at his father with a small smile. He cannot believe that this man can act so freely and rationally when it comes to martial arts. Heavenly Demon tells his son to close his eyes as he is now going to tell him what he has learned. The hero obediently does as his father asks. We see the faces of the 2 relatives. The young man seems to walk on water, then begins to drown and then stands on the water again, thinking that after talking with his father, he managed to take the skill of 4 strides of the wind god to a new level. With his hands folded in front of his face, the boy thanks his father for teaching him. Muguk, with a hand visible in front of his face, states that for the help that Heavenly Demon has given him, he will repay in the future. He himself thinks that he is going to do this by killing Wamu Ji. The father looks at his son sitting in front of him. Putting his hand on his knee, Heavenly Demon asks the boy to stop talking nonsense. He says that his son should have lunch before leaving. Muguk asks again, amazed. Heavenly Demon asks what his son is surprised about. He says, shocked, that his father has never invited him to have lunch together before. The man looks at his offspring. He looks away thoughtfully. Walking away from the boy, Heavenly Demon says that this invitation should not surprise him. There are exquisite dishes on the table. The head of the clan says that if the boy does not have enough, they can always bring him more. Muguk replies that he understands everything. In front of the boy there is a plate of food. Father and son are sitting at the table. They look at each other. The hero, whose eye we see, realizes that his father probably thinks that Muguk is acting strange, since he is now silent more than he speaks. An exquisite lantern hangs above the table. The young man thinks that his father has no idea that his son in his past life could not even imagine that they would sit at the dinner table together. In front of us is the back of the hero's head. The young man holds chopsticks. He now understands that he always wanted to eat with this man. The hero brings a piece of food to his mouth. The father asks if everything is delicious. Muguk, smiling, asks if Heavenly Demon would like to swap cooks with him. Sighing, the man declares that this will never happen. He puts his chopsticks on the table. A luxurious chandelier hangs from the ceiling. Heavenly Demon asks why his son came to him today. He replies that he wants to ask for something. The man asks what exactly they are talking about. Muguk declares that he wants to bring another person into the family. Heavenly Demon looks at his son in surprise. He asks if he wants to say that he is going to get married. The young man closes his eyes and says that he is not going to get married, but wants to teach the art of soaring sword to his bodyguard, Leon. The guy's look is a little thoughtful. He is going to pass on to her what he himself has already mastered completely. Leon stands with his sword outstretched. The young man thinks that the girl should learn the art of soaring sword to match her position as the head of the Phantom Shadow Corps, and the problem is that soaring sword can only be taught to blood relatives of Heavenly Demon. The hero's father is perplexed that the guy treats his own brother very badly, and at the same time wants to raise his bodyguard to the level of a blood relative. Father and son are sitting at the table. The young man says that he wants to do this because this girl is more important to him than some relatives, and in the future she will reach unprecedented heights, performing many feats. Heavenly Demon reminds that soaring sword is an exclusive martial art of his son. Looking at his father, Muguk says that he will receive the 9 calamities demonic art instead. The boy realizes that it can only be learned by the heir of the head of the cult. The man, looking at his son, says that if he is so confident in his powers and abilities, then he gives his consent. Muguk looks at his father in shock, not believing that he agreed so easily. The man looks at his offspring with displeasure. He says that he must promise him only one thing. The hero asks his father to say what he means. Heavenly Demon says that the boy next time he decides to kill the Supreme Demon, he will first consult with his father. Looking intently at his offspring, the man says that it does not matter which demon we are talking about. Muguk promises to fulfill this request. The young man stands with his hands behind his back. Someone asks if the hero summoned her. Leon is standing behind the boy. Looking over his shoulder at the girl, Muguk addresses her as the leader of the Phantom Shadow Corps. Leon folds his hands in front of his face and says that he is listening to his master. Looking closely at the girl, Muguk declares that from now on he will teach her a new martial art. Leon asks again in shock. The hero says that he is talking about the soaring sword. The girl is amazed. Raising her fists, she says that the hero should not do this, because only blood relatives of Heavenly Demon can learn the soaring sword. Muguk asks if Leon has finished her speech. She crosses her arms in front of her and says that she has a lot to say, but she will probably stop here. The girl once again refuses to teach what the hero offers her, because if Heavenly Demon finds out about this, then no one knows what will happen. The guy and the girl stand opposite each other. Muguk says that he has already received permission from his father. Leon asks again. The young people look at each other. The guy once again confirms that this is the case. Leon, with a thoughtful expression on her face, clenches her fists. She reminds the guy that soaring sword is the boy's exclusive art, and she does not understand why he suddenly decided to pass it on to her. The guy says that Leon must learn a martial art of this level in order to become the head of the Phantom Shadow Corps, after which he declares that the girl is almost a blood relative to him. Leon looks at the boy in shock. The young people stand opposite each other. The girl cannot recover from the shock. Muguk smiles. Leon screams in fear that she does not understand how she can learn a martial art that belongs to the guy. The hero looks at the girl with sympathy. He approaches her. Leon is trembling all over. She declares that no person on earth has treated her with such kindness. The hero looks at the girl. He raises his hand. The boy puts his hands on the girl's shoulders and states that she has always been very important to him. Leon is crying. Muguk looks at her. The girl is crying in front of her master. The hero touches the blade of his sword. Leon puts the blade forward. Muguk thinks that for a while he focused on teaching the girl the affairs of Nirvana Pavilion, and also on his own training. Dae-ryong is standing in front of the boy sitting at the table. Muguk is sitting in the lotus position. Leon holds the sword above her head. The hero thinks that the girl was able to learn the art of soaring sword very quickly, and absorb new knowledge like cotton wool water. Leon had a remarkable talent for martial arts, and, in addition, she turned out to be extremely hardworking, so she progressed incredibly quickly. Muguk looks up in surprise. He strikes, leaving a huge rut in the ground. The boy also realized that he can learn himself when he teaches someone. Leon, who the hero is looking at, clenches her fist joyfully. The young man thinks that in his past life he never even thought about teaching someone. Muguk strokes the girl's head. He thinks that his current affairs have turned out to be filled with meaning. In front of us is Nirvana Pavilion. The young man, smiling, says that it seems that they have not gathered together for a long time. His subordinates unanimously say that everything is exactly like that. Muguk, standing on a small elevation, says that he likes the way the employees of his department respond, and he gathered them here in order to feed their wonderful fighting spirit a little. The people in yellow robes look at the guy in surprise. Next to Dae-ryong lies a red box. The hero asks the guy to open it. He looks into the box and freezes in surprise. He asks what kind of money this is. Muguk, without looking at his assistant, asks to give everyone present one banknote. Dae-ryong asks again in amazement. The hero in a stern voice orders to do this immediately. The guy obeys. The investigators examine the money. Muguk says that this is a special gift to all of them from him personally. The officials look at the guy in amazement. They happily thank the head of Nirvana Pavilion. He, looking at them, declares that he is giving them this money because Nirvana Pavilion must become an organization that is not subject to external pressure. That is, with this gesture he makes it clear that the employees of the department should not take bribes. The people present look at their boss in amazement. He says that if anyone needs money, they can contact him directly, and he will issue salaries earlier than the due date, and if this is not enough, he will use his own funds to cover the needs of his employees. With his hands behind his back, the guy asks if everyone understands, and those present confirm this. Clouds float above the multi-story pagoda. Muguk announces that everyone is free to go. In front of us is the corridor of the institution. Dae-ryong asks the hero how he found out all this. The young men walk next to each other. Muguk asks what the guy means. The guy replies that Ik-ho needed money and tried to borrow it for his brother's wedding. Dae-ryong explains that Ik-ho spent all his savings on treating his seriously ill parents, and now he has to support his younger brothers and sisters. Muguk does not turn to his subordinate. Continuing to walk forward as if nothing had happened, he states that he could not have known about all this. Dae-ryong asks the hero not to lie. The young man smiles. He thinks that in fact he knew everything, and he found out about it by accident. So he decided to give some money to Ik-ho, but then changed his mind and decided to reward everyone else as well. Smiling faintly, the guy asks Dae-ryong if it matters whether he knew about it or not. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy states that it is very important. He says that this gesture will help increase the loyalty of the management employees. Muguk smiles. Looking at his companion, he asks him not to be fooled, as it was just a little trick to create a good impression. Dae-ryong looks at the hero in surprise. He says that he does not understand anything, as Muguk can achieve the same result without resorting to such tricks. The hero looks at the youth in surprise. He bows to him. With a disappointed expression on his face, Dae-ryong walks away from his boss. The hero looks after him sadly. Two tall pagodas stand next to each other, It is reported that this is the headquarters of Southern Blade. Someone asks what the hero is doing here. With his arms folded, Jeon-pa asks if the guy has come to arrest him. The youth, smiling, wonders why the old man is asking about this and whether he has done something unsightly. Sitting at his desk, Blood Heaven's Bladesman says that he has done a lot in his life. Muguk replies that, fortunately, he is not going to arrest anyone today. The old man asks him irritably why he came here then. The young man looks at his old acquaintance. He hands over an elegant red case and says that he has brought something. Jeon-pa, looking at the gift in surprise, asks if he will be poisoned if he opens the case. Muguk, a little irritated, asks the old man to tell him where he can buy such boxes of poison, since he wants to buy a couple of dozen. Jeon-pa, opening his mouth wide, asks what is inside. The guy suggests that he just opens it and looks. The old man lifts the lid of the case. Surprise appears on his face. The guy says that this is a blood poison pill of the highest quality. Inside the box is a bright red ball. Jeon-pa, looking at the guy in bewilderment, says that he already understood this, but he is interested in why the young man is giving it to him. The guy replies that it is a birthday present. The old man asks again in amazement. Smiling, the young man congratulates Blood Heaven's Bladesman on his birthday. The man looks down. Stroking his beard, he tries to remember if it is really his birthday. The hero, standing in front of the table, asks if the old man really forgot when he celebrates this event. He replies that he has not celebrated it for a very long time. The old man asks the guy how he knew when his birthday is. The young man, smiling, says that Jeon-pa seems to have forgotten where he works now, and reminds him that the Nirvana Pavilion has all the necessary information, including how many pieces of underwear Blood Heaven's Bladesman currently has. Putting his hands on the table, the old man asks how much underwear he has on. The guy, smiling, explains that this was an exaggeration, but he really wants to sincerely congratulate his comrade on his birthday. Bowing, the young man asks for permission to take his leave. Jeon-pa asks if he really came just to give him this gift. The young man stops. Looking over his shoulder at the old man, he confirms that he came only for this, so Blood Heaven's Bladesman should not worry about anything else. He asks if the boy is just going to leave. The boy, smiling, says that he is actually a very busy man, and if Jeon-pa wants, they can have a drink at the tavern tonight. Muguk says that he will wait there for the Supreme Demon. Blood Heaven's Bladesman watches the boy leave. He examines the red case, unable to believe that someone wished him a happy birthday. Reddish clouds float above the pagoda. The hero goes down to the courtyard. He looks at someone in surprise. Yun Rang is sitting on a boulder. The woman greets the young man, says that he must be very tired after work, and offers him a drink before going home. Muguk looks at the flower sword supreme. She returns his gaze. The hero sits down in front of a low table with food on it. Addressing the woman, he reminds her that she recently said that she does not drink alcohol. Yun Rang, looking at the guy, says that this is not for her, but for him. The drink is poured into a shot glass. Muguk thanks Flower Sword Supreme. The young man drinks. Yun Rang looks at the guy. She asks in surprise if he did not consider the possibility that the drink was poisoned. She does not understand how he could drink it without checking. The hero is sitting on a boulder. He says that he took some countermeasures in advance. Yun Rang asks again in surprise. The guy covers his mouth with his hand. He shows a small red pill. The guy thinks that the blood poison pill can neutralize poisons. The woman says in surprise that, judging by the size of the pill, it must be of very high quality. Showing the tiny sphere to his interlocutor, the guy states that he understands perfectly well that Yun Rang is not particularly friendly towards him now, and in the current situation, he would hardly just drink what she pours for him. Flower Sword Supreme, looking at the young man, asks if he had the blood poison pill in his mouth when he drank with Blood Heaven's Bladesman. We see the faces of the two interlocutors. The guy honestly admits that he did not use the pill then. Yun Rang asks why the guy trusts Jeon-pa and does not trust her. Muguk says that before he first drank with the old man, a lot of different things happened. The woman states that in their case, the situation is almost the same. The sun sets behind the horizon. Muguk says that the woman is a little wrong. She, looking at him displeased, reminds that she gave a recommendation for Jang Ho. The hero looks at the woman. Muguk and Yun Rang are sitting on a boulder. The guy asks if Flower Sword Supreme really made this decision for him. She looks at him in surprise. The guy explains that the woman recommended Jang Ho not because of him, but in order to try to sever his ties with Blood Heaven's Bladesman. Yun Rang looks at the guy silently. He, lifting a pill, says that he would very much like to have a good relationship with Yun Rang, and one day, maybe he will drink with her without using the blood poison pill. Flower Sword Supreme, looking at the guy, asks him to be honest with her. She asks if the hero has made a decision regarding Blood Heaven's Bladesman. The guy places the pill on the table. Then he fills his shot glass. The hero drinks. The guy puts the empty shot glass down on the table. Yun Rang looks at the hero carefully. Muguk looks back at her, thinking that this woman refuses to even think about being compared to Blood Heaven's Bladesman, as she is sure that everyone should choose her over Jeon-pa. An empty shot glass sits on the table. Muguk realizes that Yun Rang is obviously not the type to add poison to a drink. Flower Sword Supreme looks a little sad. She calls out to the young man. He says that he is listening to her. Pink clouds are visible behind the woman. She asks the guy to tell her what he really wants. The hero asks her to help him become the heir. Surprise appears in Yun Rang's eyes. Muguk says with conviction that Flower Sword Supreme should help him without making demands such as, for example, cutting off all ties with Blood Heaven's Blades man. Yun Rang silently looks at the guy. She gets up from the boulder and says that the only people who help without asking for anything in return are parents. The woman's hair flutters in front of the guy's face. Muguk says that today he will be relaxing at the entertainment pavilion. Yun Rang stands with her back to the guy. He tells her that if she wants, she can join him. Flower Sword Supreme walks out the door. The hero walks along the path. He notices something. His father is standing on the roof with his back to him. A drop of sweat runs down the boy's cheek. He understands that today is a special day if he met both two supreme demons and his father. Heavenly Demon watches the sunset. The hero asks him what brought him to this place. Without turning to his son, the father says that he came to see how he lives. The boy silently looks at his parent. He thinks that Heavenly Demon has never come to where his son lives before. The boy remembers his recent meetings with his father. He thinks that, if he thinks about it, both the hunt and their first meal together also happened for the first time, and perhaps something similar will happen in the future. Muguk looks at his father who is standing on the roof. He asks if he wants to come down and visit. Heavenly Demon asks why he should be in a room where a lonely man lives, who probably stank the whole place. Muguk says that in this case he will bring a chair. The man says that there is no need to do this, since he has already finished his visit today. The hero looks up. Jumping up, he finds himself next to his parent on the roof. The guy says that the demon physician told him that sitting in one place for a long time is very bad for your health. Heavenly Demon asks if his son wants to live long. Looking at his father, the young man says that of course he does, since he has a lot to do. Heavenly Demon and Muguk stand next to each other. The guy asks what his father thinks about this. Does he want to change anything, or is he quite happy with the fact that he is the head of the cult? The man, looking at the sunset, replies that not at all. The guy looks at his father in surprise. He looks thoughtfully into the distance. Muguk does not fully understand what his parent meant, but it seems to him that the man's words sounded as if he wants to do a lot of things, but cannot talk about them now. Looking dreamily into the distance, Muguk says that he wants to go to the Central Plains with his father one day. Heavenly Demon glances at the boy. He, smiling, says that, of course, he also wants to attack the Murim Alliance with the head of the cult one day. The man sighs heavily. Father and son stand next to each other. The boy says that he also wants to visit various places inhabited by people, and invites his parent to go on such a trip sometime. Stretching his arms along his body, the boy says that the mountains must be very nice in the summer. Heavenly Demon silently looks into the distance. Father and son watch a magnificent sunset. There are plates of food on the table. The tavern owner wishes you a pleasant appetite. The hero, smiling, thanks him. The old man happily states that he is the one who should be grateful to the boy, because after he opened a branch of Nirvana Pavilion on the next street, the number of incidents in his establishment has noticeably decreased, and in addition, customers have started paying their bills much better. Muguk, closing his eyes, states that he is very happy to hear this. The old man says that all this happened thanks to the boy, who replies that it is not only his merit. The customers look at the hero. The tavern owner, looking at them, says that many of those present here received help from Nirvana Pavilion, and the hero is very popular among them. Cheonpa enters the door. The customers look at the old man in fear. The hero, smiling, states that the Supreme Demon is a very noble person and all customers can calmly continue their feast. The only thing they should not do is pester Blood Heaven's Blades man while drunk. The old man, closing his eyes, asks why the young man is lying. The young man states that the people came here to drink peacefully, and it would be wrong if they were afraid of the one next to them. Cheonpa, glaring at those present, states that if someone does not like being here, they can just leave. Muguk, pointing his finger to the right of himself, says that Blood Heaven's Blades man can pay these people to eat somewhere else, and he will also have to compensate the tavern owner for all lost profits. Cheonpa and Muguk are shown from under the ceiling of the room. The old man says that the young man is again pretending to be a pure angel. He replies that this is not true at all, and it is just about good manners that everyone should have. Cheonpa asks if this is really how a member of a demonic cult should behave. The hero reminds that this organization consists of people, not animals. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at the young man with interest. He points at the hero and states that sometimes he doubts if the hero is really from the Murim Alliance. Muguk closes his eyes, smiling. He thinks back to himself and thinks that, frankly, he does not perceive himself as a member of a demonic cult, since in his past life he left this organization when he was very young, after which he met a lot of other people. Raising his glass, the boy congratulates the old man on his birthday. The old man looks around in fear and asks Muguk not to say it so loudly. The Supreme Demon asks him not to do stupid things and asks what is good about becoming a year older. The boy, smiling, states that his words were only intended to get a drink. The old man and the young man sit at the table. Blood Heaven's Bladesman says that the young man seems to like drinking alcohol. The old man replies that Cheon-pa is absolutely right and asks if he likes doing the same. Blood Heaven's Bladesman is lost in thought. He brings a glass to his lips and says that he used to love drinking, but lately he does it much less. The hero says that the old man has not completely given it up. Cheon-pa looks at something in amazement. The hero is also shocked. He sees Flower Sword Supreme in front of him. The woman is worried. The old man looks at her with not the kindest eyes. The supreme demons look at each other. The customers get up from the tables in fear. The hero moves the table and offers Flower Sword Supreme to sit on it. The girl looks at the guy thoughtfully. She passes the old man. Yun Rang sits down at the table. The supreme demons are silent. The hero also remains silent. Yun Rang asks the guy why he called her here. The young man states that today is Blood Heaven's Bladesman's birthday, and no matter how much a person hates someone, on this day they simply must congratulate the birthday boy. The boy says that today is a happy day, and they have gathered to celebrate it. The supreme demons look at the boy. Yun Rang gets up from her seat and says that in the future, the boy should only invite her if he is alone. Cheon-pa asks what Flower Sword Supreme is so unhappy about. A puzzled look appears on Yun Rang's face. Without looking at the old man sitting next to her, she asks if Blood Heaven's Bladesman is seriously asking her about this now. The old man states that he is completely serious and asks to clarify why the woman is so angry. She looks at the man with hatred and says that it is all because of him. He, continuing to sit at the table, asks what he did wrong then. Flower Sword Supreme yells at Cheon-pa to shut up, since she does not want to hear anything. The old man really does shut up. Yun Rang is also silent. We see the faces of the two supreme demons. A second later the woman calls the old man a selfish bastard. He angrily asks why she called him that. The supreme demons look at each other with hatred. Flower Sword Supreme asks if the old man is going to swing his sword again, which is as dull as he is. She says that she will easily go one-on-one with him and offers him to get drunk so that he can start talking nonsense again, as he usually does. Cheon-pa takes the weapon with a trembling hand. The hero silently watches what is happening. We see the young man's eye. The guy thinks that these two will not attack each other anyway, since the law strictly forbids two supreme demons to fight each other. Muguk says that there is still some time until midnight and suggests that everyone calm down. Yun Rang looks at him in fury and asks why he did all this and how much he must despise her to involve her in this disgusting situation. White streams are visible near the guy's head. He closes his eyes and states that he will explain why he asked Flower Sword Supreme to come. The boy says that, frankly, he needs her. Cheon-pa and Yun Rang look at the hero in confusion. He states that he really hopes that they will reconsider their attitude towards each other. Yun Rang closes his eyes. Standing next to the table, she asks the boy does not think that if her relationship with the old man could be fixed over a bottle of alcohol, they would not have resolved all their differences by now. Muguk says that in that case they should continue to meet each other until they resolve all issues. He states that they can curse each other, pull each other's hair and do many other things until they make peace. Flower Sword Supreme says that the boy is too optimistic. Muguk looks at the woman sadly. She decisively states that she clearly said at their first meeting that she will never work with Blood Heaven's Bladesman. The woman leaves with a displeased expression. The old man puts his glass on the table and thanks the damned bastard for the wonderful birthday greeting. The old man breaks the table with a powerful blow. Muguk sits on his chair. Coins fall on the table. The hero, looking at the owner of the establishment, says that it seems that the supreme demon should get rid of his stupid habit of breaking furniture. The old man says that his carpenter has been making good money lately. The hero leaves the tavern. The stars shine above his head. The young man thinks that he expected something like this at the first meeting of two supreme demons. But this does not mean that he should give up the idea of reconciling them. The young man thoughtfully looks into the distance. He thinks that he must continue to draw hidden emotions out of them, even if these two insult each other and quarrel. Muguk walks down an empty street, thinking that he needs to clean out the feelings that have taken root and grown in their souls, and then make them understand that all their grievances are funny and completely absurd. Clouds float above the pagoda. The hero is sleeping. He opens his eyes. The guy thinks that someone is calling him from outside. He puts his hand on the door. Yun Rang is standing in front of him. Muguk, holding a sword, recognizes the Flower Sword Supreme. Without turning to him, the woman says that she does not emit an additional aura, and the fact that the guy felt her presence is simply amazing. She admits that he has incredible skills. Muguk says that he is not fully awake yet. Still standing with his back to the guy, Yun Rang says that a little earlier he said that he deeply despises people who try to win the hearts of their subordinates with high ideas. The young man confirms this. Yun Rang says that he also despises a certain category of people. The hero asks to clarify who exactly she is talking about. The woman answers that these are those who are good only in words, and cannot back up their chatter with real actions. Stars shine above the graceful buildings. The young man asks if he belongs to this category of people. The woman offers to check it out. She takes hold of the hilt of her sword. Flower Sword Supreme takes out her weapon. The hero frowns at her. The guy thinks that he did not expect anything else from the Supreme Demon, and he does not see a single vulnerability, despite the fact that she is standing with her back to him. The hero declares that he despises another category of people. Flower Sword Supreme asks to name it. The boy says that these are people who are strong but indifferent, those who use force to oppress others or create relationships in which they will be obviously more important. The hero says that he simply hates people with a poor imagination, capable of only causing harm to others. A powerful stream of energy is visible behind Flower Sword Supreme. She turns to the hero and states that it seems that she has been too patient with the boy, and he is becoming more impudent with each passing minute. White streams rise around the woman's dress. The hero, smiling, asks what she will do if she is defeated. Yun Rang, looking at the boy with bewilderment, asks if he really expects to defeat her. The hero firmly declares that this is how it will be. The woman's eyes emit a threatening glow. She declares that if the hero defeats her, she will fulfill any of his wishes, and will even die if he orders her to do so. Muguk, looking at Flower Sword Supreme, understands that the woman is absolutely confident that she will not lose. The opponents look at each other. Yun Rang asks what the hero will do if he loses. He promises to fulfill any wish. The Supreme Demon, looking at the guy, states that she has a simple wish, and she has already voiced it before, that is, the hero will have to sever all ties with Blood Heaven's Blades man. The young man, looking at the opponent, thinks that she has every reason to act so confidently, since in her skill she is second only to his father. We see the mentioned characters next to each other. Muguk and Yun Rang look at each other. The guy asks if the woman is interested in what he wants. She states that it does not bother her at all, since she will never hear what exactly he wants. The boy, smiling, declares that Yun Rang will finally understand what he wants today. He warns that he has a black demonic sword in his hand, which is capable of damaging a woman's weapon. The young man takes his blade out of its sheath. Yun Rang declares that she will allow the boy to attack first. Putting his weapon forward, the hero says that he gratefully accepts this offer, after which he declares that he will probably start then. The boy thinks that he will act harshly, but will try not to use 4 strides of the wind god against the woman. The boy holds his sword tightly. He thinks that he should finish this duel in just 3 attacks. The boy rushes forward using the first form of the soaring sword art. A bright mark from the blow is visible in front of Flower Sword Supreme. The hero uses the Celestial Equilibrium skill. Yun Rang blocks the enemy's blow with her sword. Amazement appears in her eyes. Bright sparks are visible near the hero's face. The opponents look at each other through crossed swords. The blades lie one on top of the other. Muguk and Yun Rang exchange blows. The hero in his pajamas flies back. Flower Sword Supreme flies into the air. The guy braces his foot on the ground. Yun Rang looks at his opponent. He, gritting his teeth from tension, puts forward the sword. The blade moves quickly in the air. Long white streams are visible above the guy's head. He uses the second form of the soaring sword art and the shifting slash skill. The opponents exchange blows. White streams fly towards Flower Sword Supreme and seem to hit the woman. Yun Rang lands. She looks at her opponent in surprise. Judging by the expression on her face, the woman is surprised. She grinds her teeth from tension. Flower Sword Supreme holds the sword in one hand and the sheath in the other. A bright beam of white energy rushes towards the hero. The young man manages to reflect the attack with his sword. Looking at Yun Rang, the boy thinks that she broke her promise to let him attack 3 times first, and struck back. Yun Rang curses. Flashes are visible under the boy's feet. He understands that Flower Sword Supreme was forced to respond to him, since the shifting slash technique cannot be stopped by blocks alone. The boy pushes off the ground. He prepares to strike again. A black whirlwind swirls in front of him. The boy's eyes burn with an evil fire. He uses the third form of the soaring sword art. A black stream approaches Flower Sword Supreme. The boy also uses the heavenly slash skill. Yun Rang looks at his opponent. The black stream slams into her sword. The woman looks shocked. Black energy splashes in front of her face. Flower Sword Supreme thinks that this is simply impossible. Fear appears in her eyes. Black energy splashes in all directions. Yun Rang begs the boy not to touch her face. Black bubbles are visible around the woman. She looks at the enemy. Her eyes widen in surprise. The guy's sword is pointed at Yun Rang's face. The opponents look at each other. Flower Sword Supreme asks in amazement what just happened. Muguk, putting his sword in its sheath, states that he warned the woman to be careful, since he uses the black demonic sword. Yun Rang says that she shouldn't have lost even if the guy used that weapon. He replies that in addition to that, he has completely mastered the art of soaring sword. Flower Sword Supreme stands with his mouth open. The opponents stand opposite each other with swords in their hands. Yun Rang states that he can't believe that the guy has completely mastered this art. The hero looks down. He thinks that soaring sword is an advanced martial art similar to those possessed by supreme demons, and it is only natural that the woman finds it hard to believe that he has mastered something so complex. Muguk looks at Yun Rang and asks if she really thinks that his father appointed him as the head of Nirvana Pavilion just because he is his son. The woman tries to object, but the boy immediately adds that, on top of everything, he took the heavenly divine pill to compensate for his lack of internal energy. Flower Sword Supreme cries out in surprise. The boy asks her if she admits her defeat. The woman presses her lips together. Closing her eyes, she states that if she knew that the boy was so strong, she would not have relaxed. The young man, looking at her opponent, thinks that she is absolutely right, because she allowed him to attack first 3 times, and that is what led to her defeat. The moon shines above the trees. Muguk asks if Yun Rang's words mean that she will not admit her defeat. He warns that if the supreme demons find out that she broke her word, she will forever be known as a coward. Flower Sword Supreme raises her hand and demands that the boy shut up. She says that there is no need to provoke her with such cheap threats. Looking at the boy, she states that she will keep her word, and he can say what he wants. The hero, closing his eyes, reminds that Yun Rang said that she was even willing to part with her life if she lost. Flower Sword Supreme asks him in shock if he wants her to die. Smiling, the boy says that of course he does not want that, and despite Blood Heaven's Blades man often calling him crazy, he is not like that at all. The boy and the woman stand opposite each other. Yun Rang asks what the boy wants in this case. He lowers his gaze. Looking resolutely at Flower Sword Supreme, he asks her to accept her apology. The woman seems shocked. The boy folds his hands in front of his face and states that he apologizes for the disrespect he showed her before and hopes that she will forgive him. Flower Sword Supreme looks at the boy silently. The moon shines above her head and she asks if the cult leader's second son is making fun of her now. He says without raising his head that he has indeed been very disrespectful up until today and admits that he should not have invited the woman to that dinner. Flower Sword Supreme is amazed that the boy won but apologizes at the same time, which she does not understand at all. The boy states that he honestly wants to win her favor by apologizing and hopes that she will sincerely support him in the future. Yun Rang asks if this means that she will have to support him in the fight for the place of the heir, and then states that if the boy thinks that this will somehow affect her, then she is very disappointed in him. The young man, looking at his interlocutor with determination, states that it all depends on who they are talking about. He assures that he is a person who repays everything twice as much, and if the opponent throws sand at him, he will push him into the mud, and if he is splashed with water, he will start throwing shit. The guy states that he is not going to do anything like that in relation to Flower Sword Supreme. She looks at him in surprise. The guy states that among the supreme demons, she is the most deserving of respect, and also has a noble and gentle character. Flower Sword Supreme looks at the young man. She asks if the young man really sees her like that. Continuing to hold his hands in front of his face, the guy says that she is indeed very noble and kind. The woman turns away from the young man. Holding the sword in front of him, the guy says that he is waiting for their next meeting. He approaches the stairs. The hero, holding a sword in his hand, walks away, thinking that given what happened to this woman in his past life, his words do not look like an outright lie. Flower Sword Supreme stands in a blood-spattered dress. Muguk thinks that those events have not happened yet, and if her meeting with him changes her fate, then maybe the bloody massacre that she caused back then will not happen, but, on the contrary, some new life will appear. Clouds are floating in the sky. Yun Rang stands with her head raised. Muguk hopes that in the parched desert that he saw in her eyes, perhaps flowers will bloom. The woman's face is very sad. The moon is reflected in her eyes. The moon is shining in the sky. It is reported that this is happening the next day. Flower Sword Supreme accepts the hero's apology. The woman looks at the young man. Muguk, looking at Yun Rang, thinks that she does not look very well. It seems to him that after yesterday's defeat she was struggling with her inner demons. The boy thanks the woman with his hands folded in front of his face. She admits defeat in yesterday's duel and offers to fight again today. The hero is shocked. The interlocutors look at each other. The boy refuses to fight. The supreme demon asks to explain the reason. Closing his eyes, Muguk says that he will not be able to win again. The boy explains that if Yun Rang had not acted too relaxed, he would not have won the first time. Flower Sword Supreme looks at the hero. The moon hangs above the heads of the interlocutors. The woman says that, as far as she knows, the boy has mastered the flying sword technique, and he has a large amount of internal energy now, so he can very well win. The hero declares that he will not be able to win, since last time was one of the few times when luck smiled on him in life, and he is not one of those who confuse a lucky chance with real skill. Yun Rang puts her hand to her chest and says that she will not ask for anything if she wins, but if she loses, she will give the boy whatever he wants. The young man looks at the woman. He thinks that she is acting stupid and naive, and now he seems to understand why she became the head of a cult in his past life, caused a bloodbath, and then suffered defeat. The hero does not understand what this painful pride is for. It seems to him that Flower Sword Supreme is just waiting for him to ask her for something. With his hands folded in front of his face, the boy states that he will not tell anyone about their duel yesterday, so she should not be so desperate to defeat him. The boy asks the woman to rest well today, since she looks tired. Yun Rang looks at the boy sadly. She admits that she was very ashamed. The hero, judging by the expression on his face, is surprised by these words. He turns to the supreme demon and states that she has nothing to be ashamed of, for, as he said before, the victory was achieved only due to luck. Flower Sword Supreme says that it's not about defeat, but because she asked not to touch her face. The guy looks at the woman in surprise. She states that the more she thinks about it, the more shameful her behavior seems to her. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. The young man says that such things happen. After all, it is a person, and in front of him is a woman. He states that he would probably feel the same way, despite the fact that he is a man. Flower Sword Supreme replies that everyone would react exactly like that, but she is a sword master and cannot behave like that. Turning away from the hero, she states that she should have let him hit her in the face. Looking at the guy, the woman asks if he now understands why she came back. The young man, shocked, says that now everything is clear to him. Yun Rang asks if he will fight her in that case. Clouds float in the sky. Closing his eyes, the young man says that he still cannot do this, since he wants to enjoy the luck that has fallen to him in life. Yun Rang looks at the young man sadly. She says that she made a promise. Flower Sword Supreme closes her eyes and states that she has sworn to never lose to anyone except one person. The hero looks at the Supreme Demon in surprise. He seems to understand who she is talking about. The boy's eyes widen in amazement. He cannot believe what he is hearing. Yun Rang says that she made this promise to the head of the cult. The boy looks at her silently. The woman touches the hilt of the sword with her palm and states that if the boy has any disrespectful thoughts in his head, she will say it directly and clearly, that the boy should not tarnish her pure reputation in front of Heavenly Demon. Muguk states that he did not think anything like that, and then asks why the woman respects his father so much. Flower Sword Supreme, who has a sword in her hand, looks at the boy. Her eyes are sad. The woman is silent. The hero, without saying a word, looks at her. The guy sighs heavily. He understands that if she mentioned his father, she played her last card, and he can no longer refuse. The windows in the pagodas are lit. Yun Rang says that the promise she made to the hero's father will be fulfilled. A smile appears on Flower Sword Supreme's face. The guy looks at her. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. Muguk asks if his consent really made her so happy. Flower Sword Supreme answers that the guy can't even imagine how much. The opponents take up their swords. The hero says that this time he will give it his all. Yun Rang answers that this is exactly what she needs. Trees are visible behind the backs of the participants in the duel. On the other side there is a low stone wall. The hero lowers his gaze. Flower Sword Supreme looks at him. Putting her sword forward, she rushes into the attack. The opponents exchange blows. Muguk draws a semicircle around herself. Flower Sword Supreme is visible above his head. The woman, quickly moving her sword, reflects the guy's blows. Surprise appears on her face. Small stones are visible behind her. Raising her weapon, Flower Sword Supreme repels the hero's attack. The boy and the woman look at each other again through their crossed swords. Muguk falls head first. However, he lands on his feet. The tip of the blade is visible in front of his face. The boy manages to dodge, and the sword flies past. The young man repels another attack from his opponent. We see the faces of the fighting people again. Muguk and Yun Rang strike at the same time and manage to dodge and sink. The woman's sword flies past the boy's head. The boy's blade is visible next to the beauty's face. The opponents jump at the same time. Yun Rang ends up taller than the hero. A mark from the blow is visible behind her back. The hero thinks that the longer this duel lasts, the less important it is for him to win or lose in this fight. The boy rushes forward, putting his sword back. He exchanges many blows with his opponent. The guy thinks that he is completely immersed in the action, in which different martial arts collide. Muguk and Yun Rang look at each other. The guy realizes that Flower Sword Supreme feels the same. The opponents seem to circle each other. The hero thinks that the woman's thirst for blood has disappeared, and now the two of them are focused only on the martial art. The guy's head is thrown back. The hero thinks that Yun Rang is simply incredible and fully deserves her nickname. Flower Sword Supreme flies forward, spreading her arms out to the sides. The hero smiles. He thinks that all this is incredibly exciting. Yun Rang, smiling, points the sword down where Muguk is standing looking up. The guy thinks that this moment, when they are simply testing their fighting skills, gives him more pleasure than a duel in which life or death is at stake. The hero stands with his arms stretched out along his body. Yun Rang is standing in exactly the same pose in front of him. Sweat is pouring down the boy's face. The same thing is happening to Flower Sword Supreme. The boy folds his hands in front of his face and states that he lost this duel because the woman did not use the finishing blow. She states that the hero did not use it either. The boy closes his eyes and states that he did not have that blow at his disposal. Yun Rang looks at the boy silently, then thanks the young master. The boy is surprised. Flower Sword Supreme turns away from him. The hero looks at the back of the Supreme Demon. Yun Rang seems ready to cry. The boy looks at her sadly. He closes his eyes. The boy hums thoughtfully. It is reported that this is happening the next day. Flower Sword Supreme, behind whom a pagoda is visible, states that after yesterday's duel she slept all day. According to her, she could not close her eyes after their first duel. But today she slept peacefully, like some child. Flower Sword Supreme says thoughtfully that she doesn't think she's ever slept so soundly in her life. They stand opposite each other. Muguk says that as far as he understands, women usually don't sleep well. She confirms this assumption, then asks if the boy knows what she started thinking about. The hero asks to tell her about it. Looking down, Flower Sword Supreme says that now she thinks that she should duel the boy every day in order to sleep well. Muguk smiles. Yunrang says that there is a saying that the third round is the law, and suggests that they have a decisive duel. The hero looks at the woman silently. A smile appears on his face. The boy takes up his sword and says that he is ready. Flower Sword Supreme takes his weapon out of its sheath. The moon shines on the trees. Muguk asks Yunrang why she dodged to the left during the 23rd attack, although it would have been much easier to dodge to the right. The woman, raising her hands, replies that she did it to limit the boy's options, since if she had deviated to the right, he would have had 3 potential solutions, but now there are only 2 left. The hero looks at the interlocutor thoughtfully. Looking down, he asks if this has to do with his center of gravity. Yunrang, smiling, replies that the hero is absolutely right. Sitting on a boulder in the middle of a turbulent river, the opponents are talking peacefully to each other. The boy thinks that when he asked a question, Flower Sword Supreme answered sincerely, without hiding anything, and in the same way, he answered her questions honestly. Yunrang, smiling, rubs his chin. The boy thinks that they both felt each other's sincerity. The hero looks at the smiling woman. He thinks that the one who teaches has nothing to lose, and this is exactly the same case as with Leon. The moon shines above the rocks. Flower Sword Supreme says that he does not remember when it was. She happily raises her head and says that she means the time when she sincerely and happily immersed herself in martial arts. It seems to her that she has never experienced such pleasure. The young man says that then the woman can imagine what he feels now, after which he offers to start all over again. Flower Sword Supreme, smiling, looks at the guy and says that she will gladly do it. White foam is visible on the surface of the water. Splashes fly in all directions. Muguk and Yunrang are fighting right above the water flow. Flower Sword Supreme rushes forward. She is preparing to strike. Gritting his teeth from the tension, the guy puts his sword forward. It flies high above the river. Splashes are visible near his face. Yunrang, pushing off straight from the water, flies up. A smile on the woman's face. The hero looks at his rival. Bright marks from blows are visible in the air. The water splits the stones. A felled tree falls. The guy and the woman jump after each other on the rocks. Sweat rolls down the hero's face. Flower Sword Supreme looks at his opponent. The boy and the woman lower their blades. They stand in front of each other, breathing heavily. Yunrang, smiling, asks the young master if he has anything to drink. Muguk looks at her in surprise. He states that he brought a couple of bottles with him. Yunrang says that he wants to drink with him. The young man happily agrees. Clouds float above the trees. The hero brings the glass to his lips. Looking at the bottle, Flower Sword Supreme says that it is very good alcohol. The boy asks if the woman knows anything about alcoholic drinks. Holding the container in her hand, Yunrang says that just because she does not drink, it does not mean that she does not know anything about drinking, especially since she did not refuse it in the past. We see the woman's lips. She asks the boy for permission to ask him something. Muguk says that he is listening carefully. Flower Sword Supreme, looking at the young man, asks why he changed so suddenly, because he was not like this before. The hero looks at his interlocutor. She says that she had not watched him closely before, but she knew perfectly well what he was like. The hero holds a bottle in his hands. He places it on a stone and says that everything happened for a reason, and he had been preparing for a long time. Yunrang is surprised and asks if the guy really hid his true nature. Sadly looking down, he says that perhaps it can be described like this. According to him, if he had shown his true nature at too young an age, his brother would have killed him, and he held back for a long time to protect his life. Flower Sword Supreme thoughtfully says that the guy scares her. She picks up the bottle. The woman places the container on a stone. Yunrang gets up from her seat. She stands next to the sitting guy. The woman thoughtfully looks into the distance. Looking up, she states that it may seem strange, but she has a feeling that she is next to a friend. Muguk looks at Flower Sword Supreme in surprise. He realizes that the intonations sounding in Flower Sword Supreme's voice have changed. The guy looks at the woman standing next to him. He remembers himself in his past life. It seems to him that Yunrang was able to feel in his words the echoes that he brought from there. Flower Sword Supreme looks thoughtfully into the distance. The hero thinks that in front of his father or Leon he always behaves a little playfully, and does not want to show all the darkness that he was fed from the difficulties of his past life. But with Yunrang he behaves differently, especially during duels. The guy gets up from the stone. He puts his hands in front of his face, warning her that his words may seem disrespectful, then states that when their swords touch, he feels their friendship grows stronger. Flower Sword Supreme looks at him with a slight smile. She states that she does not know what kind of relationship awaits them in the future, but today's duel will remain with her forever. The moon shines above the trees and the pagoda. The hero, putting his hands in front of his face, says that he will never forget this either, and thanks the woman for the great lesson. Flower Sword Supreme looks at the boy. She asks if she really managed to teach the boy anything. He smiles silently. Muguk has no doubt that he has learned a lot in the past 3 days, and in particular, he has delved very deeply into the flying sword technique. We see a bright electrical discharge. The hero thinks that now that the wall of 10 stars is beginning to crumble, he is slowly moving towards the border of 12 stars. Flower Sword Supreme raises her elbow. The hero looks at her sword in surprise. The woman holds her weapon out in front of her. Muguk smiles. The blades touch. The guy thinks that he and Yun Rang never said goodbye. The hero looks at the back of the leaving Flower Sword Supreme. He thinks that by touching the blades, they put an end to their duel. A drink is poured into a glass. Yun Rang is sitting in front of the table. The woman's eyes are thoughtful. She remembers that after the first defeat, she went through thousands of different thoughts in her head and even thought about putting on a mask on her face, coming back and killing the hero. A filled glass is on the table. The woman thinks that she was on that day and she is today. These are two completely different people. Yun Rang brings the glass to her lips. She drinks. A servant appears next to her and asks what is bothering his mistress. The boy frowns at Yun Rang, thinking that he has never seen her drink, and now she does it. The boy asks worriedly if this is related to Muguk. Flower Sword Supreme looks at her servant. She kneels in front of a low table and states that everything is fine. The servant admits that he should not have disturbed the woman and apologizes. He tells her that he has brought a new man who is waiting in the secret chambers. Yun Rang says that she does not need anyone. The servant asks again in surprise. The woman lowers her gaze and demands that the man stop bringing her men. The servant is amazed. He realizes that Flower Sword Supreme is speaking to him in a formal tone that she has never used with him before. A window is visible next to Yun Rang. The Supreme Demon says that she should have stopped doing this a long time ago, or rather, should never have started. The servant looks at his mistress in surprise. She is deep in thought, thinking that when Sa Wuzhang brought her a young man the first time, she gave in to her desire, and thought that this would be the end of it, because she had not been with a man for a long time, and she just wanted to remember what it was like. But then everything happened again a second and a third time, and now the woman thinks that it is time to stop all this completely. Sa Wuzhang bows. He says that in this case he will send the guy away, and his lady will just need to say when to call him again. Yun Rang irritably says that she will never need anyone else. Looking at the young man, she declares that she does not need it anymore and asks if Wu Zhang understood her. Folding his hands in front of his face, the guy says that he will remember this. Yun Rang orders him to leave. She declares that if Wu Zhang touches even one more young man to ensure the secrecy, she will personally kill him. Bowing, the servant declares that his lady should not worry. He leaves looking very displeased. The guy leaves the room, thinking that Yun Rang used the young men to gain their favor, believing that this would help her strengthen her position as the second person in the cult. But now she shows coldness towards her loyal servant. The woman sits by the window. Wu Zhang, whose lower part of his face we see, thinks that he was supposed to be the next sword master. The guy frowns into the distance, suspecting that all this is connected with the hero, since Flower Sword Supreme began to change since he came to her. Under the thick trees, the Nirvana Pavilion workers are standing. They are looking at something in shock. One of the investigators asks how this could happen. One of the officials becomes ill. There are corpses on the ground. The hero approaches two of his subordinates. One of them says that about a dozen bodies were found, which were buried very recently. Muguk hears that all of these victims were missing hearts. The young man's gaze is thoughtful. He understands that soul art was most likely used here. A light glows in the dark figure's chest. The young man remembers that soul art is a dark art that absorbs life energy from the hearts of living people. And within the cult there is only one person who has mastered its soul-absorbing supreme demon. The young man remembers himself in a past life. He thinks that when he returned to the cult to get the secret demonic soul there, he heard rumors that soul-absorbing supreme demon used soul art to collect demonic energy. The young man tries to understand if those rumors could be true. Dae Ryong reports to the hero that an examination of the corpses showed that they were most likely not martial artists. Looking at his subordinate in bewilderment, Muguk asks if these are really ordinary people. He replies that there are men, women, and even children. We see a dead girl. The young man's face darkens. The corners of his lips turn down. The young man looks down with a frown. He thinks that martial artists can fight as much as they want, since they voluntarily entered the cruel world of Jianghu, and he himself is by no means a righteous person. But when fighters kill people who are not even trained in martial arts, especially children, it can only be considered irrational violence. The hero clenches his fist. He puts his left hand to the side. The boy thinks that if the rumor he heard in his past life about the soul-absorbing supreme demon is true, then this means that he has been doing all this for decades and killed thousands of innocent victims. We see the young man's eye. The boy's gaze looks determined. An evil light lights up in the hero's eyes. An old man appears in front of the boy. His eyes are closed. The boy looks thoughtfully into the distance. With his eyes closed, Muguk thinks that revenge is certainly important, but his life also matters, and he must do the thing he was just told about. One of the investigators asks the boy to look at the object he is holding. We see the object up close. The man says it is a fan used by the necromancers of West Illusion Fort, and it was found near the corpses. Muguk looks at the speaker closely. He thinks it is a clear indication that this is all the work of the soul-absorbing supreme demon. The boy looks over the unfurled fan. He thinks that perhaps the man who was tasked with getting rid of the corpses has lost his fan. White spots are visible on the trees. Muguk asks where the herbalist who found the bodies is. He is told that the investigators are trying to find him now. He was somewhere nearby. but apparently got scared and ran away when he was momentarily lost from sight. The boy holding the fan orders all necessary actions to be taken in this place, and says that he himself is heading to West Illusion Fort. Dae Ryong asks in surprise if the head of Nirvana Pavilion is really going to challenge the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. Showing the guy a folded fan, the hero states that having this evidence in his hands, he should at least interrogate this person. The guy moves away from his subordinates. He thinks that something in this case seems very suspicious to him, because the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon would carefully cover up all traces that indicate his involvement. The hero looks thoughtfully in front of him. He thinks that with all this, the corpses were found by some herbalist, and next to the bodies lay a fan pointing to the killers. We see the eyes of the young man. It seems to him that someone wants to make him think that the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon is behind all this. The hero remembers the servant Yun Rang, and tries to understand if Wu Zhang could be behind this, who in his past life tried to kill the Supreme Demon under the influence of a soul control spell. There is a bloody hand on the ground. Muguk remembers that after Wu Zhang's death it turned out that he had romantic feelings for Yun Rang. The hero thinks that he spent 3 days with Flower Sword Supreme, and this could have somehow provoked Wu Zhang. The hero goes forward. He thinks that if this is all really so, then Wu Zhang either wants him to die fighting the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, or is trying to distract his attention from Yun Rang. The young man is deep in thought. Under the mountain is West Illusion Fort. Streams of gray energy rise up. We also see a strange device. The hero sees many similar devices around him. The guy looks thoughtfully ahead. He thinks that this place is filled with the energy of ghosts. His attention is attracted by the statue of the demon. Muguk thinks that flowers grow in the local gardens that emit this energy, and the same radiation is produced by the statues and pagodas located in the settlement. The boy notices the very unusual flowers. He thinks that if a person who is not a necromancer is exposed to these flowers, the circulation of his internal energy will be destabilized, and he will become susceptible to the influence of a soul control spell. The hero also remembers that these plants can cause hallucinations, which in the worst case will allow the internal demons to overcome a person. Muguk goes forward. He finds himself in a very spacious room. Behind the boy, columns and steps are visible. The boy thinks that the residence of the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon looks like one big trap. A man is sitting at the table. It is reported that this is Yasuo, the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. The hero looks at this man. He thinks that in his past life he practically did not know him, and even when he returned to the cult to find ingredients for regression, they did not communicate. While it is ironic that Yasuo was the last survivor among the 8 Supreme Demons, the man's left eye emits a purple glow. The boy greets soul-absorbing Supreme Demon with his hands folded in front of his face. He opens his mouth and greets the boy. The objects behind Muguk seem to blur. Straight lines twist. Streams of white energy are visible above the boy's head. Yasuo asks the hero what brought him to this distant corner of the world. The hero looks at soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, realizing that he is trying to use a soul control spell. The boy, calmly looking at Yasuo, states that he is investigating a very unpleasant incident. He looks at the boy with huge eyes. It seems that the man is trying to hypnotize the hero. Streams of purple energy are visible around the standing Muguk. Yasuo says that he is very impressed. The boy, smiling, states that he is known for his willpower. He thinks that he only said part of the truth, since the main resistance to the spell is provided by Heavenly Demon Defense Art. Standing in front of the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon sitting on the throne, Muguk says that many unusual corpses were found, as well as an item that belongs to a necromancer. Yasuo asks what exactly they are talking about. The young man takes out a fan. Yasuo looks at it in surprise and orders to call Nung Hai. The hero looks at his interlocutor silently. The young man's gaze is thoughtful. He thinks that he deliberately emphasized that the corpses were unusual, but the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon did not even ask what makes them different from others, and this most likely indicates that he knows everything. A man approaches the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. He announces his arrival. Yasuo asks him where the ghostly fan is now. Nung Hai replies that he lost it yesterday. The hero throws the fan to the man. Nung Hai admits that the item belongs to him and asks where the young man found it. Muguk replies that about a dozen corpses were found yesterday, and the fan was lying next to them. Nung Hai looks at the young man with concern. Yasuo watches what is happening from behind his desk. The hero realizes that Nung Hai also did not ask where the corpses were found and how these people died. Muguk sternly says that, considering all the circumstances, he must take Nung Hai for interrogation. Yasuo is still sitting at his desk in the same pose. His eyes are hidden by a black shadow. Nung Hai nods his head, saying that he understands everything, and then he will have to go with the young man. The hero, folding his hands in front of his face, thanks Yasuo for his cooperation. He promises that they will meet again. The young man leads Nung Hai away. Yasuo looks at the guy with a very strange look. Dae Ryong states that it will be very difficult to get Nung Hai to talk, and so far all he has admitted is that he lost his fan. Muguk sits at the table with his arms crossed over his chest. His gaze is thoughtful, thinking that just by looking into Nung Hai's eyes once, he realized that the man's fear of the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon is so great that no threats or words of persuasion will work on him. Dae Ryong states that without concrete evidence indicating that Nung Hai was the one who killed these men, they will not be able to keep him in custody for long. Muguk says that in any case, he is just a subordinate, and to get to the bottom of things, they will need to arrest the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Dae Ryong begs his superior to be careful, as he is a very dangerous man. The young man, without getting up from his chair, asks the boy if he remembers what he told him right after he took up his position. The hero recalls that he said then that he would arrest even his father if he committed a crime. Dae Ryong looks at the hero in shock. He looks back at him. The investigator is silent. Finally, he says that he understands everything and will carry out the order. The hero smiles faintly. A Nirvana Pavilion employee bursts into the room. He says that the head of the cult has arrived. Dae Ryong looks at his colleague in amazement. Muguk frowns at the investigator who burst into the room. Muguk, smiling, asks his father what brought him here. He brings a glass to his lips. Putting it on the table, he replies that he was just passing by and decided to come in. Muguk picks up the glass. He understands that his father lied, since he probably wants to tell him something. The man looks at his son. Heavenly Demon and Muguk are sitting at the table. The head of the clan says that his offspring should not get involved with the soul-absorbing supreme demon yet. The hero places his hand on the table and asks why he shouldn't do it. The man replies that the boy won't be able to handle this opponent with his current skills. Muguk looks at his father and states that if he catches Yasuo off guard, he can finish him off, and if that doesn't work, he can try to get behind him. Heavenly Demon states that the task he voiced last is even more difficult than directly killing this supreme demon. The hero clenches his fist, asking if the soul-absorbing supreme demon is really that strong. The man closes his eyes. He states that this person is both the weakest and the strongest at the same time. The boy looks at his father in confusion. Muguk thinks about it. He begins to understand what his father's words mean. The hero imagines Yasuo casting spells. He realizes that his father means that if someone has mastered martial arts that grant immunity to soul-trapping techniques, or has reached a level of martial arts comprehension where the magic stops working, soul-absorbing supreme demon becomes the easiest opponent. The hero looks at his father and asks if he can help him surpass Yasuo. Heavenly Demon replies that it is impossible to achieve in a short period of time. White clouds float above the weather. Muguk states that as his father already knows, he has an incredibly capable son. The man replies that it is still not enough and that there are only two possible ways to neutralize soul-absorbing supreme demon's magic. Looking up, the cult leader says that the first way is to learn 9 Calamity's demonic art to at least 5 stars, where the soul-trapping magic will stop working on the boy. The two sit at the table. The young man says he doesn't want to know about the second option and asks his father to help him learn the art he just named. Heavenly Demon sighs. He says the second option is to master the Heavenly Demon defense art. The man says that since both of these options are not yet available to his son, he should leave Yasuo alone for now. The hero looks at his father, the corners of his lips turn down. The young man asks if the soul-absorbing supreme demon is really necessary for the cult. Heavenly Demon says that among the 8 supreme demons, Yasuo is the one who inspires the greatest fear in their enemies from the Murim Alliance. Father and son are sitting at the table. Muguk asks if it is acceptable for Yasuo to rip out hearts from living people to perform his magic. He wonders if Heavenly Demon knew that soul-absorbing supreme demon was doing such things. The man, closing his eyes, replies that he found out about it only recently. Muguk, looking at his parent, thinks that even he does not approve of those who rip out hearts from living people. In front of us is the back of the head of the cult. The young man thinks that his father is having a hard time getting rid of his most significant asset in the confrontation with the Murim Alliance. The guy gets up from the table, thinking that he should not leave the decision of this issue to the discretion of his father. It seems to him that he should deal with this problem himself. The young man sullenly reminds that the man asked to inform if his son was going to kill someone. Heavenly Demon is silent. Looking at him with determination, Muguk states that he is telling the cult leader that he will kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon, and among the 8 supreme demons, he will be the first to die. Muguk thinks that in his past life, Yasuo lived the longest, and now everything will happen in a completely opposite way. Heavenly Demon silently looks at his son. The young man, sitting at the table, says that it is not that he is angry at this supreme demon. According to him, Yasuo is worse than a madman running around killing random passersby, since he systematically insanely exterminates people. The boy says that if this bastard's intentions were noble, he could at least somehow understand all this, but they are not. Heavenly Demon sits at the table. His son says that the soul-absorbing supreme demon does all this in order to become just a little stronger, and this is simply disgusting. The youth states that Yasuo cannot be considered a human at all. He says that he understands that his father is limited in his actions against the 8 supreme demons, so he asks for permission to do this himself. Heavenly Demon looks at his son, who says that if a man gave him a sword, he should allow him to use this weapon to its full extent. Behind the man, elegant furnishings of the room are visible. The clan leader says nothing. Judging by the look, the hero is waiting for an answer. He does not know to what extent his father agrees with him now, but he wants to go the same path with him, while he believes that the soul-absorbing supreme demon must be destroyed, and that on a long journey sometimes you have to go different paths to reach the same destination. The hero moves away from Heavenly Demon. The clan leader closes his eyes. His hand is on his knee. Rising from the table, He says that he does not see any particular problems. Muguk looks at his father in surprise. Looking at his back, he asks to clarify what heavenly demon meant. Looking over his shoulder at his offspring, the clan leader states that if he has such a remarkable skill that he can kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon, then he will calmly fill the void that will be vacated by this man's death. The boy looks at his father in shock. He realizes that his father has just supported him. Heavenly demon leaves the room. The hero mentally thanks him. A smile appears on the boy's face. The hero clenches his fist. He understands that at this point in the journey, his path with his father will not diverge. Heavenly demon walks away from his son, who thinks that they are still walking the same path. In front of us is a majestic pagoda. It is reported that this is West Illusion Fort, and this is the next day. The hero stands with his arms stretched out along his body. Yaso is sitting at the table in front of him. The boy frowns at the man, thinking that in order to kill soul-absorbing supreme demon, he decided to choose the third way. But in this case he will need time, namely 2 months. The boy understands that he must make sure that Yaso lies low until then and does not commit new crimes. Soul-absorbing supreme demon asks what happened this time. The hero tells him that Nunghaya was called innocent, since the Nirvana Pavilion investigators could not prove that he was the one who killed those people. Yaso, whose eye we see, asks why Muguk came to him if he decided to release his subordinate. Standing in front of the stairs, the boy says that he has something to tell the supreme demon, who says that he is listening carefully. The boy says that he knows that Yaso uses soul arts. Soul-absorbing supreme demon makes a surprised face, and says that he has never heard of anything like this. Muguk looks at his interlocutor with anger, and says that he should stop using this technique. The supreme demon, looking at the guy with his huge eyes, says that he has no idea what they are talking about. We see the young man from 2 different angles. The words just spoken by the supreme demon continue to sound in his head. Muguk says that if he refuses this offer, he will die. Yaso, with his mouth wide open, laughs. The young man is again shown from different sides. The words spoken by the supreme demon again sound in his head. A chandelier hangs above the guy's head. Muguk grits his teeth. A fiery whirlwind appears behind him. He uses the heavenly demon defense art. Yaso, pursing his lips, looks at the guy. He, looking at him angrily, says that he will not kill the man himself. In front of us are the faces of the 2 interlocutors. The words sound in the young man's head again. Yaso looks at the hero, who tells him that he will convince his father to destroy the soul-absorbing supreme demon. There is a bright glow around the boy. He says that if Yaso thinks that he will not be able to convince the head of the cult, then this is not true. The boy promises to go to his father every morning and beg him to kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon. The boy looks at Yaso resolutely. He, with bulging eyes, remains silent. The boy says that if the head of the cult refuses, he will ask him again and again, convincing him that a person who rips out hearts from living people only disgraces their organization. We see the eye of the supreme demon. Yaso is reflected in the eyes of the hero. The boy says that he will go to his father day after day and convince him of the need to kill Yaso, and one day, when the soul-absorbing supreme demon makes some mistake, the heavenly demon will still decide to destroy him. The hero is reflected in the eyes of Yaso. Muguk looks at Yaso. He does the same. The supreme demon smiles. The boy's eyes are covered by hair. The boy experiences the mental influence that Yaso has on him. He asks if the boy understands that the world he lives in can be just an illusion, and the real universe can be the one he feels right now. A source of bright light is visible behind the boy's head. The hero hangs upside down. He says that in front of him is a world in which you can save on alcohol, since he is now dizzy, and it seems to him that he has drunk well. Yaso looks at the boy in surprise. He mentally says that the rumors that were circulating about the young man are true, and he really is a secret dragon who is beginning his ascent. The boy is surprised. Yaso appears next to him. Soul-absorbing supreme demon stands next to the boy. He begins to understand why his father warned him about this man, since even standing next to him, he cannot understand whether he is real or just an illusion. Smiling, the boy states that he has no intention of ascending anywhere. He wants to live a long life and quietly enjoy this world, and that is why he is becoming stronger day by day. Yaso looks at the young man in surprise. The boy thinks that this is exactly the kind of life that the soul-absorbing supreme demon wanted to lead in his past life, and often talked about it. Muguk remembers a much older Yaso, who states that he spent his entire life becoming stronger every day just so that no one could kill him. The supreme demon, smiling madly, states that the boy has wonderful thoughts. His silhouette dissolves into thin air. Muguk looks thoughtfully ahead. In front of him is a magnificent green meadow. White clouds are visible behind the boy. Leaves are falling in front of him. The hero shouts loudly that this is a truly magnificent martial art. Yaso, slightly raising his head, states that only he is capable of doing something like this in this world. Leaves are flying around the hero. He thinks that soul-absorbing supreme demon was lying and that the leader of Wind Heaven sect can do the same. He remembers that he learned this when he saved Umri sect in his past life, as both martial arts were based on blood cult techniques. The bell emits a bright white glow. Yaso, smiling, asks the young man if he wants to live in such a world. We see the young man's eye. Smiling, the young man states that if soul-absorbing supreme demon teaches him, he will gladly take this knowledge. The two stand in close proximity to each other. Yeso says that the young man is much more cunning than he thought, and is trying to get one of the supreme arts for free. Looking at the supreme demon, the young man states that thanks to this, he would gain a good ally. Soul-absorbing supreme demon looks into the young man's eyes. Yeso's eyes emit a purple glow. He states that he can see all of the young man's thoughts. The iris of the supreme demon's eyes noticeably shrinks in size. He says that the guy can deceive anyone, but not him. Muguk, looking at Yeso, asks him to tell him what he is thinking about now. Soul-absorbing supreme demon states that the boy wants to grab him by the hair and punch him in the face. The hero and the supreme demon stand opposite each other. Yeso states that the hero wants to ask him, slapping him, why this bastard ignores him. The boy, smiling, says that soul-absorbing supreme demon was close, but still did not guess. He looks into the man's eyes. The guy angrily asks why the stupid bastard kills people, after which he offers to rip his shameless heart out of his chest. Yeso looks surprised. The boy, smiling, says that it seems that his thoughts are still different from those that his interlocutor somehow managed to see. Soul-absorbing supreme demon remains silent. Grinning, he says that the boy thinks that if he is the son of the head of the cult, then he is much less mortal than everyone else, and that is why he decided to die at the hands of soul-absorbing supreme demon. Smiling, Muguk says that the supreme demon made a mistake again, and it is better to lead a quiet life somewhere in the wilderness than to be number one, but dead. Streams of energy are visible next to the guy's face. He thinks that he has just quoted the words of the supreme demon, which he often said in his past life. Yeso looks at the boy in shock. White dots appear on the iris of his eyes. We see the organ of vision of this man again. The hero looks up in surprise. Yeso is sitting at the table. He asks the boy if he is not afraid of him, because if he wanted, he would create a real hell and lock the boy in this place forever. Muguk says that he is very afraid, and that is why he will convince his father to deal with such a dangerous character. Soul-absorbing supreme demon laughs loudly. Looking at the hero standing before him, Yeso states that he must admit that he has extraordinary abilities, and then says that the young master can leave. The young man looks at his interlocutor. Folding his hands in front of his face, he asks that soul-absorbing supreme demon refrain from what he was doing for a while. The hero turns around and starts to leave. Yeso calls out to him, and then declares that if they meet again, the boy will never return to this world. The young man becomes wary. We see the lower part of his face. White clouds are visible above Pungni Tavern. Dae-ryong, who is sitting at the same table with the hero, asks how the visit went. The young man replies that if the visit went well, then so be it, and if not, then fine. The young man thinks that the threat was made on behalf of his father, and the soul-absorbing supreme demon should lie low for 2 or 3 months. Dae-ryong thoughtfully twirls his cup. He says that Muguk talked face to face with this terrible soul-absorbing supreme demon to find a solution, and this is worthy of all praise, because no one except the hero would probably dare to do this. The young man looks at his subordinate in surprise. Dae-ryong, it seems, is ready to burst into tears. He apologizes for not being able to do anything for his boss, because if he were capable of this, he would go deal with the soul-absorbing supreme demon himself. The hero looks at the guy. He understands that he is very awkwardly trying to console him. Muguk drinks, declaring that he is grateful to the young man for this expression of feelings, and this is what first assistants are needed for. Dae-ryong says that he does not perceive himself in this capacity, since he believes that Li-an is still closer to the hero. Muguk, who holds a glass in front of his face, declares that this girl is not his right hand. He puts the glass on the table and raises his hand. Touching his chest, the guy declares that Li-an is his heart. Dae-ryong looks at the young man in amazement. He smiles. The investigator says that now he is starting to envy the girl. The young people smile happily. The establishment is quite crowded. The hero says that the left hand, heart, and left wing are late for some reason. Dae-ryong, who holds the glass to his face, asks to explain who exactly Muguk called all these epithets. He throws back another portion of the drink and declares that everything will soon become clear. Dae-ryong is lost in thought. Jang Ho comes to the table. He apologizes for being late. Muguk, smiling, expresses the hope that he did not tear the guy away from important matters. Jang Ho, looking at the hero, says that if he had not called him here, he would have been very disappointed. The newly appointed leader of the demonic army sits down at the table. The hero says that he simply had to invite the guy, because he is gathering all his people in one place for the first time. The young man offers Jang Ho to drink from his bottle. He thanks the young man. Dae-ryong looks at the army commander a little sadly. Muguk notices the sad look of his assistant. Leon comes to the table and apologizes for being late. The hero says that he understands everything and offers to sit next to him. The girl, sitting down, greets Jang Ho and Dae-ryong. Jang Ho, looking at Leon in amazement, says that she seems to have changed a little. The hero brings a glass to his lips. He thinks that the newly appointed leader of the demonic army has a very keen eye, and he noticed a change in Leon's energy, who has become noticeably stronger as a martial artist after mastering flying heaven swordsmanship. Leon, smiling happily, says that constant training has led to her losing a little weight. She assumes that this is the change that Jang Ho noticed. Leon, raising his glass, says that it is very cold outside and she really wants a drink, The girl asks him to pour her something stronger. The young man fills her glass, stating that she works great during training. Dae Ryong looks sadly at Jang Ho. He looks at Leon with the same sad look. The guy drinks silently. Putting the glass on the table, he sadly states that it seems that he is the only loser here. Leon, looking at the young man in surprise, asks why he thinks so. Dae Ryong turns away discontentedly. The hero asks if he also wants to learn martial arts. The guy looks up. Looking at the hero sitting opposite him, he asks if the young master will teach him. The latter replies that not at all. Dae Ryong asks curiously who will be his teacher then. Muguk, looking into the investigator's eyes, asks him to simply answer the question whether he will study if a good teacher is found. He says that the lessons will be informal, but the result will be the acquisition of real fighting skills. Dae Ryong sadly asks who will teach him. Muguk silently looks at the guy. We see someone's leg. Passers-by look at its owner in amazement. Fear is in the people's eyes. Cheon-pa looks very unhappy. He says that the impudent puppy acts as if he has the right to call anyone to him. Clouds are gathering over the pagoda. Dae Ryong says that it looks like a rainstorm is about to start. Muguk, crossing his arms over his chest, demands that the guy stop useless talk and says that he has 15 minutes to think everything over. Dae Ryong asks in surprise if he really has to give an answer right now. The hero and his comrades are sitting at a table. Muguk tells the young man that decisions like these are not made after much thought, and when this party is over, he will be empty-handed. Dae Ryong looks down sadly. Jang Ho and Leon look at him sympathetically. Muguk, pouring a drink into a shot glass, thinks that he wants to make Dae Ryong the next head of Nirvana Pavilion. But the boy is too young and does not have good connections or a strong faction to support him, and thus, in order to take this position, he needs something else. The boy looks closely at Dae Ryong. He drinks another shot. The hero pours him another. Dae Ryong drinks it too. Leon worries that the boy is drinking too fast. He puts the shot glass down with a bang. Jang Ho looks at the drunk young man in bewilderment. Leon folds his hands in front of his face. Dae Ryong makes a strange sound. His face is flushed from drinking. The guy says that he doubts that he is worthy of this position, since he is already 32 years old. Muguk, folding his arms on his chest, says that this is indeed quite a respectable age, but it has its advantages. Dae Ryong asks again, perplexed. The hero, whose lower part of the face we see, declares that the young man will try harder than anyone else. He decisively says that every swing of the sword that Dae Ryong will make will carry more power than any other person, and each step will be thought out much more deeply. Dae Ryong looks at the guy in shock. Leon and Jang Ho smile. The investigator is silent. He thoughtfully lowers his gaze. Looking at the hero, he says that he will do it. Muguk smiles. Dae Ryong, holding a shot glass, states that if anyone else had offered it to him, he would have refused it outright, but since it was Muguk, he should take advantage of the opportunity. Leon holds out the bottle to pour for her comrade. She says that their master is better than anyone at persuading people. The hero listens to the conversations going on around him. Dae Ryong reaches out for the shot glass. Looking down sadly, he states that he still feels a little regret. He says that he was an investigator for 10 years and spent many sleepless nights dreaming of becoming a major investigator, and now it is hard for him to give up the position. The hero, looking at the guy, asks who told him that he should quit something. He says that Dae Ryong is now the most sought-after specialist in the Nirvana Pavilion and should not go anywhere. The hero says that he meant learning martial arts in his free time. Dae Ryong looks at the hero in surprise. Looking at Muguk, he asks if he wants him to die of fatigue. The hero says that at least the young man will fulfill his dream. Jang Ho looks at the guy sitting next to him. He says that he may be too late and should not risk everything he has chasing an unrealistic dream. Muguk, crossing his arms over his chest, asks why there is a need to rush anywhere. He says that Dae Ryong can calmly study after work. The investigator for especially important cases is silent. Dae Ryong and Muguk look at each other. The hero states that haste usually leads to failure, and people who think that they are ready to put their lives on the line for something rarely achieve success. And if Dae Ryong studied from morning until night, it would be even more difficult for him. Since he would constantly think that he is progressing too slowly, he would start to dig into himself and eventually admit his defeat. Muguk, looking at the young man, states that by doing his usual work and setting aside small periods of valuable time for development, you can achieve the best results. Dae Ryong looks at his boss with doubt. He fills his glass. Leon and Jang Ho look at him in bewilderment. Dae Ryong resolutely says that he understands everything and asks Muguk to teach him. He asks why the young man assumed that he would be trained by him. Leon and Jang Ho look at the hero in bewilderment. The girl notices something next to her. She looks at the stairs nearby. Someone is climbing them. It turns out that it is Cheon-pa. The girl's eyes widen in surprise. She covers her face with her hands. Jang Ho also turns around. The old man's face is hidden by a black shadow. Cheon-pa looks at those present. Leon and Jang Ho seem to be very scared. Dae Ryong turns around. He asks where his comrades are looking. Blood Heaven's Blades man approaches the table. Dae Ryong looks at the old man in horror. Cheon-pa asks the hero if he thinks he is being too impudent if he dares to invite him to this place again. Dae Ryong and Jang Ho look at the supreme demon in fear. Muguk pulls out a chair and offers the old man a seat. The man looks at the guy in bewilderment. He puts his sword on the floor. Blood Heaven's Blades man takes the chair offered to him. Muguk smiles and says that they only invited the great demon here to drink with them. The hero fills his glass. The boy looks at someone. Dae Ryong is simply horrified. He seems to understand that Blood Heaven's Blades man is supposed to be his mentor, and he really hopes that this is some kind of bad joke. Muguk smiles, hinting that Dae Ryong got it right. The special investigator is ready to faint. Jang Ho, who has a bottle in his hands, thanks the old man for giving him a recommendation and says that he is very glad that he finally has the opportunity to express his feelings. Blood Heaven's Blades man, looking at the hero, says that the recommendation was the idea of the cult leader's son, and he is the one to thank. Muguk, smiling, states that he has already been thanked enough, and now Cheon-pa should get his share. Because if you think about it, without this man's help, none of this would be possible. The great demon looks at the boy in amazement. He looks away. Holding out his glass, he states that he gave the recommendation only because he thinks Jang Ho can handle the job, so there is no need to invent any other reasons. The newly appointed commander of the demon army, smiling, thanks the old man once again. He empties his glass. The hero, looking at Cheon-pa sitting next to him at the table, says that he has one more request. Cheon-pa asks what the boy wants this time. Muguk looks at Dae Ryong, who hangs his head, and asks Blood Heaven's Blades man to teach this boy martial arts. The great demon looks at the young man who is being offered to be his student, perplexed, and asks what kind of worm is this. Dae Ryong, flushed as a tomato, looks down. Unexpectedly for everyone, he declares that he may seem to some to be a cold-hearted person who seeks power. But in fact, he has loved only one woman his entire life, raises his hand when everyone around him is silent, is a pacifist, and is also the right hand of his master. Curling his lips, the young man declares that he is not a worm at all, as he was just called. Dae Ryong lowers his head again. Muguk laughs loudly. Leon and Jang Ho look at the guy with sympathy. The hero, smiling, asks the old man sitting next to him to excuse the guy, since he is already decently drunk. Blood Heaven's Blades man, looking at the special investigator, declares that he is not going to teach this guy martial arts, and the hero should be grateful that he did not kill him on the spot for showing him this disgusting face. Muguk, looking at Cheon-pa, says that they really need Dae Ryong. The old man refuses again. The young man calls out to the supreme demon. He says that he has already given his answer, and that he does not understand why he should be the one to teach someone. Muguk replies that Blood Heaven's Blades man is the most experienced fighter in their clan. Looking at the old man determinedly, he says that he wants Dae Ryong to learn from only the best. Cheon-pa looks at the boy silently. Cheon-pa looks at the hero. The old man closes his eyes and says that Dae Ryong is not even his student, and thus he cannot teach him. Muguk, looking at the supreme demon, offers to make the boy his student. The hero says that among Blood Heaven's Bladesman's current students, there is no one worthy of inheriting his place. Raising his right hand, Muguk states that the man's youngest disciple is very kind, and with such a character it will be difficult for him to become the heir. Muguk asks what the supreme demon thinks of the special investigator, who replies that he does not like the guy at all. The hero tells the old man that he has lived his entire life doing only what he wanted, and now, at least for the sake of variety, he should try something opposite. Cheon-pa, gritting his teeth in anger, says that he does not like Dae Ryong. The hero, looking angrily at his interlocutor, asks what exactly is the reason for this antipathy. Blood Heaven's Blades man declares that he does not have to explain anything. Muguk says that in that case he does not like Cheon-pa either. The disputants look at each other irritably. Leon and Jang Ho look around in fear. Dae Ryong raises his head from the table and looks at the man. The youth is very drunk. He asks if anyone would like it if they were forced to do something. Leon, raising his hands, asks the investigator to stop. He, opening his mouth wide, shouts that he told the supreme demon that he does not like him, so the old man should not even dream of teaching him martial arts. Dae Ryong shouts that he will never agree to this. Leon and Dae Ryong look at their comrade in fear. The hero turns his attention to Cheon-pa. Dae Ryong turns to Muguk and asks if he can ask him just one question. Muguk declares that he is listening to the guy. He promises to answer honestly, since Dae Ryong will soon be killed anyway. The investigator asks why the guy is handing him over to such a cold and heartless person. Muguk, looking down, remains silent. Dae Ryong sheds streams of tears. He says that if the hero does this, he will simply break him mentally. Blood Heaven's Blades man, whose eyes are covered with a black shadow, calls the investigator a damn winner. The hero looks at the great demon silently. He tells the young man that the old man can teach him martial arts. Dae Ryong, wiping away tears with his hands, shouts that this still doesn't feel right. Jang Ho looks at his comrade with sympathy. Muguk sighs. Looking at Blood Heaven's Blades man, he asks if the old man can teach the boy for just half an hour after the investigator finishes his workday. He states that it can last for any amount of time, from a couple of weeks to several years. Dae Ryong sits at the table, resting his head in his hands. Muguk says that if Cheon-pa doesn't like teaching this boy, he can refuse on the first day. He asks the old man to give the boy one chance. Cheon-pa and Muguk look at each other. Blood Heaven's Blades man asks the hero if he really trusts this drunkard. The young man states that he trusts the great demon. The old man looks at Muguk in surprise. Muguk returns his gaze. Blood Heaven's Blades man and Dae Ryong stand next to each other. The hero thinks that these people are similar to each other in some way, because despite the fact that they are a little out of this world, you can feel the passion in them. Cheon-pa says that he is not going to teach anyone anyway. Shedding streams of tears, Dae Ryong interrupts the old man. He declares that he does not want to learn from him either. Leon and Jang Ho look at what is happening in fear. The supreme demon takes a sword in his hands. The hero, smiling, stops him. Dae Ryong bangs his head on the table. The guy, not understanding anything, says that he does not want to learn. The hero and Cheon-pa look at the young man in surprise. The old man looks thoughtful. He asks the hero standing next to him what he will give him if he does start training this drunk. Cheon-pa replies that he will help get rid of a very old grudge that Blood Heaven's Blades man has been harboring. Surprise appears in the old man's eyes. He looks at the young man. A drink is poured into a shot glass. The hero fills the shot glass that Cheon-pa is holding. The boy looks thoughtfully ahead, trying to figure out if Blood Heaven's Blades man really wants to make peace with Flower Sword Supreme. The supreme demon drinks another shot. Leon and Jang Ho look at the old man. The hero empties his glass. He pours some for the old man. Among the many bottles, plates with snacks are visible. Leon and Jang Ho are drunk. The old man, looking at the hero, asks if he was joking when he voiced his promise. Muguk smiles and says that it would be wrong for Dae Ryong to learn martial arts for free. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at the boy, trying to figure out if he's joking. Cheon-pa raises his glass and asks how the newly opened Nirvana Pavilion is doing. The street and the establishment in question are visible outside the tavern window, and he says that the branch is doing very well. The old man tells the boy sitting next to him that he doesn't mean the results of the work, but whether opening this branch has helped improve his reputation. Muguk smiles and looks at the old man, realizing that the old man thinks that he was aiming for popularity when he opened the Nirvana Pavilion branch. Raising his glass, the boy says that things are going very well in that regard as well, and he thinks that helping the people of Demonic Village is just as important as defeating the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, though Blood Heaven's Blades man probably won't understand that. The guy, smiling, declares that he is handing over Investigator Dae Ryong to the Supreme Demon. Cheon-pa, tugging at his beard, says that the guy never stops throwing him various errands. He asks what Muguk will do after he settles his favorite. The young man thoughtfully says that he will be busy. The old man asks what exactly. Dae Ryong and Jang Ho are sleeping drunk. The hero has an empty glass in his hands. He says that every day he has to think about the destruction of disgusting bastards. He also needs to find someone who will become his right wing, and for this he even had to appease his father. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at the young man in surprise. Putting his hand on the armrest of the chair, he asks if this means that he himself is the young man's left wing. He answers that everything is exactly so, but if Cheon-pa wants to become the right wing, he can take this place. The old man looks at the guy in shock. He points his finger at him and says that he is a real psychopath. He asks how dare the boy compare him to Flower Sword Supreme, and even more so hint that they are a couple, even if it is about wings. Muguk calmly says that Blood Heaven's Blades man recently told him that he is ready to bet on him because he is crazy, and only crazy people can conquer this world. The boy asks if Cheon-pa has forgotten these words. The old man is silent. Folding his arms over his chest, he closes his eyes. The interlocutors are sitting at the table. Blood Heaven's Blades man says that he did not even suspect that Muguk is so crazy. The hero offers to go crazy together, and reminds the Supreme Demon that he has almost nothing to lose in this life. Cheon-pa angrily asks the boy why he talks to his elders like that. Muguk replies that he does it because he is crazy. Cheon-pa, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at the boy. The young man holding the bottle says that he will soon have to leave for a few months and asks the old man to look after his comrades during this time. The great demon says that he understands everything. He pours the contents of another glass into himself. Muguk, looking down, thinks that the old man answered very simply and did not ask for anything in return, and the fact that he did it this way allows him to be truly confident in this man. Dae Ryong is thirsty. He asks for water. Someone says that she is standing next to him. The guy, looking to his right, asks again in surprise. He takes the teapot from the table. The young man greedily drinks from the spout. Dae Ryong grabs his head and begins to complain that it hurts a lot. The guy says that if he drinks even a drop of alcohol, he will be a real dog. The investigator looks ahead. He looks around, trying to figure out where he is. Dae Ryong turns his head, realizing that there was a man nearby who told him where the water is. We see an open book. Dae Ryong stares blankly into the distance. Cheon-pa enters the room. He has a book in his hands. The young man opens his mouth in horror. Sitting on the bed, the guy asks what Blood Heaven's Blades man is doing here. He replies that this is actually his home. Dae Ryong looks around. He asks what he is doing here in this case. The old man, in front of whom the book says that when they were leaving the tavern, the young man suddenly began to shout that he would carry the old man on his back. Cheon-pa, turning the pages, tells the guy that he grabbed his leg and began to reproach him for the fact that the Supreme Demon was abandoning his disciple. Dae Ryong, with a face distorted with horror, asks if he really did all this. The old man slams the book shut and states that it has been decades since he allowed anyone to touch him. Cheon-pa frowns at the boy. He states that Dae-ryong seems to want to die, but lacks the courage to jump off the cliff. The investigator, sweat pouring down his face, looks at Cheon-pa in shock. Without getting off the bed, he asks why the Supreme Demon allowed him to sleep in his room. The old man looks at the boy silently. Looking down, he says that Dae-ryong doesn't seem to remember either. The young man looks at his interlocutor in fear, trying to figure out what else he has done. Clouds float above the pagodas. The old man reports that when he tried to take Dae-ryong to the guest room, he began to complain that a soulless Supreme Demon was trying to shove his disciple into some dirty closet, after which he fell to the floor, rolled his eyes and began to scream that he deserved to be treated well, after which he rolled on the floor and cursed his unfortunate fate. Dae-ryong looks down in shock. The old man asks if life has really been that cruel to the young man. Looking at the investigator, Blood Heaven's Bladesman states that he too felt a great desire to be cruel and finish off this moral monster. Dae-ryong rolls his eyes. He falls to his knees and screams that he is very sorry. The boy promises to never drink again. The old man asks in bewilderment why Dae-ryong wants to quit such a wonderful occupation, and says that the boy just needs to stop acting stupid after drinking. The investigator lowers his head and shouts that he will quit drinking anyway and begs him to forgive him. Cheon-pa looks at his guest. Looking at the book, he demands that the boy leave. Dae-ryong looks at the old man in surprise. Folding his hands in front of his face, he says that he will leave this place right now. The boy turns his attention to the books lying on the shelves. He picks up one of them and says that it is his favorite book. Smiling happily, Dae-ryong asks if he has read Blood Heaven's Bladesman. Cheon-pa frowns. He angrily declares that he hates people who touch his things without permission. The book flies out of the investigator's hands. It falls to the floor. Dae-ryong looks at the old man looking at his book. The boy rushes forward. Looking at the owner in fear, he apologizes and declares that only the pages where the most boring part of the story was laid out were wrinkled. Dae-ryong bows and says that he will leave immediately. Blood Heaven's Bladesman asks why the guy liked the book. The young man looks at his interlocutor in amazement. He says that it seemed to him that the main character of this book was very similar to him. He was born in poverty, was very sad, and had an incredibly hard time getting along with other people. But then he became a real hero. Dae-ryong says that he has read this book at least 20 times, and continues to reread it before going to bed even now. Cheon-pa silently looks at the young man. He looks back at his book. Dae-ryong bows and says that now he will definitely leave. The guy thanks the old man for letting him spend the night here. Blood Heaven's Bladesman asks the guy if, in his opinion, Muguk will be able to become the heir. The special investigator looks at Blood Heaven's Bladesman in shock. He says with conviction that the hero will cope with this task. Without taking his eyes off the book, the old man asks why the boy thinks so. Dae-ryong states that Muguk is an outstanding man and he has never met anyone like him before. The boy is convinced that the hero will be able to change the cult for the better. The old man looks at the young man. In front of us is Cheon-pa and Dae-ryong. The Supreme Demon asks if the boy can give his life for his master. He replies that he will never. Cheon-pa is shocked. He reminds that the investigator just called the hero an outstanding man. Dae-ryong, rubbing the back of his head, says that he is simply not the kind of person who can sacrifice himself for someone. Blood Heaven's Bladesman looks at the guy. We see his lush mustache. The old man tells Dae-ryong to wait for him in the courtyard. The investigator looks at the Supreme Demon in fear and says that he will wait there. A steep staircase leads to the pagoda. Dae-ryong stands with his hands at his sides. It seems to him that Blood Heaven's Bladesman will now beat him for not being ready to die for the head of Nirvana Pavilion. The guy looks to his right in fear, trying to figure out if he should tell the old man that he is still ready to sacrifice himself for the hero. A sword is stuck into the ground in front of him. Descending the stairs, Cheon-pa demands that the young man take the weapon. He takes the hilt. Dae-ryong raises the sword in front of him. Cheon-pa asks what the official from Nirvana Pavilion is thinking now. The boy looks at his mentor in fear. Looking at the weapon, he states that it is very heavy. The old man states that the boy has correctly grasped the essence of the matter. Dae-ryong asks again in amazement. Blood Heaven's Bladesman explains that understanding the weight of the weapon is the beginning and end of the sword technique that he is going to teach the young man. The boy's eyes become round in amazement. Dae-ryong looks at his weapon. Smiling, he states that what the old man just taught him gives him goosebumps. Cheon-pa suggests that it is most likely because Dae-ryong drank too much yesterday. It is also possible that he has some kind of illness. The investigator obediently agrees. The old man moves away from him, demanding that the young man not be late for training. Dae-ryong joyfully shouts that he will always be on time. Rain falls over the settlement. The tavern is full. A man in a hat enters the door. Raindrops roll down Muguk's face. The waiter shouts loudly that he will come to the table right away. A smile appears on the guy's face. He pays attention to the boy, thinking that he came here in his past life, hunting for a belle, and this child was already an adult then. The boy, who is holding an iron tray, calls the hero a warrior and apologizes for the fact that the establishment is currently full. Muguk asks if there are any rooms in the inn. The child replies that there are none either, since the settlement is filled with guests who have come to attend the god blood ritual. Lanterns hang in front of the balconies. Muguk asks when the event will start. The boy, closing his eyes, says that it starts in 10 days. He says that there is another inn at the end of the street, but there will most likely be no rooms there either. One of the visitors demands that the waiter bring more drinks. The boy turns around and runs away, shouting loudly that he is already in a hurry to bring the order. Muguk, smiling, thinks that he has arrived just in time and will have time to prepare for the god blood ritual. There are flags stretched over the street. The hero thinks that once a year, Sky Heaven Cult holds a grand ritual in honor of the blood god, and only during this event can you get something that will suppress the abilities of the soul-absorbing supreme demon. In front of us is an iron grate. The guy thinks that sacred treasures are kept behind it, including a bell. He knows that this is a prison, the bars of which are made of 10,000-year cold iron, and the head of Sky Heaven Cult spends most of his time here, who even eats and sleeps in this place. In front of the bell sits a young man. Muguk remembers that there is also a guard here, who is wearing shackles made of 10,000-year cold iron, and it is almost impossible to steal sacred items without being noticed by these two people. The bars rise. The hero thinks that, however, once a year for a very short period of time the guard leaves the prison, just like the head of Sky Heaven Cult. The man spreads his arms out. Muguk thinks that all this happens during the god blood ritual, when, according to tradition, both of these people participate in the ceremony. The hero, who has a straw hat on his head, thinks that at this moment he will steal the object that can destroy the soul-absorbing supreme demon. We see the tip of the sword. Dae Ryong strikes. He makes one movement after another. Sweat rolls down his cheeks. Cheon Pa, folding his arms on his chest, declares that this is how it should be done. Dae Ryong obediently replies that he understands everything. The old man steps away from the boy and sullenly says that he must do 1,000 repetitions. The young man, gritting his teeth in amazement, asks again. The blade falls again. Dae Ryong can hardly hold the blade. He does not understand why he has to swing this heavy sword so many times without using his inner energy. The guy purses his lips. It seems to him that his arms are about to simply fall off. The guy holds the sword. He lowers his weapon to the ground. Dae Ryong opens his mouth wide. He breathes heavily, trying to understand if he made any mistake. The guy remembers himself sprawled in a chair, and thinks that just a day ago he would have been lying quietly at home, reading an interesting book. The investigator remembers the hero, who tells him that since he started practicing at a fairly decent age, he must devote himself to this activity completely. The young man's eyes are bulging. Streams of sweat are rolling off him. Dae Ryong leans one hand on the sword, and the other on his hip. Breathing heavily, he raises his weapon again. The boy raises the blade above his head and strikes, thinking that if he is expelled after the first day of training, he will not be able to look at the face of the head of Nirvana Pavilion. Dusk begins. Dae Ryong counts to 1,000. The boy's face is scary to look at. He throws the sword and gets on all fours. His hands are bloody. The young man understands that he was able to complete the task. Cheon Pa says that if the boy is too difficult, then he can quit at any time and no one will keep him here. Sweat rolls down the boy's face. Blood Heaven's Blades man is standing next to him. Dae Ryong looks at the old man, and then looks away. Looking up, he declares that he will not give up. Cheon Pa towers over the kneeling boy. He asks why he does not quit if it is so difficult for him. The boy replies that such an opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at his student. The old man asks Dae Ryong if he knows that he never passes on his martial art to anyone. A sad smile appears on the boy's face. He states that he does not even hope for this, and the possibility he mentioned is simply learning martial art from a true master of this craft. The boy, clenching his fist, states that one day, when he has a child, he will tell him that his father learned from the great Blood Heaven's Blades man. Dae Ryong says that this is quite enough for him. Cheon Pa looks at the young man, a little surprised. Sighing, he closes his eyes and says that this means the investigator is going to get married. The investigator replies that of course he plans to do so one day. The sun sets behind the pagodas. Cheon Pa asks why the young man needs this. The man, putting his hand to his chest, replies that he wants to raise a child and give him the fatherly love that he himself did not receive from his own parent. The old man looks at the young man sitting on his knees. He asks what will happen if the child Dae Ryong will hate him as much as the boy hates his father. The young man thinks for a second. Smiling, he says that in this case he will bring his child to Blood Heaven's Blades man so that he can give him exactly the same test. Cheon Pa looks at the boy thoughtfully. With his mouth wide open, he orders another 1,000 blows. Dae Ryong, horrified, asks again. In front of us are steep cliffs. The entrance to a cave is visible. It goes deep into the mountain. A kettle is heating on the rocks. The hero is sitting in front of the fire. He thinks about how before he came here, he went to a couple of pharmacies and bought spiritwood grass, poison bellflower, sandalwood and several other ingredients. And now, if you cook them for a few days, they will turn into an elixir that will knock out the sense of smell of even the most sensitive person. Muguk looks down a little sadly. He remembers that the man who is shackled to the bell told him in his past life that he has been there for a long time, since his youth. So most likely, he is the one guarding the treasure now. The kettle is smoking on the fire. The hero thinks that while the elixir is preparing, he will practice the heavenly demon defense art. He closes his eyes. His face lights up. Muguk thinks that the more he practices this art, the more unique it seems. The guy also heard that it becomes even more powerful when combined with the 9 calamities demonic art. The hero hopes that one day he will be able to use both of these elements at once. The stars are shining in the sky. The hero comes out of the cave. He looks up, remembering that in his past life he looked at the night sky from this very point. The guy thinks that Dae Ryong and Cheon Pa deny it, but they are very similar to each other. The hero is interested in how things are going with them now. The investigator grinds his teeth from tension. He puts his head on his hands and starts to moan. There is confusion in the guy's eyes. He remembers that yesterday he was swinging a sword until late at night. Dae Ryong looks to your right, trying to remember what happened after that and where he is now. The young man seems to notice something. He realizes that he is sitting on the same bed in which he woke up after that terrible drinking session. The guy asks in amazement why he slept here again. Dae Ryong goes out to the balcony. He goes down the stairs. The investigator looks at something in shock. He sees a sword that Cheon Pa holds with both hands. The old man strikes. The guy opens his mouth in surprise. There are clouds of white smoke next to Blood Heaven's Blades Man. In front of us is the tip of his huge sword. The official's eyes become round in amazement. He realizes that Cheon Pa is performing exactly the same movements that he taught him yesterday. Blood Heaven's Blades Man looks very focused. Dae Ryong realizes that the technique that the old man showed him yesterday is most likely the same one with which the Supreme Demon himself began his path in the world of martial arts. Dae Ryong looks at the teacher in bewilderment. He understands that Blood Heaven's Blades Man was not mocking him, and there was a meaning behind all his actions. Cheon Pa menacingly says that Dae Ryong has no right to idle just because the head of Nirvana Pavilion is currently absent. The investigator looks at the old man in shock. Clouds float above the pagodas. The young man shouts that he is late for work and needs to run urgently. He promises that he will meet Cheon Pa a little later. Blood Heaven's Blades Man looks at the young man standing on a small elevation. He asks in surprise if he will really come back. Dae Ryong, looking at the old man, shouts that, of course, he will come. The old man warns that the pain the guy is experiencing will not make his fate easier, and he will again inflict 2,000 blows. Dae Ryong joyfully shouts that he understood everything, and will readily do whatever the teacher orders him to do. Blood Heaven's Blades Man looks at the investigator. Muguk walks forward. He passes by broken trees. The young man looks focused. He thinks that there are 5 days left until the blood god ritual. He already has the elixir ready, so today he will check if the secret passage that he discovered in his past life still exists. The guy wants to get to the throne of the head of Sky Heaven cult, where what he needs is. Just above the hero is a military fortification. Muguk walks past the rocks. He puts his hand under the stone. A passage opens in front of him. The hero walks through the cave. He remembers that the mechanism he just activated surprised him the last time he used it. Muguk is shocked that the entrance to the cave is almost invisible from the outside. The hero has a green sphere in his hand. He splashes liquid from a beaker on himself. The guy goes down a very long staircase. He approaches the gate, thinking that there should be a throne behind it. Blue streams are visible around the hero's head. One of them approaches the gate and passes through it. It enters the room. The hero's eyes are closed. He sees the stream he released. It illuminates the face of a bearded man. The guy is amazed. He feels an overwhelming presence, and realizes that he has stumbled upon the head of Sky Heaven cult. A blue stream is visible next to the head of Sky Heaven cult. Muguk thinks that the aura emanating from this man is simply incredible. The stream moves further. It appears above the head of the guy sitting in front of the bell. The hero thinks that there was no doubt that this man was there. Muguk emits blue energy. He turns away from the gate, closing his eyes. The young man thinks that now that he has confirmed everything, he can begin to prepare for the operation that will take place during the blood god ritual. The pagodas are decorated with many lights. A huge number of people have gathered in the square. People walk past the food stalls. They have smiles on their faces. The hero pours the contents of the measuring cup over himself. He is sitting in the lotus position. The guy has his eyes closed, waiting for the bell to strike the 36th time to begin his operation. One of the girls screams in surprise. The hero's eyes open. The long-haired young man is preparing to strike the bell again. Muguk hears a loud sound. The wooden log bounces off the bell. The hero understands that the 36th strike has been made. The chained guy strikes again. The hero, whose leg we see, uses the skills 4 strides of the wind god and shadow step. He attacks the young man chained to the bell. He passes out, curling his lips. Muguk calmly looks at him. He walks past the neutralized young man, thinking that he has 15 minutes until the head of Sky Heaven cult returns to his place. The hero approaches the statue. We see the head of Buddha. Muguk holds up 2 fingers. He brings them closer to the statue's eyes. They open. The guy presses on the pupils. The statue's eyeballs pop out of their sockets. The hero thinks that he has come such a long way to get blood eye purification water. The guy has 2 tiny vials in his hands. Muguk examines one of them. He thinks that in his hands is sacred water, which is secretly passed down among the leaders of Sky Heaven cult, and if you drop it into your eyes, the techniques of counteracting the magic of blood cult become visible. In the hero's imagination, the caster of Yasuo appears. He thinks that the art of soul-absorbing supreme demon is based on the teachings of Blood Cult, and Sky Heaven Cult is the successor of the said organization. He understands that by using this water, he can neutralize the magic that soul-absorbing supreme demon can use against him. The hero pours the contents of the vial into his right eye, and then into the left. The guy grinds his teeth, trying to endure the unpleasant sensations. Streams of red energy rise from his eyes. Muguk holds his head. It is obvious that he is very uncomfortable. The guy's eyes turn red. The young man looks ahead. A smile appears on his face. He presses the statue's eyes again. They close. Looking at the Buddha statue, Muguk thinks that there is still enough liquid left in the vials, so no one will understand that it was recently used, and blood eye purification water can be passed on to subsequent generations as if nothing happened. The guy who was knocked out by the hero begins to regain consciousness. Holding the back of his head, he looks around. Bright flashes are visible next to Muguk. He uses swift step of his skill 4 strides of the wind god. The hero thinks that, thanks to soul-absorbing supreme demon, he very quickly received blood eye purification water, and this will definitely help him in the confrontation with Wamu Ji. A young man runs down the street. People look at him in amazement. Clouds are visible in the dark sky above the pagoda. Cheonpa is reading a book. The hero declares that the reading is for the old man. The supreme demon shudders in surprise. Looking to his left, he says that he will probably have to punish the guards for letting the hero through. The latter, standing next to a bookshelf, asks Cheonpa not to punish anyone, since he passed very quietly, wanting to meet his comrade unnoticed by everyone. Blood Heaven's Bladesman silently looks at the boy. The interlocutors are standing at a fairly decent distance from each other. The old man asks if the boy has finally returned. He answers in the affirmative. Cheonpa asks in bewilderment if the hero really came here in the first place. Muguk, smiling, replies that he does not want to upset his comrade, but his father goes to bed early, so he simply did not have time to see him. The old man angrily demands an answer to the question. The hero says that the supreme demon is indeed the first person he visited after returning. Blood Heaven's Bladesman looks at the guest. He picks up the bottle and offers him a drink, stating that he brought the old man's favorite drink. Cheonpa silently looks at the guy. The lights are on in the pagoda windows. Cheonpa asks if it has really been 2 months since Muguk left. The guy, filling a glass, says that 2 months have not passed yet. He thinks that on the way back his swift step skill has improved significantly, so he was able to get there faster. Smiling, the hero asks how Dae Ryong is doing, who is training in martial arts. Cheonpa holds a glass in his hands. Closing his eyes, he says that this kid works surprisingly hard. Muguk thoughtfully looks at the old man. He did not expect to hear him admit that someone is working hard, which means that Dae Ryong is really doing very well. Cheonpa and Muguk are sitting at a table. The hero says that the guy may look disobedient, but in fact he has a very determined character. The supreme demon says that Dae Ryong was very obedient. The hero replies that this man knows when and where to apply his efforts. The old man sighs. Muguk, looking at his interlocutor, says that he thought he was reading a book of poems, and then asks if Blood Heaven's Bladesman really prefers poetry. The old man asks displeasedly why the guy thinks that he cannot like poetry. The hero, smiling, says that Cheonpa may misunderstand his words, but personally it seems to him that poetry does not really go with the image of an old man. Blood Heaven's Bladesman silently looks at the guy. Then he says that in his youth he really loved reading books and simply forgot about them for some time. The hero becomes interested in what this stern man looked like in his youth. The young man, looking at his interlocutor, asks what he was like when he was younger. Cheonpa and Muguk are sitting at a table. The supreme demon states that he was very stern and taciturn. The hero says that this means that he was like Dae Ryong. The man looks up thoughtfully. He says that it does not matter at all, since it is in the distant past. Blood Heaven's Bladesman drinks. He asks how the son of the cult leader's journey went. He, filling a glass, says that everything went very well. Cheonpa, looking at the guy, says that he has almost no doubt that in the near future they will face trouble again. Muguk, smiling, asks why the man is sure that he went on a journey to cause some trouble. Clouds float above the trees. Cheonpa says that most likely a bloodbath awaits them soon. Muguk replies that the old man has a very biased idea of him. Rubbing his beard, Blood Heaven's Bladesman states that he prefers peace. The hero says that he completely agrees with the man. Cheonpa rises above the pile of corpses. He clarifies that he likes the peace that comes when all enemies are crushed by his own hands. Muguk takes a drink from his shot glass. Looking at Cheonpa sitting across from him, he states that he enjoyed leaving the cult for the first time, and suggests that next time they travel together to refresh themselves a little. Cheonpa says that the outside world is full of people he would like to kill, so he would rather stay here. Refilling the hero's shot glass, Blood Heaven's Bladesman states that he does not know what he is planning, but advises him to be very careful. He says that in the battle for the inheritance, one wrong move can be fatal. Muguk, smiling, asks what will happen if he makes such a move. The old man, looking at his glass, declares that he will simply defect to the young man's older brother. The hero says that these words sounded very cynical. Cheonpa, closing his eyes, declares that this is the most natural behavior, and there is no point in wings when the body is dead, so he will just have to find a new body. The boy brings the glass to his lips. He thinks that the old man will really do as he described. It seems to him that after grieving for a day or two, he will go to his older brother, pretending that nothing happened. Stars are visible in the sky. Muguk asks the old man to do one favor today. The old man asks what it is. Looking at the supreme demon, the boy asks him to drink with him all night long. Cheonpa, closing his eyes, says that it will be easy enough. The hero gets up from the table. The old man asks him in confusion where he is going if he is going to drink all night. Muguk replies that he will buy drinks and prepare snacks. Cheonpa says that all this can be entrusted to the servants. The hero, smiling, says that there is something that he wants to bring himself. The old man looks at the boy silently. He moves away from him. Moving away from the table, Muguk thinks that he is going to deliver the most magnificent dish for this feast, and it has been prepared for 2 months already. Looking ahead with burning eyes, Cheonpa thinks that today he will kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Yaso goes down the stairs. The hero looks at the supreme demon, who thinks that Muguk, this scoundrel, dared to threaten him only because he counted on his father to support him. The soul-absorbing supreme demon approaches the half-open gate. A torch is visible behind him. A girl is lying on the altar. Her eyes are closed. Yaso approaches the little girl. The villain smiles, thinking that it has been quite a while since he last used a soul art. Yaso opens his mouth. He receives a powerful blow to the back of his head. Soul-absorbing supreme demon raises his left hand. He now holds both hands out in front of him. The supreme demon looks at the man standing in front of him in surprise. The hero approaches the enemy, reminding him that he warned him to stop using soul art. Muguk and Yaso are standing near the altar. The supreme demon asks what the second son of the clan leader is doing here. He clutches his face and asks how the boy managed to get here. The hero, smiling, says that Yaso is so confused that he has completely lost the mystical aura that he creates around himself. A purple glow appears in the supreme demon's eyes. He stares at the hero. The space behind the boy distorts. Yaso mentally tells him that he underestimated his opponent, and now he must be punished. Muguk calmly states that the soul-absorbing supreme demon is more like himself now, and that killing him will give him much more satisfaction. The two stand opposite each other. Yaso asks the boy to answer how he got here before he starts killing him. The hero states that he simply followed the supreme demon. The soul-absorbing supreme demon silently looks at the boy. Muguk looks back at him, thinking that the villain probably thinks that this is a lie. But in fact, this is exactly what happened. Eyes are visible behind Yaso's back. The hero thinks that this demon always guards his back with the art of shadows, and if the 4 strides of the wind god was fully mastered, he would be able to avoid detection. The boy's eyes glow red. He thinks that instead of the art that was not fully mastered, he used blood-eye purification water, with which he was able to see the weak points left by the art of shadows. A jagged red line runs through many eyes. Muguk thinks that after he bypassed all the obstacles, his shadow step skill came into play. The hero, smiling, declares that it is not important how he got here, but why he came here. Yaso, raising his left hand, says that if the young man complains again about using soul art, he will deny everything, like last time, since he has no idea what kind of technique it is. The hero, looking at the girl, asks who is lying on the altar in that case. Yaso answers that it is an unfortunate orphan whom he brought here to teach martial arts. Muguk calls the supreme demon a coward, who asks again in surprise. With his mouth wide open, the hero repeats the epithet he just uttered. Yaso looks in shock at the young man, who repeats the word coward over and over again. The young man looks at his opponent with disdain and asks how long he plans to pretend he doesn't know anything and if the supreme demon's courage is really only enough to steal the hearts of weak people. The bastard's eyes become round. The young man frowns at him. The lighting behind him changes. The boy stands on top of a cliff. Snow falls around him. There is a giant abyss behind the boy. Yaso asks if Muguk has really forgotten the warning that if he meets him again, he will never return to the real world. A snowstorm rages around the hero. He says that the soul-absorbing supreme demon seems to be trying to scare others so that he himself will not be afraid. The opponents stand opposite each other. Yaso looks at the boy. He mentally tells him that the boy impresses him very much, because even though he is the son of the head of the cult, to have such strength of spirit at such a young age is simply amazing. The supreme demon asks if the boy came here to kill him. The hero replies that he came for this very reason. The mountains are covered with snow. Soul-absorbing supreme demon asks the boy on what basis he is going to execute him. Muguk silently looks at the villain. An idea seems to come to him. Opening his mouth wide, Yaso says that it seems that heavenly demons sent his son here. The boy closes his eyes. Smiling, he says that if his father wanted to kill the supreme demon, he would have come himself. And Yaso knows very well what kind of person his father is. The lighting above the hero's head changes again. Now he is sitting opposite the soul-absorbing supreme demon in a magnificent gazebo. There are dishes on a small table. Yaso, looking at the young man, says that if they are going to fight to the death, then they should talk very honestly. The hero replies that he agrees to this. Soul-absorbing supreme demon says that they are both demonic people who rise above everyone else, after which he asks if they really should leave some choice to the weaker. The hero looks thoughtful. Yasuo asks him what is wrong with devouring the hearts of weak people to become stronger himself, because greed is their legal right. Muguk frowns at the interlocutor. He states that everything he did in his life was aimed at the good of the heavenly demon divine cult. The hero remembers his sworn enemy standing on a mountain of corpses. He thinks that if Mu Jie had not appeared, he would have remained in the cult and most likely would have simply turned a blind eye to what the soul-absorbing supreme demon does. Behind the guy's back, his previous apostasis is visible. Muguk understands that now his fate has changed, and he is no longer like his past self. Angrily looking at the supreme demon, the guy demands that he stop lying, since he tore out hearts not for the sake of the cult, but in order to prolong his own life. The young man says that the scoundrel has always done it for this very reason, and will never stop. Yasuo's eyes run in different directions. The interlocutors are sitting at the table. The boy remembers the heavenly demon with daggers in his chest. He thinks that if Yasuo really cared about the cult, he would have taken revenge after his father's death. But he decided to go into the shadows and outlive all the other supreme demons. The boy thinks that the unnaturally long life of this bastard was ensured by the deaths of thousands of innocent people. Muguk says that Yasuo has always lived only for himself, and eventually became a real monster. The interlocutors look at each other. Yasuo declares that this is not the second son of the head of the cult. Looking into the boy's eyes, soul-absorbing supreme demon declares that it is simply impossible for a boy in his early 20s to understand him so accurately. Besides, he would not be able to bypass the effect of the shadow art and sneak up on him. Yasuo's head noticeably increases in size. Multicolored streams of energy appear around him. The boy looks up and realizes that Yasuo is currently using a mind-seizing soul art, a demonic art that extracts the truth from the target's mind and is forbidden to use within their sect. Energy pours out of the supreme demon's eyes and mouth, and the hero thinks that none of this will work on him, so he decides to play along with the enemy a little. A smile appears on the boy's face, wanting to know what exactly the bastard wants to find out about him. Yasuo opens his mouth, asking who is in front of him. The hero, with space bending around him, replies that he is geometrical Muguk. The purple streams become thicker. The soul-absorbing supreme demon asks how the boy knows so much about him. The hero says that he conducted an investigation to find out even the smallest details about Yasuo. The latter asks if Heavenly Demon is behind all of this. The boy replies that his father has nothing to do with it. A strange semblance of a smile appears on Yasuo's face. The hero looks thoughtfully at the enemy, realizing that the enemy is most afraid of his father. Yasuo's eye takes on the shape of a whirlwind, and he asks why the hero came here. The boy looks down and replies that it is to kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon. He asks if anyone knows that Muguk is heading here, and the boy replies that no one knows. Energy bursts out from between the villain's teeth. The opponents stand opposite each other. Yasuo, smiling, declares that from now on, the second son of the cult leader will disappear from the real world. The hero, frowning at his enemy, asks if he will be able to cope with the consequences of killing the heavenly demon's son. The supreme demon, grinning mockingly, declares that he will not be held responsible for anything, since all responsibility will fall on Cheonpa. The boy silently looks at the scoundrel. He stretches out his hand and says that he will not kill the hero, and the boy will die in battle with Cheonpa. The supreme demon opens his mouth wide. He spreads his arms out to the sides. Muguk looks at him with hatred. Muguk, gritting his teeth from the strain, uses the heavenly demon defense art. Many dark dots appear next to him. They surround the young man from all sides. Judging by the expression on his face, it is very difficult for the guy. The black veil hides him almost completely. Purple eyes stand out on the black and white face of Yasuo. He orders the second son of the clan leader to kill Blood Heaven's Blades man. In the guy's head, this order sounds over and over. Muguk closes his eyes. He thinks that he is having an incredibly difficult time, despite the fact that he uses the heavenly demon defense art, and any other person would have long since fallen under the influence of the soul-absorbing art that Yasuo uses. Muguk, in whose head the call to kill Cheonpa continues to sound, looks to the right of himself. Now he turns his eyes to the left. Not far from him, a source of blue glow is visible. We see the guy's leg. He rushes straight towards the light. The order to kill Blood Heaven's Blades man continuously sounds in his head. The boy breaks out of the fog. He understands that this light is a method to destroy the soul-absorbing art. The hero, pursing his lips, looks at the enemy. Soul-absorbing supreme demon is shocked. The opponents stand opposite each other. The villain asks in amazement how the hero managed to break out of this illusion, and says that the soul-absorbing art should have held him until the end of its effect. Muguk, smiling, says that he must have become attached to Blood Heaven's Blades man with his soul, and does not want to kill him. Streams of black energy appear in front of the boy. Yasuo again repeats the order to kill the old man. Black dots circle around the hero again, and the same order to kill is heard in his head again. The boy's head is turned upside down. He understands that an even more powerful soul-absorbing art spell is now being used. The boy again sees the source of the blue glow near him. Breathing heavily, he stands, illuminated by a bright light. The hero again finds himself in front of his enemy. The man asks in shock why the boy is not affected by the soul-absorbing art. The hero replies that, as he said, it is all due to his deep attachment to Blood Heaven's Blades man. Streams of black energy swirl around the supreme demon. He shouts that this is complete nonsense. The hero is surrounded by a yellow glow. Looking to his right with displeasure, he realizes that the enemy is using the same trick over and over again. The boy notices a strange object not far from him. It turns out that this is a disgusting monster that crawls out of the ground. Black liquid flows from its eye sockets. The vile creature approaches the boy. There are a lot of monsters. The hero takes his sword out of its sheath. The boy's eye emits a reddish glow. Muguk notices a blue dot on the shoulder of one of the monsters. Exactly the same marks are visible on different parts of the body of other monsters. The boy delivers many precise blows, the last of which hits the head. The hero looks forward with determination, thinking that blood eye purification water allows him to see how to deal with this magic. Yeso is surprised again, seeing the guy who got out of a difficult situation. Muguk, standing in front of him, asks why he does not ask his favorite question. The villain's eyes emit a purple glow. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, looks at his opponent. The young man stands on a log in the middle of a raging sea. There is only water around him. The hero plunges into thought. He understands that this is still the effect of soul-absorbing art. But if he falls from the log, he will die for real. The young man notices something. A huge wave rolls over him. Muguk falls into the water. He begins to drown. The hero, plunging into the depths, remembers his father, as well as his words that the people of the Murim Alliance are most afraid of the soul-absorbing supreme demon. The hero begins to float up, and then finds himself on the surface of the sea. The boy tries to clear his throat. Now he understands why Yeso inspires such terror in his enemies. Because an ordinary person simply cannot withstand the impact of such a powerful illusion. Another wave approaches the hero. He thinks that even the best martial artist, if he does not quickly find a way out of this desperate situation, will eventually run out of strength and die. Muguk begins to drown again. Bubbles are visible next to his face. The boy cannot understand why he does not see a way out this time. An idea comes to the drowning hero. His body is surrounded by white bubbles. Muguk suggests that the exit may be in the depths. The boy looks down. Now he is looking in the opposite direction. The hero emerges to the surface. Gritting his teeth in anger, he tries to understand where the hell this exit is. There is nothing around him. Muguk realizes that he is completely alone in the middle of an endless ocean. The boy looks to his left. Not far from him floats the log on which he found himself at the very beginning of this illusion. The hero swims to this piece of wood, realizing that this object may be the exit. The guy almost reaches the saving log. He thinks that if there is nothing else around, then this is most likely the exit. Muguk touches the tree with his hand. A source of white glow appears in the water in front of him. The hero happily thinks that the exit from this trap is in the most obvious place. Another wave rolls over the young man. A huge shaft hangs over the guy. Muguk holds his sword in his hand. He strikes it directly into the source of the blue glow. The guy breathes heavily, trying to catch his breath. Yeso silently looks at the hero. Surprise appears on the guy's face. He sees mirrors around him, in which he himself is reflected, only at different periods of his life. Muguk thoughtfully looks at these reflections. In front of him is a little boy and a young guy. The hero realizes that all this is himself. The guy takes a step forward. He passes by the mirrors. The young man looks at something. An old man is lying in front of him. He looks at the guy. Looking thoughtfully at this man, Muguk understands that this is not his future, and in his past life he did not live to this age either. That is, this is just an illusion created by the soul-absorbing supreme demon. The hero touches the mirror. He asks what Muguk regrets. The guy's hand is visible above the old man reflected in the mirror. He says that this man stained his hands in blood up to the elbows during his life, and still hopes for a peaceful, quiet death. Without removing his hand from the mirror, the guy says that it would be too greedy. We see the lower part of the hero's face. Smiling, Muguk says that if the old man killed Muji and saved those who needed to be saved, then such a death is probably not bad either. The old man looks at the boy. The boy, returning his gaze, says that the man can go in peace, and that he knows him. The boy takes his hand away from the mirror. Looking into it, he thinks that it seems like he just reassured himself. The boy looks down sadly. He understands that he wanted to convince you that everything is okay, and he is doing the right thing. Muguk takes the sword in his hands. He looks threateningly at something. The boy swings his sword to strike one of the mirrors. In the upper part of the chest of young Muguk is a familiar source of light. The mirror shatters into pieces. Yeso looks at his opponent in shock. He looks at him as if he is going to kill him. Yeso asks in shock how the hero managed to understand everything. The opponents stand next to each other. The supreme demon says that if the youth had broken the wrong mirror, the number of these objects would have doubled, and this would have continued until the hero lost all chances to get out of this place. Closing his eyes, the youth declares that he was just lucky. Opening his mouth wide, Yeso shouts that this cannot be explained by simple luck. It seems that an idea comes to the bastard's mind. Muguk calmly looks at his opponent, who says that he is now sure that he has mastered the 9 calamities demonic art. The enemies look at each other. Yeso calls the head of the cult a shameless person who secretly sent the heir to eliminate one of his subordinates. Muguk thinks that, naturally, the soul-absorbing supreme demon got it all wrong. The guy pours the contents of the bottle into his eye. He He thinks that Yasuo is sure that the only way to resist his magic is the 9 calamities demonic art, which is passed on only to the heir of the cult leader, and does not know that blood eye purification water can be used for the same purpose. Yasuo is furious, cursing everything in the world. He screams that he no longer doubts that the cult leader sent his son to kill him. He calls Heavenly Demon a dirty bastard who always stabs in the back. The hero frowns at his opponent. He demands that the Supreme Demon explain his words about his father stabbing someone in the back. Yasuo silently looks at the guy. The one standing in front of him says that his father once told him that soul-absorbing Supreme Demon is the most feared person in the Murim Alliance, which means that he values this subordinate highly. The boy states that he does not believe that his father would easily betray someone he considers such an important asset. Soul-absorbing Supreme Demon asks in surprise what the young man wants to say. He purses his lips in disdain. The young man, looking at his opponent, tells him not to let his anger cloud his mind, and says that Heavenly Demon hesitated until the last minute when it came to the issue of destroying Yasuo. Opening his huge mouth wide, the bastard asks why in that case the young man is doing all this. The Supreme Demon looks at the guy in surprise. He asks him to imagine that in front of him is a man who was engaged in agriculture, ran a business, studied at the academy, trained in martial arts halls and lived a completely ordinary life. But then for some unknown reason he was dragged somewhere and his heart was torn out. The guy asks Yasuo if this doesn't seem completely wrong. The Supreme Demon is silent. Then, spreading his arms out to the sides, he declares that life is generally unfair, and if someone is not satisfied with something, he must become stronger. We see the back of the hero's head. The guy slightly turns his face. Half closing his eyes, he declares that in this case he will make the Supreme Demon feel how unfair all this is. He looks at the guy. His eyes begin to glow. He declares that the guy is right, and admits that his entire life has been driven only by the desire to survive. Muguk looks at his opponent emitting a huge amount of energy. He says that he still assumed that such a day would come someday, and that the head of the cult would one day betray him and try to kill him. The Supreme Demon's teeth begin to crumble. Having turned into a real monster, Yasuo opens his mouth wide. He asks the hero if he knows why he turned to soul arts. Then he answers his own question, stating that it was not at all to gain some internal energy, and finally promises to tear the 9 calamities demonic art that the boy is using into small pieces. Black dots appear between the opponents. The Supreme Demon standing in front of the hero noticeably increases in size. The boy realizes that he is using dark demonic energy, and that he has learned dark demonic arts. Streams of blue energy burst out of Yasuo's mouth. The boy thinks that dark demonic arts is the most aggressive and powerful technique that surpasses all others. However, those who practice it are completely immersed in it and lose their minds. And ultimately it leads to the destabilization of energy and a very sad end. And this is why Heavenly Demon Divine Cult strictly prohibits its use. The boy smiles and says that it seems he came to kill the Supreme Demon in vain, because he would have died anyway from the side effects of the art he uses. Yasuo shouts that nothing like that will happen to him. Spewing streams of blue energy, he shouts that he used the internal energy he received through soul arts to suppress all the side effects. Muguk looks thoughtfully at his opponent, realizing that he seems to be telling the truth. The young man takes out his sword. Yasuo raises his hand. A rather strange weapon with many spikes appears in it. The villain shouts that he will kill the hero here, then finish off his father, after which he will take his place. Muguk looks at the Supreme Demon with disdain, and says that he is too cowardly to do something like that. The boy says that this worm hid his ambitions all his life just to cling to his worthless life. The hero remembers that even in his past life, soul-absorbing Supreme Demon never showed anyone that he practiced dark demonic arts. The young man notices something in front of him. Yasuo brings down a powerful blow on him, but the boy blocks it. White energy rages around the opponents. The hero looks into the eyes of his opponent. We see the lower part of the young man's face. He thinks that if the Supreme Demon does not exhaust his internal energy, using soul-absorbing art, he will simply crush him with his pressure. The young man realizes that he can only resist this opponent with the help of the strongest sword technique. A bright flash occurs in front of the boy's face. The boy puts his sword back and uses the skill Celestial Equilibrium. Muguk looks at his enemy. The left side of the Supreme Demon shows a trace of a powerful blow. However, the guy is surprised that he is not cut in half. Yasuo uses the Annihilation skill. Something alarms the hero. White paths rush towards him. The young man jumps into the air, letting them pass under him. The guy hangs upside down, thinking that if he had not dodged with Flicker Step, he would have been cut into 6 pieces. Soul-absorbing Supreme Demon uses the Demon Execution skill. A grid of bright white rays appears in front of the hero. Crosshairs are visible on his face. Muguk instantly moves and appears to the side of the enemy. He prepares to strike with his weapon. Many blue rays rush towards the Supreme Demon. It is reported that the hero is using the Shifting Slash skill, which belongs to the second form of the Soaring Sword art. The hero sees stripes of black energy in front of him. Streams of blue energy burst out of Yasuo's mouth. A huge sphere is visible next to the bastard's face. He is using the Destruction skill. We see a black whirlwind, from which a pillar of the same color rushes down. The hero uses the Heavenly Slash skill, which belongs to the third form of the Soaring Sword art. bursts of black energy are visible next to the sphere. Muguk looks at his opponent. A powerful blow flies into his shoulder. The hero sees a huge hole in the enemy's body, which immediately tightens. Muguk frowns at the Supreme Demon. He, with his mouth wide open, uses the ruined skill. Purple rays rush at the hero. Many very bright flashes occur. Soul-absorbing Supreme Demon is visible in the distance. Blue energy continues to burst out of all the holes in his face. The guy says that his opponent's demonic art is extremely powerful. Yasuo seems surprised. Muguk, who is standing behind him, delivers a blow that hits the bastard right in the head. It is reported that he is using the Flaming Heaven skill, which belongs to the fourth form of the Soaring Sword art. The hero says that soul-absorbing Supreme Demon has no real combat experience in using demonic art. Yasuo's face is split into two unequal parts. He asks why the young master did not use the 9 Calamities demonic art. The youth stands with a sword in his hand. He replies that he does not need this art to win. The Supreme Demon, whose face only has a small mark from the blow, says that arrogance will destroy the hero. Muguk delivers another blow to the enemy and flies past him. Many black spheres are visible behind him. The hero uses the Azure Heaven skill, the fifth form of the Soaring Sword art. Yasuo's head seems to be separated from his body. However, it then begins to grow back onto his body. The boy looks at this in shock, asking if even Azure Heavens can't cut off this bastard's head. Soul-absorbing Supreme Demon looks at his enemy in rage. He is incredibly furious. Muguk, whose face is bleeding, declares that Yasuo has become a real monster. Muguk swings his sword. Black spheres are visible in front of his opponent. White lines swirl under the combatants. The hero, gritting his teeth from the tension, looks at the Supreme Demon, thinking that if he did not die even after his head was cut off, it means that his core is hidden somewhere else. Streams of blue energy continue to burst out of Yasuo's mouth. The boy thinks that he must definitely find this core. Soul-absorbing Supreme Demon is bursting with energy. The hero, looking at Yasuo, understands that this is an incredibly dangerous opponent. He uses the skill Heaven Destruction. A swirling vortex of purple energy rushes towards the guy. The hero's eyes turn red. Yasuo puts forward a ghostly weapon. A round object stands out on his chest. Muguk pays attention to the red glow and understands that this is exactly what he needs. He hangs in the air, holding his sword forward. The hero rushes down, preparing to use a frontal attack. He uses the skill Death Step, which belongs to the technique 4 Strides of the Wind God. Black streams of energy are visible near the hero's face. In the distance, the Supreme Demon is visible. Muguk stares at him. Black marks are visible in front of Yasuo. Splashes of blood are visible near the guy's face. Apparently, Yasuo receives a very powerful blow. The young man rushes at the enemy, using the skill Netherworld Slash, which belongs to the 8th form of the art Soaring Sword. A very bright flash occurs. We see the legs of the opponents. Muguk lowers his head and clears his throat. His face is covered in blood. The boy looks at his enemy. There is a huge hole in his chest. Soul-absorbing Supreme Demon asks how this is even possible. Muguk says that the Supreme Demon's heart was so big that it was very easy to hit. Yasuo falls to the ground. Kneeling in front of the hero, he states that what he just used was not the Heavenly Demon defense art. The opponents look at each other. Muguk says that it was a combination of Death Step and the 8th form of the art Soaring Sword. The Supreme Demon asks in amazement. The boy explains that Death Step is an art of the 4 Strides of the Wind God. Yasuo in amazement asks how the boy managed to master this skill. The boy smiles and says that he thinks that the heavens did not want Yasuo to die. He thinks that if it were not for the 4 Strides of the Wind God, he really would have died in today's fight. And he is very lucky that the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon did not suspect that the enemy had such an ace up his sleeve. The Supreme Demon looks at his enemy in shock. He says that if he is reborn, he will kill the boy. Muguk looks at his enemy thoughtfully. The boy, whose face is bleeding, expresses his hope that if the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon is reborn, he will live a long and fulfilling life, which will be much better than the one that is ending now. Yasuo looks at the boy in shock. The latter, looking back at him, thinks about how his opponent did not leave behind any curses, although he could have done so. Blood flows from the Supreme Demon's mouth. It seems like he is dissolving into thin air. The hero looks up. It looks like the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon has turned into some kind of statue. The girl he was about to rip out the heart from is still lying on the altar. The Supreme Demon's eyes look completely lifeless. Muguk looks at him silently. Cheon-pa, with his arms folded, asks the hero why he took so long and if he made the snack with his own hands. Muguk, showing off a small bag, states that it really did take him quite a while to prepare all of this. The boy's groceries are on the table. The old man says that they don't look like they take forever to prepare. The hero holds a bottle in his hands. He offers him a drink and reminds him that it's still early in the night. Blood Heaven's Bladesman irritably says that he is already old and does not have as much strength as a young man, and if he does not sleep all night, then he is completely useless the next day. The hero states that, nevertheless, Cheon-pa is full of energy, and now his task is simply to enjoy this evening. The old man looks at the boy in bewilderment. Raising his glass, he tells the young man sitting opposite him with his eyes closed that he seems to be in a very good mood. Muguk confirms this. Blood Heaven's Bladesman asks what it is connected with. Lanterns are shining on the pagoda. The hero says that he is simply very glad to see his comrade again. The Supreme Demon looks at the boy in bewilderment. He brings the glass to his lips and offers to drink after all. The old man and the boy drink. Cheon-pa, tilting his glass, asks if the hero knows why he liked the rat he is training. Muguk asks to tell about it. Dae-ryong is visible behind the old man. The Supreme Demon says that on the first day he asked the investigator about whether he is ready to give his life for Muguk, and he answered that he will not do it. The hero sarcastically states that he will scold his subordinate for saying such a thing. We see the lower part of Blood Heaven's Bladesman's face. He folds his arms and states that he liked the honesty with which Dae-ryong answered. The hero, looking at his comrade, says that he should tell the investigator about it personally, since the boy will most likely like it. Cheon-pa states that there is no need for that. Muguk, smiling, promises that then he himself will tell his subordinate about it the next time they meet, since it still needs to be done, since such words can change a person's life. Cheon-pa, looking at the young man, asks if he really has enough time to take care of everyone in a row. He states that if things continue like this, then the boys at the stable will be the next objects of the hero's attention. The stars shine above the pagoda. Blood Heaven's Bladesman states that he will not be surprised at all if in some time he sees the hero feeding the horses. Muguk looks down and says that this is also a very good thing. The old man looks at the boy intently. He says that he has never met such a person in his life. The hero replies that soon his philosophy will be used throughout the cult, and it will become an organization that it has never been before. The boy says that this will make him very happy, even if it only lasts for one generation. The old man and the boy look into each other's eyes. Blood Heaven's Bladesman raises his glass and asks for a drink. The hero silently looks at the Supreme Demon. He takes the bottle in his hand, thinking that the drink in it is different from all those he has drunk before. The hero holds out the vessel and declares that he wants to drink the first glass for his left guardian. The liquid pours into the glass. The old man looks at the boy, and the boy looks at him. The last drop falls into the glass. Blood Heaven's Bladesman drinks. Muguk looks at Cheon-pa with a little sadness, realizing that at this very moment the old man has most likely decided to follow him for the rest of his life. Wiping his mouth with his hand, the Supreme Demon asks who is more valuable, the left guard or the right. The hero asks again, puzzled. The drinking buddies sit at the table. Cheon-pa declares that if the boy awards him a title, then he wants the one that is higher. Muguk, with his mouth slightly open, looks at the Supreme Demon. He begins to laugh loudly. Smiling, the young man says that today Blood Heaven's Bladesman looks cuter than ever. The old man, looking at the boy in amazement, calls him a juvenile moron. With his mouth wide open, he demands that the boy, looking him straight in the eyes, repeat what he just said. Muguk laughs again. Cheon-pa takes the sword in his hand. He asks why the guy is laughing so hard, and demands that he repeat his line about the old man being cute. The hero, smiling, says that he probably shouldn't confess to women when he's drunk. The old man declares that he hates this insignificant sycophant. Here we have the hero's profile. And now the lower part of the Supreme Demon's face. They continue drinking, sitting at the table. The moon is shining in the sky. The drinking buddies are laughing loudly. Muguk is standing on the red carpet. It is reported that the event takes place the next day in the Heavenly Demon's palace. The father looks closely at his son and asks how he managed to kill the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. The hero silently looks at his parent. Muguk asks again in surprise. The father looks at his son. He answers him with a look. Heavenly Demon, standing next to his throne, states that the demon physician who examined the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon's corpse determined that he most likely died due to energy deviation. The man asks if the boy really thinks he would believe that. The hero silently looks at his father. Smiling, he says that in times like these, he sometimes wants to impress his parent by telling him that he was the one who killed someone, but in this case, his father is clearly overestimating him. Heavenly Demon looks at his son, who says that no matter how skilled he is not strong enough to cause soul-absorbing Supreme Demon to undergo an energy deviation and cause his death. The hero stands on the red carpet in front of his father. Looking at him, he thinks that he wants to tell him the truth, but he simply cannot explain how he obtained the blood purification water, thinking that telling him how it happened would be too much of a burden for him, while this way, he will eventually find out what happened and will be forced to simply turn a blind eye to it. Muguk states that he spent the entire night drinking with Blood Heaven's Bladesman last night, and Blood Heaven's Bladesman can confirm his alibi. Heavenly Demon asks if it is possible that Muguk and Cheon-pa killed soul-absorbing Supreme Demon together. The hero, stepping forward, says that nothing of the sort happened, and suggests that it is simply a punishment sent by the heavens. The hero is convinced that soul-absorbing Supreme Demon was a true monster and ripped out hearts from living people. The Heavenly Demon looks at his son in silence. He turns away from him and states that now that Yasuo is dead, the other Supreme Demons who have remained silent until now will begin to stir. The man walks away with his hands behind his back. The hero, whose right eye we can see, thinks that the Supreme Demons are closely related to each other, and the death of one of them is a threat to all, so they cannot just turn a blind eye to all this. Mountains rise above a nice town. It is reported that this is a settlement belonging to the Northern Heaven Sword clan. Wu Zhang, bowing, greets the second son of the clan leader, and states that he will take him to his mistress. Muguk follows the young man. Looking at him, he thinks that this guy more than anyone else is shocked and discouraged by what happened. He hoped that Muguk would die. But instead, the soul-absorbing supreme demon went to the other world. The hero, looking at Wu Zhang's back, mentally asks him if he knows that, in fact, he became the culprit of Yasuo's death. Because if the guy had not drawn attention to the supreme demon, then the fact that he was engaged in soul-absorbing art would never have become known. The young people approach the pagoda. Wu Zhang says that the hero can go inside. Yun Rang, smiling, invites the hero to enter. He, folding his hands in front of his face, asks how the woman is doing. Muguk and Yun Rang stand opposite each other. Flower Sword Supreme answers that everything is as before, after which she states that, as she heard, the hero went outside the cult territory. She asks how this trip went. Muguk answers that he rested a little and returned back. The woman looks at the young man. He looks at her in bewilderment. Yun Rang, with her hands folded in front of her, says that whenever she sees the hero, she notices that he has made remarkable progress, and now she really wants to challenge the boy to another duel. The hero agrees to do so in the foreseeable future. Flower Sword Supreme says that she really likes the idea, and they should duel in the near future. The hero takes out a folded piece of paper and says that he has a small gift for the woman. The boy clarifies that he found a flower with a wonderful scent and brought its seeds. Yun Rang looks at the boy in surprise. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. The woman says that this is the first time in her life she has been given seeds. Muguk says that this is also the first time. Flower Sword Supreme looks at the boy. He returns her gaze. There is a teapot on the table. Yun Rang asks the boy if he has heard about the death of the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Sitting at a low table, the hero says that he has heard the news too. The woman looks worried. Looking at the boy, she asks if he is related to the death of the supreme demon. Muguk silently looks at Flower Sword Supreme. He imagines the colleagues of the dead bastard. The boy realizes that Flower Sword Supreme's good feelings towards him aside, the death of the soul-absorbing supreme demon must be troubling her just like the other supreme demons, since one of the fundamental principles of their survival is that if one falls, the others can follow. Muguk tells the woman that demon physician Yasuo has died from energy deviation. Flower Sword Supreme states that none of the supreme demons would believe that. The hero tells her that he had nothing to do with it anyway. The woman looks at the boy with suspicion. He does not look away. Yun Rang lowers his gaze. The hero looks at her and asks why she thought of him. Flower Sword Supreme states that the moment the hero took up the task, the once quiet swamp turned into a stormy sea, and the soul-absorbing supreme demon was the first to drown in it. Muguk, who holds a shot glass in his hand, states that he is only fishing in the sea and does not want anyone to drown in it. Yun Rang, looking down, says that it is true, and the boy's prey was the supreme demon. The hero asks if it will be difficult for him to catch Flower Sword Supreme. The woman continues to stand with the shot glass raised to her lips. Putting it on the table, Yun Rang says that if the hero releases the fish he caught, then anything is possible, but she would not like to be caught in the same net as Yasuo. The hero closes his eyes. Yun Rang looks at him. After drinking from her glass, she says that no one can predict the future, and Yasuo among all was the one who cared most about his safety. The woman says that she could not even imagine that he would die first. The hero looks at the interlocutor thoughtfully. We see the interior of the room in which the interlocutors are. Yun Rang says that West Illusion Fort will be engulfed in turmoil for some time, and most likely, a battle for the inheritance will begin there. The hero looks thoughtfully into the distance. He remembers that soul-absorbing supreme demon has 5 disciples, and since he died without appointing an official successor, his place will be taken by the one with the most outstanding qualities. The hero asks Yun Rang who she will support. The woman in response asks why the guy is so worried about this. The interlocutors look at each other. Muguk says that it seems to him that it will be better if this place is taken by one of their people. Yun Rang asks again in surprise. The hero, looking at the woman, says that he really wants to see his man in this place, and reminds her that he and Yun Rang became friends after several duels together. Flower Sword Supreme looks at the guy in surprise. Smiling, she says that she can probably become an ally of her friend, with whom she honed her skills in duels. Clouds float above the pagoda. Muguk sits in the lotus position. Something catches his attention. Cheonpa looks up, folding his arms over his chest. The guy asks the old man what brings him here at this hour. Blood Heaven's Bladesman asks if the guy has anything to drink. The drink pours into the glass. The hero, sitting down on a boulder next to his comrade, asks if something unpleasant happened. The supreme demon drinks. Without looking at the boy, he says that those bastards ignored him in the most brazen manner. The hero asks again in bewilderment. He remembers that the supreme demons gathered today to discuss the situation that arose after the death of the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Looking at the old man in surprise, the boy asks that he could not even imagine that the supreme demon's colleagues would treat him like this. He asks how exactly it all happened. Cheonpa sullenly states that none of the supreme demons said a word to him. The boy, looking at Blood Heaven's Bladesman in surprise, reminds him that they always behave this way with him. The old man looks at the hero with displeasure. Sighing heavily, he says that those bastards were never talkative, But the previous times everything looked completely different. He states that if they directly accused him of something, he would not be so angry now. The hero asks in surprise what exactly they were supposed to accuse his comrade of. Cheon-pa points his finger at the hero and states that, naturally, they are talking about his connection with him. The boy asks again in confusion. The old man looks at the boy angrily and states that the Supreme Demon suspect that he and Muguk conspired to destroy the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, and that is why they are now treating him like this. The interlocutors look at each other. The boy says that they did not kill Yasuo. The old man angrily replies that they really did not do it. Looking into the boy's eyes, he says that Muguk somehow managed it alone. Closing his eyes, the boy asks why everyone around suspects him. Blood Heaven's Bladesman, raising his finger, states that the boy has been shedding more blood than anyone else lately, and that is why everyone thinks that the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon's blood is also on his hands. He directly asks the hero if he killed Yasuo. Muguk looks at the interlocutor. The latter peers into his eyes. We see the young man's face. The old man does not look away. The hero also continues to look at him. Astonishment appears on Blood Heaven's Bladesman's face. The hero continues to look at him, realizing that Cheon-pa seems to have understood everything from his eyes, and now knows that he was the one who killed the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. Blood Heaven's Bladesman looks at the boy in shock. He says that he actually believes him. The hero calmly states that if he did not believe his comrade, he would not have made him his left guard. In front of us is the lower part of the old man's face. He says that he may be the left guard, but he is also one of the 8 Supreme Demons. Stars shine above the pagoda. The hero, without looking away, declares that in front of him is indeed the Supreme Demon, but he is, nevertheless, the left guard. The old man looks at the boy in amazement. Cheon-pa, with his arms folded across his chest, says that if the hero trusts people so easily, he will one day be stabbed in the back. The boy and the old man are sitting on a huge boulder. The young man declares that he does not trust his comrade unconditionally. He suggests remembering what happened between them before. Cheon-pa, looking at the boy, asks if he is afraid. Muguk asks what he should be afraid of. The old man explains that one should be afraid of becoming an enemy of the 8 Supreme Demons. The hero silently looks at Blood Heaven's Bladesman. Leaning slightly towards him, he states that there are only 4 demons, not 8. This time it is Cheon-pa who asks again. He looks at the boy in shock and asks if he really killed anyone else. The old man furiously asks who exactly the young man killed. Muguk, holding his hands out in front of him, states that he did not mean that at all. Cheon-pa demands that the boy be as clear as possible from now on. The hero shows 7 fingers. He states that since the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon is already dead, there are only 7 Supreme Demons left, and if you remove Cheon-pa from this number, then 6. The young man, bending his fingers, says that since the Flower Sword Supreme is already half on his side, there are 5.5 left. The boy and Cheon-pa are shown from above. The hero says that in this situation, Blood Heaven's Bladesman and Flower Sword Supreme should not sit idly by, and if they take on at least 1.5 Supreme Demons, then there will be only 4 potential opponents left, or maybe even less. The young man looks at his hands. He says that if 2 of the remaining demons go over to his side, then he will only need to deal with 2. Smiling, the hero says that all this looks very promising. Blood Heaven's Bladesman grits his teeth in rage. Throwing his head up, he says that Muguk is certainly a complete psycho, so he will forgive him for these stupid calculations. Then the old man says that the young man still missed something. The latter asks what exactly he did not take into account. Unnaturally twisting his neck, the old man declares that neither he nor Flower Sword Supreme will fight against other Supreme Demons. The hero glances sideways at his interlocutor, thinking that he has long known about this fundamental rule that operates among these people. Muguk and Cheon-pa look at each other. The guy declares that he knows everything and takes on the fighting component. He only asks that the old man not betray him. The old man replies that betrayal is committed not by people, but by circumstances, so the hero should not trust him. The guy, smiling, declares that in this case he will make sure that the circumstances do not allow betrayal, and asks Cheon-pa to help him. The old man looks at the guy. He looks back at him, thinking that he is giving complete trust to Blood Heaven's Bladesman only because he considers this the best way to attract him to his side. The Supreme Demon grinds his teeth in rage. Raising his right hand, he screams in rage that if the little bastard screws everything up, he will die like a dog. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, looks at the old man. He glares at him. The boy has a small smile on his face. He says that he will be careful. Cheon-pa sits down in his seat and crosses his arms over his chest. The hero pours him a drink, and the old man drinks. He places his glass on the stone. The boy's eyes are closed, and he hears the old man say that in order to sort out this matter, the Supreme Demons have decided to call the head of the Sky Heaven cult. The boy opens his eyes and asks again. Blood Heaven's Bladesman, looking off into the distance, states that the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon's magic was based on the demonic techniques of the Blood Cult, and as Muguk knows, this cult is the predecessor of the Sky Heaven cult. So it was suggested that if the head of this organization saw a corpse, he would be able to accurately determine the cause of death. The hero looks at the old man. Dawn breaks. Cheon-pa says that the cult leader will come not only to perform an autopsy, but for 3 more reasons, and the first of them is to demonstrate the determination of the supreme demons to find the killer. Looking at the youth, the old man says that this is necessary in order to show everyone, including the Murim Alliance and the Unorthodox Alliance, that it is better not to mess with the supreme demons. The hero says that then everyone will see that even the head of the Sky Heaven cult obeys the will of the supreme demons, and if they are angered, revenge will be inevitable. The interlocutor's swords are stuck in the ground. Cheon-pa says that the youth said everything is absolutely correct. He asks what the second reason is. The old man answers that it is about the heavenly demon. The youth asks again in surprise. Blood Heaven's Bladesman, looking ahead with a frown, states that the supreme demons want to show the cult leader something, namely that the alliance between Sky Heaven cult and Heavenly Demon cult does not exist because of the heavenly demon, but because of the 8 supreme demons. Muguk asks what the third reason is. The old man points his finger at the hero, and says that the third reason is him. Cheon-pa points his finger directly at the boy. The old man states that if the hero really did kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon, the Sky Heaven cult leader will find out. He will analyze his character, deduce the methods he uses, and determine exactly how the murder was committed. Muguk looks at Cheon-pa with concern. He remembers how he dripped the liquid into his eye and realizes that Blood Heaven's Bladesman is telling the truth, and the Sky Heaven cult leader can even figure out that he used the blood eye purification water. The young man stands before the supreme demons. He knows that he can't let anyone know that he was the one who killed the soul-absorbing supreme demon, as if he did, not only would he be the target of revenge, but worse, he would never be able to succeed his father. The hero looks at Cheon-pa sadly. Smiling, he asks if the old man is okay with this. Blood Heaven's Bladesman asks in surprise why he would be against it. The young man states that if only because he became his accomplice. He reminds him that they had been drinking together all night, so his colleagues can assume that they were actually acting together. The old man frowns at the young man. Sighing, he states that he can say that he drank too much and simply passed out. Clouds float above the pagoda. The hero asks which supreme demon went after the head of the Sky Heaven cult. Cheon-pa replies that it was demonic Buddha. Here we have the character in question. Muguk thinks that demonic Buddha has the closest relationship with the Sky Heaven cult leader out of the 8 supreme demons, and the fact that he was sent indicates a determination to get the right person involved. The hero, looking at the old man, asks if they should chase after demonic Buddha and kill him, or if perhaps they should eliminate the Sky Heaven cult leader before he leaves his haven. Looking mysteriously at Blood Heaven's Bladesman, the hero suggests that perhaps they should kill both at once. The old man, looking up, states that this will provoke a war throughout Outer Murim, with the righteous bastards of the Murim Alliance calling for the destruction of the demonic cult, and the Unorthodox Alliance greedily looking for something to profit from. The hero happily declares that this suits him, and suggests that they have a fun bloodbath. The old man, getting up from the boulder, says that if the guy wants this so much, then he will have to act alone. Muguk, smiling happily, looks after the departing supreme demon, and says that he thought that they would be friends until death. He replies that every person from birth strives only to survive. The old man moves away from the guy. He says that it is time for him to go. The young man, smiling, looks after him. In front of us is Heavenly Demon Hall. It is reported that this is happening the next day. Muguk, folding his hands in front of his face, asks if his father called him. Heavenly Demon says that the guy needs to leave for a while. Standing in front of the stairs, the hero asks where he should go. His father says that now is the time to visit the Nirvana Pavilion branch in Central Plains. The guy understands that his father is sending him away to ensure his safety. Opening his mouth, the hero says that if he leaves the cult's territory, it will arouse the suspicion of the supreme demons. The man states that they already suspect him, and that is why they called the head of Sky Heaven cult here. Muguk stands on the red carpet. The father says that he has no idea how the boy killed the soul-absorbing supreme demon, but the head of Sky Heaven cult will definitely find out that it was his doing. The boy closes his eyes and says that he did not kill Yaso. He asks why it is impossible to assume that it was an assassin sent by the Murim Alliance. Heavenly Demon replies that if that were true, the Murim Alliance would be preparing to declare war, but he is not in a state to do so now. The boy, standing in front of his father, asks if he would leave on his own if he were in his place. Heavenly Demon replies that he would not. The boy firmly states that he will not leave either, since he is his father's son. The man looks at the boy. He says that he really is his son, but not himself. Muguk says that he can imitate his father, and that is more than enough. Father and son look at each other. The man says that he will allow the hero to stay, but asks him to remember one important thing. He says that the boy should not kill the head of the Sky Heaven cult. Muguk looks at Heavenly Demon in amazement. Trembling with anger, he says that it seems that the head of the cult is not worried about his son, but about this man. The father turns away from the boy. He forbids him to kill any of the supreme demons or anyone at all. The hero offendedly states that he did not kill anyone. Heavenly Demon moves away from the hero. The boy stands in front of the stairs. He mentally asks his father if he really thinks that his son wants to kill the head of the Sky Heaven cult. Muguk thinks that he knows a lot about the said cult and the man who leads it, and is infinitely grateful to them. Looking thoughtfully ahead, the young man thinks that they are a real treasure trove. The hero's eyes are closed. He thinks that there are only two methods known to him to avoid detection after using blood eye purification water. In the first case it is a complete physical transformation, and in the second changing only the eyes. The young man opens his eyes. In front of him sits an old man who is holding a glass in his hands. The young man thinks that now there is only one person who can change his eyes, and this is the demon physician. The old doctor, in front of whom a plant is visible in a bag, asks if they should start a discussion. He says that the guy must have made a huge effort to bring him rare herbs, so he can assume that he wants to ask for something very important. The hero, looking at the demon physician, says that he is absolutely right, and he came here to ask for a favor. The old man says that Muguk can state his request. We see the room where the conversation is taking place. The hero says that since his interlocutor is a very busy man, he will not beat around the bush. The hero, looking at the old man, asks him to perform eye enhancement surgery on him. The hero's eye shines brightly. The guy thinks that this operation is a long-forgotten and forbidden technique that enhances the vision of a martial arts master, as a result of which normal and dynamic vision are noticeably improved. In addition, the person who underwent the operation gets the ability to see well in bright light, in the dark, in water, in smoke, and in any other environment. The demon physician asks how the guy knew that he can perform eye enhancement surgery. The interlocutors are standing next to a filing cabinet. The young man looks thoughtfully at the doctor. He thinks that the fact that the demon physician mastered this technique became known to him in a past life many years after the events taking place now. The hero remembers his former self. He thinks that when he returned to the cult to collect the materials he needed, the demon physician had already died, and he learned about everything only from the old man's disciple, whose name was Beck. The old man fills a glass. The hero thinks that Beck offered eye enhancement surgery to the then head of the cult, Ju Beck Du. The demon physician looks at the boy silently. After a while, he closes his eyes and says that it means the head of the cult told his son about everything. The boy looks closely at the old man. The demon physician stands behind Heavenly Demon. The young man remembers that, according to Beck, the head of the cult refused the demon physician's offer to perform the surgery. The old man says that among the necessary materials for eye enhancement surgery is the fruit of the Nirvana guanine herb, which is incredibly rare. He asks the boy if he knows that such an operation can only be performed once in a generation. The interlocutors are sitting at the table. The young man says that he knows this very well. The demon physician asks why. Knowing this, the guy still wants to undergo eye-enhancing surgery. He replies that he is sure that he needs it. The old man asks what he will get if he undergoes this operation. The glass is on the table. Muguk says that he cannot give anything in return now, but he will do it when he becomes the head of the cult. The guy looks resolutely at the old man. The latter is surprised by his words. The young man and the demon physician look at each other. The hero says that, in addition, when he becomes the head of the cult, he will fulfill any wish of the doctor. The guy looks thoughtful. He thinks that he knows very well what wish the demon physician will make, because in his past life he asked his father for this until his death. But the heavenly demon never fulfilled it, and that is why he refused the operation. We see the lower part of the old man's face. Sitting in front of the boy, he asks if he is sure that he will become the heir. Muguk firmly states that he is sure of it. The demon physician looks at him. The hero gets up from the table and asks the old man to think everything over carefully and inform him of his decision. He states that he has only one question. The boy looks at his interlocutor over his shoulder. He asks how Muguk, becoming the head of the cult, will act with the Murim Alliance and the Unorthodox Alliance. The young man is immersed in thought. After a while, putting his hand on his sword, he says that it depends on the political situation that will be at that time, but he is sure of only one thing. The young man, looking at the old man with conviction, declares that he will destroy real evil mercilessly, regardless of who does it. Clouds float above the pagodas. The demon physician is sitting at a table. Someone asks him why he does such uncharacteristic things, and if it is because his time on this earth is almost up. The demon physician looks at the other person through narrowed eyes. Cheon-pa stands in front of him. The doctor says that the two of them really do not have much time left on this earth. Blood Heaven's Bladesman sits down in a chair and demands that the demon physician stop spouting disgusting nonsense and not make such generalizations. The old doctor, smiling, asks why Cheon-pa is so attached to this world. He replies that people who say they have no regrets are often the ones who suffer the most mentally. Blood Heaven's Bladesman, looking sternly at the doctor, asks why he is even talking about this, and is he tired of saving lives and now wants to start taking them. He suggests that they go and kill someone together. The demon physician states that Cheon-pa has made a mistake in his judgment, and he has just one question for his comrade. Blood Heaven's Bladesman, with his hand on his sword, asks what the doctor wanted to ask, who asks why Cheon-pa chose a hero. The two old men look at each other. The great demon, still holding his weapon, states that this guy is a nosy person and could even drag a doctor out of a fight. Blood Heaven's Bladesman turns to his companion and asks why he is asking such a question. The demon physician asks why Cheon-pa chose a hero. Leaning back in his chair and folding his arms, the old man states that because this guy looks like he will become a cult leader. The demon physician asks what makes his comrade think that way. He looks up thoughtfully. He remembers the guy and states that Muguk told him something. namely that on his demonic path, he does not break tables in taverns. The demon physician asks again in surprise. Cheonpa says that this is exactly why he chose the hero. The old doctor remains silent. After a while, he states that it seems like it's time for Blood Heaven's Bladesman to stop breaking these pieces of furniture too. This time, Cheonpa asks again in surprise. The demon physician walks away from his friend, who, getting up from his chair, asks how dare the doctor call him here and then just leave. He says that they should at least have a couple of drinks. He states that next time he will even pay for it. Blood Heaven's Bladesman indignantly shouts that old men like them may not have a next time and demands that they buy him a drink today. Cheonpa silently looks at the leaving demon physician. Looking up, he says that this old man is very tenacious and will live for a long time. The hero becomes wary. He is sitting in the lotus position. The demon physician turns his face to the boy, who asks why he has come so late. The old man, looking at the boy, asks how he knew he was here, since he was not emitting any demonic energy around himself. Muguk, smiling, says that he had a feeling that something fateful was about to happen, and his eyes opened by themselves. The demon physician sighs. Looking up at the sky, he says that he has spent his entire life saving people. The hero admits that this is admirable. We see the lower part of the doctor's face. Looking at the boy, he says that he is not a selfless person, and saved people because he wanted to kill someone. Muguk asks who the demon physician is talking about. Looking at the old man, the young man thinks that he already knows who they are talking about, and the demon physician joined their cult only because he wanted to get rid of him. The old doctor raises his hands. He declares that a man of his profession should not kill anyone, since this is against the will of heaven, and he has spent his entire life trying to save as many lives as possible to atone for this possible sin. The hero looks at the doctor standing in front of him. He asks if the young man would kill someone for him if he became the head of the cult. Muguk firmly declares that he will. The interlocutors look at each other. The demon physician asks why the young man agreed to do this without knowing who he was talking about. The young man states that if the demon physician wants someone dead, then it must really be a disgusting bastard, and that he trusts the old man on this matter. The doctor, closing his eyes, is silent. We see the back of his head. The man asks how the hero knows what is going on inside him. Muguk answers that sometimes the outer shell means more than what is inside. Stars shine above the pagodas. The hero says that the title of demon physician cannot be acquired by being a vicious person. The boy, looking at the old man, says that he believes in the efforts he made to become the demon physician. The man looks at the hero silently. Candles burn on the cabinet. They dimly light the room. An incense stick smokes in a pot. The hero's face is covered in needles. He lies on a low bed. The demon physician looks at the boy. The old man says that this man will be very difficult to kill. The boy looks at the doctor, who says that if he acts carelessly, many people will get hurt. So he asks to kill only the designated target and not hurt anyone else. Muguk looks at the demon physician, who asks if the boy can promise to do just that. The hero confidently declares that he will become stronger and kill this man, without allowing unnecessary casualties. The demon physician asks the boy if he will keep his word if the old man himself does not live to see that day. He promises to do so. The hero says that when he plunges the sword into the target's chest, he will whisper that this blade was sent by the demon physician. The doctor looks at his patient. Needles stick out of the hero's face. The boy comes to his senses the next day. He holds his head, trying to figure out if it's over yet. The old man asks how the boy is feeling. The boy looks surprised. Looking at the doctor, he states that he feels great. The demon physician asks how the young man's eyesight is. Muguk smiles. He states that it is much better than it was before. The boy looks at something and realizes that his vision has become incredibly sharp and clear. The demon physician stands next to the boy, smiling. The boy thinks that if he exaggerates a little, then he feels as if he has lived his whole life with his eyes closed, and the world now seems incredibly alive. The doctor makes a sharp wave of his hand. The candles go out. He asks the hero if he can see in the dark. The boy looks closely. He looks in the other direction. The boy sees objects standing on the shelves and a picture on the wall. Muguk says that he can distinguish every detail on these objects. The demon physician smiles slightly. He calls the boy to follow him. They go out onto the balcony. The old man asks the hero to look at the sun. He does so. A very bright light falls on the young man. The old man asks what he feels. The young man replies that his eyes do not feel any burning. He understands that the sun should have blinded him, but this does not happen in the slightest. The demon physician points somewhere with his finger and asks the young man to look at a very large distance. The hero looks closely. He sees an ant and declares that even very distant objects are now incredibly clearly visible to him, and he even sees insects crawling along the branches. Smiling, the young man tells the old man that he is not joking. The demon physician replies that he understands everything, and he laughs because he is happy. The hero, folding his hands in front of his face, sincerely thanks the doctor. The old man declares that the operation was incredibly successful, and the young man's eyes seem to have been reborn. Muguk says that the old man used a secret technique that can only be used once in a generation, and he will repay for this favor by keeping his word. The demon physician thanks the boy. He says that he will tell him who to kill when the boy becomes the head of the cult. The hero smiles. He thinks that he did eye-enhancing surgery to disguise the use of blood eye purification water. But he could not imagine that the effect would be so amazing. The boy feels that he somehow ended up connected with the Sky Heaven cult again. The boy, looking at the night sky, mentally thanks the head of this organization. We see the tip of the sword. Leon stands, holding his blade forward. The girl covers her head with the weapon. She exhales with effort. Leon quickly moves around the training room, striking. Her foot falls to the floor. The girl breathes heavily. Someone invites her to play. Leon becomes wary. The hero enters the hall. The girl tells him that she must repeat all the movements of this technique 20 more times. Muguk is surprised and asks what kind of movements Leon is mastering if she needs to repeat them so many times. The girl raises her sword for another strike. She says that she does a total of 60 repetitions per day and 20 times only during the evening training. The hero, standing behind the girl, says that this is a sure way to get some kind of unpleasant disease. She replies that she is already a little unwell, since she cannot fall asleep until she has a good workout. The hero tells the bodyguard, who continues to train, that she can skip one of today's training sessions and invites her to have a drink with him, promising that after that she will sleep just great. Leon replies that she will keep the guy company after she finishes her session. The hero asks how many times she has left to repeat the movements. Continuing to swing her sword, the girl states that she has 8 repetitions left, but they will take longer if she continues to be distracted. The hero looks at Leon, smiling. She continues to work hard. The guy sternly says that the girl does not rotate her waist enough, and does not load her left side enough. Leon looks to his right. Muguk advises her to move faster. The girl's mouth is slightly open. The hero, looking at her, thinks that since he has nothing more to say to his ward, he will focus on improving the heavenly demon defense art for now. The guy sinks to the floor. Closing his eyes, he thinks that this is the art he practiced the most before the battle with the soul-absorbing supreme demon, and the more he immerses himself in it, the more he feels its true depth. The guy closes his eyes. He thinks that this art resonates with him on the most fundamental level, and sometimes it begins to seem to him that he is mastering a truly living and breathing martial art. A bright glow can be seen next to the guy. His eyes are closed. The guy opens them. Leon looks at the youth in surprise. Muguk asks the girl if she has finished her training. She says that she has done the movements 20 times. The hero gets to his feet. He says that they need a drink then, especially since he is incredibly hungry. The girl tells him that this is not surprising at all, since the boy has not eaten for 3 days. The young man looks at Leon in shock. He asks what she is talking about. The girl states that her master has indeed been circulating energy for 3 full days. The young men look at each other. Leon explains that Muguk came to her 3 days ago and then fell into a state of deep meditation, so she did not dare to touch him. The young man thinks about it. It feels like only an hour has passed. He cannot believe that he fell into such a deep trance. Muguk realizes that he does not remember anything about what happened during this time. The hero raises his hands. A joyful smile appears on his face. He feels that the flow of energy has become much more precise and smooth than before. Leon, smiling, says that it seems that her master has achieved remarkable growth. The guy, looking at her, declares that on this occasion he will gladly buy her some gourmet dish. The girl follows the hero. She congratulates the young master. He replies that he achieved this result thanks to her. Leon, amazed, asks what she has to do with it. Muguk says that if she had not insisted on completing her training, he would not have sat here for 3 days in a trance. The girl, folding her hands in front of her face, declares that in this case the master should definitely buy her good food. Smiling, the young man declares that he will pay for whatever Leon wishes. The young people leave the training hall. The hero says that the girl is probably also very hungry. She, smiling, replies that she did eat, since she cannot sit without food for 3 whole days. She touches her growling stomach and says that the lunch she ate today seems to have already digested. The hero, looking at Leon, understands that she lied, and most likely did not eat anything while he was in a trance, and she probably stopped training so as not to interfere with his meditation. Closing his eyes, the hero says that Leon is a naive and stupid little girl. Raising her index fingers, the girl says that if she were stupid, she would hide what she ate. Closing one eye, she declares that now she has shown what a loyal subordinate she is to her master, and can earn a few extra points in his eyes. Muguk smiles. The young men approach a high pagoda. The hero says that his subordinate is a real fox. She agrees with him, and says that she has not shown all the tales that she has. Leon laughs happily. The guy's eyes are covered with long bangs. In front of us is Heavenly Demon Hall. The head of Sky Heaven cult, Nung Paso, with his hands folded in front of his face, expresses respect for the head of the divine cult, the supreme ruler of Murim, after which he says that he is grateful for the invitation. Heavenly Demon greets the guest, after which he asks how many years they have not seen each other. Nung Paso answers that it has been at least 10 years. The head of the cult stands on a dais above the guests. He asks Nung Paso how he has been doing all this time. The man answers that, thanks to the care of Heavenly Demon, very well. Heavenly Demon, looking at the guests, thanks them for having come such a long way. The demonic Buddha, whose name is Geo Rabin, folds his hands in front of him and declares that it was a pleasant journey, as they met an old friend at the end of it. The heavenly demon looks at the man in silence. He then says that the guests must be tired after such a long journey and suggests that they meet the next morning. With his hands folded in front of his face, Nung Paso says that they will go then. The guests leave the heavenly demon hall. Geo Rabin complains that the reception was rather cold, and even the newly appointed supreme demon from the outer Murim should have been treated to at least a cup of tea. Nung Paso, closing his eyes, says that it is already late at night. Geo Rabin replies that in that case they should have been treated even better. The bearded man looks thoughtfully into the distance. He tells the bald demon standing next to him with displeasure that he shouldn't make a fuss about the cold reception, and he himself doesn't try to befriend the cult leader. Demonic Buddha replies that it's actually a matter of pride and honor. The guests approach the steps. Nung Paso suggests going to examine the corpse. Geo Rabin, looking at him, asks why it can't be done tomorrow. Because his companion must be tired, he suggests resting and examining the body in the morning. Nung Paso states that they will get a good night's sleep after death. Demonic Buddha sighs with displeasure, but agrees to go with the head of Sky Heaven cult. He asks why he has only been surrounded by stubborn people lately. Dae Ryong reports that he was just told that the head of Sky Heaven cult has arrived, bringing with him 10 of his organization's best fighters, as well as 100 other simpler warriors. The hero, looking at the investigator, asks if this is really so. The young man thinks. Nung Paso stands at the head of his army. Muguk recalls that the leader of Sky Heaven cult is known as the absolute ruler of Outer Murim, and he possesses the heaven-destroying demonic art, the most powerful martial art of the territories he rules. The man was once a member of the Blood Cult, which could rival the heavenly demon divine cult. But then this organization merged with Sky Heaven cult, and its power was greatly reduced. Dae Ryong reports that Nung Paso paid a visit to the leader of the cult, and then went to examine the corpse of the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Muguk remains silent. Yaso lies in the coffin. Nung Paso touches it with his hand. Geo Rabin asks what he thinks. The leader of Sky Heaven cult states that 8 energy meridians are damaged and, in addition, there is a serious injury to the heart, and all this happened due to repeated use of the soul-absorbing art. Geo Rabin, standing next to the bearded man, asks if he means to say that Yaso died from energy deviation. He replies that this is the immediate cause of death. Nung Paso thoughtfully says that, however, soul-absorbing supreme demon most definitely died while fighting someone in the space he created. Demonic Buddha states that, therefore, someone killed him. Yaso lies in a coffin. Nung Paso states that the main problem is that the supreme demon died despite using a soul-absorbing art. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Demonic Buddha states that it is hard to believe. He asks who could have infiltrated West Illusion Fort, destroyed soul-absorbing supreme demon, and then escaped as if nothing had happened. The leader of Sky Heaven cult looks at the bald comrade in surprise. He raises a finger and suggests that it could have been Heavenly Demon. Geo Rabin looks at the bearded man with some surprise. He states that they do not believe this, since the soul-absorbing supreme demon was one of the strongest warriors who opposed the Murim alliance. A lantern shines on the pillar. Demonic Buddha states that the cult leader has never shown hatred towards the soul-absorbing supreme demon either. Nung Paso, towering over his companion, asks if there is any other suspect. Geo Rabin thinks about it, then says that there is only one such person. The Sky Heaven cult leader looks at him with interest and asks who it is. Demonic Buddha replies that it is the cult leader's second son. The bearded man looks at his companion with surprise. Without taking his eyes off him, he tries to understand if the other supreme demons suspected the heavenly demon's son from the beginning, and remembers that Geo Rabin never mentioned this guy's name on the way here. The men remain silent. Nung Paso thinks that he has been dragged into a very dangerous situation. We see the lower part of the man's face. Smiling, he tells his companion that then tomorrow they will interrogate the second son of the head of the cult. Muguk, folding his hands in front of his face, greets the new supreme demon of the Outer Murim. Nung Paso says that they have not seen the guy for a long time, and remembers that it was when he was just a child. The man says that now the young man has become quite an adult. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. The guy says that he heard about the arrival of a guest, but he is surprised that with all his busyness this man came here in person. Nung Paso says that rumors of the deeds of the young man have reached even distant lands and the guy's reputation within the cult has grown incredibly. The hero lowers his eyes. He says that all this is completely undeserved. Nung Paso says that the guy, in addition to everything, is also very modest. There is a teapot and 2 cups on the table. The head of Sky Heaven cult says that heavenly demons seem to be deeply saddened by the death of soul-absorbing supreme demon. Muguk, sitting on a chair, replies that he was one of the most valuable supreme demons. The bearded man silently looks at the youth. He frowns and asks who, in Muguk's opinion, could have killed him. The hero looks at his interlocutor. He asks in surprise if Nung Paso wants to say that this man was really killed, because they said that he died from energy deviation. Nung Paso looks at the youth carefully. His eyes begin to glow. The hero looks at the bearded man, not looking away. A reddish stream reaches the youth's face. Muguk thinks that before he could feel this energy, and now he just sees it. The red stream swirls around the guy's head. It reaches his feet, and then rises back up to his face. The tip of the stream approaches the boy's eyes. The hero understands that his interlocutor is trying to find out if he used blood eye purification water, while he understands that eye-enhancing surgery will not let the man understand this. Nung Paso looks at the hero. The interlocutors get up from the table. The Supreme Demon says that he needs to go. The boy asks to stay a little longer. The head of Sky Heaven Cult says that he saw the boy's face, and this is quite enough for him, and he does not want to take up the time of a busy man. In front of us is the lower part of the hero's face. Folding his hands in front of his face, Muguk offers to meet again, and thanks him for the visit. Nung Paso asks in surprise if the boy is really grateful to him for such a short meeting. The boy declares that this is indeed so. To himself he thinks that thanks to this man he received his ability, and he really values him incredibly. Nung Paso, smiling, declares that they will definitely meet again. The man turns and leaves. The young man, looking after him, thinks that this man, both in his past life and now, is, in fact, his benefactor, although he himself does not suspect it. There is a smile on the young man's face. He thinks that he simply cannot have any heavy feelings for Nung Paso. Geo Rabin, standing at the bottom of the stairs, asks how everything went. The head of Sky Heaven Cult, descending to him, states that the second son of the head of the cult has nothing to do with the soul-absorbing art. He says that in order to defeat someone inside the space created by this technique, you need to master a high-level Buddhist or Taoist martial art, or something like that, and he did not notice anything like that in the guy. Geo Rabin, surprised, asks if this means that Geometry Muguk is not a killer. The bearded man replies that his bald companion understood everything correctly. He incredulously asks if the head of Sky Heaven Cult is sure of this. Nung Paso asks, displeased, why Geo Rabin brought him here if he doesn't trust him. He says, perplexed, that this is a very important question, so it needs to be checked at least twice, and asks the man not to be offended. Nung Paso states that he is confident in his conclusion. Geo Rabin points to the right and suggests that they pass. He states that they must gather the 7 supreme demons and explain everything to them. Nung Paso moves away from demonic Buddha, stating that he will not go anywhere, and that he can tell everything himself. Geo Rabin asks if the man is sure that this is okay. The man, without turning to him, states that he does not see anything reprehensible in his behavior. Geo Rabin states that in this case, they will do as Nung Paso wants. He goes down the stairs. The bearded man frowns at him. The man looks to his left. In front of him is a multi-story pagoda. Nung Paso thoughtfully asks the hero how the hell he managed to kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Cheon Pa, with his arms folded, says that at least they are now free of suspicion of killing the soul-absorbing supreme demon. The old man glances at the hero sitting next to him, and asks how he managed to deceive the eyes of the head of Sky Heaven Cult. Muguk looks at the old man a little sadly. The interlocutors, as usual, sit on a huge boulder. The guy states that he did nothing, and if Cheon Pa remembers, they drank with him all night. Blood Heaven's Blades man, closing his eyes, says that the young man should not relax, since among the 7 remaining supreme demons, there are those who do not agree with the head of the cult. The hero frowns at the supreme demon, who states that this especially applies to demonic Buddha, who is closest to Nung Paso. The young man calls out to the old man. The old man asks in surprise what happened. Leaning on a boulder, Muguk says that if for some strange reason Blood Heaven's Blades man starts thinking like demonic Buddha, he should tell his comrade everything. Cheon Pa looks at the young man in bewilderment. Light is visible in the windows of the pagoda. The old man asks why the young man suddenly spoke about this. The old man smiles and says that they are smiling at each other now when they are in a good mood, but there may come a day when their relationship will become strained and they will be ready to cross blades again. Muguk says that it will be very painful for him, so if Cheon Pa has any hard feelings or mistrust towards him, he should say everything right away and not let the hard feelings grow. The old man frowns at his interlocutor. He says that, as far as he understands, he has managed to compensate for all his shortcomings with his mind so far, and that Blood Heaven's Blades man should not anticipate his possible reaction, and just honestly say what he thinks. In front of us is the lower part of the old man's face. He asks what they should do if exactly the opposite happens. The hero asks again in bewilderment. Cheon Pa asks what will happen if the hero finds that his comrade is simply unbearable. Looking thoughtfully into the distance, the supreme demon wonders what will happen if the boy thinks that the old man is not worthy of following the new path of the demonic cult, and that he will seem like a wreck that is out of touch with life, useless to anyone. The boy looks at Cheon Pa in bewilderment. He asks what will happen if the hero one day has no warm feelings for him. Blood Heaven's Blades man, looking at the boy, asks if the boy will have a desire to eliminate him. The boy looks at the old man in shock. He answers him with a look. Muguk looks very gloomy. He did not expect that Blood Heaven's Blades man could ask him if he is ready to kill him. The hero tells the supreme demon sitting next to him that his path does not involve destroying tables and taverns and killing his friends. We see the old man's eyes. Blood Heaven's Blades man thoughtfully asks if he is really a friend to the boy. He, looking into his eyes, declares that this is exactly how it is. Muguk puts his hand on his chest and states that in this case he will tell everything honestly. The old man asks again with disbelief. Muguk looks at him resolutely and states that this is exactly how it will be and that he will not second-guess his comrade's mood or look back at anything else. He promises that he will simply state what he does not like, and if Cheon-pa becomes useless to him, he will also quickly find out about it. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at the young man, who states that if he feels that there is nothing more attractive about the old man, he will ask him to become like before and regain his charm. The hero says that then they will think together about how to continue their relationship. Lights are burning in the windows of the pagodas. Cheon-pa irritably asks what will happen if there is no way out, or he cannot change. Muguk looks at him sadly. Looking down, he states that if the old man tries and fails, then nothing can be done about it, and they will continue to live their lives, remembering the pleasant moments of the past. The young man, clenching his fist, says that if Cheon-pa does not even try to change, they will have to sort things out by force, since a good fight always helps to disperse the atmosphere, regardless of who is right or wrong. Blood Heaven's Blades man looks at the young man clenching his fist in surprise. The interlocutors are sitting on a boulder. A leaf falls from a tree. It falls between the young man and the old man. The hero looks at it. Cheon-pa does the same. We see the lower part of his face. Blood Heaven's Blades man laughs loudly. The boy looks at him sadly. The old man becomes serious again. Lowering his head, he says that in this case, he should slightly correct what he told the boy a little earlier. Muguk asks what exactly. Looking at him, Blood Heaven's Blades man says that he used to say that his life was filled with nothing but misfortunes, and admits that this was not the whole truth. The hero looks at his interlocutor in surprise. He moves away from him. The hero thinks that at this moment he clearly understood that the door to the Supreme Demon's heart opened a little wider, and he will continue to listen to what comes from there. A huge sword is visible behind Cheon-pa. The hero, standing next to the boulder, looks up. The moon is visible through the clouds. The hero thinks that by hearing the voices of the hearts of many people, he himself grows as a person, and this weapon is as important to him as, say, the 9 calamities demonic art. Thoughtfully looking up, the young man mentally asks Wamu-ji what sounds he is hearing now. The moon hangs above the pagoda. Muguk feels some kind of energy, and tries to understand who exactly it is coming from. Before us is Nung Paso. The hero asks what brings him here at such a late hour. Looking at the young man, the man states that he came here because he wants to tell the boy something. Muguk looks thoughtfully at the head of Sky Heaven cult, trying to understand why he came here in the middle of the night. The young man extends his right hand and offers to enter. Nung Paso states that this is urgent, and offers to stay here. The background around the two interlocutors changes to completely black. Then it turns white. The young man looks around in confusion. It seems that he understands what just happened. Nung Paso, looking at the hero, asks if this martial art seemed familiar to him. The hero looks at the Supreme Demon. We see his right eye. Muguk states that this is the first time he encounters this art. Nung Paso asks if this is really so, and if the hero saw this very space when he fought with the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, and killed him there. The boy and the bearded man look at each other. Muguk states that he has no idea what the Supreme Demon is talking about. He reminds that, according to the conclusion, Yasuo died from energy deviation. Nung Paso, sticking out his stomach, states that the hero will not be able to deceive his eyes, because all this looks like energy deviation only because the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon died in the space he created. The hero asks if the man has proof. He, closing his eyes, states that he does not have any, and he does not even know how the boy managed to kill Yasuo, but he is sure that it was him who did it. The boy asks why Nung Paso is so sure of this. The head of Sky Heaven cult frowns at the boy. There is a threat in his eyes. The man lowers his eyes and states that he cannot read the boy. The boy silently looks at the Supreme Demon. He states that Muguk killed the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, and since he himself cannot read the guy, this means that the guy is capable of killing him too. Muguk sighs. He thinks that the man has assessed him quite accurately. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. The hero says that he did not expect such a wise man as Nung Paso to make such a wrong conclusion. The man says that he is not trying to provoke the boy, so he should relax, especially since he does not want to die in a place like the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. Muguk looks at the man thoughtfully. He understands that he, on top of everything else, is very reserved and does not overestimate his own fighting skills. The hero asks why. If the leader of Sky Heaven cult is so sure of everything, he did not tell the other Supreme Demons about it. Because the news that Heavenly Demons secretly gave him the 9 calamities demonic art would cause quite a furor, especially since Nung Paso's closest comrade is demonic Buddha. The man looks at the boy silently. Looking down, he says that in Nirim there is no such thing as a friend, and they only meet when necessary, and demonic Buddha is no different from others in this regard. The hero asks what the man wants from him in this case. The man is lost in thought. Putting his hand to his chest, he states that this is just a gesture of goodwill, and he came here today so that the boy will remember him. In front of us is the lower part of the hero's face. The boy thinks that something might have changed between his father and the Supreme Demons, or perhaps they were not as close as he previously assumed. The boy, looking at Nung Paso with determination, says that he wants to clarify just one thing. He states that the leader of Sky Heaven cult has not done him any favors yet. He asks again, puzzled. The hero states that the man did not tell the Supreme Demons everything not because he decided to, but because he cannot do so, as he has no evidence. Nung Paso looks at the boy. He states that he could have told his colleagues that he suspects the hero. The boy's lips are pressed together. Smiling, he says that in fact, all this would only work in his favor, as the Supreme Demons would begin to believe that he is strong enough to kill the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, and that his father has already shared the 9 calamities demonic art with him, after which, without any evidence, they would begin to fear him, if not at least treat him with respect. Nung Paso looks at the guy in surprise, who says that it would only allow him to better control the situation. The hero, looking at his interlocutor, says that his actions only hindered him. A drop of sweat runs down the cheek of the head of Sky Heaven Cult. The young man says that if the man wants to do him a favor, he will gladly accept it, but it must be something real. Nung Paso looks at the hero in shock. In front of us is a spacious room. Next to the chest is a luxurious vase. On the shelves are scrolls and books. We see the figure of a demon. Under the bell sits a man chained to it. He is asked what he thinks. The guy, who has a lock on his neck, is silent. Nung Paso is standing in front of him. The young man, his mouth wide open, calls the Supreme Demon a bastard, and asks why he is asking him about this. The man silently looks at the young man. He raises his index finger. Nung Paso asks who else he should ask if he only sees this guy in this room. The man angrily shouts that the Supreme Demon should ask the old woman with the scythe standing behind him, and when it comes to when he will die, the man presses his lips together. He holds up 2 fingers and states that he asked death, and it said that he will die after the guy sitting in front of him, and unfortunately, he will not be able to see the head of Sky Heaven Cult dead. The young man furiously calls the Supreme Demon a pig and shouts that it must be very good to live for a long time. Nung Paso holds up 3 fingers and states that the guy only has 2 insults left for today, and then asks why he is in such a foul mood. The young man opens his mouth wide and asks how the fat man would feel if he were in his place. Nung Paso holds up 4 fingers. The guy shakes his chains. The head of Sky Heaven Cult snaps his fingers. Blackness appears behind the young man. Then, a very bright light appears there. The man and the boy find themselves on a large lawn. The leader of Sky Heaven Cult takes a key from his bosom. He unlocks the lock on the boy's neck. He squats down. The boy jumps up and down happily. He runs across the lawn. The boy falls onto the grass. Clouds float above his head. Nung Paso looks at the boy. The boy opens his mouth wide and asks why the fat Supreme Demon is blocking his light. The man raises his palm. Smiling, he says that it is a false sky. The boy, whose eyes are covered by his hair, declares that he really misses even this sky and begs Nung Paso to step aside. The leader of Sky Heaven Cult, looking at the young man, thinks that he is allowed to express disrespect in one form or another only 5 times a day, and he spares this boy only because he has an incredibly sharp mind. The young man lies on the grass with his arms outstretched. The Supreme Demon thinks that he has chosen this guy to be the military advisor of Sky Heaven Cult. He tolerates his insults and listens to his advice, which is almost always smart and correct. The Supreme Demon has never tried to tame this young man with pain, since he does not cling to life at all, and if he feels too much pressure, he will simply choose death. The guy's head lies on the grass. The man thinks that the young man has nothing to cling to life for, but he does not kill himself. Nung Paso remembers that he once asked the young man why he does not do this, but he never gave an answer. Looking at the guy, Nung Paso says that as he advised, he showed goodwill towards the second son of the head of the cult, but the latter demanded that he do him a much more significant favor. The guy listens to what the Supreme Demon has to say next. The man standing above him asks if the young man really thinks that Muguk will become the heir. The guy reminds him that the head of Sky Heaven Cult has established that this man killed the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. Nung Paso confirms that this is exactly the case. The guy, next to whose head flowers are visible, asks who will become the heir in this case if not this man. Then he states that the guy is only about 20 years old, and no one else's age could kill the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. The man thoughtfully rubs his chin. He admits that Muguk has remarkable skill. The guy, looking up, does not let the Supreme Demon finish, and asks if he is afraid that the second son of the cult leader will kill him too. Nung Paso remains silent. Closing his eyes, he states that if he said that he was not afraid of this, he would be lying, because a person who can kill the Supreme Demon can finish off anyone. Clouds float in the sky. The young man says that there is another reason why they should be wary of the young master. Nung Paso asks again in surprise. The boy is lying face up. He asks if the head of Sky Heaven Cult really thinks that the cult leader does not know that his son killed the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. Nung Paso asks if the heavenly demon really knows about it. The boy states that of course the cult leader should know about everything, since he is a truly extraordinary person. The young man asks Nung Paso why such an ambitious character is silent about what happened. Nung Paso, looking at the boy, asks him to explain the reason for this. The young man furiously shouts that the man should think carefully, otherwise for some reason he is used to receiving all the answers ready-made. Looking at the young man sullenly, Nung Paso states that he thought he heard something like an insult. The boy says that he just has a very loud voice and he only asked the head of Sky Heaven Cult to think carefully. Folding his arms over his chest, Nung Paso says that he is not good at this and that the young man is responsible for smart thoughts here. The man states that if he was as smart, there would be no point in him saving the boy's life. The boy grinds his teeth in anger. He states that if an extraordinary person remains silent, it means that he is preparing some important move. Nung Paso suggests that it could be the Central Plains Union. The boy says that he is not sure about this, but it is certain that Yasuo died either on the direct orders of Heavenly Demon, or the cult leader simply did not intervene when he learned that the Supreme Demon could die. Before us is the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. The young man says that this Supreme Demon was the most feared enemy for the Miram Alliance, just like Nung Paso was for the people of the Central Plains, and yet Heavenly Demon allowed his son to kill this man. The young man says that this means that the cult leader is going to replace the Supreme Demons one by one with people loyal to him. The leader of Sky Heaven cult looks down thoughtfully. The boy asks where he thinks Heavenly Demon will strike after he does what he has planned. Nung Paso suggests that the cult leader's target will be the Supreme Demons. Lying on the grass, the young man states that Heavenly Demon will not start a war with the Miram Alliance, leaving behind people who are dissatisfied with themselves, so he will either send them in the vanguard or destroy them before the war begins. Nung Paso, closing his eyes, curses. Trees are visible in the distance. The young man says that he feels the winds of change, and if Nung Paso cannot adapt to them, he will die. The boy says that the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon died because he was too disconnected from the rest of the world to feel this wind. The head of Sky Heaven cult looks at the young man. He says that now they must decide what to do, either hide behind the wall, which is the 8 Supreme Demons, or behind the wall, which is the Heavenly Demon. The man looks at the young man lying in front of him. He asks if they need to choose the side of the cult leader. The guy replies that Heavenly Demon will win. The head of Sky Heaven cult asks why he thinks so. In front of us is the hero's father. The young man says that Geometry Wu Jin is an outstanding person and he will never start a battle in which he has no chance of winning, so they must at all costs become allies of the second son of the cult leader, and first win his favor with a gift. Nung Paso remains silent. He closes his eyes and asks what kind of gift he should give. The young man replies that it should be the thing he least wants to part with, and only then will they be able to survive. The guy lies on the grass, arms outstretched. He says that he is tired of giving advice, and asks the head of Sky Heaven cult to step aside. The boy opens his mouth in pleasure. He laughs joyfully. Leaves fall from above. The boy's blue eye is visible under his hair. Nung Paso snaps his fingers, declaring that they are done. The blue sky gives way to the ceiling of the room. The boy, with his mouth wide open, begs Nung Paso to leave him in the clearing for at least a little while longer. The head of Sky Heaven cult, not paying attention to the raging boy behind him, thoughtfully rubs his chin. A tree is visible next to the pagoda. Muguk, surprised, asks if Nung Paso has really come again, and invites him to come inside. The man, looking at the boy, refuses to do so, and invites him to come with him. Rocks are visible in the distance. Nung Paso and Muguk are standing on the edge of a cliff. The man says that he brought the boy to his hometown. The hero says that he likes it here, because it is very quiet and peaceful, and one day the man should invite him to visit him. The Supreme Demon replies that he will definitely do it. The man and the boy are silent. Nung Paso sadly says that he thought about the boy's words after he returned and realized that he was right, and he really did not show a real gesture of goodwill. The head of Sky Heaven cult reaches under the hem of his robe. He takes out a book and says that it contains a martial art that allows you to create separate spaces. And in this world only those who have mastered the true demonic arts created in the blood cult can use it. The man says that it is space-time transference illusion art. The hero looks at the man thoughtfully. He mentally repeats the name that was just said. We see the boy's eye. Nung Paso says that now that the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon has died, he himself is the only one left who can properly use this art. In front of us are deserted cliffs. Nung Paso tells the hero standing next to him that in an emergency, this space will protect his life, because the moment the hero comes here, he will disappear from the real world. The youth looks around. He thinks that the man is telling the truth, and the space-time transference illusion art can be used at crucial moments in battle to avoid danger. Behind the guy's head, white cliffs are visible. Nung Paso looks at them a little sadly. Muguk looks at his companion. The youth is holding vials in his hands. He thinks that he first received regression materials from this man, including the bell, then blood eye purification water, and now the space-time transference illusion art. In front of the youth is almost a lunar landscape. He is trying to understand if he is really deeply connected with the head of Sky Heaven cult. The man looks at the young man questioningly, who asks what the Supreme Demon wants. Nung Paso continues to look at the young man, then he looks away. The wind rages over the cliffs. A huge whirlwind is visible next to the young man and the young man. Nung Paso declares that he does not want to breathe this dust. The hero frowns at the head of Sky Heaven cult, thinking about the latter proposing to expand into the Central Plains. Nung Paso, looking ahead, declares that if the boy helps him take this first step, he will receive the space-time transference illusion art. The interlocutors stand on top of a cliff. The young man says that, unfortunately, he is not the one to decide matters of this level. The man declares that he knows this very well, and that the head of the cult should decide here. The boy corrects him, stating that decisions of this kind are made not only by his father, but also by the Supreme Demons. Nung Paso, holding a book in his hand, declares that everything is exactly like this, and therefore he wants to pass on the secret manual to the young man. He asks what exactly the Sky Heaven cult leader wants. Looking down slightly, Nung Paso says that in 2 days there will be a meeting with the cult leader, and he wants to discuss the issue of expanding into the Central Plains. Raising the book to his head, the man says that when that day comes, the boy will have to support him and help convince the cult leader. He states that if Muguk gives him his word, he will give him the book regardless of the end result. The hero frowns and considers the offer. The condition put forward shocked him, since all this looks more like a gift than a reward for a service. Closing his eyes, the boy says that Nung Paso has chosen some kind of wrong method, because no matter how much they try to convince their father, he will never allow Sky Heaven cult to begin an attack on the Central Plains. The Supreme Demon asks what should be done in this case. The hero stands there with a thoughtful expression, imagining his father and Nung Paso, trying to understand why his father is against Sky Heaven cult expanding into the Central Plains. Heavenly Demon frowns as he looks back at Nung Paso. The hero remembers the old saying about keeping your friends close and your enemies closer, and realizes that his father most likely decided that Sky Heaven cult should be kept under constant surveillance. The boy squints slightly as he looks at Nung Paso. Nung Paso holds out a book and asks if he can get the answer if he gives the boy this item. The boy continues to stare at his interlocutor. He replies that of course this will be enough. Muguk looks at the book, thinking about how Nung Paso seems determined to win his favor. Smiling slightly, the boy asks what will happen if he just takes this manual and does not provide the man with the solution he needs. Nung Paso looks at the boy. The hero and the leader of Sky Heaven cult stand on top of a cliff. The Supreme Demon says that in this case, the boy will become the leader of the cult, having the worst relationship in history with his faction and the 8 Supreme Demons. Or to be more precise, the hero will never become the leader of the cult. The boy, smiling, says that if Sky Heaven cult wants to launch an offensive on the Central Plains, he must intervene in the inheritance dispute in West Illusion Fort. Nung Paso looks at the boy in surprise. The hero says that if the disciples of the deceased soul-absorbing Supreme Demon did not inherit his legacy perfectly, they will need Nung Paso's help. The interlocutors stand next to each other. The boy says that the Supreme Demon must choose an heir who completely believes in him and is willing to learn martial arts. And if the leader of Sky Heaven cult can subjugate the future soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, then he can consider that he has taken the first step in expanding into the Central Plains. Nung Paso thoughtfully looks down. The lanterns are burning on the pagoda. Nung Paso, sitting in a cramped chair, says that when something is taken away from him, he feels incredibly lousy. The man looks tiredly to his right. The young man sits in front of the bell. The Supreme Demon tells him that, as the boy advised, he gave the cult leader's second son the space-time transference illusion art. Closing his eyes, the man states that he is still not sure if this was the right decision. He hears that he did everything right. Nung Paso seems shocked. He silently looks at the boy sitting in front of the bell. We see the back of the man's head. The Sky Heaven cult leader thinks that he usually starts the conversation with rude insults, but now he is acting surprisingly quiet and polite. The man looks at the boy, thinking that he must be careful, since in such cases, the explosion of emotions usually begins closer to the end of the conversation, and when this happens, even he really wants to kill this little bastard with one blow. Nung Paso remembers himself in a rage. Looking at the young man from his chair, he asks if he knows what offer Muguk made him. The boy replies that most likely the son of the head of the cult offered to intervene in the struggle for the inheritance in West Illusion Fort. Nung Paso asks in amazement how the boy knows about this. The man replies that it is simply the most convenient solution. Rising slightly in his chair, the head of Sky Heaven cult asks how the boy could have known about all this, and if so, why did not tell him anything. Then he asks why it was necessary to give up the space-time transference illusion art. The young man remains silent. Nung Paso jumps up from his chair and demands to know why it was necessary to give up the priceless manual. The boy turns his head slightly. Nung Paso, pointing his finger at him, demands to answer the question of the head of his faction and threatens to kill the boy if he does not do so. The young man states that the man did not buy the solution to the problem, especially since Muguk did not sell it. The boy mysteriously states that Nung Paso bought an opportunity today. The great demon asks again in amazement. The boy, turning away from him to his bell, says that this is an opportunity to stand next to Muguk, and in order to form a strong alliance, the man may have to pay a huge price many times in the future. Nung Paso, with his mouth wide open, asks if the young man really believes that Muguk is so great and can become the next heavenly demon. The boy, without turning to the man, honestly states that he does not know. The head of Sky Heaven cult asks again in amazement. The boy, sitting in front of the bell, says that he cannot see into the future. Nung Paso asks what kind of nonsense the young man is talking. The young man asks what is the point of regretting something that should have been given away. The man offendedly shouts that it was an incredibly valuable thing to him. He silently looks at the boy calmly sitting in front of the bell. Looking down, Nung Paso asks what he should do now. The boy replies that the leader of Sky Heaven cult should befriend Muguk and fulfill all his requests. The great demon sadly says that he should probably do as the advisor suggests. Although they do not know how dark Muguk's ambitions may be, the boy shouts loudly for the man to shut up. The man flinches in fear. With his mouth wide open, The boy calls Nung Paso a pathetic idiot. He says that if he already gave the gift and received such a favorable reaction, he should consider himself lucky. But instead he is drowning in doubts like a pathetic, insignificant winner. Nung Paso looks at the boy in shock. The boy shouts that the man will die in his useless suspicions. The boy asks if the great demon knows what the common trait of those who die meaningless deaths in Niram is. Nung Paso remains silent. He then asks to be told what this trait is. The boy shouts with his arms outstretched that these people do not use their heads when they should, and use them when they do not. He declares that these people do not believe when it is time to believe until their last breath and are filled with faith when they should doubt. Nung Paso cries out in surprise. He starts counting his fingers. The boy chained up asks if Nung Paso is really going to count in this situation too. He promises to cut off his fingers if he does not stop. The boy shouts that he will not answer any more questions today and Nung Paso should just shut up unless he intends to kill him. All the fingers on the man's right hand are bent. Leaves are falling on the boy's head. We see the man's eye. Kneeling, the young man asks Nung Paso to tell us what is bothering him. The man is silent. Muguk is sitting in the lotus position. He puts his hand to his head. Sweat is pouring down his cheeks. It is incredibly difficult for the boy. He grits his teeth from the strain. There is a sword next to the boy. The space around it is distorted. The boy's eyes are closed. Now he opens them. Muguk stands up, thinking that everything was successful. The boy raises his left hand. He thinks that it took him exactly 4 hours to place the space-time transference illusion art in himself. He remembers that the head of Sky Heaven cult warned him that even the greatest talent would need several days to do this. But he managed to create a new space in much less time. The boy clenches his fist. He thinks that he will shorten this time until he can handle this technique as calmly as soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, or the head of Sky Heaven cult himself. The boy looks to his left. He continues to clench his fists. The boy thinks that there is nothing in his space yet, but with time he will be able to create anything. A smile appears on the boy's face. Nung Paso looks to his right. Not far from him, Geo Rabin stands in front of a boy chained to a bell. The boy's eyes are covered by his long hair. The bald Supreme Demon looks at the boy. Nung Paso looks at them both. Geo Rabin stretches out his hand. His fingers almost touch the boy's head. Nung Paso asks what brings him here at such a late hour. Turning to the head of Sky Heaven cult, Geo Rabin says that he heard that he met with the second son of the head of the cult. Nung Paso calmly replies that if this boy can one day lead the cult, they simply must meet. Geo Rabin looks at his comrade incredulously. Smiling ironically, he declares that the cult will be led by the first son of the current head. Closing his eyes, Nung Paso declares that the situation is currently unfolding in a completely different direction. Geo Rabin asks what the Supreme Demon means. The bearded man says that Muguk has already become the head of the Nirvana Pavilion, and he thinks that this is how Heavenly Demon showed everyone that he is training him as his future successor. Geo Rabin glances at Nung Paso, and then, closing his eyes, says that the man has been on the front lines for too long, so his gaze has become dull. Nung Paso silently looks at his colleague. The latter comes almost right up to him and says that he sees things a little differently. In his opinion, the first son will be the successor, and the second one has simply received an insignificant position. Continuing to smile, Geo Rabin says that Heavenly Demon most likely made it clear that his second son should be satisfied with this appointment. Closing his eyes, Nung Paso says that perhaps his colleague is right, but he is a little offended that after a long journey he still could not see the eldest son of the cult leader. Looking at the bald Supreme Demon with bewilderment, Nung Paso asks why he supports this man. Geo Rabin says that everything seems obvious, and the first son should become the heir. The head of Sky Heaven cult asks why his interlocutor is so sure of this. He answers that his intuition tells him so. Nung Paso looks at his colleague with a slightly strange look. A black shadow covers his eyes. The man thinks that Geo Rabin is not the kind of person who will make decisions of such a scale based on intuition alone, and this means that he is keeping some information about the first son of the head of the family a secret. We see the faces of the two Supreme Demons. Nung Paso cannot believe that Geo Rabin continues to call him his friend. Demonic Buddha calls out to his comrade. He turns his eyes in his direction. Geo Rabin warns the bearded man not to make any hasty decisions, as many eyes are watching him. Nung Paso continues to look at his comrade in silence. After a while, he, looking at him, says that he cannot understand what Geo Rabin means. Geo Rabin asks why the man has not left the cult territory yet. Nung Paso asks if Demonic Buddha wants to tell him that it is time to get out of here, since he has nothing more to do here. He says that he did not mean that at all, but a guest should always leave someone else's house quietly and on time, and not shit in the owner's bedroom. Nung Paso laughs. He says that Geo Rabin seems to have forgotten who really shit here. Demonic Buddha says that he will give the man friendly advice not to cause unnecessary unrest and calmly return to Sky Heaven cult. A bright source of light appears behind the bearded man's head. The man thinks that he and Geo Rabin have always been polite to each other and pretended to be friends, and now he simply cannot believe that he is so openly kicking him out home. Looking at his interlocutor, the man asks if he really looks like the type to come at the first call and then leave as soon as he is told that he is no longer needed. Geo Rabin brazenly states that it seems like it has always been like this. Nung Paso looks at the bald Supreme Demon. He answers him with an equally threatening look. Geo Rabin laughs. He tries to convince Nung Paso that he was just joking, and is surprised that the man takes offense when he is teased in a friendly way. He says that Nung Paso has lost his sense of humor, constantly being on the front lines, and that he can stay here as long as he wants, even for the rest of his life. There are glares on the bell behind the young man. Nung Paso looks at the guy. Smiling, the bearded man tells the bald demon that he may be right, and sandstorms dry up the souls of even the most wonderful people. He asks permission to buy Geo Rabin something to drink, and suggests that they sit in a pleasant establishment. In front of us is the interior of the room. Geo Rabin agrees to his comrade's offer. He leaves the hall. Nung Paso asks his advisor what he thinks about this. The guy, sitting in the lotus position, says that demonic Buddha is worried, since he seems to have noticed that Nung Paso is going to enter into an alliance with the second son of the clan leader. The head of Sky Heaven Cult asks if this alliance can really cause such concern. The young man replies that, as far as he understands, Geo Rabin is very afraid of Muguk. Nung Paso, with his hands behind his back, asks what they should do now. The guy suggests that the man think for himself and give up the habit of asking his advisor about everything. The man asks the boy not to be irritated and states that this is a serious matter that concerns the survival of their faction. The boy begins to rattle the chains. The bearded man looks at the young man. The boy finds himself in a flowering meadow. A smile appears on his face. Nung Paso unlocks the lock. He shows the boy the key and asks why he likes this place so much. The advisor looks at his master. Then he looks down. Sitting in front of the bearded man, he offers him to stay in shackles for the whole day and at least for this time to switch roles. Nung Paso says that he will probably refuse such a generous offer. The boy lifts his head and states that Geo Rabin will do everything to drag Nung Paso back, and most likely use the head of his faction as leverage. The man asks what they should do, since they have a real chance to establish a foothold on the Central Plains. The guy, continuing to look up, suggests that his master asks Muguk for advice, who will surely tell him what to do. Nung Paso states that he is almost certain that his advisor knows what the hero will answer. The boy, without lowering his head, states that perhaps he does know this, but Nung Paso must present a gift to the second son of the cult leader and receive an answer from him. The bearded man states that he does not understand why he must cling to Muguk like this. The boy asks who else in this world his master should cling to. Nung Paso looks at his advisor in confusion. The Sky Heaven cult leader lowers his gaze. He thinks that Heavenly Demon despises him, and Demonic Buddha and some other supreme demons support this man's eldest son, while only Blood Heaven's Blades man has entered into an open alliance with Muguk. Here we have Cheon Pa. Nung Paso thinks that most of the people around him are neutral, or believe that the first son of the cult leader will be the successor. The advisor states that if Nung Paso does not wish to rely on Muguk, then he should hide in the border zone, appear here when called, and leave immediately when driven away. The young man states that in this case the man will live in peace for the rest of his life. Nung Paso demands that the advisor not provoke him with such offensive words. Sitting in front of his master, the young man states that the path to victory in this battle is very simple: make wise choices and believe until the very end. Nung Paso silently looks at the boy. The boy states that losers cannot realize that victory depends only on following these principles. The head of Sky Heaven Cult throws up his hand in irritation. He demands that the boy stop whining and feeding him moralizing. He states that if the Supreme Demon cannot follow these principles, he, as Demonic Buddha said, should just go home. Nung Paso grits his teeth in anger. Standing in front of the boy sitting on the grass, he states that he doesn't want to give everything he has to the hero, as it all seems like a waste of valuable resources to him. The man says that he still regrets giving the boy the space-time transference illusion art. With his mouth wide open, the man shouts that he couldn't sleep last night, as he can't come to terms with this loss. The boy, whose eye we see, states that this is all because Nung Paso is greedy and short-sighted. The leader of Sky Heaven Cult looks at the boy in shock. Leaves fall around them. The man's gaze becomes threatening, thinking that the boy seems to be deliberately angering him, and he doesn't understand why he has to endure such an attitude from his servant. The advisor's eyes are covered by his hair. The bearded man thinks that this man's words hurt him more than the ones Geo Rabin said to him just now. The man lowers his head, thinking that, strangely enough, the young man's words give him some kind of relief. Nung Paso understands that he has been hiding his true nature for many years, but at least one person in this world understands who he really is, and that is why he feels such affection for him. Looking at the boy, he states that he has already given the hero a lot, and giving something else is really very unpleasant. The young man says that if Nung Paso has made his choice, then he must believe and give everything he has. The head of Sky Heaven Cult grinds his teeth in rage. He states that he is giving the hero the most priceless things, and he is simply disgusted by the thought that he should give him something else.